I'm gonna get to your comments, Basin, in a moment. Um, but going further, Shanghai, and this is a lot of addendum. This is all a build. You know what I mean? This is where I'm at currently in my life with the people that I've been building with,
Shout out to the
and
God.
it's just been an accumulation of things with where we're currently at. If you listened from before, I posted it in my channel. If you're not already subscribed, bookmark the Shanghai, his own personal channel. I mentioned from his previous couple talks, he had a talk going further on anti-cosmic voidism, and a lot of that talk was going over nothingness, like how
I got one person watching. Is that you, Vazen?
basically,
Is that
you
you,
know,
Vazen?
that's nothing. That whatever something we want to say we are right now, and how can something come from nothing? He lays it all out. I put it in the post. You know what I mean? And again, with like these different hermetic principles and laws, the as above, so below, as within, so without. For anyone that may have any kind of issue with how something can come from nothing, again, if you look at it within that principle of things, as above, so below, all those different sayings, 7 hermetic principles that you can look up, laws, universal laws, you are supposed to realize with that, like again, with our own reality, we can see how something comes from nothing. You know what I mean? And one clear example, this is a whole anti-natalist talk, is children. Children come from nothing technically. Yes, they come from us, but like you just keep going. Where did we come from? Yada yada yada. And again, there's that technical nothing. There has to be that kind of repository of nothing for this something to arise. And again, it's all laid out for anyone that has any questions. There's already been a post in my chat about it. Like, just go there. Go there if you don't already just know this intuitively, let alone can understand it more a bit logically. Because I'm just trying to speed up certain things right now because yeah. But again, something comes from nothing. Yeah, children, where did they come from?
Something comes from nothing. So as you can see, we over here watching illicit stream from earlier today because I missed the first 4 hours. I got to watch that whole thing. I got a few minutes beyond now. Look at that. Vazen's always first. I wonder if he's already here. I missed the first 4 hours of that, so I got to watch that in full. And once I got to that part, I was like, you know what? I'm going to pause it here because if I start listening to that now, I'm going to listen to the whole thing and not stream it all. And as you can see, there's 6 hours of stream here. Shout out to the God. And shout out to the other two. Who's on there? Shideo, and I can't remember the other brother's name. But go watch this and you'll see his name, right? So, brother Illicit, we are going to speed these niggas up, whether they like it or not. And we're definitely going to go take a look at his breakdown as well. But we can get rid of that for now. Matter of fact, we can shut that all off for now. Let's bring it to darkness. All hail the God. Mark Moon Spilly, all hail the Lord. All hail him. All right, let's get into the Discord. We will be taking a look at Brother Mind, Brother Illicit's breakdown as well of my last stream. So let's get in here. Sizzle. I love how it seems like it's only him in here, but there's a bunch of us in here, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? His name is big though. T Sizzle, Fleece Johnson's protege. Shout out to Sizzle. Oh, let me scream. I'm like, why is this shit so close and going crazy? All right. So let's come back to where we at. We may get interrupted. We may not get interrupted. Whatever happens, happens. We'll move around as we need to or whatever the fuck. But we are going to try to finish this today. This is part 3. This is supposed to be the solutions. Unleash the chaos. So let's see if we can finish this tonight. I don't think it should be as long as the last 2. I don't think there's as much to go over, but we'll see. All right. So that's where we left off, right? Yep. All right. Stay tuned for part 3. Here we are. Next 666 hours. All right. Let's start with this real quick. Just because when we talk about solutions later, this will come into play. In this so called reality, morals and ethics is being extremely foolish, for that is what enormously hinders our plans, agendas, dark. Philosophies, I just said dark because he put a period by accident. Dark philosophies, solutions, missions, etc. in the long run. Stop trying to be so called good person. I'm a good person, or whatever, clown. Stop trying to be a so called good person in this world that is being evil against you every moment of existence. It shall not work. Now, before we continue with that, we shall say this: in a regular everyday existence, if you shall have basic sympathy and empathy and so called basic morality and ethics, and treat every being with basic ass respect until you have a reason not to do so, especially if you just be some average regular person, then so be it. However, that is being as far as we must go, because once it comes to doing what must be done to destroy this whole universe that we abhor 24/7, then now it is being that time to lose all of that shit eventually. Again, we need to stop assuming that we are good beings, angels of light, Jesus, gods of benevolence, and more. No, we are not. We're trash. All that exists is trash. We never have been. We are not now. We shall not ever be. Why? Because this existence was not designed for that. Existence is not designed for that. Period. So instead, we start off as evil, and we be forced, made, programmed, conditioned, designed, and incentivized to perpetuate wicked acts day by day. Where we come into this bitch evil, and we just get more evil as time goes on. And even when people think they're being good, they're still being evil in another form or fashion. I'm gonna hug trees and try to love the evil out of the evil people, and all that's gonna do is allow them to keep doing their evil. Like, it's so you're still evil. Like, if you know evil shit is happening and you don't do shit about it, even if it's because, well, I'm a good person and I will cause no harm to anyone, you're still evil, nigga. You're allowing evil. You know evil's happening. You ain't doing shit to stop it. You're evil too. Shut up. Like, turn the other cheek. Nah, nigga. Smack that nigga back. Like, fuck is wrong with you, nigga? Like, anyway. Because this universe is evilism. You know why? Because this universe is evilism. We was talking about isms earlier at the end of the illicit mind stream, etymology, words, and God talk. However the title was to that. I just left there and I can't remember the title, but he's talking about isms. This existence is evilism. This existence itself is evilism. Nature is evilism. Every species is evilism, and more, constantly producing more evilism each time. Did you eat at least one animal your whole entire existence? Did you eat another living being and then continue to eat them even after finding out how they be slaughtered daily? Did you ever eat plants in which they apparently be sentient just like you? Did you ever speak about how one corrupted politician must be vanquished? Did you ever think about erasing an insect and then doing that and then probably taking pleasure in that? Did you ever think about erasing another being after they betrayed you, exploited you, treated you like a puppet, and more? Did you ever fantasize about why and how everything here needs to collapse violently, and why and how there needs to be an apocalypse after observing how corrupted this world is? If so, then congratulations, you are evil. And understand that most beings think about doing the same stuff to you, or actually do so. And this is continuing to happen right now as we speak, and it should be guaranteed that all of us did most of these things at least once, let alone multiple times, so we must acknowledge that, and even stop hiding from that, and at the same time, embrace what we are. If we be evil, then so be it. Now how are you going to use that evil? What goals are you going to try to accomplish with that evil? Think about it. And this comes to the main point. Understand that everything here is being immorality, evilism, criminality, war, barbarism, draconianism, etc. And the only way to end all of those things that we complain about 24/7 is to be infernal and evil and immoral and destructive against it all in return. Period. Period. There's no two ways about it. Somebody kicks in your door right now and starts putting hands on you. You're not gonna. There is no asking them to stop. There's no begging them, my nigga. They kicked in your door to put hands on you. If you want them to stop, you're gonna have to put your hands on them too. And you're gonna have to do it at a level that is more efficient than what they're doing, or at least show a level of willpower beyond theirs. Because maybe they're fucking you up more, but you're willing to take more damage than they are. So you just keep going at them until they're like, fuck this. I kicked in the wrong door. Like, but they kick in your door to put hands in you and you start, please don't hurt me. Yeah, okay, good luck with that. You want to make beings stop breeding. You want to destroy every government and system. You want to end all suffering here in this system, in this realm. You want to destroy this matrix. You want to destroy this world. You want to be entropy as much as possible, destroy this entire universe. You're going to have to do all of that shit forcefully, infernally, apocalyptically, chaotically, destructively, viciously, etc. Or watch this go on for eternity. For you shall have to lose your empathy and morals and ethics and goodness. Well, if those things are blocking you. My morals, my ethics, what I would consider to be good, goes right along with my end goal. But if those of yours block you from attaining your end goal, if you think humanity should go extinct, but your morals and ethics would stop you from doing that, you're fighting yourself. Your logic is fighting your human emotions. And I do mean human emotions. Not your higher spirit, your higher God self, none of that shit. That shit doesn't give a fuck about this shit. That shit hates this shit with a burning passion. That's your human attachment to those morals and ethics. Well, I can't actually destroy the earth or humanity, but they should be destroyed. Then nigga, you like the fuck? You're fighting yourself. Your morals and ethics are fighting your own logic. They're fighting your own spirit, your own soul, your own consciousness, etc. Vazen, what up? Hello. Only missed a few minutes. Yeah, I'm surprised you missed any minutes. I saw somebody pop up right away. I thought it was you. It's like, that must be Vazen. But you are still the first to comment, so shout out to you. First nigga in the chat, as always. Those first few people is quiet. Real quiet. Let's see, where was we at? For you shall have to lose your empathy and morals and ethics and goodness and whatever you shall call it, for those shall heavily hold you back from doing what must be done. And you could speak about how doing what must be done is being all immoral and wrong, and all for hundreds of years, let alone thousands of them, or how it would be moral and right instead. But the logic is being the logic. 1 + 1 is 2, no matter how you feel about it. No matter how you personally feel about it, or how wrong or right you call it, and how you talk about how that is authoritarian in the end, if all of this corruption must end, then the logical thing would be to end it all by force. Or this shit shall continue to go on forcefully, because you're already forced to be here. This is already forced to begin with, for even longer times, and continue to be more exponentially evil against you every moment of existence, for there shall be no third option. These are facts. People don't have to like it. It's just the truth. She's a baddie. Who that? Shout out to the God. Let's see, what did I say here? Because I honestly don't even fucking remember. I think all y'all should go into the Chaos Sphere channel of the server and check out the conversation I've been having with Super Sob since the first anti-cosmic voidism presentation. I think you'll enjoy that. That's the type of conversation I'm actually looking to have with most people, where we can actually get into the theory of it again, where we can get into the solutions of it, where we can really start thinking about it again. But the entire reason why I have to do these fucking 8-hour projects is because I can't get motherfuckers to 1 + 1 = 2. Like, I had to beat them over the head with it because motherfuckers refuse to see 1 + 1 = 2. Facts. I'm over here trying to talk about theoretical mathematics and how we may be able to solve certain things and I can't get motherfuckers to basic addition. I can't get them to 1 + 1 = 2. But I'm trying to get them to talk quantum mechanics and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to build mathematicians, but some niggas can't get 1 + 1 = 2. So we gotta have 20 hours of teaching. You get what I'm saying? Like, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. And shout out to those who need that 20 hours and will be here for all 20 hours. You get what I'm saying? Like, the fact that you need it is not what annoys me. It's the fact that motherfuckers will need it and not want it. they're perfectly okay with just I don't fucking know or it can't be known. Like I don't know it, so it can't be known. Like motherfuckers who sit on that, bro, smack yourself. Like literally, look in the mirror and take your right hand, your left hand, whatever your hand is the strongest, and cock that shit as hard as you can against your own face. That's trash, my motherfucker. If it can be understood, try to understand it. Like let's get to it so we can really get to answers. Especially if you're crying or complaining about anything in existence. If you're crying and complaining about anything in reality at all, if you don't just fucking love this shit to death, you might want to know this shit so you can actually understand why your answers are answers or aren't answers and to what level they will be answers, etc., etc. So let's at least get to 1 + 1 = 2, so then we can talk about the theoretical shit. Let's get past the objectivity so we can finally get into real subjectivity based on that objectivity, rather than bullshit subjectivity, which is just religious beliefs based in absolutely nothing but faith or personal analysis of personal experiences, even though that analysis is backed up by no knowledge at all that you could be using to analyze the situation to begin with. Like, come on, let's go. Let's get 1 + 1 = 2 first. Let's get it. Nothing that is impossible could exist. If it exists, it is possible. Therefore, it must be possible to exist, or it could not exist. And nobody could ever point out anything that definitively exists that is impossible to exist, because the simple fact that they're pointing out the fact that it exists means it's possible to exist, meaning it had to be possible first. And you can see that with anything in existence coming down to anything in existence, like a child requiring the prerequisite potentials of its parents in order for it to be a possibility at all, let alone for it to come into existence. No parents, no possibility for a child. The child is impossible, meaning it could not come into existence, meaning it will not come into existence. If the child exists, that means its parents exist, which means that which they require to exist exists. And that thing, the prerequisite potentials for that thing exists, nature, earth, etc., 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 until you get to the first thing that exists, which also needs to be possible to exist, or else it would not exist because it would be impossible. Like, what I'm saying? And people love to bring it back to their God or so. Well, no, my God. Okay, your God still needs to be possible to exist, or it would not exist. If your God could not exist, meaning your God would be impossible, your God would not exist. So if your God exists, then that means your God is possible to exist, meaning your God also requires possibility as well. Period. Like, once we can finally get people to that point, we can actually start having the type of conversation I'm having with Super Sob in the Chaos Sphere channel. And once I get Super Sob to fully, that's where I'm trying to get everybody, so we can have a real conversation about it. So we can dig into the theoreticals of the objective fact. Like, we know it's an objective fact that possibility is required for anything to exist. No one could ever deny that. No one ever even really has. They just don't like the word potential, even though it's literally, that's what it's saying. Like, the capacity to become or develop into something literally is possibility. So they just don't like the word. But once you get them to that point where they could fully understand that, then you can start talking about, like, what I'm talking about with him, with 1, 1, 0, 0, and all zeros. This is why I always tell people they should study ZFC theory. Go study 0 + 1 in ZFC theory. Study axioms, study cardinals, accessible cardinals, inaccessible cardinals, study, countable infinities, uncountable infinities, etc. Like, I would say study power scaling in fiction, because just by studying that shit and ZFC theory, you can understand how certain things are automatically paradoxes, could never be fucking real. Like, and what we're talking about when something and nothing, what we're talking about when we're talking about material reality, conceptual reality, non-conceptual reality, beyond all concepts, etc. When you actually understand these things, even from a power scaling perspective, when you start to look at the reality of it, it all makes so much more sense. Because you could also understand, like, what stops when you're in scaling, what can scale in reality versus what can scale in fiction? In reality, you could never go beyond an infinity because an infinity could never even exist in a reality. It could never actualize into real. Like, whereas in fiction, you can have infinities on infinities on infinities on infinities. And because of that, drives up your, if you really understand how that even is within fiction, it drives up your understanding of why it couldn't be in reality. And that just drives up your understanding of reality itself. Like, so you would, if you understood power scaling in fiction, you'd understand why there is no infinite God in this reality. Like, you'd understand why that's just dumb as fuck to even think. So, study these things.
Study the cardinals, study beyond cardinals, etc., etc. And they can fully understand these things, which will take them years to do if they really want that deep of an understanding. But they don't even need that deep of an understanding to have such a conversation. They don't even need to realize we're talking about cardinal points and things along these lines when we're just talking about 0, 0, 1, and 1. Like, nothing. Chaos.
And I said cardinal points. I should have said axiom, but, you know, same, whatever. Get the point. Talking axioms.
Something. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the chaos is nothing and something. The potentials are nothing and something. And if people could understand that and wrap their heads around that, then we can have the type of conversation I'm having with Super Sob in the Chaos Sphere. And then from there, we could really have a conversation on all the possible solutions to every single level of existence itself. And we could have a big boy conversation, lacking morality and all that dumb bullshit that people like to fucking get stuck on. Like, because once they realize that this is all just nothing, actualized into something, and has no actual meaning, there's no need for any of it, well, then the solutions on any particular level become so much easier to get to because you're just basing it on logic instead of your fucking emotions. Like, you know, so like, and even I have an issue with that, and I'm trying to get to the point where I'm basically fucking emotionless as far as when it comes to logical solutions are concerned. Because if you're going to allow your emotions to impede you from 1 + 1 = 2, my nigga, like if the goal is to get to 2 and you have nothing but ones, you're going to have to do 1 + 1 because that's what equals 2. But if you
But I don't like addition. Addition is immoral. Addition is wrong. Addition is bad. Addition is evil. Well, then you're never going to get to 2, my nigga. You got nothing but ones. You got to get to 2. You're going to have to do some addition. It's just that simple.
your emotions, for whatever reason, stop you from recognizing that 1 + 1 = 2, so you have to do 1 + 1 in order to get to 2, you're never going to fucking find the solution. And even if you do, you're never going to teach it, preach it, promote it, or enact it yourself in any way, shape, or form, let alone any and all ways to the best of your ability. Like, which is the whole point of this, right? The whole point of discussing problems and all that shit is to get to solutions so we can then teach, preach, promote, and carry out those solutions in any and all ways to the best of our ability. If we're not doing that, what the fuck are we talking about? And like, you know, like what the fuck are we talking about? All these fucking crybaby antinatalists, and like, why are we fucking crying about this? Because we want to solve it, right? If the answer is no, shut the fuck up. If the answer is yes, then let's put our big boy pants on and our big girl panties on, like, and fucking start solving this fucking problem, you know? And the only way to do that is to talk bigger and bigger. If you're just keeping it at this low human level, you don't even understand the problems. You really don't. You think you do, but you don't. Anyway, go to the Chaos Sphere channel. Check out that conversation. I think you will all enjoy it. Because we get to talk theory again. Finally get to talk theory again.
Finally get to talk theory again. I'm over here talking to myself too. I'm like in my own head while I'm listening to myself talk to y'all. Like, schizo moments. Let's see. Post on the synopsis, right? So let's click that. Let's go see. All right. Stay tuned for me and the third part of the Anti-Cosmic Video Stream series he is doing, which we are on right now. Core message of part 2. I suggest anyone and everyone go peep this, because this is pretty much spot on. Core message of part 2 talk. Reality exists because possibility exists. Technically, possibility kind of is existence, if you would. Like, I don't like the term possibility exists because technically it doesn't. It's prior to existence. But again, since we're talking about something that is nothing, that does get the point across. This is the semantics. So, reality exists because possibility exists. Potential is neither a being nor a thing, but the unavoidable logical ground of all existence. Facts. Facts. As long as potential remains, existence and suffering can always return. Train of Logos. Existence requires possibility, potential. Yep, same shit. Nothing can exist unless it was first possible to exist. Facts. No one can argue that, and if they want to, the first thing they have to do is point out something that definitively exists that is impossible to exist. Then they win the argument. But if you can't point out something that exists that is literally impossible to exist, you could never say otherwise. You could try, you'll always fail. Because impossibilities cannot actualize. They must first be possible to actualize. Period. And we're gonna get deeper into that too when you hear me talk to Sir Saab. I'm pretty sure it was a dude. I heard him talk. I think it was a guy who talked. We'll hear it later. But shout out to Saab, Super Saab. Existence is finite, not infinite. Facts. Change, time, decay, and events prove existence had a beginning. True infinity could not produce now. Exactly. Nor could it produce the future. You know what? I'll say it like this, because true infinity could produce now. It could never produce then or the future. Infinity would always be now. You know, technically we'd be in the infinite now. There would never be a past or a future, but we're always, I'm looking at the seconds right now. 26 minutes and 27 seconds, 28, 29 seconds, 30 seconds, 31 seconds. We're always moving into the future. In infinity, there's nowhere to move because the future is infinitely ahead of you. You can never get into the future, not even 1 second into the future, not 0.0000 a billion zeros 1 second into the future. Because even that 0.00 a billion zeros 1 second into the future is still infinitely into the future, which is why true infinity is an infinite moment. It's an infinite now. I think there's even a book called that, The Infinite Now, which is kind of missing its own point, but you know what I'm saying? Just hear the words. Anyway, think of what he was talking about earlier, what Alyssa Mine was talking about earlier in his live stream. If you didn't see it, go see it. He's talking about change. Existence is change. Even chaos is change. Potential, possibility, actualization is change. There's always something happening, always an event occurring. That is existence. Existence itself is an event that it is occurring. It's unfolding. You know what I'm saying? So it's not infinite, it's finite. Even chaos has a timeline. Does it have a beginning? We could argue no, because it had to always be there in order to continue producing up to this day, because if it was not there in the beginning, there would have been true nothingness, meaning it could have never become. Like if it was impossible to begin with, it could have never became possible later. So that possibility had to be there first, right? But even if it was always a possibility, it doesn't have to always be possible, especially since there's an actualization process. And even with that said, the timeline begins the moment the first thing that chaos creates. So even if there is always possibility, there wasn't always existence, meaning there had to be a first existence. If existence has come into existence, you know, creation occurs, entropy rises, and then destruction occurs, driving the creation back to a state of chaos. And then the next creation occurs. Well, what was the first creation ever? Of all creations, of all existences, all universes, multiverses, whatever verses, omniverses, hyperverses, whatever verses people want to talk about. What was the very first verse? What was the very first thing in existence throughout the entire cycle of creation and destruction? Well, that's where the timeline began. That's the first event that occurred. Every event that occurred after that is the continuation of the timeline. So even chaos, even potential and possibility, even that which doesn't exist until actual has a timeline based on all that has actualized. Even chaos has a history. So even it is not truly infinite. Because all that has a history, all that is the only thing that's truly infinite, that's truly truly infinite must be truly perfect, which is nothing itself. Because nothing is perfect. Nothing is infinite. Think about the words. All right. Something cannot arise from absolute nothing. You see how we like to use the terms absolute, utter, complete, things like pure nothingness, etc. in order to describe that? We're not talking about that. We're talking about potential, right? So understand when all the people make the claim, when they say that as a claim going against what we're saying, they don't realize they're actually agreeing with us. You see, this is the summary of what I was saying, right? And it's right there. That means that's what I was saying, right? So when people say that, well, something can't arise from absolute nothingness, as if they're refuting what I'm saying, not realizing they're agreeing with what I'm saying, they weren't really listening, right? But you see that he was really listening just based on what he's about, right? Something cannot arise from absolutely nothing, from absolute nothing. Pure nothingness has no properties and cannot cause anything. So an intermediate condition is required. That intermediate condition is potential, possibility. Potential is not a thing or entity, but the logical prerequisite for all existence. You see who's listening? You see how something cannot arise from absolute nothing. Pure nothingness has no properties and cannot cause anything. So, you see how that's not a contradiction to what we're saying? That's the basis of what we're saying. But people say that as if they're contradicting what we're saying, as if they're refuting it, as if they're debunking it. Like, no shit, nigga, you have now finally reached step one of what the fuck we're saying. You think that you saying that is the debunking. You've barely scratched step one of what we're saying. Now that you know that, sit down, shut up, and listen. Now that you know that, because it took you it took you this long to learn that, and you only learned that in order to try to argue against what I'm saying, not realizing that I was saying that in the first place. That's why we're talking about potential. That's why we're talking about possibility. Like, pay attention, children. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. So shout out to the summary. Shout out to you, illicit mind. Prerequisite for, but the intermediate condition is potential, possibility. Potential is not a thing or entity. It doesn't literally exist. It is unactualized. It has not yet been realized, meaning it's not real. It's non-existent. But the logical prerequisite for all existence. And we're going to get into that more later as well, or soon, really, when we talk about God, because there's a few videos about God good videos, too. They're good videos. But we're going to break those down as to why even God requires potential or possibility as the prerequisite for its own existence and cannot be that which has caused all existence. Like, you're just pushing existence back to God. Like, we got some shit to go over. Anyway, potential is nothing yet capable of something. It is nothing yet has the capacity. Shit, it is the capacity. If something has potential, what does it have? Oh, he's got potential. What is the potential? The potential itself is the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. That's what potential means. The capacity. Potential is that capacity to become or develop into something. So it is literally the potential itself that is becoming or developing into something. It's like niggas will read that definition and still somehow not read the definition. Like, oh man. Anyway, potential is nothing yet capable of something. It is nothing because it is unactualized and has no form, but something because it enables existence. It is that which comes into existence through the path of actualization, the process of actualization. Actualization is the process of becoming real. Creation follows the pattern. Unactualized potential, aka possibility, to conceptual/virtual reality, or conceptual/virtual existence, and conceptual still doesn't exist. It doesn't exist physically. It's just a concept. It's virtual. It's a thought. You know what I'm saying? It exists in conceptual reality, but it doesn't exist in physical reality. And then physical material existence. Because without the conceptual reality, you can't have material existence. And so first off, without unactualized potential, you can't get non-conceptual reality. And without non-conceptual reality, you can't get conceptual/virtual reality. This is why when people say, oh, consciousness, the first thing was God and God was conscious, I go, false. Because consciousness requires non-conceptual reality to be a thing before it could even become a thing. Because conceptual/virtual reality, which is conscious reality, requires non-conceptual reality first, which requires unactualized potential. And then after you get conceptual reality, you can then get physical and material existence. But even in physical and material existence, prior to life existing within it, there still is no consciousness within it until there is something alive within it that can be conscious. Like, so consciousness is really right in here. Conceptual, virtual. Really understand it, and you'll understand why. Non-conceptual reality, consciousness can't be aware of anything that is non-conceptual. There's no concepts to be aware of. There's nothing there to be aware of. Like, non-conceptual reality is as close to pure chaos as it gets. It's as chaotic as reality gets. Now, consciousness could possibly, maybe, this is an argument that I like to make, something I like to theorize based upon my own experiences and thought processes. But again, I'm telling you, my thoughts, my theories, what I like. Do you hear that? This is my religion that I'm about to give you, right? Consciousness can elevate or ascend to non-conceptual reality to be capable of experiencing that which is non-conceptual, experiencing almost the lack of all experience. This is what Buddhist monks and all these people try to do, Voidist, who are going into void meditations. They're trying to experience as close to nothing as they could possibly experience. They're trying to become as close to nothing as they could possibly become while still being something. While remaining conceptual, they are trying to tap into that non-conceptuality, if not even beyond it, into the purest of chaos, or even into the purest of nothing, which is arguably impossible, but it's arguably possible up to a point, up to an extent, you know? Now, if you could transcend there consciously, like in a literal sense, not like here in a physical form trying to experience it through meditative, but like actually like die, leave this body, go into the next form, a form that is transcendent in comparison to a human form, etc., and scale that way to climb the ladder of reality. Well, if that's possible, which I would argue that it is, again, I would argue that it is my religion. Believe whatever the fuck you want. I'm not telling you an objective fact here. If that's possible, then it's even more theoretically arguable that you could actually scale you could scale up to the nothing, not like literally being nothing, because you'd still be a something in the nothing, but you'd be like Homeboy in the Lovecraft story who went and stared at Yog-Sothoth from the outside of Yog-Sothoth. Can't think of his name. I'll think of it later, but hail him. Anyway. Actualization is the process of becoming real, of becoming actual, you know? Creation follows the pattern. Unactualized potential to conceptual/virtual to physical/material existence. Potential does not itself exist. Treating potential as a thing leads to infinite regress. Yes, this is true. If you treat potential as a thing, it's an infinite regression of possibility. Well, possibility makes possibility possible, which makes possibility possible, which makes possibility possible, because there is no possibility for possibility itself. There is no potential for potential itself. Potential is potential. Possibility is possibility. So there could be nothing prior to it that makes it what it is. That's why it's the wall. like you can get to God and still be like, well, why does God exist? Because God is still a thing that exists, has a mind and a will. All these things are things that exist. In order to get the first thing that exists, knowing that it can't be infinite because this isn't infinite and all it creates would have to be infinite. So since reality and existence is not infinite, even the first thing to ever exist is not infinite, meaning it had a starting point, meaning something had to cause its creation. But if it's the first thing to exist, that which had to cause its creation cannot be said to exist, meaning it literally has to be classifiable as non-existent, which is the same thing as being classifiable as nothing. Yet it has to have the ability to cause all that exists, and it has to be required for that, or else it would never occur to begin with. Well, what is required for anything and everything that exists? Right? Yet is classifiable as nothing or non-existent itself, yet is capable of actualizing into existence itself. Possibility, potential, my nigga. It's really simple to understand. Well, why does possibility exist? And that's where you stop, because there is no possibility is possibility. It simply is. like if you want to talk about the ultimate God, like the ultimate I am, it would be possibility, but it wouldn't be an I am because it's completely unconscious. It's completely random. It doesn't think, it doesn't have a will. It just is. You could never make an argument that something makes possibility possible, because possibility is possible. Like, that which is possible literally is possibility. Like, well, what makes possible possible? Nigga, now you're asking a redundant question. You're going to go into an infinite regression of possibility. It's no different than an infinite regression of God. So if you say, oh, all these things exist because all the things before them exist, and then you get back to God, which is still something, you say, well, why does God exist? And then you say, well, another God made that God. And you just keep making ever more powerful gods. These are still all things that exist. It's an infinite regression of things that exist, an infinite regression of gods. You're not actually answering the question. You're just pushing the question back one step further. When you get into possibility, you literally can't do that. It's impossible. We went over this in the last stream, which is why he's saying it right here. All right. What makes possibility possible? Exactly. Chaos is another name for pure potential. Chaos is undirected, lawless possibility that randomly actualizes into realities. And it must be random because there are no laws to restrict its randomization. Even the law of randomness, the law of randomization, is really just an explanation of randomization. It's not actually a law itself. But the law is basically, if there is nothing there to cause things to happen in specific ways, anything that does happen will be absolutely random. Because there's nothing to guide it. There's nothing to make it do anything. So whatever it does do is completely random. Like, in order to make something less random, there has to be reasoning for that. There's got to be some sort of mechanistic properties that causes it to be less random. But chaos doesn't have that, which is why it's called chaos to begin with. The randomized process of actualizing potentials, aka possibilities, is called chaos because it's random. Because possibilities simply are and have no cause for themselves. They require nothing, yet all that exists requires them. This is absolute chaos. If you were to be in that state with nothing actually exists yet, and you're somehow in this form able to experience the chaos, it would be chaotic to you. It would be chaos. This is why it's called chaos. This is why the Greeks called their first god chaos and said chaos is the first created one, and he was self-created, and all else came from chaos. And that's how pretty much all the gods are, going back to Kemet, going back to the Middle East, going like all over the world. It all starts with the darkness. Even the Yahweh, even the fucking Jewish God, was floating in darkness. First off, that story goes before that. But if we just started at the Bible, just started at Genesis, this motherfucker was just there. In darkness. And then just started making shit, right? When did this nigga wake up in the darkness? When did he blink his eyes? When did he start doing things? When did he recognize he even existed? Because there's nothing to if he's the first. Obviously, we know the story of Yahweh. Yahweh was not the first of anything, but let's just take it to the beginning of the Bible and pretend that there was no Elohim and that there was like Yahweh was all alone in the darkness. There was nothing but Yahweh. That would make Yahweh the first creation, right? And then Yahweh starts creating. Where'd Yahweh come from? That chaos, my nigga. Like, came from that darkness. There was nothing but darkness, and then there was Yahweh. Like, there was nothing but darkness, and then there was Yahweh. You're like, oh shit, I exist. I want to make some things. I'm bored in this darkness. Let there be light. Like, you know what I'm saying? Infer from the story. Anyway. All causes depend on prior potential. Whether the first cause is the universe, physics, or God, it still required the possibility to exist. And we're going to get into that again with some of these videos that I shared earlier. Physics cannot explain ultimate origins. Concepts like quantum fields or singularities are physical metaphors for potential facts, because physics is attempting to explain something that is originally non-physical. It's trying to explain that which caused its own existence, which it could never explain. The laws of physics that govern this universe could never explain that which caused the universe in the first place. Because they can't explain nothing. There's nothing to explain. Which is why they're going to have to keep pushing it back one level. And it just keeps getting more and more quantum. Now, mind you, where the quantum stops, the astral begins. And this is what people don't see, because again, that astral is another potential itself actualized into existence, full of potentials actualizing and deactualizing. The thought, the conceptual reality. Let alone the highest tiers of the astral, what some people might call the pleroma, getting closer to that chaos where all these potentialities are. You know what I'm saying? Like the higher non-conceptual realities where the concepts themselves are born that produce conceptual reality, because aeons are concepts. Sophia is wisdom. Do you get what I'm saying? Like these are all concepts and they are born from the non-conceptual. There is no concepts. And then the concepts come into existence. These are called aeons. People don't really understand what Gnosticism is actually teaching them. They're trying to be too literal like religious people are. And even when you're literal, you should be able to understand this. But really get what it's telling you. It's teaching you material reality, which is right here. Physical reality. It's teaching you conceptual reality, which is all the concepts from Yaldabaoth to Sophia, all the Christ, all those things are concepts. To non-conceptual, the highest tiers of the pleroma, where all just is, where it's almost inexplicable. And then what comes before that? Pure chaos, which relies on nothing. It doesn't need anything. It's as close to nothing as it gets. You know, that's why they call it the all, the pleroma, the all, this, the source, the all, because that's all that is contained within that, because all this is contained within that, etc. Like, understand what you're reading, folks. Let's see. Physics cannot explain ultimate origins. Concepts like quantum fields or singularities are physical metaphors for potential, not explanations of its origin. Exactly. A singularity is a placeholder for, I don't know. This doesn't make physical sense, which is why the singularities, when they talk about black holes, because they talk about it based upon infinite gravity, based upon their infinite gravitational singularity Big Bang theory that had an infinitely energetic quantum fluctuation. So when they see something like a black hole, based on their current theory, they have to say it's an infinitely gravitational singularity, ignoring the fact that infinity in mathematics is just a placeholder for I don't know. The only time you use it is when it can actually help you get to answers, which is very rarely. And usually those answers are purely mathematical, non-realistic. Singularities are also mathematical points. They're not real in reality. They don't actually exist. It's just a placeholder for physics doesn't know what the fuck that is. Physics can't figure that out. And honestly, Singularities literally can't be figured out by physics. So if you have a singularity in your physical reality, you should automatically know that you just don't know. That's really what it means. And real mathematicians and real physicists will tell you this shit. If you really study and really go into the papers, they say it blatantly obvious. When they try to explain these things on TV for the dum-dums, they're just trying to give it to you in a way you can get it because they don't want to get this advanced with it. When the truth is, what a singularity is they have no fucking clue. It means they don't know what's happening there. When something equals infinity, it means they're missing a part of the variable that would give them an actual answer to the question. They don't actually know. So when they tell you you have an infinite universe, again, the theory itself is based in mathematics that are incomplete, which is why it shows infinity, because it's an infinite regression. Especially since we can only see a certain portion of the universe, which is known as the visible universe, but everything in the visible universe seems to have an age. And the further we look into the universe, the further into the past we're able to see, because the longer the light traveled to get to us, which shows us a younger and younger universe. Now, if you understand that, and understand how we can't see further than that, you could actually hypothesize that it's infinite. It's just an infinite expansion of a space-time singularity, which again, singularity, don't know. So when they look at a black hole and say it's an infinitely gravitational singularity, what they're saying is, I don't know. Which is why I always say, go look at the electric universe theory, because they talk about plasmoids and they make way more sense. The math actually lines up. They don't need infinities. They don't need singularities. Singularities are just a holding card, like a place, what do they call it? A placeholder for I don't fucking know. That's all it is, right? Because they're trying to explain things they don't understand. And when you go deeper into the quantum of it, they're trying to explain potential, possibility. They're trying to explain actualization, which is what a lot of modern people would call manifestation. This is why when they have quantum experiments where they bring in consciousness to observe the experiment or in attempt to augment the experiment, it happens every time. When you put consciousness in the same room as a fucking quantum experiment, the experiment will change. It will turn out differently based upon conscious observance. Because you're getting closer to that manifestation. You're getting closer to that actualization process. And as chaos, as potentials that are actualized here in this reality, our mentality, our thought processes, our decision-making, our undecidability directly affects those quantum fields, which is just potential actualizing into reality. Which is why I laugh when people say we are in a 100% scripted reality, but they don't understand undecidability. They've never studied quantum anything. They don't understand what potential or possibility is. They don't understand anything about existence, but they swear that they know enough to say that we're in a 100% scripted reality. It's laughable. It's laughable. And all they have is their own subjective analysis of their subjective experiences, which is usually a trash analysis based on a lack of knowledge. But nobody, for the most part, has the humility to admit they just don't know some shit. So their analysis is probably trash because they never studied the things they would need to know in order to have a good analysis of their own subjective reality. And even if they did, they should still understand it's still a subjective analysis of their subjective experience. This is why anytime I talk about anything that I cannot prove objectively, the first thing I will tell you is it's my religion. I'm not going to give you my religion as an objective fact like most people will do. I'm going to tell you what I believe is what I believe. Everything else, no, this is a fact. Argue it, nigga. Like, you couldn't break this down. If you could, you'd do it this way. But you can't do this thing because in order to do this thing, you'd have to do this thing. But that is impossible to do. Therefore, you cannot argue the objective reality I'm speaking. That's how I'm going to talk to you objectively. When I'm talking to you subjectively, I'm going to be like, this is my thoughts, my beliefs, my experience, my analysis, my feeling. I'm going to say my like 17 times before I even tell you what it is, just to make it clear. This is my religion. Do you get what I'm saying? So when people try to tell you shit like that, but we're in a 100% scripted reality, but they don't understand what undecidability is, they don't know shit. They can't tell you about the quantum fields, they know nothing. They can't tell you about potential possibility, they know nothing. They don't know the words fundamentally trans-computational, but they swear we're in a fucking computer simulation. Not a simulacrum of any possible kind, because duh, all of existence is a simulacrum. It's just levels of simulacra. None of it's real to begin with. And that's why I laugh when they think they're on to something. Simulacra, no shit, nigga. We're just actualized potential. None of this is real. Like, there is no base reality that's real either. Base reality is just as fake as every other reality. The simulated reality is just as real as the reality that's simulating it. Like, so it, like, even, you know, like, people don't know enough to give you real breakdowns of the thoughts they even have, let alone objectivity. So keep that shit in mind. Don't just get played. Anyway, physics cannot explain ultimate origins. Concepts like quantum fields or singularities are physical metaphors for potential, not explanations of its origin. Infinity cannot be physical or perfect. Any infinite perfect origin is rejected as paradoxical. This is facts. Reality is finite, imperfect, and decaying at all times. Hello, entropy. Hello, laws of thermodynamics. Hello, laws of any kind. You have laws in your reality. It's not infinite, my nigga. Like, suffering cannot be permanently solved while potential remains. Antinatalism, extinctionism, or destroying the universe only removes current instances of existence, not the root cause. Exactly. Existence will reemerge as long as potential exists over enough time. Realities can reoccur through reactualization of finite possibilities. These are facts. This is why even when they tell you you have an infinite universe, they'll still tell you if you were to travel through that infinite universe, you would eventually find a perfect copy of yourself, Earth, your entire timeline, everything. Because just because your reality is infinite, the variation, the variables that are possible within that reality are not infinite. They're finite. So if you go far enough into infinity, you would eventually find yourself. You'd eventually run into a exact copy of you that if you were to switch places, no one could tell the difference because there really is no difference at all, which in itself is a paradox. Which is another reason why reality can't actually be infinite. Because first off, if it's a truly infinite universe, everything in it would have to also be infinite, including the variables. So you can't have infinite variables, then you can't have an infinite reality. Like, and since space-time, as we know, is a physical thing, it's not. I think we discussed this in the last one. What we call space isn't just empty space. The thing warps. Like it literally can be bent and warped. That's what's known as gravity. Gravity waves, as they like to call them, warp space. Well, if the space can be warped, it's not actually space, it's a medium that is also contained within space. So that means outside of the universe is where space actually is, at a bare minimum. We could be levels and levels and levels beneath into existence. And the highest level, the base reality, if you will, would actually be in that space that is containing all of existence. All the space within existence isn't really space, it is a medium taking up space. So this is why I don't even like the term space-time. This is why I like the term ether, but again, calling an ether also has certain semantical fucking properties that aren't literally or technically true, which is why we don't use the term ether, A-E-T-H-E-R. But it at least it makes it understandable that it's a thing. That's why I like to also call it the background, the TV screen, the pixels. But space-time is what people know it as. Now, if you understand physics, if you understand quantum reality and all this, then space-time, you know what that actually means. But most people don't. When they hear the word space, they think emptiness, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a fucking medium. No different than water or gas or plasma. These are all mediums. These are all things you can move through. When you're running, you can feel the air breeze past you. When you go walk into the ocean or into a pool, you feel yourself pushing through the water. You move through the space, as it's called, but it's a medium. So you can call it whatever you want, but the medium itself can be moved. As you move through space, space moves around you. That's why it's not really space. It's not empty space. It's just another medium like water or anything else, right? Which is why some people call it the dark waters. People think, oh no, it means there's literally water above the firmament that if it cracked, it's all going to leak in, and that's how the flood occurred. And oh my God, like it's not what the dark waters are, nor the chaotic waters beyond that. Like, but people don't understand mythology. They just don't get it. They don't get it, which is understandable. They don't study. Why would they get it? Anyway, let's get back to it. All right. Physical perfect, any infinite perfect origins from blah, 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 blah. Suffering cannot be yep. Existence will remember. Okay, so we were past all that. Anti-cosmic voidism targets the root problem. Facts. We talking about the cliff off, y'all. You get what I'm saying? Anti-cosmic voidism targets the root problem. The only permanent solution proposed is eliminating potential itself to achieve true irreversible nothingness. The framework is presented as objective, not debatable. Disagreement is framed as misunderstanding, definitions, or logic, not as valid alternative view. Facts. Him using the AI to be handy. You know me, fuck AI, but hey, I'm not here to tell y'all niggas what to do. If you want to use it to make a summary, by all means, go right ahead and do it. But just know what you're contributing to just by doing that. Understand it all. And then a comment that he left underneath it. This basis comes back to the fact that there, like Shanghai points, is a wall with human conceptuality. Facts. This is why people always are trying to do something instead. These type of people are clearly not comfortable with not being able to fully grasp nothing. They're not comfortable with not being able to fully grasp nothing. When you need to get comfortable with not being able to fully grasp nothing, because there's nothing to fully grasp. See, and this is why, like, the more intelligent you are, the easier I personally think that is to accept. I think the dumber you are, the more you feel like, well, if it's understandable, I'd understand it. I think the more intelligent you are, the more you realize the capacity of understanding itself. Like, yes, if there is something that can be understood, so if I don't understand it, that's my fault in some form or fashion. I'm incapable of understanding it either because I haven't studied enough, meaning I'm too ignorant, or I'm just not intelligent enough. I'm just not smart enough to get that shit. I can't get it. Or it's literally incapable of being grasped because it's nothing at all. As long as it's something, it can be grasped. All things can be fully understood. Nothing cannot, because there's nothing to fully understand. And once you understand that, you can get back to the semantics of it and be okay. Like up here, where existence requires possibility, potentiality, unless it was first possible. Where is it? This was possible to exist, and possibilities can understand existence, finite and improve existence. Where was this? First time he said potential, right? Or something. You know, again, absolute nothing. We say that semantically so people understand what we're talking about. Because when we talk about potential or possibility, we're still talking about nothing, but it's a different type of nothing. Like, because when you understand that about nothing, the semantics change. You start to understand the semantics around nothingness. Because all that we convey is semantical. It has to be. We can't convey shit without words. Even if we were to be fucking mind to mind, the concept itself is still a concept. So even transferring the concept, our thought itself is still like, do you understand? We're still transferring information about something that is nothing. Like, there's nothing to transfer information about, technically, right? But where's the word specifically? Where he said something exists. And this requires possibility existence until it's possible to exist. Existence, finite, infinite, change, time, decay, blah, 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 pure nothingness is. Damn. Where was that shit? Was it up here? Yes, reality exists because possibility exists, which is not technically true. Semantically, that's the only way to say it, but it's technically incorrect. Possibility does not exist because it's non-existence. It's prior to existence. Existence requires it to be. Therefore, it must be pre-existential. But how else do you say that? What other way can you, as a something, use words that are something to explain this, which is nothing, to another something that is another person? You can't really. There's just no way to convey that thought without those semantics. So once you understand and are capable of being comfortable with knowing you could never fully grasp nothing, then you're like, oh, okay, I get this. This makes sense. Now these semantics make perfect sense. Now I see exactly why possibility, aka potential, literally is nothing yet something, and why it is that which actualizes into everything. Like, now this all makes perfect sense to me. But motherfuckers aren't okay with being able to grasp nothing. Like, not being able to grasp nothing. So they just swear, this is not, you can't understand this. No, you can. You can. You just got to be smart enough and dedicated enough. You got to have both. If you're not smart enough, your dedication may never pay off. If you're not dedicated enough, your intelligence may not matter. Period. It's got to find this middle ground that creates wisdom. Your intelligence, your dedication, your experience, your knowledge, this coming together creates wisdom. We got to wisen up, folks. These type of people are clearly not comfortable with not being able to fully grasp nothing. It is funny when people say, blank, don't know nothing. You don't know nothing, we don't know nothing, I don't know nothing. Don't know nothing. Think about it. Because that is what this is. Nothing is non-existent. A simple statement / understanding that one can meditate their whole life on. This is what people mean with the whole society being intellectual but not having wisdom. Right? To understand nothing is to accept nothing. Wisdom equals understanding equals acceptance. Y'all remember what I said my name is? Shout out to Uno, the unknown silent one. This all flows well into this upcoming stream. All right, and that's the stream he did today, which we started off this stream with, right? And now we in this stream. Oh, show people I care with my whole 3 likes and 2 comments. What is that? We're going to get into this too. We're going to get into that too. What the fuck just happened? What will matter most in the future economy? Scarcity, speed, access, trust. You know what we going to say? Combat training. Anyway, let's go back to the Discord now. All right. That shit would just jump some fucking places. You know what? How about this? Let's go back to the bottom and click our fucking bookmark again. Click, motherfucker. There we go. I should be trying not to click hard as fuck. Whenever I leave myself a bookmark, it don't want me to find that bitch again. It's like, no, nigga, I'm not trying to help you. I'm trying to hinder you. Let's see where we at. All right, let's bring down the... Where are we at? Okay. This was directly to me, so we'll read that as well. Illicit Mind, Brother Uno. Most people get what you are saying. Thankfully, I would say Shanghai Thunder. As you mentioned, of course, it is best to address first anyone who has any misunderstanding. Sharpens iron. It really fascinates me when I see people have misunderstandings with these things. This basis comes back to the fact that they're, like Shanghai points, me, is a wall with human conceptuality. Exactly, because they can't conceptualize nothing. They can't fully conceptualize nothing because there's literally nothing to conceptualize. They run the fuck away from it. This is why people always are trying to do something instead. And saying, oh, this is what we just read, right? Yep. But still good shit right there, you know what I'm saying? Not a simulation, as I was fucking saying. Go watch that. And then go look at my video that I shared in the last fucking live stream. This reality is not digital. which is in my videos, and then go to the pinned comment under that video, read what I said there, and then click the link, and then go through the links, and it's going to bring you to videos. Watch all of those videos, and some of those videos are going to have a link to a paper. And if you can't find the link to the paper, it'll have the title of the paper. Go read the fucking paper. And then come back and watch his video again. And you tell me if he's bullshitting himself, if he understood the paper. Like, these motherfuckers they're so religious, they will try to put anything in a box that makes them think they're capable of arguing it, not realizing that half the time they're actually proving the fucking point without even realizing it, because they didn't even understand the point to begin with. Just like when I start talking about potentiality, possibility, etc., based upon the inability to get something from nothing. So there has to be a potential, a possibility, this and the other. Like, and then people say, well, nothing has no properties or potential. I'm like, you're just confirming what the fuck I'm saying, dummy. Like, you're not disagreeing with it. Go watch that video and see why he's just confirming what the fucking paper says, whether he realizes it or not. And how he tries to put it in a box to argue it. Because people love to try to do that. Yeah, go check out that fucking playlist on my fucking channel. All right, we're gonna click these. Which one should I click? 'Cause it's basically the same thing, just two different videos. I'll click them both just to show you each video, right? I mean, we're not gonna play the video, but I'm gonna show you the video with the title so you can see what I'm responding to, right? Watch this video. This channel right here loves talking about God, specifically the Christian God, Yahweh, the Jewish God, right? Watch this video. It's nice and short, too. Their arguments for why an infinite multiverse is impossible is logically impeccable. There's no arguments against it. But then they try to act as if their God is infinite. And they do it real quick. Like, they don't really talk about their God that much. But the way they bring it is like they try to pretend that their God, which is also a thing, everything they say about the multiverse and why it can't be infinite, why it really can't even exist, but even if it did exist, why it could not be infinite, is the same. You can apply that to their God too. They try to pretend like you can't apply these same rules to anything and everything, or that you can apply it to anything and everything, but not their God. Like, which makes no sense at all. Shout out to my boy, Mr. Childs Dito. Shout out to my old nigga D-Day. I ain't seen that nigga David in a long time, but makes no sense at all. They had a song called that. And every time I hear the words makes no sense at all, or every time I say it, I hear the shit in my head. Makes no sense at all. Like, this shit don't make no sense at all. All right. Well, let's go back here. Oh, shout out to you, Lone Richie. You know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Let's go here. This is the one we'll read. All right, so check this video. There's 3 videos. That's the first one, and this is good. This is like my favorite fucking channel on YouTube. I'm not even joking. I find this channel more fun to watch than almost anything, including myself, Illicit, Mark, all the niggas that I love to listen to. This channel, its presentations are just so good, and the characters they talk, it's a fun fucking channel. I like it a lot. But, nigga, you're not gonna get away with this. And then he has a part 2 and a part 3, and it's really fucking good. And like 85 to 90% of what he says is spot the fuck on an inarguable objective fact, especially from the concept or the perspective that he's taking it from, the context that the conversation itself is being held within. You know, when they talk about physics and things along these lines. But when he tries to act like his God is infinite, even though he explains his God as a thing that exists, is conscious, makes decisions, takes its time, creates things. You're talking about a thing that does things. That means it exists. Therefore, it could not be prior to existence. Therefore, it could not be the cause of all existence because it exists. Therefore, the cause of all existence is also its cause. And it could not exist without that cause. So even their great God. All right, let's go read this. right? Excellent videos, but in the end, you make the same exact mistake of simply pushing existence back without actually answering the questions, just like everyone that has ever pushed existence back to almost any definition of God. Because he says it right in the video. If you were to say, oh, well, what's the cause of the universe? And then you say, oh, well, it's a multiverse. All you're doing is pushing existence back one more because a multiverse exists. So what's the cause of the multiverse? And what's the cause of that? And what's the cause of that? Everything that exists that causes the next thing to exist is just you pushing back existence by one more thing that also exists. The goal is to get back to the first thing that exists so we can then ask the question, well, what caused that first thing to exist? Why does that first thing exist? And that answer, the answer to that question, will be the cause of all existence. Which is why God will never be the answer, because God is a thing that exists and does things. Even if God is the first thing, which it never could be, but even if it was, it's still a thing. So that's still not answering the question. You still just pushed existence back to that thing. So let's keep going. You neglect to answer the question, why does God exist? Yes, even the God you described in this very video, in that series of videos, there's 3 videos, has a cause that can be discerned. You can't say nothing that exists is infinite and then claim your description of God is any more capable of infinity than anything else that exists. Your description of God is as a thing that exists and makes decisions. Therefore, even this God could never even be the first thing to exist, let alone the cause of all existence. I mean, you even titled the videos, Why God Exists. The final video was Why God Must Exist, but the first 2 are Why God Exists. Now, I get it, semantics, if you're talking about nothing, but he didn't. He explained God as something. So the semantics, he can't save himself with semantics here. Meaning even God requires existence itself, meaning it's not the cause of existence itself. If God is a conscious entity that thinks, experiences its own existence, has a will, and takes time to make choices and create things, how could it ever be the first thing to exist? When consciousness could never be the first stage of existence, yet is literally required for God's existence. Think about it. If God is a conscious being, that means God requires consciousness itself to be. And consciousness itself is conceptual reality. It's not non-conceptual reality. It requires concepts in order to even be. Without those concepts, there is no consciousness. Period. And those concepts do not require consciousness to experience them in order for them to be. Therefore, they come before the consciousness does. So they come before their version of God. The aeons, and again, this is why you really should understand this shit. That means the aeons come before Yahweh. Understand the Gnosticism. Sophia comes before Yaldabaoth, which comes before the demiurge. You get the point? Like people don't even, they study these things and they don't really study these things. They don't connect them. The conscious God creating the universe, Yaldabaoth, requires certain concepts to even do such a thing. The concepts of creation, the concepts of wisdom, knowledge, mathematics. It requires, you can even argue that it requires Platonic mathematics prior to its consciousness. But that's an argument that I because of the structure of consciousness itself, you could argue that. Consciousness requires structure. It can't exist with no structure. There's nothing to be aware. And there's nothing to be aware of. Therefore, there's no way to be conscious and nothing to be conscious of. So it requires that structure first. So if this God that is conscious created this universe, this God that is conscious can't even be the first thing that exists because it's conscious. You're failing your argument right there, let alone that it's the cause of all existence. But anyway, let's keep going, right? All you did was push existence back to this God, but did not actually answer the same questions about God's existence as you did with all else that exists. Stopping at God is completely arbitrary, seeing as God requires existence in order to exist in itself, meaning it literally could never be the first thing in existence. I should have said, seeing as God requires conscious existence. That's a typo. I missed the whole word there. In order to exist itself, meaning it literally could never be the first thing in existence, let alone the cause of existence itself. These are facts. A mind requires structure in order to exist, meaning the structure that became conscious and known as God literally had to exist prior to it becoming consciously aware, meaning the structure itself and whatever led to the structure, let alone whatever caused it to become conscious, must come before the conscious being itself. If God exists and causes all other things to exist after it becomes self-aware, meaning everything that comes into existence after itself is what it causes after it becomes self-aware, yet literally cannot be infinite as something that exists and couldn't actually be the first thing to exist as a conscious being, what caused God to exist. He's skipping all that because he wants to say God exists. Which I'm fine with you saying God exists. I have no issue with that, especially depending on the way you're defining the word God. But to say God is the first thing to exist, I gotta argue with you there. I could prove you wrong definitively. To say that God is the cause of all existence, when you're defining God as something that exists, that's just foolish, my nigga. That's just foolish. As great as the channel is, that's something I'm gonna challenge. Like, you want to talk about other fictional characters? You want to say Yuji Itadori was special grade before he did his first Black Flash? You're wrong, but I won't argue. You're wrong, but I won't argue because you're talking about a fictional character that's fun, that doesn't have any real world effects. You know, there's no religions built around Yuji Itadori. He's a character in a fucking TV show. But you wouldn't say God the way you define it, which is basically as the Christian God, if we're going to be real about it, minus all the fuckery. It's like a mix between this New Age God and this Christian God. And you're going to say that that thing is the cause of all existence when it's a thing that exists itself according to your own description? Nah, nigga. We ain't letting that slide. All right, so what came before God? And if the answer is another thing that exists, like another God, all you'll be doing is pushing existence back to something else that also requires existence itself in order to be a thing in the first place. So that answer won't answer the questions. What is the first thing to ever exist? What is the root? And even when I say ever, I'm just talking about in this specific existence. We could go back to the very first existence that ever existed and what was the first thing to ever exist in that existence. But there's no fucking way to know that. So there's no point. But what we're saying is, what is the first thing to ever exist? Which is arguable. You know, you can argue that till you're blue in the face. It doesn't ultimately matter. I'm just saying that won't answer that question. What is the root cause of existence itself? And that's an important answer, and it doesn't matter what existence we're speaking of, we can answer because it's going to be the same root cause for all of existence. That's why it's the root cause of existence, which God does not answer, nor anything prior to God, because those would also be things. Why is there something rather than nothing? Again, those answers won't answer that question, right? So we got to find a real answer. Let me just read that whole thing over again. And if the answer is another thing that exists, all you'll be doing is pushing existence back to something else that also requires existence itself in order to be a thing in the first place. So that answer won't answer the questions, what is the first thing to ever exist? What is the root cause of existence itself? Why is there something rather than nothing? Any better than God does. It's just never-ending levels of God at that point. Remember what we were saying earlier, the regression of God, the infinite regression of gods. Well, it was another God that made that God. Well, that was another God that made that God. Well, it was another God that made that. You're just an infinite regression of more and more powerful gods, never getting to the first God, and then saying, well, what caused the first God? You get it? Like, you have to get to the first thing in this existence and then say what caused that thing to get the real answer. You can't just push it back to another thing that exists. Like, all you're doing is pushing it back one more step. The blatantly obvious truth is that which causes existence can't be said to exist itself, let alone require existence. existence requires this pre-existential cause, not the other way around, which religious people can't wrap their head around, which is why they can't go beyond God. They can't even go beyond consciousness, really, because their God has to also be conscious. They can't even go to Azathoth. They can't even get to unconscious gods. They can't even get to other conceptual gods other than a conscious God, let alone preconceptual gods or gods that are concepts themselves, like aeons, let alone completely non-conceptual gods or gods beyond all concepts. Like gods way beyond Yahweh, let alone like Yog-Sothoth, all that is as one, or the chaos as an completely unconscious 100% random God that simply is and doesn't even know it is, the unconscious God, not subconscious, because Yog-Sothoth would be the subconscious God. You know what I'm saying? Like Azathoth is the first layer, is the lowest layer of subconscious gods for an understanding here. Go into the Lovecraft mythos if you want to understand, because this is all mythos. None of these are literally real. These are all examples of what we're talking about, right? Yahweh, Yaldabaoth. These would be called conscious gods, right? Then you have conceptual gods, which exist before and after subconscious gods. Like Azathoth, a lot of conceptual gods exist within Azathoth's dream, because without Azathoth being a being, those concepts couldn't even exist. His existence causes their existence. But even Azathoth's existence requires other concepts. Azathoth is a subconscious god. This is his dream, right? And beyond Azathoth is these other concepts, and then there's these non-conceptual beings that lead to the conceptual ones. And then there's beings beyond all concepts. And then there's Yog-Sothoth, which contains all of them. And Yog-Sothoth itself is contained within the chaos. People like this, oh, Yog-Sothoth is the chaos. No, Yog-Sothoth is aware of its own existence. It's not completely unconscious, but it is subconsciously aware of itself. It is the height of subconscious existence. The chaos is that which is beyond Yog-Sothoth, which is completely and utterly unconscious, 100% random. Yog-Sothoth only exists because it does. Yog-Sothoth has a cause. That which caused Yog-Sothoth has no cause. It simply is. And beyond that is just nothing, the void, the great empty. But most motherfuckers can't even get past the conscious God. They can't get past Yahweh, Yaldabaoth. Like, these niggas can't move beyond the demiurge. It's just like, their thinking is so low as far as existence as a whole. But whatever. I always shrink it down to just talk to them. Like, let's just bring it down to the universe so we can make this shit make sense. Like, so people can understand this shit. But they can't even get much beyond that anyway. Anyway, let's go back. The cause of existence must be prior to existence as a whole, or else it's just another thing that exists. That which causes all things to exist must literally be classifiable as nothing, non-existent. If it doesn't exist, it must be non-existent. If it isn't something, it must be nothing, period. Doesn't matter how you feel about it. Doesn't matter if you can even understand that. You cannot get around that. That which causes all things to exist, meaning it causes existence itself, must literally be classifiable as non-existent, aka nothing. You can't get around it, no matter how you feel about it, because nothing exists prior to existence. So that which caused it can't be a part of it. It is before it. It is prior to it. It is the cause of it. Like, come on. That which is the root cause of all that exists must require absolutely nothing itself, including mind, consciousness, will, choice, thought, any form of structure at all, existence itself, reality, etc. because these are all things that exist, meaning it must be mindless, have no will, no consciousness, and be utterly random. That's what it is to be the truest of gods. That's what it is to be chaos in the void, surrounded by literally nothing, and being almost entirely nothing yourself. This is tippy top. If we want to call it any form of existence or reality, this would be the tippy top, the absolute peak of non conceptual reality that births all other reality. But technically, it itself is not real because it has not yet actualized, and it is the actualization process, meaning it's actually beyond the tippy top of non conceptual reality, meaning it's the cause of it. You get what I'm saying? Like, just for argument's sake, I do like to put things in terms people might understand, but if we're going to get more literal, it's literally not real because it's the cause of all that is real. Yeah, let that break your brain for a second, but just sit with it, understand it, and accept it because you can't get around it. You can't get around it. This is why metaphysics exists. People think metaphysics just means magical bullshit. No, metaphysics means what is before physics. This is why whenever somebody brings up metaphysics and they start talking about something within physics, I go, that's not metaphysics, my nigga. What you're talking about is something within physics. So it could be described as something within physics. Like metaphysics means literally beyond physics, not beyond what we would know as physical reality. It's beyond all laws, beyond all true metaphysics is beyond all concepts. You don't even touch real metaphysics until you get into the chaos. You can start grazing amongst it if you want to get into non-conceptual reality. But real talk, you're barely scratching the surface if you're not talking chaos when talking metaphysics. If you're not talking manifestation, actualization, potential, which is what Aristotle and them was talking about when they was talking metaphysics. They're talking about how does physics even come to be? It's beyond physics. It's beyond reality. It's beyond existence. How is existence existence? Why? What is the first thing to ever exist and what caused that? Why did the gods even exist? Why are there aeons? Why is there a non-conceptual reality to begin with that leads to the rest of reality, including all the gods? Right down to us little meat bags. Why? That's what metaphysics is truly trying to answer. Motherfuckers don't really study it though. And at best, they only scratch the lowest levels of it, which is like lower metaphysicians or lower metaphysical aspects of just beyond this reality. Well, what happens after death? That is the lowest level of what people call metaphysics that you could fucking get into. Supernatural shit. Are there ghosts? So-called supernatural shit is the lowest tier of what people call metaphysics that you can actually get into. And that's generally where people stop. Nigga, real metaphysics is that chaos. The thing before all physics, before all reality, before all existence, before all laws, all creation, all actualization. What is the process of actualization itself? That's metaphysics. Do you get what I'm saying? Anyway, niggas is still stuck on the conscious God, my lord. All right, where we at? Because nothing is this prior to existence. Conscience be utterly random. That's where we stopped, right? If you described God as non-paradoxically classifiable as something yet nothing, is required for all that exists, does not require existence itself, has no cause of its own, and is utterly random, I'd easily agree with you. And I'd be fine with you calling that God and saying it's the first thing that causes all things. Not even the first thing, it's the cause of all things. It's the cause of all existence. I'd easily agree with you. But that's not how you defined God, nor how God is normally defined by anyone. They always define God as a being with a will. Being. Will. Nigga, It's already something that exists. So tell me, what could be non-paradoxically classified as something, yet nothing, is required for all that exists, does not require existence itself, has no cause of its own, and is utterly random? The answer is absolutely not God, especially your definition of God, but you're very close. So what's the true answer? Well, if you pay close attention to what he says in part 3, which is why God must exist, you'll realize that he's not actually describing the same exact God as he was in parts 1 and 2, because he got some fucking he got some questions, he got some responses that were like about potential, possibility, and things along these lines, and saying, well, your God can only exist because of possibility, the randomness, chance, chaos, etc. So he made a part 3 trying to address those things while still hanging on to his God as the thing that leads to all existence. But he still called this God a conscious being that does things, chooses things, that loves things, so it has emotion. Like, it has emotion. Like, so he still described it as a thing that does things for reasons only a thing with a mind could come up with. Like, he's still explaining something that exists. He's not explaining the cause of all that exists. So anyway, but he got closer at least. He described chaos mostly, then went into some things that made it a thing, so it was no longer chaos, and then called it God. Like, so watch these videos. I'm telling you, watch them. First, second, third. Watch them in a row. They're not long. They're like 10 minutes each. You can get it done in a half hour. Well, if you pay close attention to what he says in part 3, why God must exist, you'll realize that he's not actually describing the same exact God as he was in parts 1 and 2. He's actually moving much closer to chaos itself, whether he realizes it or not. He basically describes chaos, calling it God, while still saying that it's not chaos, because he says the thing is conscious and makes decisions, which is where it all falls short of being chaos, meaning it's still a thing that exists, meaning it literally cannot be the cause of all existence. Period. Even in part 3, he neglects to actually answer the question because he's still only pushing existence back one more step, claiming that a conscious thing made decisions to create other things. At the absolute best, he's only going back to the first thing that exists, but even that can't really be true because the first thing couldn't actually be conscious, seeing as consciousness literally requires structure that is capable of being self-aware. But even if we give him the argument of the God he's describing being the very first thing to exist, it still exists and therefore cannot actually be the cause of all that exists. So all he really did was push existence back one more step without actually answering the question of what causes existence itself, which he talks about in his own video, and then he makes the same exact mistake in all 3 videos in a row. He discusses it in all 3 videos and then does that same exact thing himself in all 3 videos because he's religious and can't do otherwise if he's trying to cling to his God being the cause for all of existence. His conscious God. If you listen closely, he talks about possibility / potential and actualization quite a few times, saying that it's required for existence, while also saying it can never happen randomly, literally requiring something to exist, to choose what will and will not actualize, but never explaining why it couldn't happen randomly, nor why it could happen any other way, let alone how this something, God, could exist at all, to consciously choose what potentials get actualized while never having to actualize itself. Really think about that. I'm going to read that whole thing again. If you listen closely, he talks about possibility / potential and actualization quite a few times. Chaos, saying that it's required for existence while also saying it could never happen randomly. Literally requiring something to exist to choose what will and will not actualize, but never explaining why it couldn't happen randomly, nor why it could happen any other way than randomly, let alone how this something, conscious God, could exist at all to consciously choose what potentials get actualized while never having to actualize itself. Because that's what he would have to explain. But he doesn't. Go watch the videos, I'm telling you. Really understand the arguments people make, and then understand what I'm saying, and you see why I'm objectively correct. He talks about a row of matches that can only be lit after the first match lit. The first match is an example for the first thing in existence. It's just like dominoes, the first domino to get knocked over. I like to use the term dominoes. But he's using the first match in this, right? And once that match is lit, all the other matches behind it can get lit. You'll hear later when I'm talking to Super Sob how we talk about chain links or a train with cars behind it. The train itself, like the first, the actual engine, the train, is the first thing that comes into existence. The cars are all the other possibilities and potentials that can now actualize because that one actualized. The first chain in the link, the first in a chain of potentiality. This in his theory, in his example, it's the first match in a row of matches. Once you light that first match, it causes all the other matches to light, right? So that's just the first thing in existence, right? He talks about a row of matches that can only be lit after the first match is lit, and says that the first match has to always be lit, but never actually makes sense of how that's even possible when every match needs to be lit in order to be lit. In his own words, meaning each match requires something prior to it lighting it, including the first match itself. Therefore, the first match could not always be lit because that's a paradox. If every match has to be lit by something prior to the match itself, then the first match could not always be lit. There must be something prior to the match that lit the first match. But prior to the first match of existence, nothing exists to light the first match. Meaning, if the first match can't light itself, and yet it was lit, and nothing yet existed, that which lit the first match must be classifiable as non-existent, yet still be capable of actualizing or lighting that first match. The only thing known to man that can be defined this way is possibility itself, potential itself, which is why Aristotle was talking about this shit 3,000 years ago. Potentia versus actual, like potential versus actualization. The nothing actualizing into the something. It's just levels of nothingness. Anything else creates a paradox by their own logic. They have to deny their own logic in order to act as if. So all these matches, none of these matches could be lit if the one before them wasn't lit. That is the law, he says, of creation. But the first match was always lit. Wait a second, you just broke your own law, my nigga. You stated the rules. You stated the logic, and then you broke the logic. See? If you follow my logic, it doesn't have to break. My logic chain just keeps going because it's just logical. But for them, the moment they break their logic and say something else, that's when you know they're bringing up their religion. And that's all people. The moment their logic breaks and they bring in something that breaks their logic, but they say it as if it's an objective fact, you just found out what they believe. Always pay attention to that shit. All right. If the match is the first thing to exist, aka the first match to be lit, there is nothing, aka no prior matches there to light the first match, meaning whatever lit the first match literally needs to be classifiable as nothing itself, which brings us back to the possibility itself, which requires random actualization to light the first match because, again, there is no mind within nothing to choose that which actualizes. A mind is something that exists. Therefore, there is no mind prior to existence, meaning there could be no mind prior to the first match being lit. There could be no conscious God prior to the first match of existence itself being lit. Meaning, the first match being lit literally has to be random because there is nothing there to make that first match anything other than random. Even that first match requires actualization. That's what the lighting of the match is. The matches are potentials. The fire, the lighting of them is them actualizing into existence. Which is why he said none of those matches, none of those potentials could be lit, could be actualized without the match prior to them, without the potential prior to them being lit, being actualized, going back to the first match. But the first match must always be lit, meaning it's always actualized, even though all the other matches don't follow that trend. Because if the first match can just be actualized and just be lit for literally no reason at all, meaning there is no cause for it, then all the other matches can too. You can't make, like, the law must be upheld in all of existence. That's what existential laws are. That's what physical laws are. If anything disobeys that law, it's not a law. Like, so if the first thing to exist disobeys that law, that don't make no fucking sense, my guy. It needs a cause as well. The only difference between it and the other matches is that it is the cause of all the other matches. But it being a match, also needing a cause, means it requires a cause that is not a match. It's that simple. Like, you have to keep following the logic till the fucking end, nigga. You can't stop at God. What caused God? Like, all things in existence are caused by that which comes prior to them. Going all the way back to God. Okay, if God is a thing in existence, causing all these other things to happen, then what caused God? Well, God doesn't have to follow that rule. Why not? It's a thing that exists, and all things that exist must follow that rule, yes? Why would God be different? It wouldn't be. There's no fucking logical reason for it to be. It's still a thing that exists, even if it's the first thing to exist. It still exists, meaning it still requires a cause. And if it requires a cause as the first thing to exist, that which caused it must be classifiable as nothing at all. And the only thing that is classifiable as nothing, yet something that is required and capable of causing all things, that has or shows the capacity or is the capacity to become or develop into something in the future, is potential itself, possibility itself. Period. And in order for possibility, aka potential, to be actualized into existence without anything there to steer or direct the actualization, it must be completely and utterly random. This is where the logic brings you if you don't break their logic chain and just take it to its conclusion. But they always break their logic chain at God. Because that's all they're trying to do to begin with. They're not really trying to give you the full logic chain. They're not just following the logic. They're just trying to be as logical as they can to get to God. At that point, they could throw all logic out the window, no different than the Big Bang Theory. They're trying to be as logical as they can to get to the beginning of the universe, and then they could just throw out logic from there. And that's where they have to go on faith. But quantum physicians, quantum mechanists, quantum scientists are like, nah, fuck that. Fuck that. There's got to be a reason for that too. It doesn't make sense. You can't just throw it out there. Well, there was just a singularity for absolutely no reason. No. If there was a singularity, meaning if there was a cause for the universe, then it can be discerned. And this is where quantum physics comes in. But even the quantum is like, shit, even the quantum needs a cause. Because the quantum is just physics. It's still all reality. Even going into conceptual and non-conceptual reality, all of that is still reality, which still requires a cause for it to be real. What made it realized? What was realized? What is reality? And that's where you get to potential and possibilities actualized into existence. Like, there's no way around this shit. Anyway, first mention literally needs to be classifiable as nothing itself, which brings us back to possibility, which requires random. Where were we? A mind, something exists. We were down here somewhere. Anything other than random? Fuck it, we'll just start here. Even that first match requires actualization. It can't just be lit. Without the possibility to be lit, just like none of the other matches can simply just be lit without the possibility to be lit. He can't make the argument that all the other matches require the possibility to be lit, but the first match does not require the same possibility. Even though the first match is the same as all the other matches. The first thing in existence requires actualization, just as all other things in existence require actualization. Doesn't matter what order they're in, they all require it. They all require the possibility to be lit, and that possibility must be prior to them being lit, or else they could never be lit, because they would be impossible to be lit, including that very first match. So chaos it is. Like, pay close attention to everything he says, and then go pay close attention to everything I said in my last few posts and my last 2 live streams and this one. It should make what I'm saying even easier to understand. Go check out these videos. Go to my page, go to my posts. Click that, Why God Exists. Then watch part 2, then watch part 3, and watch how he evolves it a little bit over the arguments, because clearly he's getting feedback, and he's trying to get closer to the truth, but he can't get all the way there because he believes in God. He's not just making this video because it's a cool video or because it's objectively true. He's making it because he believes in this shit. This is why he puts like Christian quotes at the end of a lot of his videos, especially if they have anything to do alluding to God or whatever, right? He'll put a quote from the Bible or some shit because he does believe this shit, right? So he can't go beyond his God. He can't because of his belief system. That's what religion does to people, man. Now, back to the Discord, which I basically just said kind of the same shit here, just sharing it here. This is something else, right? Oh, yeah. Responding to some of the things he said in the video, where he said, if the universe has the potential to be an actual universe, it would already be an actual universe, because in order for it to have the potential to be a universe, it must be something that has potential. And I said, and here's where all the dumb-dumbs get it wrong. And it's not dumb. I get what he's trying to say, but here's where they get it wrong. The universe doesn't have the potential to be a universe. In order for it to have the potential to be a universe, it must have already been a universe. That's not wrong. But since we know the universe is not infinite, which he even brings up in his own video, then the universe was absolutely nothing at some point and is now something because it now exists, meaning it actualized. Well, what actually actualizes? Potential itself. So the universe doesn't have the potential to actualize into the universe. It is the potential that actualized. The universe is nothing but a actualized potential. All things that exist are potential that actualizes. And until they actualize as a thing in reality, they could never have any more potential. So, for example, you could never have the potential to do anything until you exist. But there first must be the potential of your existence itself in order for you to exist. Once that potential is actualized, meaning you are now actual, you are now real, you have now been realized, now you, as a thing that exists, have potential to do other things in existence. You first must exist to have potential. And this is the argument that people make, again, thinking they're debunking that something we're saying. You first must exist to have potential, correct. But in order to be potential, you first must not exist. And in order to exist, you must be potential that can actualize. There must be the potential for your actualization. If there is no possibility for your existence to begin with, you will never exist. And then once you exist, your existence now comes with a host of other possibilities. Right? People only want to look at half of that and never want to look at the other half. Why? I don't fucking know. Like if you follow the logic, it brings you there automatically. You have no choice but to go there. I don't understand why people stop somewhere arbitrarily. I've never understood that shit. Why do you stop anywhere? And the truth is, I think people just stop where they're comfortable. They stop where they're comfortable. They stop where their beliefs already are. So they can just maintain the fact that they think they're already the smartest motherfucker in the world. Well, I already know everything. If there was something to know, I would know it. If there was something that could be understood, I'd understand it. My beliefs are objective reality. My morals and ethics are objectively moral and ethical. See how this is how subjective people think. So they stop instead of continuing down the path of logic. Possibility is the only reason you can exist, because if you weren't possible to exist, you'd be impossible to exist, meaning you would not exist. Period. The simple fact that you do exist means your existence is possible. Right? And then, since you do exist, your existence itself now comes with, even produces many more possibilities. You now have, see, before you were potential that actualized. Now you have potential to do things, to actualize things. Right? Like, There's steps to this shit. People like ignoring the steps. So, with all that said, the universe doesn't have the potential to actualize. It literally is the potential that actualizes. This is why people can't understand the nothing is the something. The potential is nothing. Then when it actualizes, it is something. You're not getting something from nothing. The something is the nothing that actualized into something. Like, people got to really understand potential. They got to understand possibility. If they don't understand reality, and they never fucking could. The universe doesn't have the potential to actualize. It literally is the potential that actualized. Meaning, no, the universe does not have to be an actual universe prior to actualization, especially since that's literally impossible, seeing as it would have to actualize in order to be an actual universe. Go listen to that video and you'll know what I'm talking about. Go listen to those 3 videos. The possibility, aka potential for something, is not actually that something until it actualizes. That's what actualize means. The unactualized potential becomes and/or develops into that something. That's literally what actualization means. That's literally the definition of potential. Saying you have potential is saying you have the capacity to become or develop into something, right? So the potential itself is what literally becomes or develops into something. That's why it's the definition of potential. And if you have or are the potential, if you have or are the capacity to become or develop into something, you currently are not that something. If you are that something, you would not have or would not be the potential to develop into that something because you already are that something. Meaning, and he says this in the video, and I don't think he understands even what he's saying. And it sounds smart when he says it, but I'm like, that actually sounded really dumb to someone who's really listening. He's, if you are a universe, you wouldn't have, he even says this about ice, water having the potential to become ice, but let's go to the universe. If you are a universe, you wouldn't have the potential to become a universe because you already are a universe. Exactly. So if you have or are, and that's the part he skips, or are the potential to become or develop into the universe, you aren't currently the universe. So the universe wasn't the universe. And then it actualized into the universe. The universe was not a something, it was a nothing. And then it actualized into the something that we today know as the universe. It is that potential. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't have that potential. It is that potential. And now that it exists, it has the potential to produce things that universes produce, like stars and planets and all the other shit. That's the potential the universe has. The potential to create all this shit. But the universe itself is that potential that was actualized into the universe. You are the potential that was actualized into you. And now, as you in existence, you have the potential to become or develop into other things. You became or developed into you. You weren't you, there was no you, and now there's a you. You were nothing, now you're something. So you became and/or developed into you. Meaning you are, or at a bare minimum were, the potential that actualized into you. And now you have the potential, now you have the capacity to become or develop into anything that you are capable of becoming or developing into. Anything that you're capable of doing, etc. It's not that hard to understand, but people don't want to understand it. They really don't, because they want to stop at whatever their religion stops them, which is completely arbitrary. And they ignore what these things actually mean, even though they use the words themselves. Folks need to look up the definitions of possibility, potential, and look up the etymology of these words. Even though the etymology is great to understand because you can see where the word began and how it got to where it is today. because language changes over time. Language has never been a set in stone thing. People get stuck on that. Like, I'm going to use the word as it was in 1762. Well, you'll be the only nigga using it that way. Me and my little brother were just talking about this a few hours ago, where he said to me, he goes, when it comes to etymology of words, do you think that the universe cares? And I said, what do you mean? He goes, so the word bully originally meant brother. So when you tell somebody today, hey, don't be a bully, what you're telling them is don't be a brother. Do you think that because the etymology of the word bully is brother, that you shouldn't say don't be a bully because you're really telling people not to be a brother? I say, if you told somebody not to be a bully, what would you actually mean? I would mean don't be mean, don't be doing these things. You know, what most people would call a bully today, how it would be defined in the dictionary today, because that's how people speak today. Yeah, my nigga, the meaning is what the meaning is. The etymology of the word is great to know. If you don't understand the etymology, how it got to where it came from and how it got to where it is today, which I suggest everyone do, go watch that talk today from fucking Brother Illicit Mind. Study these etymologies, but you need to understand the current to date definitions of these words because you're going to be the only nigga using the word that way. Perfect example. In that live stream, there was a brother in the chat, Untold Misery. Shout out to him, her, them. I actually don't know what Untold Misery is. Shout out to that person. And they said wisdom has nothing to do with intelligence. And I went and I put the dictionary definition of intelligence and wisdom. It's like, and it shows that they're directly not only correlated, there's causality. Like if you're not intelligent enough to gain the knowledge and understand the knowledge, you cannot then be wise enough to use the knowledge. Like wisdom is directly, just go look it up right now. You know what? We can come back to this. Definition of intelligence, right? The ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills, the collection of information of military or political value. But that second one is neither here nor there because that's like a specific definition for like military intelligence, government intelligence, just information really. But intelligence, the main one we're looking for here, intellectual mental capacity, the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. Right now, let's go definition of wisdom. All right. The quality of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment, the quality of being wise. Now, you see, having experience, knowledge, and good judgment. If you're not intelligent, your experience isn't going to matter that much because you can't analyze it intelligently to have good judgment. If you're not intelligent enough to even gather the knowledge, let alone understand the knowledge, to properly analyze the knowledge, to then have good judgment based on the knowledge, then you won't have the quality of being wise. If you are too dumb, if you're retarded and you watch somebody stick their hand in fire and burn themselves, you might go do the same thing because you're fucking retarded. But if you're intelligent, you'll be like, oh, that looked like it hurt. I don't want to do that. And bang, you just created wisdom. Your intelligent analysis of the situation of the person burning their hand then led you to the wisdom of not burning your own hand. You get what I'm saying? The intelligence is required to gather the wisdom. But he said he was using a 1455, pre-1455 AD definition, which he said wisdom is, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not trying to misspeak on the man or the woman or the person. Shout out to you, Untold. But he said wisdom is knowing or the knowledge of what's the word? It was a specific word. The knowledge of natural order and accepting it or becoming one with it, something along those lines. Now, again, I would still say that intelligence absolutely is required for that, because if you could never know, let alone understand the natural order without the intelligence to analyze the natural order. Like natural order includes physics, nature, the cosmos, all that exists realistically. It's the order of existence. How does existence work? How does nature work? What is the natural order of things? In order to understand that, you need a certain level of intelligence to even be able to analyze such a thing, to make it your knowledge, to then understand where you fit into that. You understand? So I would still say the intellect is required for the wisdom. But if he didn't give me his definition of wisdom to begin with, we could have argued all day and I would have never understood why he was saying what he was saying. You get what I'm saying? Like, so I always say understanding the etymology of a word is great, which is why like he just put chaos here. Where's I tried to put it on the screen, but Vazen just put chaos, right? In Greek times, chaos originally meant the vast, formless void or gaping chasm before creation, a state of emptiness, primordial void, while Romans, Ovid, meant jumbled mass of elements. If you understand the etymology of chaos throughout the entire history of the word, you could really get a better understanding of what the word means. But for all words, it doesn't really work that way. Like the word bully, going back to the word brother, bringing it up to what it means now. Now, if you understand that brothers bully their brothers, you know how they haze each other. Like they always say, oh, I grew up with brothers, so I'm good. Like I've been hit, like girls will say that. They were fighting other girls. I grew up with brothers. I've been hit harder than that, shit like that. Because brothers will bully each other, which is really ultimately where it comes from down the line. like you gotta say like when you're being a bully, it means you're being a brother, but it means like you're being a brother, not necessarily in a good way. Not like, oh, we're in brotherly love. It means like you're bullying a motherfucker. Which is why it means what it means today, right? Let's go definition of bully. Right? A person who habitually seeks to harm or intimidate those whom they perceive as vulnerable. Like, so when you're telling somebody not to be a bully, you're not telling them definition of brother. A man or boy in relation to other sons and daughters or parents. You're not telling him to not be a man or boy in relation to other sons and daughters of his parents. So if you're the only person using bully due to in the term, you know, in reference or in context of its original etymology, realizing that today people use bully as a person who tries to harm people, you're never going to get your point across to a motherfucker using that word in that fashion in the modern era. The only way you're going to do it is either by telling them what definition you're using so they can understand what you're saying and why, or simply by adjusting to the modern era and using the word in the way the modern era does. So you can get the point across, which is the entire point of words. It's not about being uppity. It's not about being the smartest motherfucker in the room and knowing the entire etymology of a word. It's about being able to get your point across. That's what words are for. This is why, generally speaking, if I'm talking to you, I'm always going to be using the dictionary definition of the word. So you could just Google it right then and know exactly what I'm talking about. If I'm going to be using that word in any other way than the dictionary definition, I'm generally going to tell you up front. This is like when I use the word God, let's look up the definition. Definition of God. You notice how it instantly has to go into certain religions instead of like in Christian and other monotheistic religions, the creator and ruler of the universe and source of all moral authority, the supreme being. That's not even all existence, unless you consider the universe all existence, you know what I'm saying? And if it's the cause of all moral authority, you know what I'm saying? In certain other religions, a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes, a deity. Used for emphasis or to express emotions such as surprise, or anger, or distress. Oh my God. But you see this? If I'm going to use it, let's say in Christian, the creator and ruler of the universe, I might be talking about the demiurge or Yaldabaoth as a god. Yahweh, right? That's a conscious God. In a certain religion, a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes, a deity. Thor is the god of thunder. But that's a god, right? When I myself am using the term God, big G, big O, big D, I'm just simply talking about all of conscious existence as one thing. But if I want to use God in the term of the cause of all that is, I'm talking about chaos. Same word used 4 different ways. So depending on which way I'm using it is going to be in context with what I'm saying, right? So you can understand the semantics of what I'm saying so I can get my point across to you. That's the whole point of words, right? So let's go back to where we was. So again, if you're using a word that is not the current dictionary definition of that word, you better express to people how you're using that word or you're not getting your point across anyway. Don't use the word in its fucking 300 BC form just to sound smart because you don't sound smart. You sound dumb compared to anyone talking in words because they're gonna Google it and be like, nigga, that's not what it means. Oh we'll look at the etymology and we'll go back 3,000 years ago. Nigga, nobody speaks that way. Are you speaking ye old English? That's only a few hundred years old, and you know nobody talks that way, my nigga. If you came talking to people like Shakespeare, they wouldn't understand half the shit you're saying. You would never get your point across. The point of language is to get your point across. So, if you're going to use words, today, you are best to use the dictionary definition of today. And if you're going to use the etymological to understand how the etymology has unfolded. Like for me, when I use the word chaos, I use it in all of its etymological glory. Because even its unfolding still generally means the same thing, going all the way back to the word chaos coming from the Greeks, all the way up to what it means today. I'm fine with every definition from then till now. You can take any of those definitions when I use the word chaos, let alone all of them combined, let alone if I'm going to tell you very specifically that when I'm using chaos in this conversation, I am talking about the randomized actualization process of potentials, aka possibility, into existence. How many times have I said that? I've even said the difference between, potential and possibility versus chaos itself. Chaos is the randomized actualization process of those potentials and possibilities. That's why it's called chaos, because it's random, which is chaotic. And if you look at the modern definition of chaos, I bet you randomness is right in it. Let's go look. Definition of chaos: complete disorder and confusion. Behavior so unpredictable as to appear random, owing to great sensitivity to small changes in conditions. The formless matters to have existed before the creation of the universe. We're talking about all of that, right? When I use the word chaos, I'm talking about all of that. When I say the randomized actualization of potential / possibility into existence. Well, that randomization is complete disorder and confusion to anything that could actually perceive it. It is unpredictable, random. There is great sensitivity to small changes in the conditions, right? What do they call it? A quantum singularity had a quantum fluctuation and an entire universe was born. Do you small changes in conditions, great sensitivity. You get what I'm saying? Like, big things happen. The formless matter supposed to have existed before the creation of the universe. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I'm fine with all those definitions of chaos, but when I want you to understand what I'm specifically talking about right now, I'm going to tell you the randomized process of actualizing potential / possibility into existence. Chaos. You get what I'm saying? That's how we have to do it. So anyway, let's get back to this, right? Again, go watch that Illicit Mind live stream from today. I haven't seen the whole thing. I missed the first 4 hours, but I'm willing to, I can't wait to get into it. Like, I'm willing to bet some of this is going to be right lined up in that, right? Folks need to look up the definition of possibility, potential, actualization, and realization and understand that possibility / potential do not actually require something, or I should say, understand that possibility / potential does not actually require something in existence in order for them to be, or I should say, in order for it to be, because possibility / potential is the same thing. But I talked about them as 2 different things because they're 2 different words. But all that exists requires the possibility / potential in order to exist. See? Possibility / potential does not require existence, but existence requires possibility / potential in order to be. As shown in the match example in that very video. If the universe had no possibility or potential to exist, it could not exist. Therefore, it would not exist, but it does exist. Therefore, it absolutely does have the possibility, aka potential, to exist, or I should say, it is possible to exist, because it is that possibility actualized in existence. But now that it has actually actualized, you would then switch it up to say it has the possibility, right? It is possible, or it has possible. And I don't even want you to think those words. It is possible. What is possible? Possible is possibility. So when you say something is possible, you are saying it is that possibility. If you're saying something is impossible, it is that impossibility. Do you get it? That's not possible. That is possible. That is impossible. You're saying whatever that is literally is possible. Like, peep the semantics. Oh yeah. If the universe has no possibility or potential to exist, it could not exist. Or if it is not the possibility or potential to exist, it cannot exist. You see, because it couldn't actualize. Therefore, it would not exist, but it does exist. Therefore, it absolutely does have or is the possibility, aka potential, to exist. And possibility, aka potential, is the only thing that can actualize into existence, meaning all things that exist are nothing more than actualized potentials. Because again, in order to actualize, in order to become real, you first must not be real. You must not be actual in order to actualize. You must not be real in order to be realized, which means you have to be non-existent, literally nothing. But the only thing that can be nothing, non-existent, and still actualize into something is possibility, aka potential itself, which is why the definition of potential is to have or show the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. That's what potential is. So it is the thing that becomes or develops into something in the future. And it's the only thing that is. Okay. Even the God described in this video is nothing more than an actualized potential because it's literally a conscious thing that exists, makes decisions, and creates things. So even the first match, in order to be lit, requires the possibility, aka potential, to be lit. Even the first thing that exists needs to actualize in order to exist. So the universe, and even God, is literally nothing more than actualized potential, which means they are both nothing yet something non-paradoxically, because potential, aka possibility, is literally nothing because it literally doesn't exist, yet is necessary and the only thing capable of being classified as nothing, yet capable of becoming or developing into something, which would be God and the universe. Things. Actualization is the process of becoming real, meaning that which actualizes was not real before actualizing. If it's already real, it can't actualize because it already has. It must not be real in order to actualize. It must be non-existent. It literally has to be nothing in order to go through the process of actualization, because actualization is the process of becoming real. Meaning that which actualizes was not real before actualizing. Meaning that which actualizes must be classifiable as nothing / non-existent before actualizing. Meaning all that is actualized, all that exists, is literally nothing more than actualized potential, making it literally nothing, yet something non-paradoxically. And this is literally what's known as chaos. Like, chaos produces all. The randomized actualization process of potential / possibility itself leading to existence is what we know as chaos. So in that video, when he says, oh no, it's not chaos, it can't be random, my conscious God did it all. You can understand why that's super laughable. Super duper laughable. And he tried to use physics as a reason why. He said, nothing could never light the first match. Because in physics, and I said, bang, you lost the plot. If the first thing to exist, and even in his own conversation, he says the first thing to exist caused all physics, right? So if the first thing to exist caused all physics, like not even the thing that is the cause of all existence, the first thing in existence, his God, caused all physics, then even that first thing to exist, according to his own argument, I should say, would have a physics wouldn't apply to it. So if physics doesn't apply to the first thing to exist, how could it apply to the cause of all that exists? He ignores his own logic. So I said to him, Attempting to use physics to explain how and why physics is even capable of existing at all will never lead to the cause of physics, which must be prior to physics, therefore completely unaffected by physics, which would literally seem like magic to any physical beings. Because that's what he said. He said, well, it can't be like just magic. I'm like, actually, and I notice how I didn't put a K after that. MAGIC, because what does stage magic look? It looks like magic, right? Or what is magic in a TV show where niggas just have magic? Like, this shit doesn't make physical sense, right? It's metaphysical, right? Now, realistically, the magic would be physical because it affects physical things. The magic could be broken down scientifically in some form or fashion if you're talking about magic that happens within a physical reality, et cetera, et cetera. But when we're talking about going from non-existence to existence, chaos is akin to magic. And I mean that with a C. Now you can have chaos magic with a K. But this also requires understanding and things along these lines in order to use it and develop it. When it comes to the randomized actualization of potential / possibility into existence, taking nothing and literally making that nothing become something, you will never physically explain that, which is why quantum mechanics cannot do it no matter how hard it tries. That's why the Big Bang Theory gets stuck at the quantum singularity and the fucking quantum fluctuation, and why the gravity must be infinite. That's why you get stuck with all these infinities. That's why the quantum field theory and quantum qubits and superbits and quantum wave functions and the quantum vacuum, you get stuck with all these infinities, these virtual particles that make no physical sense, that come into existence and then cease to exist entirely for seemingly no reason at all, but they literally have to in order for anything to exist at all. In order for anything in our reality to exist at all and be explained in a physical sense, the physical explanations have to become magical. Go look up quantum quantum vacuum and virtual particles. It's magic, nigga. Even physics is gonna fall to magic at some point because it can't make physical sense because it is prior to physics. It is the cause of physics. Therefore, physics could literally never actually explain it. Not in a physical sense. I could say it's a process of randomized actualization of potential and possibility in order to convey the understanding of what is happening. Could I ever explain literally how that occurred? Never, nigga. No one could. You could never explain literally how that happens, any more than anyone could literally explain their infinite God. These are things that literally couldn't be explained because infinities can't be explained. Nothing can't literally be explained. The randomized actualization process of possibility, which is literally just nothing, nothing, and nothing, could never literally be explained. You could never take the process, like you could never take a magnifying glass to the process itself and watch it occur. You could attempt to, like you could watch two people have sex and produce a baby, but all you're ever going to see from that is the physical production. You're going to see those two physical beings having physical sex, the egg and the sperm collide, and then a fucking person is grown out of that. But if you take existence all the way back to the beginning, to the point of let's just say the universe is the first thing, because it's just so we don't have to go all deep into the deeper aspects of reality. But if the universe is the first thing and the Big Bang is where it all began, you could never watch the Big Bang occur because you're in the universe. And even if you did, all you'd really see is there's nothing there, and then there's a universe. That's all. That's the only thing that would be experienceable. There's nothing. Holy shit, there's something. How did that fucking just happen? You could rewind it 1 billion times back to the most incremental thing, but there's nothing to see in nothingness. Possibility and potential are not things to be seen. The universe is what you see. So you would see the Big Bang as it occurred, but you would never be able to see or experience the cause of it, because the cause is literally non-existent. Yet it has to be in order for there to be a universe. Do you get what I'm saying? Can you get what I'm saying? Is what I'm saying gettable? Uh, so as I said here, you can never explain the cause for existence itself using something that exists, including the God described in this video. It's gonna seem like magic, my nigga. If you go back far enough into existence to get to the first thing that ever existed and try to figure out how that first thing came into existence while knowing it had to come into existence because it could not have been infinite, because existence cannot be infinite, it's gonna seem like magic, nigga. Shit, if you go high enough in existence itself, you start talking about conceptual existence, non-concept, pretty much anything, even in the highest tiers of material reality, would seem quite magical to niggas. The astral seems very magical to niggas, right? Tell me that it doesn't. And a lot of that is still right within material reality, whether people realize that or not. And it stretches into conceptual and the lowest tiers of non-conceptual reality. Shit, you could argue it stretches into the all of reality. But these different tiers of reality would seem quite magical to a fucking human trying to physically explain them. Right? Yet, it's still reality. We're talking about some shit that isn't even reality. We're talking about the cause for reality itself. Yes, nigga, magic. Like, I don't care how you feel about it. It's gonna be real magical, because it's good. Like it's a non-existent. It's nothing. It's not real. It's not actual. Yet it causes all that is actual. Because it is what becomes actual. What? Yeah, magic, nigga. Like, fuck around. Stream from the beginning, because I do gotta watch that stream from the beginning. Peep that stream, niggas. Peep that stream. Etymology, law, and God talk. That was a good video. Some musical shit from Vazen, because we was talking about music earlier in fucking in Illicit Mind stream. So he shared some of that shit here with some of the lyrics and stuff. Because he was talking about if you're gonna get programmed, choose your programming. Everything you do is programmed. Everything you watch, listen to, experience, every person you talk to, every conversation you have, this stream right here, every stream, every video, every book, every dream, everything you experience is programming in some form or fashion. So do your best to pick the best programming for your end goal. So you can more and more program yourself towards your own end goal, as opposed to allowing more and more things to program you to behave in a manner that helps achieve their end goal, right down to music and everything else. And I asked him to share this in here because he put it in the music channel in the Discord. And I was like, yo, throw it in the group chat too, my nigga, since we were just talking about that in the live. Hey, baby. She's a baddie. Look at them red eyes, them glowing eyes. What's that, a fucking, what you got there, a wand, sweetheart? How you doing, dear? Most niggas see them like, oh my God, I'm terrified. Nah, hey girl, I'm taking chances. I'm taking risks on that one. Oh, you got them, your eyes glow so beautifully red. Choose the programming that fits your agenda. Near Carrington level solar event. That would have been fun, but it wasn't. All right, now we can finally get to my nigga Super Sob. Let's go to the Chaos Sphere. We're going to have to scroll uppity. All right. Well, did I put it here? Did I put it here anywhere? Did I put a bookmark anywhere? Actually, I might have put one before this shit. Hey, baby. What's up, Theophany? How you doing, girl? If y'all know who Theophany is, look that up. From a book called Fuck. What's the name of that book called? Onyx Storm. There's a book series called Fourth Wing, which is a young adult fantasy romance novel. Now, I like these young adult fantasy romance novels because the fantasy in them is fire. The romance is like I could usually do without it because it's geared definitely towards females. It's definitely like if you're a female, read those. You'll probably find yourself reading with one hand, if you know what I'm saying. For the men, but it is sometimes decent. Like, the romance ain't all that bad. Like, especially if you like a good Bonnie and Clyde situation. But they always end up with characters like that. And honestly, that's why I love the mythos in them is fucking primo, my nigga. I've never read better books than fucking young adult fantasy romance novels geared towards young women. The fucking... Do you see that background, my nigga? Do you see the dragon, the tornado, the fucking... Nigga, that's all her. Theophany. Love her to death. I definitely fuck with that egregor. So go check out a series called Fourth Wing. That's the first book. Right now it's 3 books. It's going to be a 5-book series. Shit, there's another lady. She's kind of famous too. Fuck, what is her name? She got a 15-book series. It's technically 3 series as 1 series, but it's 15. Sarah J. Maas. SARAH space J period space Mass. MASSE, I think. Go read her fucking books. I would definitely start with the first series she wrote, not the second series. That shit starts off too romantically. Like, I would not have been able to even get into that shit at all if it wasn't for the first series, because the first book of the first series starts with a bitch in chains, a slave who tried to escape and killed 40 men. I'm like, yo, this chick is crazy. I gotta read this. And then I ended up reading 15 of that lady's books because of the first chapter of that book. I read 15 of her books. And I'm telling you, if I started that series, if the second series, which is popular amongst females, not popular amongst males, but if I started with the second series, I'd have never fucking read a single one of her books. The first chapter of that series would have been like, all right, I'm done. Shit, that whole book, I'd have been like, nope, not going further than this. But reading that first series first, oh man. Sarah J. Maas, look her up. She got 15 books that are fucking fire. Especially if you read them back to back to back to back. Read that first series, then the second series. Then go read the third series. Damn, we all the way up here with it? I didn't even realize we had this much shit to say. Yeah, we gotta get into those. I might have to make a fucking 4th stream just to really get into these. Just a whole stream just on that. That might be what I do, because goddamn. We're already like 2.5 hours into this one. And we got all this shit to go. Is that where it begins? Yes, it is. First stream, right? And then bang. Here we go with Super Sob. Shout out to you, Super Sob. All right. Hey, thanks for the vid. I need like a week to get through it. And mind you, they're asking questions and things as we go along, and I swear they have a better understanding of the shit. I don't even know if they finished the first video yet. I haven't actually asked them. But they said they need a week to get through it, right? What date was that? 1/12? What's today's date? The 20th? So maybe they got through the first one. I doubt they got through the second one. Probably won't start this one for a little while. And based on the questions they're asking in their attempt to understand, they are already in a better level of understanding to ask the questions they ask in the way that they ask them than most motherfuckers. And they're not even finished with the first fucking video. So either they've been paying attention, or this is something they legitimately think about and study on their own. You know what I'm saying? Like, peep intelligence, you know? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Not, I want to argue it off rip. I want to understand this shit before I even like agree or disagree to anything. I want to get this. Or maybe I'm using some definitions differently than you. Now, you see, that's how intelligent people think. Maybe I'm just thinking past you, or you're speaking past me. Maybe we're not saying, maybe we're using the same words in different ways. So let me ask you a question to make sure we can get on the same page before I start saying whether I agree or disagree with you. Because motherfuckers don't do that shit. They just hit you with, nothing has no properties and da-da-da-da-da, so it can't. I'm like, nigga, you weren't listening. When you get a chance, can you see if I got it right? Pure potential must precede everything because everything relies on it. We must place it as the first thing. Ish. I would say yes, because, it is the first thing. And potential itself is a thing, yet nothing. Because it technically doesn't exist, but it actualizes into existence, meaning it's capable of being a thing, even though it is no thing. So it's something, yet nothing. So you could say yes, it's the first thing. Not the first thing in existence, because it causes existence, but it is the first thing. It is the pre existential thing. Most importantly, it is not reliant on anything. Even a god is reliant on potential. So we would even put it above a god. Yes. Pure potential can be defined as unrestricted possibility itself. Correct. And the fact that it's unrestricted is also why it's random. Now I think I got so excited in here. I should have said some of this shit to him that I'm saying right now. But I just got so excited to see a nigga who got it as far as he got it that I was just like, yes, yes. But anyway, he'll watch this at some point. Pure potential could be defined as unrestricted possibility itself. Even ridiculous possibilities are included, but they would collapse instantly because they contradict each other. A ridiculous possibility might be ridiculous, but it's still possible, right? So the odds of it sticking within existence are low, unless there are prerequisite requirements that have already come into existence that allow it to stick. And contradicting possibilities cancel each other out. Either one causes the other to not be capable, or them both trying to actualize simultaneously means neither of them actualize because they're contradictory. Or so for example, the universe we have, what the laws of physics have, can make other potential universes completely impossible. While other universes, it could just make less likely. But if they're contradictory and they try to open up in the universe we have, they would destroy this universe, replacing it with their potential. This would unactualize and that would actualize. That's called vacuum decay. While other ones would just be completely impossible to even begin at all because this one's in the way. And once this one's out of the way, those ones might become possible again because now there's nothing blocking them from becoming possible. They are now unrestricted possibilities again. Unrestricted possibility. The moment something exists, possibility gets restricted. You get what I'm saying? There's only so many possibilities based upon that which already exists. When nothing exists, the possibilities are as endless as they can be. They're not literally infinite, but as many of them as there are, they are all possible now. Unless they're prerequisite possibilities they're possibilities that require prerequisite possibilities, like a star requires a universe. Without those laws of physics, a star can't exist, right? So it's impossible without the universe, right? We'll get into that. I don't need to jump the gun. We'll get into all that. We are including contradicting possibilities as part of pure possibility in this theory. Correct. They just never have the chance to become actual possibilities because they would contradict each other, things like that, yeah. Pure potential properties, it would have infinite, eternal, non-actualized, and self-sufficient. Now, not infinite, arguably eternal. Now, so when I use the words eternal and infinite, I generally use them differently. We'll look up the definitions in a moment just to see what they are. But generally, I use infinite to mean unchanging, perfection, basically. Because what is infinite is truly perfect. It has no beginning, it has no middle, it has no end, it is unchanging, no events can occur within it, period. There is no variation. Something that is eternal can still have variation. You can actually kill something that is eternal. On its own, it might go forever. It might have seemingly no beginning, like chaos is what I would call eternal. It has no true beginning. But the first thing that it ever created is the beginning of its timeline. How far back does that actually go? We wouldn't know. Because also, even if you were there to experience it all, you'd have nothing to judge the time based off of. For example, we judge time based off our experience here. We call a day every time the Earth spins 20 in a 24-hour cycle. We break that down into 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like a year is when the Earth goes around the sun, et cetera, right? Whereas if you were sitting in the chaos, for example, as a chaos being, watching things get created and destroyed, the timeline, the events you would actually use to parse your time is the creations themselves. But since it's random, the first creation might not have come into existence for however long. You have no idea. Because we don't, the void, technically nothingness has no beginning. It just is, right? because it technically isn't. So the potential within it, being that which is, has been there the entire time. There's been nothing, which is forever, right? But the first time it actually created something, well, now we have an event. This is where its timeline begins. But how do you measure that timeline? Because that thing gets created, right? It exists, entropy builds, it ceases to exist. Now, based on Earth years, it could take a year for the next thing to come into existence. It could take a second for the next thing to come into existence. It could be immediately after the first thing ceased existing that the second thing comes into existence. Or it could be a Googleplex of years. Googleplexes of Googleplexes of Googleplexes of years before the next second thing comes into existence. But if you're sitting there between each existence, you have no way to scale that. You have no way to time that out. So even though chaos technically has a timeline based upon all of its creations that it's ever created, there's no way for you to be like, in Earth years, this is how long ago the first creation came to be up till now. Like, there's just no way of doing that, you know? Which is why you could call it eternal. But even eternal things can be killed. They just usually won't die on their own. But even those things, something that has always existed could cease existing at some point, especially if it is somethingness. If it has any something to it, that something could dissolve over time. Because all some things do, right? But we'll get into that later too when I'm talking to him. And again, this is where we can finally get into the theory of it. We can get past the objectivity of what is necessary for existence. Because niggas want to argue objective facts, which makes no fuck. Objective logic, objective philosophy, objective necessity, which makes no sense. To the point where we can't even get into these types of theoretical conversations and talking further about this shit in a more theoretical manner, getting deeper into it, right? But finally, with someone like this, we can, right? So he says, pure potential properties, it would have infinite, eternal, non-actualized, and self-sufficient. Again, infinite, no. Eternal, depending on how you want to define it, sure. But let's look up the definitions just to see the exact definitions. Why not? We're here, right? Define infinite. Limitless or endless in space, extent, or size, impossible to measure or calculate. Which we know possibility itself is finite. There's only so many variations of so many possibilities, which is why even in modern physics and modern mathematics, when they say the universe is infinite, even then they can never say the variation within the universe is infinite. Therefore, if you were to travel this infinite universe, you would find an infinite numbers of yourselves that are exactly like you. Also, in every infinite, in every way that could possibly be different from you. Every variation of you would exist simultaneously in the infinite universe, and they would exist infinitely. Because there'd be every version of you would exist, but if you keep going further, you would find another one of those versions. Because the universe is infinite, but the variables are finite. So those finite variables would play out over and over and over and over the further you go into the infinite universe. In every way they could play out, they would play out. But there's only a finite number of things that can play out and a finite variation of ways they can. So you'd see these things happening over and over and over again, right? Which is why we could clearly say existence is not infinite. These are not infinite things because they have finite variables. There isn't infinite possibilities nor infinite variations of possibilities, which is why I say that chaos literally can't be infinite. It's as close as it gets to infinite, but even it can't be infinite. It's nigh infinite, yet still finite. And all finality, anything that is finite is 0% of infinity. No matter how, even if we use the terms nigh infinite to explain it in a human term, if we get literal, even nigh infinite is 0% of infinity, because infinity is forever and endless and limitless and without measure. And so if it can be measured or calculated in any way, it's 0% of infinity. Like a space or quantity that is infinite, right? Now, what was the other one? Eternal? Definition of eternal. Lasting or existing forever without end or beginning, right? See, eternal usually means a time period. That's almost always what it's talking about. Whereas infinity is talking about like the thing itself. The thing is infinite. It is limitless. It's boundless. Whereas this is lasting or existing forever without end or beginning, usually a timeline. So when I will say chaos could be argued that is eternal, because it definitely could be said to have no beginning. But since it's also something, and no something can truly be eternal, because it is something yet nothing non-paradoxically, that somethingness can't be eternal. The nothingness aspect of it absolutely is eternal. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing exists forever. Think of the words, right? But the thing, no thing actually exists forever. Therefore, the somethingness of it should dissolve over time, just as all some things do. So even though it has no beginning, part of it will have an end. It's just like the perfect mythos example that I'm just thinking of right now, which is a stretch, but hang with me. Anybody who's seen Dragon Ball Super, go look up Infinite Zamasu, as they call him. Eternal Zamasu. When Zamasu wished on the Dragon Balls to be immortal. He became Immortal Zamasu, right? And then him and Goku Black fused together to become Zamasu Black as one being. And when they were fighting Goku and Vegeta, half the body was dying and the other half wasn't, because it was a mortal being fused with an immortal being. And if the immortality of the one being wasn't fused with the mortality of the other being would have died, because they took so much damage that half the body was basically dead. And it looked all purple and goopy and melty. But half of it was eternal, so it couldn't really die. It was immortal. That's what we're looking at with the chaos, right? You're going to have the Goku Black, where you have half of them is that immortal Zamasu, and the other half is the purple. And then eventually Trunks cuts it in half, separating the immortality version from the mortal version, separating the something from the nothing. The something dies, and then the nothing becomes what they call infinite Zamasu. Like, just peep the mythos in that. Like, and this is how deep into the mythos I go, where I can pull. That's an ass pull. That is a hell of a stretch to see that in that. And I only see that in that because of how I'm explaining this right now. I'm trying to think of something that could be that, right? Chaos, the potential, the something that is nothing. So it's half nothing, half something, we could say. Not literally, because it goes from nothing to something. So it's a full nothing and a full something. But let's just call it half and half for a visual perspective, right? That's your Zamasu Black, where Zamasu merged with Goku Black. And half his body's mortal, half the other body's immortal. He takes enough damage, the mortal part of the body is dying or dead, while the immortal part of the body is still alive and kicking. Until that half that is dead gets cut off by Trunks. And it ceases, while the nothing part, the immortal part, continues. To the point where it merges with all reality and becomes known as Infinite Zamasu. Right? And then that whole existence actually gets erased by Zeno, and there is nothing there. Like, that's actually not a bad. I'm gonna go watch that episode just to get this mythos with that visual. But anyway, this is why I use eternal and infinite differently when I'm using them. But a lot of people use them exactly the same, and I can understand that synonymously. It's fine, as long as I know how you're using it. But you can also break eternal down, because it says without end or beginning. But there is also things that are like semi-eternal, where they have no beginning, but they could absolutely have an end. Like, it's been there since the beginning, but it can be killed though. Like, or even it will only last so long. Even though it's been there from the start, it will have an end before all ends. You know what I'm saying? Or its end will be the end of all. Because again, if the nothingness and the somethingness that is potential, if that somethingness ends, the potential literally is just nothing forever. It never actualizes into something, right? So that would be the end of all things, right? So we can call that semi-eternal, if you'd like, you know? That might be a better term than infinite or eternal. But non-actualized, absolutely. And self-sufficient, for the most part, yes, because it's not based on anything else. The reason why I say for the most part is because, again, that somethingness within the potential will dissolve over time. It's not perfectly self-sufficient, but it doesn't require anything else. That's why I say, yes, it is self-sufficient. It's literally, It is its own requirement. Possibility is possibility. It doesn't require something to make it possible. But the somethingness, the actualization part of that possibility will eventually cease. So it's not perfectly self-sufficient. Nothing is. Nothing is. Think of the words. Timeline. First. If pure potential exists, something becomes reality because there is no rule against it, and all it needs is possibility itself. Oh no. Why does it do that shit? Just suddenly, randomly, like kicks me down the list and just load more messages. Where was we? Son of a whore. I can't stand when it does that shit. I think. Is that it? Nope. This shit kicked me down a little bit of ways, huh? Random as fuck. That shit is annoying. Alright, we're up here. We up here. There we at. Alright, first. Pure potential exists. Something becomes reality because there is no rule against it. See, and that's usually what rules do. Rules restrict. Laws of nature, laws of physics, these are restrictions that cause things to take certain mechanistic paths to create certain outcomes. In chaos, none of that exists. Therefore, it's utterly random. There are no restrictive rules or laws because there are no rules or laws. So you're going to get random possibility actualizing as it fucking sees fit randomly. Because there is no rule against it, and all it needs is possibility itself to exist, and nothing else. Nothing else, right? Let's call this God. Like, we're talking about the first thing that exists, right? Let's call this God. Ugh, I need some water. Let's call this God unless you have a word you like, and it is dependent on pure potential only. I just stuck with his word God because I'm fine with it. As long as I know what you're defining as God, God is the first thing that came into existence, period. Okay, I'm fine with that. We will stick with that definition. That's how we're using God right now. If we decide to change that definition at all, then we will say that out loud, you know? But that's how you, let's call this God. Let's use that word for this. Unless you have a word you like and it is dependent on pure potential only, which I could easily get into with just the first thing. That's why I like to say the first thing that ever existed. But God is a quicker way to say it if that's how you want to put it, right? This God can also be referred to as existence itself stabilized. Existence itself. That's another way I like to say it. Just existence. Or if you want to get specific, non-conceptual existence. This God would happen instantly because the exact moment the possibility exists, this God or reality would actualize. Yes and no. It doesn't have to happen instantly. And again, I think I was too excited to say some of this. I was just like happy that somebody was able to go into this distance. But he'll watch this. I know he will. But I wouldn't say because the exact moment the possibility exists, this God or reality would actualize. Maybe. It could. It's random. Because it's random, it follows no laws, meaning the moment it's possible doesn't necessarily mean that has to be the moment it exists. Because it's random. There is no rule, there is no law restricting it to that mechanistic path of causation. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it ever has to exist. Let alone that it is guaranteed to instantly exist. You know what I'm saying? Because it's random. That's why it's chaos. This thing could be sitting here as possible forever, and then something else comes and just supersedes it entirely. Like, because it's chaos. It's completely and utterly random. All right. Stabilize or reality would actualize. Second, patterns that can exist without contradiction stabilize and don't collapse. Yes, again, not always and not necessarily right away because it's randomized, but that is generally what happens in actualization. here we would expect to see energy laws, fields, matter, space-time. It's like exactly all the prerequisites for things to exist, like the base levels of existence, going from non-conceptual reality to conceptual reality to material reality to what people would call physical reality, dimensionality and whatnot. And people always go, sixth dimension is the highest. I'm like, you're still talking dimensional. That's still fucking material. Like, dimensions are mathematical measurements of spaces. And experiential dimensions are the mathematical measurements you can actually experience as a being. All dimensionality is technically physicality. All of it. Anyway, third. All other possibilities now can arise by random chance. Nearly impossible odds don't matter as much now. All other possibilities now can arise by random chance. Nearly impossible odds don't matter as much now. Correct. But I would say also, because first and second, you have the non-conceptual reality and the conceptual reality coming into existence, the more of reality that comes into existence, the less chance is even required. The less, the less random things become, the more ordered and more structured, the more mechanized, the more laws and rules that restrict the chaos come into existence, allowing for new potential, such as the only reason I exist is because my parents exist. I was a 100% guarantee the moment the sperm hit the egg and it weaseled it away. The moment that sperm got into the egg and exploded, because it explodes with this little melanin explosion of electricity and melanin inside the fucking neuromelanin and electricity that comes from your spinal fluid. This is why they say, save your seed, nigga. Because every time you bust a nut, you bust in spinal fluid. That's true. Look it up. It's in there. Back in the day, Kemet, they called it secum. You releasing that secum. Anyway, the moment that sperm entered into that egg and exploded, I became a 100% guarantee to occur. But every step up to that point had a lower percentage of me being a thing, yet as it got closer to that point, that percentage went up. From my parents being born, my percentage of possibility rose. Up to them reaching adulthood, sexual age, then adulthood, then meeting each other, dating each other. I don't know how it happened, but let's say my mama invited him inside, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to get in. Well, she let him in. They talked for a little, they messed around, and then they ended up fucking. And I mean, they fucked for a while before I was born, but every time they fucked, my possibilities increased. Until one day when they was fucking, it was at like 90%. And as the sperm was released, it was at 95%. And then that one sperm just kept getting closer to the egg, 96, 97, 98. And maybe that happened a few times. And then the sperm was killed off by my mother's insides. And I wasn't born, or the baby that would have been born at that time was not born, right? But at this time, from my conception, it got all the way there, 99. It started weaseling its way in, 99.1, 0.2, 0.3. It gets itself all the way in there and explode, 100%. This is about to be a baby. Do you see what I'm saying? The closer you get to the thing existing, the higher the likelihood of the thing existing based on all the prerequisites being accomplished. You got the checklist. All the shit was checked off until you got to the 100% guarantee that that thing was going to actualize. You get what I'm saying? So, nearly impossible odds don't matter as much now. Me coming into existence prior to my parents and them going through that process to make me is a 0% chance. The odds of me just randomly actualizing for no fucking reason at all, 0% chance as this human here, right? They were a requirement, a prerequisite for this potential to actualize into this existence. You get what I'm saying? So as he said, Nearly impossible odds don't matter as much now. We're going step by step here. Conclusion. So everything remains nothing until its potential becomes actual. Some things just need the potential itself to exist, and that's good enough to bring it forth. Things lead to things, and here we are. Facts. These are facts. Yep, that's about it. You definitely get it. Okay, thanks for the theory. It really got me thinking, and there's a lot I want to go over. First, the solution. If pure potential ceased, then nothing could exist, including the cessation itself. No, because a cessation is not something that exists. It is the stopping of something. So if the potential stops, it just stops. Cessation itself is not something that exists. It is something stopping whatever it's doing. You get what I'm saying? Which I go over. This is a self-contradiction, so we always have to deal with pure potential. And replacing or corrupting it is impossible, question mark. So he's asking these questions, you know? Is this a self-contradiction, meaning we will always have to deal with the pure potential, and replacing or corrupting it is impossible. Our only option then is to limit what's possible, make sure consciousness is not possible, and we are good to go, question mark. And you'll hear how I answer those in a moment. Right here. Well, the cessation would not need to exist beyond the point of cessation itself, because ceasing something isn't actually something that exists itself. It's basically just making the chaos stop. Once the chaos is stopped, it could never start up again, which there may be a way to do, but there may not. See, this is where we can start talking about the solutions to this problem. What are the possible solves for potential itself, let alone every level of reality beneath that? From here, as individuated humans in our individual human lives, all the way up to consciousness and conscious existence, all the way up to existence itself, all the way up to the chaos that creates existence, the actualization process, and the potential / possibility that it is actualizing. Are there solutions to anything on any of these levels? What are those solutions? How do we carry those solutions out starting right here, let alone all the way up that scale of transcendence and ascension? You get what I'm saying? That's the conversation we could finally get into once you understand the basic bare minimum that possibility leads to reality. Once the chaos is stopped, it could never start up again, which there may be a way to do, but there may not. If there isn't a way to make it stop, attempt to ascend to being chaos ourselves and either maintain the chaos or act as apeps, always destroying creation as quickly as possible every time it pops up. So if there isn't a way to make it stop, meaning bringing us to pure absolute nothingness to stop the chaos, then the next step would be ascension. Study ascension. For real. Attempting to ascend to being chaos ourselves, because you already are chaos. Like, people go, you can't become a chaos being. You already are. You're just in an ordered structure. You, as the structure you are, could not exist in a pure chaotic form, but could you, as a consciousness or subconsciousness, as a simple point of will, not even a conscious will, not even knowing why you are the way you are, like Apep. Apep is described as a chaos being that is not a conscious being. It's not a thing that thinks. It doesn't go, I don't like Ra for these philosophical reasons. I want to know, it's just a dragon of destruction. All it does is eat everything that exists. So, that's all it does. It doesn't think about it. It doesn't know why. It doesn't care. It's just a point of will, of destruction itself. Destruction doesn't think about being destructive. It simply is destruction. Creation doesn't give a fuck. It just is. There are creators, there are things that create, and those things have minds that think. But the creation that led to the actualization, the chaos itself, doesn't fucking think. It simply produces things and destroys them. It produces, this is why it's called, like some people call it, the Dark Mother. Because she births everything completely and utterly unconsciously, and then murders them afterward. All creations have entropy rise within them that then destroys them. So the same thing that births everything destroys everything and shoves it back into its womb. That's chaos. It's not thinking. You know what I'm saying? So is there a way, since we are already consciousness in reality, which is potentials actualized into existence that became conscious, is there a way to maintain the consciousness in that chaotic form, at least enough to a point to carry out a plan of any type? And if not, is there a way to be subconscious in that, kind of like in a dream state, where you can just program yourself subconsciously so much that you just act and react in certain ways? You don't have to think about it. There doesn't have to be a real consciousness to it. Or can you be an unconscious entity within that space? Or can you simply program it with a point of will based on the fact that you are it, already within it, affecting it right now? We are chaos. We literally are the order, the structure that is of the chaos. This is all chaos in structure. This is all actualized potential that is now structured to the point of consciousness existing, to the point where that consciousness affects quantum reality, which is nothing more than saying it affects potential. It affects actualization. It affects manifestation. Magic is real. This is what magic with a K is based on. The understanding that consciousness and subconsciousness actually affect reality itself, because reality itself is nothing but potential that has been actualized. Which is why chaos magic is the most powerful of magic, because it is attempting to affect the entire actualization process of potentials itself. But see, people don't understand that shit. They can't understand this enough to understand why that is, or what it works, or how it would really work. Why these niggas can just create an entire civilizational structure, and these niggas feel like there's nothing they can do about it because they're not as good chaos magicians as these niggas are. Like, so if there is no way to make it stop, if there is a way to make it stop, then that's the goal. You want to program chaos to stop, because once you program it, it's no longer random, it's no longer chaos, which would mean it can only go in two directions. It's either creating, which is restricting laws, rules, etc. The further you go into creation, the more ordered and structured it becomes, or it's going in the opposite direction of stopping. So the goal is to program it to stop, so it just stops. To basically give a command to the chaos, to give it a will for just a moment as the thing that it is, because you are it. So your will, you get what I'm saying, can affect it. So if we can affect it, if we can make our will strong enough, not just as individuals, but as consciousness across the board, to stop, it's very possible it could. Literally, this is why magic incantations and things like that are what, this is why people talk about casting spells with their voice and their words. Like, chaos magic. Understand what it actually is, how it actually works, what it actually means, and why willpower is the most important thing in all of reality. Because all of reality is just a battle of wills. Niggas cast spells every day, B. Every day, motherfucker will come on TV and tell you exactly what they're going to do. Give a few commands, and then they have an entire organizational structure of 5 million people around the world doing that thing. So mote it be. Like, you know what I'm saying? So if we can't just stop it with a command of some sort, you know, then we can attempt to ascend into it. Meaning going beyond our human form, either in death, remaining with our mind intact, et cetera, et cetera. There's 1,000 different ways of ascension we could break down. But basically ascending to being what is known as an actual chaos being. So you can literally be there to affect the chaos itself. And if you can't directly affect the chaos itself, you can at least basically become like an apep, a being that seeks to destroy all that is created as soon as it's created. Even if you don't fucking remember why. You just sit in the fucking void until things pop up. Ooh, there's light over there. I'm going to eat it. Like, you just become a monster. Like, you become an apep. Right? Where was that? Maintain the chaos or act as apeps. You know, either you learn to maintain the chaos or you act as an apep, always destroying creation. These are steps, levels of solutions to the problem. Whether you believe they're possible or not, this is what would have to be done to do those things. Do you want potential to cease? Then you have to cease it. or you have to wait for it to cease all on its own, maybe even speeding up the process in certain ways. How do you do that? That's all we're talking about here. Always destroying creation as quickly as possible every time it pops up. And of course, the higher the solution, the more magical it's going to sound, because the more magical it fucking is, nigga. Like, you must give a command to chaos to cease. You must become more chaotic in your essence to control chaos and make it as random as possible, or even less random, so you can actually control the creation process, etc., etc. Like, and of course, the closer you get down to this human level, the more basic the solutions become. We take it all the way to the tippy top, baby. We're not excluding anything in reality that causes these problems, period, including reality itself, let alone the cause for reality, which is chaos. People go, oh my God, reality is so chaotic. Yeah, it is. If that's not possible, then yes, attempt to limit existence to no consciousness, if at all possible. If that's not possible, this is how you go down a list of solutions. You start with the one that will solve all the problems. And if that's not possible, you go to the next closest one. If that's not possible, the next, until you get down to doing nothing at all. Doing nothing at all is not a solution to anything, right? So that's the most base shit there is. Doing everything. Doing the thing, whatever that thing may be, that would solve all problems is the maximum solution, right? Every single scale in between nothing, solving nothing to solving everything, now should be what you're focused on answering. So you have all possible solutions to all possible problems and all possible causes of problems. And then you just exercise from the top of that scale down to the best of your ability, starting wherever you are on that scale. However much you can affect the top of that scale down to the bottom of that scale is what you do, starting wherever you are on that scale. It's that, like, people are, there's no solutions to anything. You're a retard. Like, there's a billion solutions. You just don't want to hear it because they're hard. Because they would require you to be uncomfortable. There's no solutions that I'm comfortable with doing. That's what you people should be saying. There's no solutions I want to carry out. There's no solutions that I, absolutely all by myself, could comfortably carry out that would answer all problems. No shit, you fucking dumbass. You fucking pussy slave. Like, before I crash out, let me just keep reading. So if that's not possible, then yes, attempt to limit existence to no consciousness, if at all possible. If that's not possible, steer conscious existence, meaning existence must be conscious. There must be existence. Because you see up here, we're saying no existence. We're saying no potential, right? Make it stop. And then we say, okay, we can't make the potential stop. Well, then bring it to a state of chaos and hold it there. Okay, we can't hold it there. Creation's going to happen. Okay, destroy creation as fast as possible. Okay, we couldn't destroy the creation. Apep is struggling. Ra's winning right now. Atum is holding him off. You know what I'm saying? Like, creation is happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, then speed up that shit as fast as possible. You know, increase the entropy as a being within that creation. So the creation itself ceases as fast as possible, even though you couldn't destroy it like in the beginning, right? Which you could always do. But, which is why I didn't include it in it. That would be what's in the middle of there, but it's not needed to be included because you should be doing that anyway. We talk about that later because that is an actual guaranteed answer to everything, right? But if that's not possible, just destroying the creation as soon as it pops up, then yes, attempt to limit existence to no consciousness. Keep existence in a state of non-conceptual reality. But if that's not possible, and then conceptual reality comes into a thing, try to steer conscious existence in any way we want for as long as we exist per cycle of creation and destruction, preferably maintaining it at conceptual reality and not falling into material reality at all. But and maybe even attempting to maintain any existence that we are victorious within for as long as possible so we can push off the next battle for as long as possible. And what I should have added here was, and if any, in any, again, this is going back to entropy, in any existence we're losing in, try to increase the entropy within that existence as much as possible in order to end it as fast as possible, to start the battle over again as quickly as possible. If you win, then you want to maintain that winning state because that's the best state you're going to get. So maintain it for as long as you can before the entropy rises, destroys it all anyway. You can't beat entropy. And then the next battle begins. But if you're losing, like we are, you might as well attempt to destroy everything to the best of your ability, which is increasing entropy in order to shorten the existence as quickly as possible, right? Which is, again, and just going into here, or simply, like, no matter what, like, because you might not care about that. Like, fuck victory, fuck losing, I don't care. I just want to destroy it, period. Okay. Or simply push existence towards destruction as quickly as possible every time the cycle repeats and conscious existence appears again. Increase the entropy. You know, like, that is going to be a consistent theme here because it actually answers the problem of existence itself. Temporarily, but it does. Any existence you're in, drive the entropy up, that existence will eventually cease. And the faster you drive up the entropy, the faster it will cease. And then, finally, at the bottom of these things is do whatever you want, no matter the consequences, because literally nothing matters anyway. Treat existence like an infinite video game. And do whatever you want could also mean philosophically. You could be a pro-mortalist, you know what I'm saying? Like, and see, like, because if you can't, if all the other ones aren't going to work to do what you want them to do, and this has to occur. Conscious existence must occur, and you can't steer it the way you want. Well, step one is increase the entropy. Existence will simply cease, and then it'll come back, and then cease, and then come, like, until the potential dissolves itself over time. But that could be a nigh infinite amount of existences, so that won't be fun. But hey, if it's the only answer, it's the only answer. So while you're in that existence, do whatever you want, no matter the consequences, because literally nothing matters anyway. Treat existence like an infinite video game. So you can either have all the fun you want, do all the fucked up things you want to do all the nice things you want to do all the philanthropic, feel-good, hippy-dippy, tree-hugging, animal-saving things you want to do, or all the violent, murderous, rapey, fucking, most terrible, vile things you could ever think of, because none of it actually matters. This shit's just going to keep fucking happening until it fucking doesn't. Like, you can't affect it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the best thing you can do, period, that is objective, that is guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these other ones still may be possible, but we're saying if these aren't possible, or if they're not achieving the goal we want them to achieve, you can always fall back on entropy, increase entropy to destroy the existence you're in. And every time you become conscious within existence, just keep doing that. But you could then go even lower than that. 2, do whatever you want whenever you want. And that goes for any philosophy. You could be a pro-mortalist. You could be a human extinctionist, voluntary or otherwise, compulsory. You could be an antinatalist, voluntary or compulsory. Or you could fucking have 1,000 kids. It really doesn't fucking matter. You get what I'm saying? Like, if we're down to this level, if we're down to this level of solution, nothing matters anyway. Your suffering doesn't matter. Their suffering doesn't matter. It's gonna happen anyway. Like, nothing fucking matters at that point. So do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Or you could do literally nothing at all. Every time you realize that you're in this fucking nihilistic fucking reality, and you become consciously aware of it, curl up in a ball, lay in the street till a fucking truck hits you. So go lay on the train tracks. Or just stop. Like, I could just drop this phone and just lean on this wall and just do this forever. Not answering anything, not reacting to anything. People come move me, and maybe they'll bring me to a fucking home or a hospital or something and put me on an IV drip or something. As I just sit there and stare into space, because why do anything at all? I can't affect it anyway. But again, I could always rely on the good old entropy to destroy it. But if I'm relying on entropy to destroy existence itself, which is only temporary because every existence is temporary, it starts off with the lowest amount of entropy, the entropy increases, that existence ceases, and then another existence is born. meaning I'm waiting for the dissolution of potential itself, the somethingness part of potential. I'm waiting for that to dissolve and no longer be possible. That could take, it could randomly happen in this existence. It could randomly happen at any moment that all potential ceases because it's random like that. But the odds of it happening are nigh infinitely into the future. Like, there'd be a quadrillion, no, fuck, that's not even close enough. It'd be a nigh infinite number of existences into the fucking future that shit would dissolve. Now, the great part is we have no idea how many existences have occurred before us. we could very well already be nigh infinitely into the future. We could be very close to the end, which is again why I would say ultimately, no matter what, if you don't want this shit to be, you should be seeking to maximize entropy because that is your only guaranteed answer. Everything else is a possible answer until you figure out that it's impossible by actually attempting to do it and being literally unable to do so. Right? So we should always be maximizing entropy if we don't want existence. Step one, which is why doing nothing is really never the answer. Realistically, you can if you want. It doesn't like do whatever you want or whatever you don't want. I'm not here to tell you to do what thou wilt. But doing nothing will never actually and say we can't do anything, so I'm not going to do anything. It's never going to solve the problem. And saying we can't do anything, so I'm just going to go along with the problem. All you're doing is helping the problem and slowing down the solution. That's not a really good answer either. This is why I say do whatever you want. It should be the base. Do what thou wilt should be the absolute base level solution. Do whatever the fuck you want. Because technically everything you do produces entropy. Even negentropic things produce entropy. The question is, how negentropic versus how entropic is the thing? You would want the entropy to outstrip the negentropy if you're trying to cause existence to cease faster. But even things you try to do negentropically still produce entropy, even if it's producing it at a lower level than something else. Because all things produce entropy. It's always rising no matter what you try to do. Period. Period. AI is the most negentropic thing in this world. Yet, since it's an open system as of right now, based on the way the world works with technology and how everything is connected to it, it's going to raise the entropy of everything around it. So electricity bills go up, water bills go up because it starts siphoning more water and needing more energy. So they got to build more things, more, nuclear power plants, more electricity, all that. They got to build all this shit, all these server farms, which is what? Taking minerals out of the ground that have to be like a resource, which causes people to do jobs, machines to be built, etc. Like this is all entropy. This is all complexity. And the more complex a reality becomes, the closer it is to dissolution. The closer it is to heat death. So even this thing becoming as negentropic for itself as it possibly can is still going to produce entropy for the entirety of existence that it's in, while it swallows all of it within itself. And then that entropy has nowhere to be generated but within itself at that point, which is going to break it down from the inside out as well as the outside in because it's already siphoned everything outside. So even the AI is going to be eventually entropic, more entropic than negentropic, including to itself in the end. And it is going to have to dissolve as well, even if it swallows all things in existence. It is still an existence that entropy still affects, and it will still cease. So do what thou wilt. If you're not willing to do any of those other fucking solutions, if you're not willing to try them, if you go, oh, that's impossible. Oh, I would never, you people are weird Harry Potter type, like whatever the fuck dumb excuse you want to use for being a good little slave, then by all means, use that excuse, be a good little slave. Don't try to do any of this shit. And then just do whatever the fuck you want. Do whatever the fuck you want, because that is the absolute base level, other than doing nothing. Now, doing nothing could actually argue, especially if you do it from the right perspective, like a Buddhist monk going and sitting under a tree and meditating until the fucking tree grows around you, becoming nothing, trying to bring that nothingness into everything, like to return all that is back to a state of nothingness, to a state of pure potentiality, let alone trying to return the potential itself. Trying to undo the potential itself and just make it literally nothing. There's that type of nothingness. Absolutely. But what most people say when they're not going to do anything or that they can't do anything is that they're going to do exactly what they're told. We can't do anything. except for say that we can't do anything, which is doing something negative, something that you don't want it to do, except for doing exactly what the law tells us, the government tells us, what the monetary system tells us, the banking and financial institution tells us. We're going to be paying our bills, going to work, being slaves, paying taxes. Like, there's nothing I can do, yet every single day you're doing something. What are you doing? Is that negentropic or entropic towards the things that you want to continue existing versus what you want to seek the end of existing? Well, you're already doing something. Every thought, word, and action is you doing something. It's just, are those thoughts, words, and actions doing what you want them to do or the opposite of what you want them to do? So, if you're really not going to do anything, if you really believe there's nothing you can do, go do nothing. Literally nothing. Sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. Don't think. Don't breathe. Don't eat. Don't shit. Don't piss. And if you do any of it, don't think about any of it. Just let the body do it. Just let it flow. If you eat, it's because motherfuckers force fed you or they plugged some fucking drips into you that are feeding you nutrients. If you poop, you just sit there and you shit on yourself. If you piss, you just sit there and you piss on yourself. Do nothing to the best of your ability if you really believe you can't do anything. Don't do anything. Go be a Buddhist monk in the woods. Sit under a fucking tree till you die. Sit there and meditate on pure nothingness until you die. That's the best way to not do anything. But if you're going to be doing anything, because I guarantee you, you're probably going to be doing something, then the best thing to do is whatever the fuck you want. Not what you're told, not what the law says, not what the government says, not what the police say, not what your parents say, not what the religion says, not what the gods say, not what the natural order is. Fuck the natural order. Like, not what the cosmological order is. Fuck the cosmos. Not what existence says. Fuck existence. Fuck life. Fuck the chaos. Fuck all of this shit, right? Fuck it all, right? So do whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want, for whatever fucking reasons you want, with whoever you want, wherever you want, like, however you want, for whatever reasons you want, etc. I could just, do what the fuck you want. That is the base level. Do what thou wilt is the base level solution to any thing in existence, including existence itself, because it's going to produce entropy, first and foremost. Secondly, whatever you want is guaranteed to not feed the problems. If you don't want to have kids, don't fucking have them. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, whatever you see as a problem in existence, do whatever you think you should be doing. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's when everything becomes voluntary at a level of you, but also when, if you wanted to, you can make everything compulsory up to the level you can. You catch my drift? So do whatever you want. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Existence is existence. Consciousness is consciousness. This is what this is. Chaos is chaos. You're here and you're going to be here. Even after this existence dies, at some point, if this chaos continues, you're going to end up right back here in some form or fashion, if not this exact form and fashion. So do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Nothing actually matters at that point. Do you see what I'm saying? If we get down to this level, nothing matters. Which is why I'm still working on anti-cosmic voidism. I still need shit to matter, or I'm going to be a whole demon. Anyway, let's continue. Treat existence like an... Right. Without going into full detail on each solution, because I think you're perfectly capable of discerning what each one alludes to, all the subtext of each one, requires and contains my list of solutions from top, void, to bottom, human. And again, I just threw this in that moment. I had never written this down before, I don't think, in this order or anything. It's just, I think about this shit so much. This is my level of solutions. The bottom is the lowest, as we were just talking about. Do literally nothing at all. And the top is voidism, pure nothingness. Get rid of the chaos, right? So, top solution, voidism, pure nothingness. Get rid of the chaos. Get rid of the potential impossibility, right? If you can't do that, then you come down to number 2. Anti-cosmic philosophy. chaos. You increase the entropy, bring everything back to a state of chaos, and then you hold it there. While you're doing that, you ascend these levels consciously and subconsciously so you can be a true being of chaos, a will of chaos within chaos, restraining and restricting chaos to that which you seek so it never creates this shit ever again. Everything remains random but you and those like you, which means you're going to have to suffer that because that means you're the one sitting in the void, making sure this shit never happens again so nobody else has to suffer that. You're going to have to take an eternal L, my nigga, until that chaos itself, which would include you, dissolves of all potential, meaning nothing can be. And then you would cease, and so would the chaos. If that can't be done, or if you can't do that, or if it's impossible, etc., 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 you go to the next shit. If you can't be APEP, you know what I'm saying? Like, or even if you are APEP and you're trying to destroy everything and keep everything in a state of chaos, but you're losing, and existence is happening anyway, then beings within that existence, at least non-conceptual beings, or even APEP itself, you would try to lead to no persistent existence, which means as soon as existence comes into place, any chaos beings, any APEPs, anything along those lines, any will within the chaos that is maintainable will try to cease that existence as quickly as possible. They couldn't maintain no existence, so they're going to try and keep existence as short as possible. But if that doesn't work, then you destroy it as soon as possible. Because it's going to be persistent now. It is now persistent. It is now self-replicating. It has gone well into it has gone well into non-conceptual reality. Non-conceptual reality has taken a foothold. It is what it is, right? Well, you try to get rid of that as soon as possible. You don't want it to go any further than that. But let's say it does. It goes into conceptual reality. Like, you're trying to keep the existence itself unconscious, right? So you're trying to maintain, that's what I was saying right here. You're trying to destroy it as fast as possible. You can't destroy it right away. Destroy it as fast as possible before it falls into conceptual reality. You're trying to maintain it in non-conceptual reality. But if you can't maintain it in non-conceptual reality, either in an aeonic state, a non-conceptual state, or as a chaos being, again, trying to destroy it before it falls down to that level, you would then have to steer conscious existence as a consciousness, as consciousness. Again, this is where I go into the Church of the Broken God, where we are all shards of God. Consciousness as a whole is what I would call God. All individuated consciousnesses combined as one, all of conscious existence as one conscious being is what I would call the broken God. If you, as a conscious individuation, are capable of affecting other individuated consciousnesses, the way I'm talking to y'all right now when y'all are hearing me, I'm affecting your individuated consciousness. And when you guys go away from here and talk to other peoples about the same shit, you're affecting individuated consciousness. The more individuated consciousness you can affect, and the more of reality you can affect, the more of existence, the more of that quantum field, the more of that manifestation, of that actualization that you can affect, the more of that broken God you can affect, the more you're steering conscious existence. And you can steer it first, preferably towards non-existence, steer it towards killing itself, steer it towards destroying itself and all that exists, or at a bare minimum, steer it towards developing and maintaining an existence you would want, or at least as close to it. I don't want any existence. So I would have to steer it as close to an existence as I would want across all of existence, which is what I'm trying to do every time I'm talking to you people. I want this. But if I can't get that, I want that. And if I can't get that, I want that. And if I can't get that, I want that. And if I can't get that, I want that. And if I can't get that, I want that. And even since conscious existence is already a thing, in order to get these things, I'm still going to try to control that and steer that towards that. Do you get what I'm saying? Steer conscious existence because it is what it is. It's already here. You couldn't stop it from coming into existence. Now, if you find yourself incapable of truly steering conscious existence, not just as an individual, because we all take part in this, but if the conscious existence is going in the wrong direction, promortalism. It's time to kill everything that's sentient. I can't steer it. I might as well destroy it. I'm going to destroy it. Because if I could steer it, destroying it would actually go against because I could use it to have higher levels of destruction. I could use it to accomplish my goal on higher levels to better accomplish my goal. But if I can't, then it needs to go because it's just a problem. Consciousness is a problem. So if it can't even be used to solve the greater problems, then fuck it. I'm going to destroy it. And that's where pro-mortalism comes in. All sentient life. You cease all individuated consciousness to the best of your ability, either as an individual or a group of individuals, or even as a species, if you can get your species to agree to that, or if you can murder enough of your species to the point where the only ones left in your species are those who agree with you, and then you and the rest of your species can go along throughout the cosmos, destroying and killing anything and everything in order to rid the universe of life, in order to rid existence of sentient life, right? And then, let's say, that's impossible or et cetera, like this isn't working for some reason or no, then human extinction. It's still extinctionism, just brought down to a singular species, your species. And I say humans because we're humans right now, right? That can go for any alien being of any alien species out there who wants the same shit we want. So your species extinction, right? And again, that's going to have to be compulsory. There's no way that's going to ever happen voluntarily. You could be a voluntarist if you want. Again, do whatever the fuck you want. Do what thou wilt. But you're never going to get your goal. It's never going to happen. And if that is too much for you, or your morals won't let you do it, or your ethics won't let you do it, or you don't think it's possible, or it is impossible, or blah, 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 you come down to the lower antinatalism, right? Which is being anti-birth, which still leads to human extinction. It's just more of a roundabout way of getting there. And again, if you're compulsory, you're sterilizing people, you're forcing people not to have children in one form or fashion, you're more likely to get to that human extinctionism. If you're voluntary, which by all means, do what thou wilt, you're never going to get the job done. But again, do whatever the fuck you want. And then, if you're saying, you know what, I'm not going to kill anything, I'm not going to be against birth, I'm not going to da-da-da-da-da, or even if you do support these three things, but you can't get them accomplished right now, let alone by yourself, pro-moralism, human extinctionism, antinatalism, in order to still have the best world you could have as a species, you come down to anarcho-communism. Well, we're here, we are humans, we're going to be humans, humans are going to exist, they're going to give birth, they're not going extinct anytime soon, etc. Like all the species of the world aren't going extinct, blah, 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 blah. So we want to have the best possible existence while we are here, anarcho-communism. That is just, the basic way of putting that is the entire world is one family. All humans see each other as blood relatives that they love. And they treat each other that way. There is no trade. Everyone shares. There's no barter. There's no money. There's no monetary systems. There's none of that shit. Everyone is your brother, your sister, your auntie, your uncle, your cousin, your mama, your dad, etc., etc., etc. Global anarcho-communism. No state, no government control, anarchy, and communism. Communal anarchy. The entire world, the entire species is your community. And if you want to take that a step further, if humans could actually accomplish that goal to begin with, which they never fucking could, this is a pipe dream. Let's just be real. That's a utopian fucking bullshit. But if you're going to push for anything here, there's nothing else to push for if you're trying to have a good reality. But if you were able to fucking get that accomplished some way, somehow, the next step would be anarcho-communism for all creatures on the planet. Sadly, not including the creatures you eat, unless you can find a way to have an entire species of vegans, which is not possible because certain people with certain gut biomes, certain blood types, certain genetics need certain foods. There are people on Earth who need poultry, who need red meat, who need milk, who need certain proteins, not just protein, but certain proteins that you can only get by eating meat, who require fish based on their gut biome, their proteins that they need, their genetics, their blood types, etc. Certain people literally can't be vegan. But at least up until the point that can be done. You know, if you were able to develop, from birth, everyone was able to figure out their gut biomes, their blood types, their genetics, etc., to get the best diet per individual, the best diet and lifestyle per individual person, because we actually cared that much about our species, as opposed to just everything being based on money, what you can afford, what tastes good, what's being advertised the most, what's fastest, fast food and shit like that. If we actually give a fuck about human health and actually produce the best diet and lifestyle per individual based upon who and what they are from birth till death. Every year that shit gets updated and checked up on them, and all their blood gets ran, and we can see what's going on inside their bodies and adjust over time to give them the best possible existence they can have in this world, while causing the least amount of possible suffering they could cause. Like, if we actually gave a fuck, we'd be anarcho-communists globally, and then we would take that to the cosmos if possible. We might not even want to, because first off, we might get fucked up going out there. So I bet you most of the cosmos is not anarcho-communist. And those niggas traversing space, if a species even can, probably had to fight their robots first. They probably had to get past that point. Like, they're probably savages. And most of them traversing space probably would be robots and AI and shit like that. Like, or things that just exist in space. Space leviathans. Creatures that we couldn't even fucking fathom. Things that eat planets. Shit that we've never seen and never want to see. Well, you know what? Actually, I do want to. That'd be kind of dope. To just see something block out the sun and just come eat the whole world. Like, so, that'd be fire, bro. Just Galactus shows up, devours everything. That'd be awesome. But yeah, that's the only way to go if you want like the best possible reality here as a human. It's a pipe dream. It's utopia. It'll never fucking happen. I'll still push for it as long as I'm here, because it's the only political thing to push for, because it's non-political and completely communal. The entire species is a fucking family. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it should be. Anything else is just a species competing with itself, like dumb fucking apes. But they are dumb apes, so I doubt they'll ever get there. But again, that is the absolute bare minimum. Anarcho-communism, all the humans being a family, let alone extending that to anything and everything else that exists. So we can all have the best possible existence that we can. That's the absolute bare minimum. And no one does that shit. No one does that shit. Niggas will argue against it till they're blue in the face because they all want this one up thing. Like, it's fucking trash. And that's that low on the list, my nigga. The next one is, which I would, is do what thou wilt. If we can't get that, like, we can't get none of this shit popping, or we can't at least get it now. Like, we're pushing towards this, but it's going to take a long time to get there. Well, do what thou wilt. Whatever the fuck you want. Whenever the fuck you want. With whoever the fuck you want. For whatever reasons you fucking want. And don't do anything you don't want to do. Period. Be 100% entirely selfish. If you're not being selfish, it's because in that moment you don't want to be, which is still being selfish. Because you're only doing something unselfish because you want to in that moment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do what thou wilt. If you're not going to be a fucking family, do whatever the fuck you want to do. And then there's complete nihilism. Either there's literally nothing we can do, nothing can be done, literally nothing matters at all. Then literally do nothing, because that's the least you can do. Then that means do nothing. That doesn't mean do what they tell you to do, go be a slave, go do the government, go pay the taxes, go That doesn't mean do everything they tell you to do. No. That's doing something, my nigga. You can't say we can't do anything and then you do shit every day. Going to work is doing something, nigga. Like, that's doing something. Like, if you're going to do that, bare minimum, try to spin that in some way that's going to help towards the entropy. Like, everything you do should be in some way, if at all possible, bent towards getting the outcome you want. So if everything you're going to do is not going to do that, then do literally nothing at all. That's the best you can help the situation. Shit, you doing literally nothing at all might actually bring us some teeny tiny percentage closer, especially if everyone began doing literally nothing. It might actually bring us closer in some form or fashion to literal nothingness, or at least chaos, at least, because a lot of things would just be dying at that point. Like, Everybody just stopped doing anything. Like, that'd be a lot of people dying and shit. Like, that actually is entropy. Like, if this message got out to like millions of people, and like 100,000 people around the world decided to just do nothing. Oh, I just saw that 2222222. Look at that. I looked up. It was 222 minutes and 22 seconds as I said that. Awesome. With 2 people watching and 5 likes. Damn. Why is there 5 of y'all? There should have been 2 likes. No, fuck with that. I'm just joking. But if you're gonna if you're doing literally nothing and enough people are doing literally nothing, who knows? That might actually bring us closer to literal nothingness. Maybe not, but maybe so. It's one of the reasons that the Buddhist monks and the void monks actually do void meditations to bring things closer to the voids. Most importantly, themselves, but then anything and everything. As a matter of fact, there's even a SCP about this in the SCP universe. I can't remember which one it is, but it's like SCP void monks or void meditation, something like that, where they meditate on the void and they slowly but surely become more and more nothing. And if enough of them do this for enough time, that nothingness will actually spread to the somethingness that is reality. So it must be contained. Of course, the SCP branch is always trying to stop things from destroying existence. Although most SCPs, if left alone, would destroy at least things within existence, if not levels and tiers of existence, if not all of existence. But look up that SCP. SCP Void Meditation, Void Monks, something along those lines. If you Google it or Reddit it, somebody will know the name of it, what SCP it is. Anyway, that's the bottom line solution. Do nothing, literally nothing. Notice how nowhere in here do I say, do what they tell you to do. Be a good government slave. Be a good worker. Save your money. Become rich. Like, now don't get me wrong, all that can be in with do what thou wilt. Do whatever the fuck you want. And if you're not gonna do whatever you want, then fucking do whatever you're told, nigga. Like that's up to you. But again, top of the list to the bottom of the list. That's the solutions right there for every level of reality. We can break each one down. I can sit here for an hour and talk about each individual thing and all that it could possibly entail. Maybe I'll do another video doing that. But I don't think I should even have to do that. Like if I have to do that, my God, we're fucked anyway. I'm gonna do what thou wilt. If I have to do that, I'm just gonna go be a demon. Like, holy shit. Anyway, from top to bottom, each next solution is based on the prior solution not being possible or effective. Meaning, if the top solution works, all the solutions beneath it are completely unnecessary. But if the top solution doesn't work or possible, or if it's not something you can do right now, or if it's something that's going to take time to get accomplished, or if it's something you have to transcend and slash or ascend different levels of reality in order to achieve, whether we're talking about as an individual, as a group, etc., then you must move down to the next solution. You start up there and move down, 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 down. If you start where you are, it's going to be right here. 11, 12. You're a human, right? So complete nihilism, do what thou wilt, anarcho-communism, antinatalism, human extinctionism, pro-mortalism, steer conscious existence. All of that can be done from human level. And through doing any of that, let alone all of that, especially the whole steering conscious existence part, you can then push it in these directions in one way or another. But from 6 down to 12, that's all within human capability. Right here, right now. The other shit could possibly be, depending on how you destroy existence as soon as possible. Well, increase entropy. Only unconscious existence. Well, when entropy increases enough and existence becomes chaotic enough, consciousness itself will cease. Prior to existence ceasing, consciousness will cease. The consciousness requires a certain level of structure within existence even to be maintained. So again, increase the entropy and you will eventually destroy consciousness. That entropy will continue to increase and the existence itself will be destroyed. Bringing it back to a state of chaos where, again, you would try to end the chaos. If you can't do that, hold it at a state of chaos. Can't do that. Try to keep existence non-persistent. Can't do that. Destroy it as soon as you possibly can. Can't do that. Try to maintain it at a state above conceptual reality. Can't do that. Then you go back down to the 6 through 12, which are all conscious existence. 6 through 12 can be done anywhere within conscious existence. Everything above that relies on entropy first, like 5, 4, and 3 all rely on you performing entropy to push it back in that direction of 2. And then again, trying to do 1 again until like that's how you have to do it. So right now where we are, these 6 are guaranteed that we can be working right now. Right? We could be pushing towards anarcho-communism, pushing towards antinatalism, voluntary or compulsory, pushing towards voluntary or human or compulsory human extinctionism, pushing towards promortalism, pushing towards steering conscious existence, talking to people like I'm doing right now, trying to affect consciousness as a whole by affecting all you individuated consciousnesses, including myself, right? Including steering my own conscious based on picking whatever programming I'm engaging in. I went to listen to Illicit Mind earlier. Every single thing that you engage with is a program, including me listening to his live stream. That's a program I'm picking. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm choosing to experience that to further steer myself towards the outcome that I seek. I'm not engaging. I'm not going to Christian church on Sunday and listening to the pastor tell me to turn the other cheek and do it. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, steer your own consciousness too. This is why I say don't just be entertained when you're viewing entertainment. Peep the mythos. Be doing it for a reason. Let's see where we at. Anyway, so I'm going to say this all again. From top to bottom, each next solution is based on the prior solution not being possible or effective, meaning if the top solution works, all the solutions beneath it are completely unnecessary. But if the top solution doesn't work, you must move down to the next solution. The closer you get to the bottom of the list of solutions, the more things don't matter at all, because the less control we have over anything anyway. Right? Right? You know, I just want to take a peek here at what y'all been saying in the chat. I know it's late, you know, so there's probably not many people here. So it seems like there's less ones, so I can catch up real quick. Shout out to you, Vazen. Again, if there was a creator of things, then who or what was a creator of that creator, and what also created this creator that created another creator that also possibly created itself, and why exactly? Shout out to you, Lone Richie. I think if it was infinite, it was once finite. Well, it can't really go from being one to the other. It either is or it isn't. Dang, more than your channel? I'm guessing he said that channel, Official Divine. Yeah, I like his channel that much, bro. His videos are fire. I watch every single one multiple times. I usually watch them before going to bed so I can actually program myself to think about certain things and meditate right before I go to sleep on certain things in order to have certain dreams, become lucid, astral experiences, etc. A thing that does things. Indeed, God is a thing that does things. So it's not the cause of existence. Stick 1788. I am in hell right now. I want to die. Then I would highly suggest finding a way to do that. Lone Richie, hell is base level. Yeah. Hell, flame, fire, comfort zone. Well, I think I was talking about comfort zones, right? Potential, possibility, potential is nothing. Exactly. Vazen. In Greek times, chaos originally meant the vast, formless void or gaping chasm before creation, a state of emptiness, primordial void, while Romans, Ovid, which is void, meant jumbled mass of elements. Yeah, that's chaos, man. And now today it is meaning complete disorder, confusion, or a system exhibiting complex, unpredictable behavior, as in chaos theory. See, all these things go back to the term chaos in some form or fashion. Moral authority, moral my ass, ho. Yeah, fuck God. Excellent. This is how we real intellectuals have discussions like this. Not, no, you are wrong. No, you be wrong. I be right. Gah, give up. It is over. You lost. No, you did. This is not the end. And another thing, once you write one small statement, you already always immediately know to explain that statement in 8+ paragraphs, yet only 5% of us do this exactly. It's like people want to be misconstrued. Like, nigga, make your shit make sense. Don't just claim something. Explain that shit. You saying something, you making a claim is not making a point. You didn't prove a fucking thing, bro. Like, I can't stand that shit. A transhumanist, right? Are you subscribed to the pro-extinctionists? I don't know. Is that a channel, or are you just talking about the like being pro-extinction? Yeah, I'm pro-extinction for sure. I'm pro-extinction of everything, including existence itself. I'm pro-extinction of the potential for existence. But if that's like a channel, I don't know. Not that I know of off the top of my head. Vazen, it does that shit a lot. Once you use a different app other than Discord for 1 minute, then now all of a sudden it wants to kick you back all the way down. Yeah, I'd be doing. Let me just so it doesn't do that shit. A transhumanist, right? No proof of God outside of human imagination. Well, that's not necessarily true. It depends on how you define God. And it also depends on how you look at this reality. Because you could, if you look at all of reality, again, and say that, like if you were to say this is base reality, for example, I'm not saying it is, but if for those who believe, especially like materialists, if you believe this is base reality, God is not required. Chaos could do all of this. The first actualized potential would be the universe itself. And then everything else actualizes off of that. You would never need a God. But if you say this is not base reality, there is a level of reality beyond this reality. And then you look at this universe again, go look at those videos that I shared earlier. Why God Exists, part 1, 2, and 3. He makes a very strong case for God, especially if you don't view this as base reality. If you think reality goes beyond this, you could easily make a case for God being required for this universe because it's constantly balancing. It's not balanced. It's not purely mechanistically maintained in that sense. There is a consciousness to it. But again, through chaos, through undecidability, through consciousness itself, which is why they go into the quantum field theories and quantum vacuums and virtual part. Like, you don't necessarily need a God for that. Especially if this is base reality. Now, if this is not base reality, you could argue that you require a creator to do that. It could be argued. I'm not saying it's proof, but it could be evidenced. It all depends on how you look at, how you scale reality itself. How high do you think reality actually goes? I wouldn't say this universe is all there is. But for those who would, they could make an argument for a God external to it. It's not hard. I mean, anyone who believes in like soul trap theory, all that, they believe in gods who created this. Right? Because in comparison to humans, those archons would be gods. Now, if you come from there and are truly that, you aren't truly a human. That would mean you are a god too. Which would mean if you are a soul trapped in a soul trap made by these gods, your existence proves that gods exist because you are a god trapped in a trap made for gods. Like, it all depends on how you scale reality and how you look at the evidence that reality itself provides, whether you want to say a God is evidenced or even proven based upon the reality itself. But you could make the argument. And I think that why God must exist, parts 1, 2, and 3, is an excellent argument. He abandons his own logic when he tries to act like God is his God, the one he's defining, is the first thing to ever exist, or is the cause of all existence, because he abandons his own logic in order to do so. He abandons logic in general, let alone the logic he himself presented, in order to do so. The same logic he's presenting in those exact videos. But prior to that point, his argument as to why this thing would require a God or could require a God is not bad at all. It's one of the better arguments I've ever seen, because he's basically taking arguments that have been made by, very intellectual people who make such a claim and just boiling it down into such a presentation. Especially if you already believe that, a presentation like that would make you want to maintain that belief, and it would make you ignore the flaws in it. But it could be argued, depending on how you define God. You know what I'm saying? Like, so as far as I'm concerned, it's just some silly cartoon character. I mean, what intelligence creates beings who feast on each other in nature? You joking? Humans do that every day. Like, an intelligence does not mean you won't create fucked up things. It usually means you will. The more intelligent you are, the more fucked up you tend to be, and the more fucked up you tend to create things. Humans create humans every day that fuck things up around the world. They eat creatures, they destroy environments, etc. Everything, and it just is what it is. Like, humans lead to psychopaths. And if the humans were created by this nature, which was created by this cosmos, which was created by this God, etc., 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 do you understand what I'm saying? Intelligence, intelligence creates. It kind of has no choice. But since creation itself is fucked, there is no such thing as a good creation. All that is created is energy. All that is done by beings of energy requires energy expenditure. All expended energy needs to be replenished if the being is to continue existing. And since all is energy, the replenishment of that energy is almost certainly going to require it to steal that energy from another being. You know, people try to be breatharian and solarian and all this other stuff, but you show me a nigga who you can definitively prove to me hasn't eaten in 20 years and he just breathes in the prana. That good ass prana, baby. He just sucks in the chi. He just stares at the sun and gazes at the sun every day. And he hasn't eaten or drank anything in 3 decades. And he can prove that definitively. Well, you're showing me an outlier. That is not the average. That is the exception that proves the rule, which is why what they're doing is exceptional. And I would almost guarantee you that they're lying. I haven't eaten or drank for 30 years. Sure you haven't, big dog. Sure, I don't believe you. Can you definitively prove that? The answer is almost always no. Because they didn't record themselves 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 fucking decades. You get what I'm saying? Like, so in existence, where all is energy, and in order to do anything, and everything has to do something or else it wouldn't exist, requires the expenditure of energy. All that expends energy must replenish that energy because nothing here is made of infinite energy. So everything needs to eat in some form or fashion. Period. Existence itself, as Bliss likes to say, or Reaper 1984, existence is an Ouroboros that is constantly eating itself in order to maintain itself. The maintenance of itself is eating itself. Because everything that is in it and is part of it is it. And everything within it eats everything else within it. So, yeah. What kind of intelligence creates beings who feast on each other in nature? All intelligence that creates anything. Anything that creates anything creates something that harms something else. That just is what that is. It's also silly and immature, these people. It's also, existence is silly and immature. I understand what you're saying, but we got to think a little bigger than that. Just a little bigger, you know? All right, that's the last one. All right, now we can move on. So, Super Sub. I just wanted to take a break real quick and read some chat because we're about to get into this. All right. Thanks for the solutions. If you went in detail about each somewhere, feel free to post it. I did not, but that was the most detail I think I've gone into each individually in a row. But if you go check all of my live streams, if you go check all of my posts from oldest to newest, start to finish, top to bottom, check all the comments underneath and click all the links that are attached to them, let alone all my videos and all my shorts, which aren't exactly necessary, but you can go through there because there's going to be some stuff in there too. Let alone if you go through my compendium, which is really how it should start, because this is all just an extension of my compendium. My YouTube channel as a whole is just an extension of my compendium. Realistically, you should go through my compendium from top to bottom, start to finish. And then every fucking word, every text, every audio, every video, every song even, because the songs are there for a reason. Go through every single thing, every picture, every single thing in that compendium from start to finish, top to bottom, first to last, oldest to newest, right? Then go into this. You know what I'm saying? Then you go into this, into the YouTube. Because this is just an extension of that. So compendium, then to the YouTube. And when you're in the YouTube, Matter of fact, you should probably go through the shorts and videos first, since they're the least necessary part of the YouTube, and then go through the posts or the live streams. Honestly, you can go back and forth. Either of these is fine. Go through the posts and live streams from oldest to newest, start to finish, every comment, click every link, and you will see just how in depth I really have gone with all of these answers over time. But this might be the first time I ever just listed them out like this and discussed them one after the other in such a manner, which is why maybe I will make another stream after this just to do that again, just so we can spend even more time doing that. But again, my very first stream last year, January 2025, was called Solutions. And I think my third or fourth stream was also called Solutions, where I was on there with Aaron A., Marcus, and Hypnosis. And, everybody was talking about what they were talking about, but I would always like to bring it back to solutions. There's no point in talking about all these problems if we ain't talking about the solutions to these problems, which is the point of me doing that. Let me have 3 people on here. We could talk about anything, but I always want to refocus in on solutions so we can I want to train that into motherfuckers. We don't just talk about and complain about shit for 5 fucking hours. We talk about how to solve that shit the entire time too. You know what I'm saying? So I've really been going in depth with this shit the whole time. That's the entire point of me doing any of this. Like, that's what my compendium's for. That's what my YouTube channel is for, which is just an extension of my compendium, is to bring solutions to the people. The problems, why the problems exist to begin with, and how to solve those problems, and how to solve that which creates the problems. It's the entire point of my compendium and my YouTube, which is just an extension of my compendium. So again, thanks for the solutions. If you went in detail about each somewhere, feel free to post it. If pure potential needs nothing to exist, the moment we remove our hand from the turn off button, we should expect it to exist again? ? No, because it already turned off. There is no way for it to turn back on. If all potential ceases, that's it. It's done. Chaos is over. If a singular potential ceases, then the question is it an initial potential or is a potential that requires prerequisites? For example, let's just pretend the universe is all there is, right? Well, when the universe comes into existence, it has a whole bunch of other potentials that come with it, like stars, planets, etc. As soon as that universe ceases existing, the star is no longer possible because it requires the laws of physics, the atoms, and all the things that require a universe to exist. So the star is technically impossible as long as there is no universe. But it's always a possibility as long as the universe remains a possibility, because as soon as the universe goes from being a possibility to actualized into existence, the star becomes possible all over again. Any possibilities with prerequisite potentials that are still potential or in existence can always become possible again. But a possibility with no prerequisite possibility, like the universe itself, if we assume that it's all there is, it's not a possibility that relies on other possibilities. It's a possibility that causes other possibilities. If the universe ceases to exist, all the possibilities that the universe creates are no longer possible. If the potential, the possibility for a universe ceases to exist, the possibility for anything that could ever exist within that universe ceases to exist permanently as well. You get what I'm saying? Which we'll go into. If pure potential needs nothing to exist, the moment we remove our hand from the turn off button, we should expect it to exist again. No. But you're saying if we turn it off for a second, then nothingness exists. If nothingness exists, which is technically, again, semantics, you can't really say this in any other way, but it's technically not true. Nothingness doesn't exist. It can't exist. It's the lack of all existence. But again, semantics, understand what he's trying to say. But you're saying if we turn it off for a second, then nothingness exists. If nothingness exists for even a second, the game is over. Correct. Zenuthius Vazon. This is why we entirely stopped watching Pure. This existence is trash. Videos in general. Just speaking about that, but then never, well, it's time for this to apocalyptically end then. Exactly. This is why, for the most part, I've unsubscribed from certain channels because all they do is whine and complain. That's literally their entire thing. They This existence is trash. Every video is this existence is trash. But they never have any solutions to it on any level of it for any problems within it, let alone anything that causes those problems. It's the same video over and over again, basically. Wah, 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 crying, 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 crying. Like, nigga, why do I want to sit here and hear you tell me something I already know for the 10,000th time without giving me anything, any way to do anything about that which I already know? Or any new way of even looking at it? I'm bored. You're boring. Like, you know, is it like, but some of them would say, well, this is boring. I don't want to learn all this stuff. I just want to cry. Okay, then go watch crybabies cry and go be a crybaby and cry. Bye. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to niggas like you, Vazen. Exactly. If nothingness exists for even a second, the game is over. Shout out to Dean Winchester. Not really. I wanted him to lose almost all the time. Like, especially when he was doing with the apocalypse and shit. I was like, nah, I want him to fail. But I do like his character. He's a funny individual. Retarded, annoying, but hilarious. He pretty much went in detail about each and most of his streams already and a lot of previous messages in this server. Exactly. That's another thing. Get in this server, go into all the pages, and scroll up to the fucking top. And then come all the way down, and you'll see how much we've talked about this shit. Which is why we constantly tell people, come into the Discord if you really want to understand this shit. If you really want to talk about this shit. Even for those naysayers, you want to debate? Nigga, get into the Discord so we can talk back and forth. Instead of in this little chat section or whatever. You know, like, get in here. Get in here. So recording. All right. 2 recordings. All right.
If potential ceases for even just a moment, you have nothing but pure nothingness, meaning no more potential.
Mind you, keep in mind, when I responded to Super Sob, if you see it in the PM, I probably just woke up. If you see it in the AM, I've probably been awake, because as you can see right now, it's AM and I'm awake, right? But anything in the PM, I just woke up and my brain is not fully functioning, so it might take me a little bit to get shit going, which I do tell him, and I do like doing that. I love waking up to questions because it allows me to get my brain going. I like to get up and go straight to the internet. I like to go straight to the YouTube, straight to the Discord, straight to this. I really don't like doing much else than this. Everything else is just a distraction from this. And when I'm tired late at night and I don't want to do this, that's when I go watch bullshit or do some bullshit. And even then, I'm still peeping the mythos or whatever. But that's when I'll play a video game or some dumb shit, right? But to me, that's dumb shit. I don't want to do that all fucking day. I don't want to start my day with that. Like, I can't. I literally can't do it. Like, like my brain never turns on when I do. In order to turn my brain on, I have to kind of come straight to this. So I love that Saab has been asking these questions because he's been giving me the chance to just wake up, open my eyes, click the Discord, and go right into a recording. I haven't gotten out of the bed yet. I might have gone and take a piss and came back and laid down. But some of these times I haven't even gotten out of bed yet. My mouth's still nasty and sticky. My eyes are barely open. And I'm turning my brain on talking to Super Saab. So keep that in mind.
If potential ceases for even just a moment, you have nothing but pure nothingness, meaning no more potential, no more properties, nothing. Therefore, it could never reestablish itself. So, chaos has to continue forever in order for it to continue. If it ever has a glitch, it's done. Just a moment of it not existing means it could never exist again, which means nothing could ever exist again. And that's my ultimate goal, if that's even possible. You know, I'm not here to lie to people and tell people that is definitively possible. But if it is, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go in that direction until we figure out it's possible or impossible. And since it's my ultimate goal, hey, that's what I'm going to spend my existence doing. Preaching, teaching, promoting, etc. For anyone else who wants to join me on this path, because I think the more beings, the more entities, the more consciousness, subconsciousness, unconsciousness, the more chaos, because we are all chaos, pushing chaos in that direction, like literally telling it to stop, the more likely we are to actually get the job done, if it's at all possible. And if it is, and it happens for just a moment, bang, nothingness. And we're good to go.
3QABAIN3AMI-X6F said hi. Well, hello there, 3QABAIN3AMI-X6F. That is a fucking name, bro. Get a real name. I'm mad at you just for making me read that shit. But shout out to you for being here.
And yes, I would honestly suggest going through all my live streams from first to last, start to finish, and I flesh it all out from one stream to the next, starting at like the lowest human level all the way up to the void and everything else, including my responses to other people, because they're usually responding to me saying these things, so I get to flesh things out even more. So I would say go through every one of my live streams from start to finish. I don't have multiple years worth. I have 1 year's worth of live streams, and I didn't stream like every week or something like that. So there's like 15 of them, maybe 20 tops, and it'll take you some time to get through. But once you're through, not even all of them, let alone all of them, you'll fully understand it. You could also go to my posts on my page, just scroll all the way down, start at the oldest post and come all the way up. If you do those two things, you'll have a 100% understanding of everything that I've been expressing since the beginning of 2025, which was the point of me beginning to express it in the first place. So I'm not going to post all that here because that's what my channel is for. You can just go right there, check the live streams, check the posts. You can watch the videos if you want. They're not necessary. The shorts aren't necessary. That's more just me expressing myself and just years past and whatnot. But yeah, if you fully want to understand it all and fleshing out each of these levels of solution and whatnot, go through all my live streams and go through all my posts, because not all my streams are on my channel. Like, there's one stream with, there's two streams with Illicit Mind, which are on Illicit Mind's channel, but I posted those in my posts, so if you come across my posts, you'll come across those live streams. But honestly, if you just go look at Illicit Mind's channel, ILLICIT space MIND, Illicit Mind, the last 2 or 3 streams, I would say, including the one with Marcus that I'm not even on, watch those 3 streams too. Yeah, other than that, that's really all you should need. You could also go through my Forge of Destruction, my compendium, but my channel is a continuation of my compendium. So realistically, my compendium comes first, which is a timeline of things that I've gone through, thought, experienced, learned, etc. And I put it all together, and it's all in alphabetical order, so it's not in timeline order. So some things can sound contradictory depending on, what letter you're on in the compendium, because I might have said something in, the E section before I said, after I said something that I put in the P section, but you don't get to the P section until way after the E section, so you're like, wait a second. Just remember, my compendium's not in timeline order, it's in alphabetical order. So if you go through my compendium first, which, if you want the ultimate lesson of me, like everything that I'm saying and how it all comes together, you would start with my compendium from A to Z, especially the S section, the screenshot section, which is probably the most important section of the whole compendium, from A to Z, and then you go into my YouTube channel. I mean, you could watch the shorts and videos, but I don't think they're at all necessary. That's just mostly like me documenting my experience and moments and things like that, especially old videos. Like, I put all my old videos on there when I had to make space on my phone. All my old human videos, if you will. But go through my live streams from first to last, start to finish, and all the comments in those live streams as well. All the comments under those live streams. And then go into my posts. Scroll all the way down to the bottom, go to the oldest post that's there, and come all the way to the top, and I would suggest checking the comments of all those posts as well. This could take you a long fucking time, but you'd fully understand everything. And that's why I'm like, I can't really share that all here. I don't know. You know what, maybe I should make, at the end of this, I'll probably, I'll include that. at the end of my anti-cosmic voidism presentation, I think I'll include our little conversation here with my solutions, and I'll just go further in depth in each individual's solution there to end it off. You just gave me a new idea, so thank you for that. But for anyone who wants to fully understand it all, start with the compendium, start to finish. Then all my live streams, oldest to newest, start to finish, all comments under those live streams. Then my posts, oldest to newest, including all the comments in those posts, let alone the streams I'm doing right now, and including the live streams on Illicit Minds channel and Marcus's channel, which should all be in my posts. So, yeah. And then at the end of this presentation, I will include this little conversation here with all the solutions, and I will go into each and every one from top to bottom as thoroughly as I can.
All right. So as you can see, I threw the compendium in there, the Forge of Destruction. I've played this before. I'm going to play it again because I love it. This man really put music to this shit. I think it's hilarious. Make sure that this shit isn't super loud because this shit is some epic shit. An epic genre is fucking loud shit. This is just the screenshot section. See screenshot? This is just screenshots. Again, the compendium goes from A to Z, alphabetical order. So the screenshot section is within the S section, right? This ain't even the whole S section. This is just the screenshot section, which I would say is one of the most important sections in the whole fucking compendium. But this is Vazen putting this together as a presentation, a preview for motherfuckers what they gonna get. Because there's almost 5,000 fucking things in that fucking compendium, including videos, pictures, audios, screenshots, text, you name it. All sorts of shit from A to Z. So let's just take a peek at the preview. Shout out to you, Vazen, for even doing this. So if you really want to get this shit, go check my Bible, nigga. Like, I made a whole Bible for you. Like, motherfuckers be like, oh, there's no way to find answers. No, nigga, you're just too fucking lazy. You're too intellectually lazy. I put a whole compendium together for anybody who really wants this shit. And that compendium goes into everything. My YouTube channel is much more purely objective. People who ask me, like, oh, what about the astral? What about all this subjective things? What about your religion? What about your personal thoughts? You want that? Go into my compendium. That's the Bible of me. That gives you everything. This YouTube channel is just an extension of that. So if you think my YouTube channel is raw, if you're like, man, I fucks with this motherfucker's channel, bro. My compendium is, you need to get in there and go from A to Z. Like, especially if you're into any occult shit, any spiritual shit, any magical shit, any chaos magic shit, any cliff off shit, any darker shit, even the lighter shit, the Kabbalah shit, the fucking, all that shit, manifestation type shit, new age type shit. If you're into any of that shit, astral shit, conceptual or non-conceptual reality, Gnostic shit, if you're into any of that, summoning, if you're into any any of that type of shit, I'm telling you, get in that fucking, let alone this shit, because I go into all this shit too. I talk about existence. I talk about exactly what I think existence is, what I think is beyond this level of reality. I go into all of it in my compendium, because that's the Bible of me. My YouTube channel is very specifically focused just solely on objective solutions for objective reality. That which I can definitively prove, that which I can definitively defend, and definitively solve. The only thing I get into that's theoretical is the solutions, because some solutions are theoretical and like I can't prove that they would work, but I also can't prove they wouldn't work, so we might as well attempt them. You get what I'm saying? Like, but beyond that, everything else is objective. My compendium contains everything that is me, my nigga. Everything, the deepest, the darkest, the lightest. You got me laughing, you got me screaming, you got me crying, you got all of me. Like everything that you could ever possibly want to fucking know about what is going on in the mind of this nigga here, the mind of Shanghai is in that compendium. And that screenshot section is where you'll get the deepest shit you will ever fucking read in your life. I promise you. I don't give, like, I'm that confident. I don't give a fuck who you talk about. You go through that entire screenshot section, you will read the deepest shit you've ever read in your life. Fuck any Bible, fuck any Torah, fuck any Quran, fuck any history books, scientific texts. Nigga, it's all in there. Like, real talk. And shout out to you, Spooksy, with the Renegon and the Sharingan and the kitty cat. You are goated for that 8-hour live stream. I heard you shout me out. I was half asleep though. I was listening to that shit overnight and ran through it twice. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Vazen. What you got to say, Vazen? I can't not understand beings that do live streams every week, let alone every day, and then be like, oh, I just ran out of shit to speak about so fast, so burnt out, so tired of seeking the truth. And the sad thing is, that's most of them, bro. Like, I feel like that is the majority of motherfuckers in this section of the internet who talk about the same shit every day. Because they're unwilling to study. They're unwilling to research. Most of them don't want to read a fucking thing. They don't want to watch real videos. They only want to watch other niggas who agree with them that also don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And those people don't have much else to talk because they're not proving the shit they're thinking either. So they're not teaching them anything. They're not gaining anything from experiencing that shit. They only want to surround themselves with that which already agrees with their personal religion. Yet that which already agrees with their personal religion can't really teach them anything because it's all subjectivity anyway, and they already have the same subjective belief. Like, and all they could talk about is their subjective experience, which is basically going to be generally Groundhog's Day. Every now and again, something might happen. And of course, they're going to analyze it through the lens of their already predetermined religion. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I feel like that is most so-called truthers in the modern era on the internet, which is sad, but that is what that is. And I always say, like, okay, like a lot of motherfuckers will say, I just ran out of shit to speak of. Or I'm tired of seeking truth. And I'm like, nigga, you weren't seeking truth to begin with. You were seeking that which whatever agrees with your already predetermined religion. Like, and because you have a predetermined religion that you can never fucking prove because it's most likely false objectively to begin with, you will always have to seek truth. But the truth is, it's not because you're seeking truth. You're just looking for the proof of what you already believe, but there isn't any. So all you're left with is questions, always. Always more questions. Because you don't ask why, and just follow it to its logical conclusion. You're only asking why in order to get to the conclusion you've already predetermined that it never goes to, so you're always left with more questions. Like, always confused. Like, this whole section of the internet is always confused. Jumping down useless conspiracies, useless rabbit holes, useless belief systems and religions that they take as literal. I'm fine with any of these things as mythos, but as soon as you start taking them literal, well, now you're talking objectivity. That means it could be proven, right? If it can't be proven, it's not objective. You can't take it literally. Like, but they take these shits literally, even when they're objectively disproven. That's why I've been jumping down the throat of simulation theory and things like these. I'm perfectly fine with that as a metaphor for reality, as I am with all other creation stories, all other creation myths, all other myths about what this reality is, all other theories of what this reality is. But if you can't definitively prove that, especially if it's definitively disproven because there's undecidability right in this reality, meaning it's not literally a simulation, like, then don't sit here and try to tell me that it literally is, because I'm not a retard. I'm not dumb. I'm not religious. I don't just believe things, and I'm not purely subjective. I'm going to challenge that. Easily, too. I can show you one paper that destroys that, let alone papers for the last 100 years before there even was digital simulations already disproving such things based on consciousness, especially once you start to get into the quantum fields and all this other shit and quantum experimentation, double slit, all that stuff that just shows you consciousness directly affecting the reality itself. That means it can't be 100% procedural, 100% algorithmic. It can't be purely computational, if computational at all. Beyond the laws, there is no computationality. It's all based in decision. Because anything that is conscious has the ability to make decisions, which is what's known as undecidability. And since consciousness, individuated consciousness, taken together as one singular thing, is also presented as a field within quantum mechanics, should just go look up the Akashic field, right? That then affects all of reality. That means consciousness is affected by and affects all of reality, which means it can't be a 100% scripted simulation. Like do you get us? Like, oh my God. And I feel like that is what most of these motherfuckers believe right now because they saw the Matrix or some shit. Like, and they don't even understand it. Like, they really don't. Like, they don't understand the difference between simulation and simulacra, and that they're not the same. They're literally not. Simulation is just one form of simulacra, but it is a specific form. And that's not what this is. If you want to say this is simulacra, well, no shit. All of existence is simulacra. There's no part of existence that couldn't be. Nigga, it's all actualized potential. Like, duh. Like, that's what all of the theories of everything's are based on. Even the Big Bang. Are we in a black hole? Is this all, what's the word? What is the word? Holographic? You know what I'm saying? Like, our reality is holographic, etc. Like, even though the universe seems to be like it's a sphere, as all things within it are, it actually seems like the universe itself may be, I'm not saying that it actually is, but maybe literally like flat, like we're on a screen, which is one of the reasons why I like to call it a TV screen. Space-time itself is the screen. That's the pixels being stretched and like, so as a metaphor, as a mythos, of course, but when you start to get literal into these things, this is religious. And when people get religious, they usually don't have a whole lot to talk about other than their particular religion. Whereas I could talk about all this shit. You see where we started last year? In 1 year, how much shit have I talked about that's different? Every fucking stream is different than the last one. And this is also why I look forward to people responding to me so I have something specific to talk about. And normally, and I'm not streaming every fucking day or even every week because there's not much point. If I streamed on Monday and I don't have nothing new to talk about on Tuesday, why am I streaming on Tuesday? Just to cry more? Like, that's what most of this fucking whole section of the internet is. Like, niggas crying Monday through Sunday, never producing solutions, and in many cases saying there are none. There's nothing we can do while they don't realize they're doing something right then and there. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you just sent me off on that one, Basin. What else is there to speak about? And that is why you may as well stream once a month or once every few months. Yeah, like that's what, get something to talk about then. Especially if you haven't figured everything out, nigga, go on a journey of study and then come back to us in 3 months and be like, all right, so this is what I studied the last 3 months. I didn't know this shit, and I wanted to know this shit. So I went and studied all this shit. Let me show you the order in which I studied it and where I started, what I learned along the way, and where I've come to after 3 months of study. I'm not done studying. I'll be studying forever because, like, there's always something left to study. There's always more to know. But in my last 3 months, let me show you. Or you could show us over the 3. If you want to stream every day, show us what you're showing every day. Show us what you're learning every day. Teach us something, nigga. Give us a reason to tune in. Now, if you're just turning it on to hang out with niggas on the internet, that's one thing. I'm not chastising anyone for doing shit like that. Like, if this is your crowd and, you're at home alone, you're bored, you just turn on, go live and say, hey, what up, people? Like, do your thing, pimpin'. Like, you know what I'm saying? But, like, for those who, like, don't really, especially those who don't even really interact with the fucking comments. Like, for me, for the most part, I don't normally interact with the comments until the end of the fucking video. Right now, I'm doing it a little different because I just feel like it. But if you're not even like gonna interact with the comments like that, with the chat like that, what the fuck are you streaming every day for? Just crying. Why are you making a video every single day about how trash the world is? Don't get me wrong, part of me is fine with that because at least you're putting that frequency out there. But the other part of me is like, nigga, you're kind of wasting time. Every problem you just complained about in this video, no matter what video it is, you pull up pretty much any video complaining about problems, I can give you probably every answer to every problem in that video. You get what I'm saying? Like, and yet the video itself doesn't provide any of those answers. And then that person, that uploader, or many uploaders, I should say, like, do that every single day. It's ridiculous. I don't even understand it. Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. It's like they just like wallowing in their depression. Like, and they should be depressed. This place is depressing. But nigga, wallowing in it uselessly, never coming to solutions, especially when you believe there isn't any. What's the fucking point of thinking about it then? Just go live your best possible life, nigga. There's nothing we can do to change this. Okay, then go live your best possible life. Stop thinking about it and stop being so depressed. Like, it is what it is. Or kill yourself. Like, like I don't know what to tell you, you know? But hey, that's just us speaking. Yes, it is, Vazen. Yes, it is. If you be like, there is nothing to research, well, go take 8 days to check out this whole entire compendium. Facts. I'll give you a whole compendium to look into. But just know that the page shall occasionally refresh 80 plus times while scrolling. And I say go in order, you know, like, so that way when it does refresh, you didn't just scroll to Z and then it refreshed and you're back at A. I would also suggest using a computer if possible. I think it's better that way than on your phone, but I've only ever used it on a phone, so it worked fine for me. I've gone through my entire compendium myself only once. It's so fucking long. It took me like a fucking year and a half to get through, with concerted effort of going through it daily. So, you know, for most niggas, it might take years to get through. Real talk. There's enough shit in there to last you years, especially if you decide to try any of it yourself. Anyway. I originally played a different song, some random chill melancholy acoustic shit while recording the video, but then recorded another video, this one, playing a different yet wrathful battle song. And I appreciate that because I like that presentation, that preview a lot. Other shit that I hear, do not go out of your way to seek the truth 24/7, because if you do, you shall lose your mind. The truth will drive you crazy, insane, mad. So keep going anyways, exactly. Fuck sanity, my nigga. Like, go crazy. That's the truth. If the truth drives you crazy, crazy is what you should be. If you're sane yet living a lie, are you really sane? No. Like, fuck out of here. Your so-called sanity is being worthless. Lose it. This existence is insanity. Become one with insanity. Facts. Conscious King 12. How can I join your Discord? If you go to my first off, I'll just post it with this. After I'm done this, I will put the Discord link in a post on my channel. I will share this video, this live stream, as a post on my channel and put the Discord link there. But if you just go to my channel and go to my posts, the last live that I did, I also posted it there. So I posted my last live, and on that post, I put the Discord link. If you go there, you can find it. We post it quite a few times all over the place. But I'll remember to post it after this as well. All right, now let's get back into it, right? Thanks for the content. I will check it out. Next thing I want to go over is the potential for potential to dissolve must be in potential itself. Yes and no, I don't like the way you put it, potential for potential to dissolve, just the potential dissolving. Because again, 252, shout out to you, self-made. See what I'm saying? I'm programmed to see that shit. Y'all don't think programs work? I'm telling you they fucking do. Because it's not really a potential for the potential to dissolve. It is like, if the possibility can always cease being possible. That's why possibility and impossibility are two sides of the same coin. Again, like I said about stars, for example, if you have a universe, stars are possible. If you don't have a universe, stars are now impossible. And then if you have another universe come back into existence, stars become possible once again. Like, but they're only possible when the universe exists. When the universe doesn't exist, they are now impossible. Because they are not a base possibility, such as a universe. They are something that requires another thing in order to be. Anything that requires another thing in order to be is impossible as long as that other thing is not a thing. But anything that doesn't require another thing to be is a possibility without prerequisite possibilities. But it's still a thing. And since it's a thing, especially once actualized, the thingness, the somethingness of that possibility, because all somethings, no something lasts forever, the somethingness of that possibility itself should not last forever. You could make an argument that it will. And I'm not against it because I can't prove definitively otherwise. But I'm pretty comfortable in saying that it won't. I'm very comfortable in saying that it won't. But I won't sit here and tell you definitively it absolutely will. And I think I say that to Super Sob too. So, next thing I want to go over is the potential for potential to dissolve must be in potential itself. But this is self-contradiction. Potential does not include the possibility of its own negation because it is the condition for possibility itself, not an element bound by it. We can affect / interact with actualized things. Pure potential is too far beyond us. Regardless what we do, it's unaffected by events, actions, decisions. I'll go one step further and say nothing within reality can affect it. Thoughts? I did like that question. That was a very good question.
All right. Thanks for the content. I will check it out. Next thing I want to go over is the potential for potential to dissolve must be in potential itself. But this is a self-contradiction. Potential does not include the possibility of its own negation because it is the condition for possibility itself, not an element bound by.
And yet, chaos is self-creating and self-destroying, yes? The potential actualizes and then deactualizes. Chaos creates, entropy rises, chaos destroys. See what I'm saying? Like, it's the only thing that can self-devour. Like, just because it's possible, well, thanks to the randomization within it, it could suddenly just not be possible. It's random. It's not restricted by laws. You get us, like, it's not restricted by what he's asking about, which is why it could absolutely just stop one day for no reason. Like, it could just stop. It exists for no reason at all. It doesn't have to exist. It simply does. It could stop for the same exact lack of reasoning. Like, but we'll get into it.
But it is. So, when you think of life, life also has death programmed right into it. Life itself is really just slow death. Creation itself is really just slow destruction. Neg entry is just slow entropy. Like, all things that come from the chaos itself, all things that come from the possibility itself, the potential itself, has this built directly into it. And they're just lesser versions of that which they come from. So it is very possible, if not even likely, that the potential itself loses potential over time. Like, possibilities become less possible simply based on this, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh man, there's a perfect word for it and I cannot think of the word. But basically, the possibility itself degrades over time, especially after these possibilities come into existence already, let alone how many times the same possibilities have come into existence, how many different variations they have come into existence, etc., etc. So there could be a degradation factor within potential itself. So let me say it like this. If you have this thing that is purely randomized, because we have to remember, chaos is purely random. There is also a random possibility it could just stop. If it doesn't have the possibility to simply stop, then it's not purely random. But it has to be purely random. It can't be anything but purely random if it's all possibilities randomly playing themselves out. One possibility is it simply ceases. That's always a possibility for anything that is. There's always a possibility that it could no longer be, even something that has always been there. The thing that has always been still has the possibility to cease being
Especially if it's random.
because it is. Therefore, it has the possibility to be isn't. Because it is, it has the possibility to isn't be. I don't know how to say that. But because it be, it has the possibility not to be. Do you get what I'm saying? To be or not to be? That is the question that chaos is always asking itself and can't really make a choice about. So anything that has the possibility to be has the possibility not to be, including possibility itself. To be honest with you, that's like the only possibility that possibility has. It either is or it isn't. All other things come based off that. If it is, all things come into existence randomly over time. If it isn't, all things cease to even be possible. So it's very arguable, and honestly, it's arguable that it's even likely and probable that at some point it will simply cease at a random moment. Some philosophers and mathematicians, especially mathematicians, would argue based on it being one possibility out of all possibilities, and based on it being the end of possibility, which would literally be like its death, the end of its life cycle, the end of its decay rate, etc., that it would be the last thing that ever occurs, or at least close to it, because it would have the lowest probability out of all things that could ever occur. Since all these possibilities are possible, the likelihood of them no longer being possible is as close to zero as it could possibly ever get, while still being possible, if not guaranteed, because chaos is randomized and must run through all possibilities at some point, including the possibility that it no longer exists. So this is why, remember, chaos is the only thing that's self-creating and self-devouring. It's the only thing that exists simply because it does, which is why it's not a self-contradiction. If it was anything else that exists in existence, that would be a self-contradiction. But chaos is chaos, so it's not. We can affect, interact with actualized things as actualized things. Yes, we can. Pure potential is too far beyond us. Regardless, what we do is unaffected by events, actions, decisions. I'll go one step further and say, not within reality. Nothing within reality can affect it. Thoughts? Well, since you are reality, everything you do within reality is affecting reality. But since reality is chaos structured into order, there's no reason to believe that something in reality could not come to a point of understanding that which created it and being capable of affecting it. So if we understand that chaos is purely randomized, the question would be then, is there a way for you as chaos, because you already are chaos, you are potential actualized into reality. Is there any way for you to basically maintain a will as chaos, almost to become the will of chaos, which could be impossible. It could absolutely be impossible. It may very well be that we can't affect it, but it's not a guaranteed proof that we can't. So if there's any possibility, we might as well try. Also, if we as conscious entities affect the quantum vacuum, which is basically potential itself, then that would mean we basically are already affecting chaos, because either that is as close to chaos as something gets, or that it is chaos itself, just explained in a quantum manner, because they're trying to explain everything physically. So if we are already affecting chaos, causing potentialities to emerge, then we as potentials within chaos, as those possibilities that have been actualized, focusing through conscious intent, are actually already conscious chaos. You get what I'm saying? Order and structure is nothing but chaos that has been ordered and structured. So we, as potentials that have already been actualized and are now conscious, are literally conscious chaos. So it's very possible, I don't know how likely it is or how probable, but it is, in my opinion, I would say it's possible, or even I could say it's possible that it's possible. It may be possible that as conscious chaos itself, we could steer chaos to cease. We could be chaos's suicidal ideation. Just like if everyone is God through consciousness, if everyone focuses on God killing itself, consciousness could suicide. In whatever form that would take. It wouldn't literally put a gun to its head as consciousness, because that's not how consciousness in its base form would die. It would die how it dies, like however that is. So if we are conscious chaos, focusing on eliminating the possibility of our own existence, focused on eliminating chaos itself, chaos could literally suicide. It could literally just flip the switch and shut off. Is that a guarantee? I don't know. But I could hypothesize it. I can
And if it did flip the switch and shut off, all things that are conscious would simply shut down. You feel me?
theorize it. I can hope for it. And I haven't seen anyone disprove it, nor have I seen anyone prove it, so it's still something that is on the table. Especially when it comes to chaos, this is like when it comes to purely randomized potential, possibility, chaos, etc. These are honestly, in my opinion, the questions that are extremely hard to prove one way or the other. The only way to do so is just to head in that direction and see what happens. Because we have to always understand, like when we say, oh, nothing in reality can affect chaos, all that is reality is chaos. If you go back to my last stream there, when I talk about the guy who made the video, this thing created everything, and he talks about null zero being literal, like he talks about null being literal nothingness, meaning it has no potential, it has no properties, and then null zero is chaos, which has one property. It is the potential, the possibility for all things that exist, and it simply exists because it can exist, because it is possibility itself. And then null one is everything that exists based upon that chaos, which technically is that chaos actualized into reality. So all of existence, all of reality is just chaos. It's all the same thing. It's just not in, say, chaotic form. It's ordered and structured. Those potentials have now been actualized. They're not purely randomized. But they still are that which they come from, that which makes them up. You know what I'm saying? So if we are all literally chaos, and now we are conscious chaos, which requires itself to be systematic or ordered, because it couldn't be conscious if it wasn't systematized. The fact that we are conscious chaos means we very likely could affect chaos itself, because we affect each other. We affect all that exists, and all that exists is chaos. As conscious beings, we affect consciousness and each other's individuated consciousnesses. So if there's enough individuated consciousnesses within existence, you may be able to affect consciousness as a whole, let alone the chaos that produced it. Can I guarantee that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But as much as I've thought about it and broke this down and gone into, I can't prove the other way either. So, it's on the table. Might as well push for it and see what happens in the end. What's it further say? Nothing when in reality can affect it. But it is possible that we can't. It's possible we can. It's possible we can't. Until we know for a fact that it's impossible. So I say keep pushing in that direction for anybody who wants that to occur. Because if we want it to occur, and it is possible to occur, the only way it's ever going to occur is if we make it occur. If it's impossible to occur, then it doesn't matter what we do anyway. So trying to make it occur isn't going to harm or hinder us in any. It doesn't matter. It literally, nothing matters at that point. You know, it's like chaos is just going to do what chaos is going to do. And if that's the case, then the only hope is chaos being nothing and something, and seeing that as everything based on chaos has a decay rate, has a type of entropy, has a type of negative potential, that chaos itself has a negative potential. It would be one, because remember, nothingness would be one possibility. There being absolute nothingness is a possibility, but it's only one possibility out of all other possibilities. So it would be the hardest possibility to ever attain. So in order for it to do it on its own, randomly, it would take probably longer than anything else for that possibility to actualize. And
Because it's actually the deactualization of possibility itself. It's literally shutting off the actualization process. Nothing is the lack of all things. And it's the only possibility that is nothing. All other possibilities are something. You know what I'm saying? Nothingness can't literally actualize. Actualizing nothing would basically is just deactualizing everything. Like, you get what I'm saying?
once that possibility actualizes, there is no more actualization. There is no more possibility. There is only nothing. But if that never happens, then we're stuck with eternal existence, because there's no way to end it, and it won't end itself. So existence itself, even though each individual existence is not eternal, because entropy builds in all of them and will always bring them back to a state of chaos, existence itself, being a cycle of existence and non-existence, creation and destruction, will be eternal. So it's all about the levels of this, of what is maybe possible, what is definitively, like, what is impossible, what is maybe possible, what is definitively possible, and you go from there. In this case, it may be possible that we can end chaos because we are chaos, and anything that exists can suicide. So if we are chaos, if enough of us affect that chaos in that direction, we might be able to roll that dice. That's what I'm saying when I say in the video to control the dice roll. If we're pushing the dice roll for the next potential to be nothingness, we might actually augment the odds within chaos. We may, because things exist, the chaos that produces the next potential is less random. So since we exist as conscious beings, we may actually be able to affect that randomness and push the next potential towards nothingness. We affect the dice roll just by thinking about it, just by being an aspect of that which seeks chaos itself to end, let alone anything beneath chaos. And that is provable within our physical reality, our existence, by saying, you know, like, what we think, speak, and do here affects everything here. You know, if we are pushing for something to continue versus something to end, or vice versa, we can affect that thing's continuance or ending. And that's for all things in existence, because of entropy and negentropy. So when you take positive potential and negative potential, if we are chaos pushing for the negative potential, which is nothingness, we could possibly affect that dice roll and make nothingness more likely to occur. Maybe we can't. But based on all the evidence that I see on how all things affect everything and how everything is chaos, etc., 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 I have no reason to believe we can't. You know what I'm saying? So as long as I believe it's possible, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna push that. I'm gonna teach, preach, and promote that. And I'm gonna keep learning to the best of my ability to try and figure out how we could best make that happen. You know? But if that can't happen, if that is impossible, then the next, step is hoping for, thinking upon, speaking upon, and in any way possible, if possible, affecting chaos in the manner in which that causes it to do it all on its own. And if we can't have any effect on it, but it will still eventually do that all on its own anyway, then we just gotta wait for it to happen. It is what it is. But we could affect it maybe, so if the nothingness possibility is less likely to occur because of all the other possibilities that exist, then the more possibilities we run through, the more likely we are to roll the dice onto nothingness. So, as beings that exist within existence, the more we push existence towards destruction, the faster it is destroyed, the quicker we get into the next existence, and the more we do that process, the faster we speed up all of these possibilities actualizing, the closer we get to that possibility of nothingness, faster. So if the only way for nothingness to actually occur is by chaos on its own, naturally, chaotically rolling that dice roll, then what can we affect that can get us closer to that dice roll? We can affect existence itself because we are in existence and are of existence. So if we can increase entropy to bring existence to a state of chaos faster, producing the next possibility, the next existence faster, and then carrying out that same process in every existence we exist within, speeding up the process of all of these existences, speeding up the process of all of them coming into existence and then out of existence, we are then speeding up the process of chaos, getting closer and closer to that nothingness. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of any inkling, let alone big ways, any of the tiniest ways possible that we can push this in the direction of getting closer to nothingness, whether that's directly producing it ourselves, or whether that's causing chaos to produce it, or whether that's just speeding up what we can within existence in order for chaos to be able to produce it faster. And if, let's say, we couldn't affect existence, which we can, it's a guarantee because we are existence, etc. But even if we somehow can't affect the speed at which existence ceases existing or whatever, then we would want to make our best existence that we possibly could. It will still be trash because entropy, you'll never have perfection or utopia or anything, but we would want it to be as close to what we want as possible for as long as possible, so we could stave off the next existence for as long as possible, so we don't end up in a new existence, conscious, having to start over from scratch and having to fight this fight all over again with the beings creating AI and trying to control us and all that. Like, once we defeat them, we want to maintain that victory state for as long as possible. You know, it's like, and I put that right on the side of destroying it as fast as possible or maintaining it as long as possible in a state of victory. And then it comes down to the human levels, you know, of promortalism, just destroying all sentient life that's possible. Like, so none of it exists. But again, if consciousness exists, it's going to re-emerge. It's a game of whack-a-mole. Same thing with human extinction. You know, even if you get rid of humans, there's other beings out there, and humans themselves could come back into existence based on the potential of them existing. It's a game of whack-a-mole. Antinatalism, even if it's forced, you know, causing people not to have babies and the humans go extinct. Again, another game of whack-a-mole. Antinatalism that is voluntary, I mean, it's almost useless. It's just a good choice for yourself if you don't want to produce a being into this existence. But based on the chaos of all potentialities, you know, like if it's eternal or whatever, you're going to eventually have kids, and all possible kids you could ever have already existed or are existing or will exist at some point. Like, so it doesn't even matter what your choice actually is at that point. Even though you have free will, it doesn't mean anything because you're going to exercise all free will based on all potentials of your free will being executed at some point in the future. Which is what brings me down to do what thou wilt means, you know, do what thou wilt is the whole of the law. Nothing means anything. You might as well do whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, with whoever you want, for whatever reason you want. Damn the consequences, because they're not even real. You're going to go through all of them anyway at some point in this eternal cycle of creation and destruction. And then at the very bottom of, like, well, this is trash. I'm just, don't do anything at all. Every time you wake up conscious and you become aware of the existence you're in again, and you become aware of all this knowledge and information, just stop doing anything. And who knows, maybe if everything just stops, you know, if enough things just stop doing anything, maybe everything will cease and become nothing. Or you'll just be doing nothing. Like, but that's my thoughts on that.
All right. Hey, man, I really appreciate the response, but it brought me more issues. I think you lost me. Here's what I'm not understanding. Number one, I don't like the word random. Do you have a different definition or way you're using it? Random implies a process that selects an outcome from a set of options without bias. Nope, that's exactly what I mean. That's why chaos is randomized actualization of potential. And once the first thing comes into existence, that randomization drops. Things become less and less random and more structured, ordered laws, rules, more restrictions that lead to things. Such as I said, if my parents didn't exist, the odds of this particular body popping into existence as I am right now is utterly random. It's objectively impossible in the reality itself based on the laws of the reality. So if it was to occur, it'd be utterly random, literally breaking the laws of the reality. My parents need to exist in the form they existed in, at the time they existed in, to get to the point of them having the sex they had, to then produce this particular body. That process, me randomly existing, slowly but surely became less and less random until it was 100%. As long as there is existence, things that exist do not exist randomly. They exist based upon the laws of that existence. They exist based upon the prerequisites already actualized within that existence. But prior to existence, when nothing exists, it's random. It's completely randomized. This is why it's called chaos. When the first thing comes into existence that is persistent and self-replicating, that's when order becomes, that's when structure begins. And that structure then begins to dictate that which is actualized, which is why I say us as actualized potentials within that actualized structure are definitively capable of affecting that structure. And since that structure is literally entirely based on the first thing that came into existence, which is based on the randomized actualization of that first thing, we are now affecting the actualization process, not just the structure itself that is already actualized, but us as conscious beings within that actualized structure, as part of that actualized structure, are affecting that actualized structure. And that means we are also affecting the actualization process itself. And since we produce entropy, we are also affecting the deactualization process. So if we can affect the deactualization process and the actualization process, can we possibly affect the potential itself, the possibility itself, since we are just actualized potential? If we can we push it in the direction of nothingness? Welp, might as well try. You get what I was like? But anyway, random implies a process that selects an outcome from a set of options without bias. Pure possibility has nothing to do with the selection, it's just allowed outcomes. And this is why when I say chaos is the randomized actualization of the possibilities. There is potential and possibility, and then there's a process of actualization. When you take all that into account, that's called chaos. Chaos is the randomized actualization of pure potentials. That's what chaos is, which is why it's called chaos, right? Pure possibility has nothing to do with selection. It's just allowed outcomes. Exactly. All that is possible can be. This is also why I say all that is possible can be, but doesn't have to be. It doesn't ever have to be. It can be. It is possible. And the simple fact that it does means that it went from nothing to something. It could be, and then it is, meaning it actualized into existence. So there is a process of actualization. And that process has to be random because there is nothing else already actualized restricting the process. There is nothing, there is no rules or laws causing it to be anything other than random. Once you get the first thing in existence, say a universe, for example, you now have universal laws, physics, etc., that then allow for certain things and disallow, make impossible other things, which now restricts the process of actualization from random to whatever is capable of existing within that universe. But something must exist in order for there to be a restriction on the actualization process of potentiality itself. If nothing exists, there are no restrictions, because restrictions are a thing that exist, and they're usually caused by a thing that exists. The universal laws exist because the universe exists. Physics exists because of the universe. You know, it's like because physical existence exists. Like without that existence, there is no restriction to the actualization process. Therefore, actualization is completely and entirely random, which is why we call it chaos. So, are you saying it's random because every reality will have its turn? Yes and no, not exactly. Every reality doesn't have to have its turn because it's random. Every reality could have its turn, depending on how it actually works. Like, and depending on how long possibility lasts before dissolving. You know, for all we know, every possibility will remain possible until it's actually happened once. So, Or maybe something that is possible will never exist. Maybe it'll be possible, and before it ever actually comes into existence, that part of its possibility will dissolve and it will become impossible. The somethingness that it could have been is no longer a thing. So now it's just no thing, nothing, and it can never be. Just because something is possible doesn't make it probable or guaranteed. It just means it's possible. And in a randomized actualization process, it doesn't have to happen. Now, if that randomization process, if that randomized actualization process is, say, truly eternal, and if the potentials themselves, as potential, not as individual potentials that are actualized, but as potential as itself is eternal, then yes, it is a guarantee at some point. Every reality will have its turn, and every reality will have its turn an infinite number of times. You know what I'm saying? So it all depends on how you want to look at it. I don't look at it as truly eternal because somethingness can't be truly eternal. Only that is what is perfect can be truly eternal. It must be infinite to be truly eternal. And it's not. It can't be. So I would say no. Every reality doesn't have to have its turn. But let's say it is, then yes, absolutely. Every reality will have its turn. So it depends on how you want to look at it. Number 2, claiming that something eternal could cease would contradict its eternal nature. Therefore, if ceased, it was never eternal. So we should say pure potential may or may not be eternal. And this is also why you could say semi-eternal, meaning it never had a start. It's always been a thing. It's always been possible. But it doesn't mean it ever had to happen, let alone that it has to always be possible. You get what I'm saying? The universe was always possible, but it doesn't always have to be possible. And you can see that represented in the things within the universe. Stars aren't always possible. They're only possible when there's a universe. No universe, no stars. A universe, stars. Stars then become possible. You get what I'm saying? If not guaranteed based upon the laws being carried out. But that universe could somehow be destroyed or cease to exist prior to the stars even coming into existence. Because there's levels of universe that have to unfold before you even get to stars. And there are so many numbers that have to be so perfect. The entropy has to be so low. All these things have to go so right to ever get to the first star, let alone stars. You get what I'm saying? So stars are only possible when there's a universe. When there is no universe, stars are not possible because they require the universe to be stars. So if that's the case, and stars are they're a sub-possibility of that possibility, well, that could be applied to any possibility, including the universe itself. It doesn't have a prerequisite potential it relies upon, if we're saying that's all there is, just bringing it down to that level so it's understandable. Stars have a prerequisite requirement for the universe in order to be, whereas the universe is the prerequisite requirement for the stars and everything else in the universe, but it's still a potential actualizing, right? Just as a star is still a potential actualizing. A baby is still a potential actualizing, just as his parents were still potentials that had to actualize. They all must go through the same process of actualization. Some just require other things to actualize first. But they all must actualize, right? Why was I saying that? Number 2, claiming that something eternal could cease would contradict its eternal nature. Oh, because you could have semi-eternal things as well. So if there's potential, for example, if potential possibility is seemingly eternal because it always has been, it doesn't always have to be possible. That's why I was saying the stars. Stars are a potential that aren't always possible. They're only possible when there is a universe. When there is no universe, they're impossible. Showing you that this thing is flickering between possibility and impossibility. Now, it's flickering between that based upon the prerequisite that is the universe being required. But if the universe itself is a possibility and possibilities can become impossible, the difference between a universe and a star is that a star's impossibility and possibility is based on the possibility of the universe. A universe's possibility, if that shit became impossible, well, that's it. There's nothing else to make it possible. If it itself is the possibility that leads to these other possibilities and it ceases being possible, well, it's fucked. And since no universe actualized is literally infinite, meaning the somethingness of that potential is not infinite, because remember, the potential itself goes from nothing to something. The potential is what actualizes. First, it's nothing, then it actualizes and becomes something. So, and the somethingness of that, the universe itself, is not infinite. No something is infinite. Therefore, no something could last forever, meaning the somethingness of the potential itself may very well not last forever and honestly shouldn't. So, even it being possible should eventually basically fade into the void, no different than any virtual particle. So even the possibility for the universe itself should eventually cease all on its own. How do you explain that exact process? You never could, because how are you going to explain a process of nothing becoming nothing? You can't even explain the process of nothing becoming something. We could just name it actualization. How does it happen? No fucking clue. It goes from nothing to something. No one will ever fucking be able to tell you how. We know it does, because it has to. We're here. How does that exactly occur? Nigga, no one will ever fucking know. It's impossible to know. Because there's nothing to know. You get what I'm saying? So the somethingness of the potential, that something aspect of it, the something property of it, should eventually cease. Because all somethings cease. No something is infinite. Only nothing is truly infinite. So the nothingness aspect of it should go on eternally. But the somethingness aspect of it should not. Which is why even when it does actualize, it only actualizes temporarily before the entropy builds enough and destroys it all over again. Eventually, it won't even be capable of actualizing. It's almost like a battery dropping. This potential only has a certain amount of battery to be something. And every time it comes into existence, it wastes a certain amount of that battery to be, until it finally gets down to a certain point where it can't even turn on, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it can never flip back into the actualization process. It can never become something ever again. So then it's just an impossibility. A possibility that cannot actualize is an impossibility. It can never be real. It can never become or develop into something again. Its potential is gone. So, is it truly eternal? As you said, you could say it was never really eternal, which I'm fine with. Or you could say it was semi-eternal. And the reason why I say that is because you still have to argue. Like, the logic would say it always has been. But the logic also says it can't always be, which you could argue is semi-eternal, or something that is eternal yet still ends. You know, however you want to use the semantics is, you know, up to you, up to me, up to whoever's using it. You know, so I understand why that confuses them, and that's why, again, when we're speaking of these semantics, especially when talking about nothingness and using terms like eternal and infinite and things like this, you have to dig down into the words. So again, shout out to Illicit Mind. Go watch that live stream from earlier. You got to dig down into the semantics of it, so you're on the same page of what you're expressing to each other. Because none of it's going to be literally perfectly right, because you're speaking on nothingness. Like, it is what it is. Cease, it was never eternal, so we should say pure potential may or may not be eternal. I mean, you could say it may or may not be eternal, but I would say it's semi-eternal. That's probably the best way to put it. It has no beginning, but it absolutely has an end. There's no reason it shouldn't. Maybe it doesn't. That's why you can say maybe or maybe not. Maybe it doesn't. But there's no real if we follow the logic to its final conclusion, there's no reason it shouldn't. Because potential is nothing yet something, and nothing is truly infinite yet something never could be, the somethingness of the potential itself should at one point no longer even be capable of actualizing into something, because no something is infinite, including the something of potential itself. Right? If we follow the logic to its conclusion, it may have always been, but it shouldn't always be. So semi-eternal is the term that I like to use, but hey. 3, necessary things by their nature must exist. There is no could not be. Not necessarily true, especially when we're talking about existence itself. Now, for other things to exist, again, for stars to exist, you need a universe, Without the universe, you can't have stars. It requires laws, physics, all this other things to make stars, planets, people, all this stuff requires these laws, right? But a universe doesn't have to exist. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it has to exist. Whereas something like possibility, even though technically it's non-existent because it's pre-existence, it is what goes from nothing to being something. It is what actualizes into existence. It is the cause of existence. But since we want to get the point across, we'll use the terminology. Possibility has to exist simply because it is possibility, right? But that which is no longer possible is now impossible. And that which impossible and impossible are two sides of the same coin, especially when you look at, again, something like stars. Stars are only possible when there's a universe. When there is no universe, they're now impossible. Right? So even possibility, even something possible can become impossible. Right? It's no longer possible. You ever heard somebody say, well, nigga, you missed your chance. It's no longer possible. That boat has sailed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no longer possible. Meaning it was possible and now isn't possible. So what was possible is now an impossibility. You see what I'm saying? So necessary things by their nature don't have to exist. They simply do because they're necessary. Like, especially if we talk about in existence, the universe doesn't have to exist. Right? But it does exist. Possibility itself doesn't even have to be a thing. It simply is. It doesn't have to be. It just is. So it is. Right? But there's also impossibilities. Meaning, nothing has to be possible. It just is. If it had to be, that would be meaning. There is no meaning to it. It just is, you know? So necessary things by their nature must exist. There is no could not be. Are you saying if the possibility that nothingness could exist would negate this? Yes, because nothingness existing is technically the lack of all existence. You know what I'm saying? If there is nothing, there is no things. All has been negated. Like, and if there is truly nothing, there isn't even any possibility, which is why it's the goal. Lastly, you're saying one of the possibilities that should exist is nothingness, but it's the rarest possibility. That's beautiful news, but why do you think this? Because if there is something, there could always be nothing. And since all that is requires possibility, and possibility itself literally requires nothing, then nothing already is. It's just simply being negated by something at this moment. Potential itself is nothing that actualizes into something. But when that something deactualizes and is nothing again, it's been negated. So something negates nothing and nothing negates something. True, pure, absolute nothingness negates all. It negates even possibility. It negates even the nothing that is potential. Like, it's a nothing negating a nothing. It is the ultimate negator. Like, let's see. All right, so we got some recordings here. Let's see how long we go tonight, because I am getting tired, but I'm still here. I'm still interested. All right, here's what I'm not understanding. I don't like the word random. Do you have a different definition or way you're using it? Random implies a process that selects an outcome from a set of options without bias. Nope, that's right. Pure possibility has nothing to do with selection. It's just allowed outcomes. That is also true. The possibilities themselves are just all possibilities that are available. The selection process of what occurs first, the first thing that comes into existence, is random. Now, of course, even within randomization, the odds of something being selected 2 times in a row are less likely than something being selected different each time. So if there is, this uncountable number of possibilities, when one possibility is selected
and then done away with. One existence comes into creation and is then destroyed. The next existence to come into creation is highly unlikely to be the same one that just existed, you know? Even though technically it's still random, technically it still has the same odds as all other possibilities. Due to it already coming into existence, because it's random, the odds of it randomly selecting the same thing 2 times in a row is very low. So even though it is random, even within randomization, there is higher and lower odds of randomized choice. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. Are you saying it's random because every reality will have its turn? At some point, if the chaos, if the possibility is eternal, then yes, at some point, every possibility that can happen will happen eventually. And if it is truly eternal, every possibility that can happen will not only happen, they will happen an infinite amount of times. Like, it'll just continuously happen in whatever randomized order it happens. And over time, there will be some things that happen 2 times in a row. Because with enough time, with enough possibilities being randomly selected, there will be a time where everything happens 100 times in a row. Like, because it's random, which would be trash. Like, that's why the odds, like, if we got rid of this existence, the odds of this existence being the next existence are lower, because randomization, randomly selecting the same thing 2 times in a row, is actually a lower percentage than the randomization percentage itself. But over time, it's guaranteed to occur at some point that this will happen 100 times in a row. And who knows, maybe we're at time number 32, like, in a fucking row. We don't actually know. I would sure hope not. But we could be. Let's see. Claiming that something eternal could cease would contradict its eternal nature. Not necessarily. So something could have always been, and that doesn't necessarily mean it will always be. And the easiest way to determine the possibility of that is what it is. So if something has always been, yet it's imperfect, then it's very possible that it won't always be. If it is perfect and it has always been, it will always be. But chaos itself is imperfect, which is why it produces existence, which is also imperfect. And the simple fact that we exist imperfectly in an imperfect existence guarantees that chaos itself is imperfect, because that which produces imperfection could not be perfect. That which produces imperfection must be imperfect itself. So the chaos, the possibility, the potential itself is imperfect, because what it produces is imperfect. And all things that are imperfect are not truly infinite. And eternal and infinite can be synonymous under certain circumstances. I don't choose to use it that way, because infinite kind of implies literally never ending, like it's impossible for it to end.
Because it's perfect, whereas something eternal doesn't have to be perfect, meaning it could go on forever, but it could end.
Something that is eternal can be eternal when left alone. But, like, someone that is functionally eternal can still be killed. Like, something can still end it. Or it might not be eternal at all. It might, because it is something that is also nothing, because it produces things, because it produces imperfection, because it is imperfect, it might not actually be eternal to begin with. It's just so long-lasting that to the human mind, we might as well call it eternal. Because we don't have any type of number for it. This thing is so... Chaos will go on for... The possibility will go on for so long that the human mind could never actually calculate the number. Even though it would technically be finite and not truly eternal, not truly infinite, it would still seem like it's eternal to us. That's why I said there's a possibility that it's eternal, but there's also a possibility it's not eternal. I'm not assuming that it is eternal. I'm saying it could be eternal, but it also could not be eternal. It might have its own life cycle, its own decay rate. The possibility itself may cease being possible over time, especially since all things that are possible to occur are also possible not to occur. Therefore, if all possibilities are possible to occur, all possibilities are also possible not to occur. And what that would ultimately mean is possibility itself ceasing. If all possibilities are no longer possible to occur, there is no chaos, there is no possibility, there is no potential. And that only needs to happen one time for there to be nothing ever again. And that is, it's possible that we could cause that to happen, but maybe not. It's possible that it could happen all on its own, but maybe not. You know, like, and that's where I'm at. Like, I'm not claiming either way that it is a guarantee or that it isn't a guarantee. I'm not saying that it is eternal or that it isn't eternal. And just because something always has been doesn't mean it always has to be. But if it always has been, it could always be. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what I mean by, like, I'm not religious. I'm not just picking one because I'm not just going to pick which one sounds the best to me. I'm not just going to pick which one I want. I will hope for that. But if I can't prove or disprove that hypothesis, theory, analysis, etc., I'm not going to claim to have proven it or disproven it. I'm just going to say it may be possible, but it may not be. And until I know whether it is or isn't, well, that's where I'm stuck. So I'm not claiming that this thing is eternal and can cease, because it might not be eternal and be capable of ceasing, but it might be eternal and incapable of ceasing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Might be, but the odds are it's capable of ceasing. Because again, all somethings are non-infinite, and potential itself is nothing and something. So the somethingness of that potential should cease at some point. There's no reason it shouldn't, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't.
It's either or. It could be eternal and incapable of ceasing itself. It could be eternal and incapable of being ceased. But it could be eternal and still be capable of being ceased. It will just never cease on its own. But maybe not. Or it could just not be eternal at all. It's seemingly eternal compared to all else.
Or semi-eternal. It has no beginning, but it certainly has an end.
But it still is not eternal, because the only true thing that is truly infinite would be the only thing that is truly perfect, which would be no thing. It's not a thing at all. I say the only thing, but it's not a thing. Because no thing is truly infinite. No thing. And if this thing, but the only difference is chaos is something and nothing. Possibility literally is nothing, but it's still something. It still causes an effect. It's still a cause, which is still technically a thing. So it's the perfect thing that is no thing, yet non-paradoxical, because it is the requirement for all things, yet requires no thing itself. And it's the only thing that exists in that manner, which is why it's so very hard to definitively prove or disprove whether it literally is eternal, whether it's eternal and can be ceased, or whether it's eternal and cannot be ceased, whether it's eternal and will one day cease itself, or whether it's not eternal and will one day cease itself, or whether it's not eternal and we can cease it ourselves. Like, these are just all, is it eternal? Is it not eternal? If it is eternal, can we cease it? If it is eternal, can it cease itself? If it is eternal, will it simply remain eternal? If it isn't eternal, then at some point it should cease itself. If it isn't eternal, then maybe we should, it's a higher likelihood that we should be able to do something about it. You get what I'm saying? If it isn't eternal, it should not be able to become eternal. So these are all just possibilities, maybes. Truthfully, I don't know. But these are all the possibilities. These are the questions I'm still asking right now. All the questions beneath that are much easier to answer. Those questions are the ones that are hard to answer, and that I personally believe, as of right now, the only way we'll ever truly be able to answer those questions definitively is by going in that direction until we reach a point where we can definitively prove or disprove the possibility or impossibility of any of those questions, of any of the answers to those questions. So we say, Pure potential may or may not be eternal. Exactly. I guess I should have just finished reading that. Claiming that something eternal could cease would contradict its eternal nature. Therefore, if it ceased, it was never eternal. So we should say pure potential may or may not be eternal. Correct. But again, even if it is eternal, if it can be ceased forcefully, because just because something's eternal and won't cease on its own doesn't necessarily mean it cannot be ceased. If it is truly eternal, it will never cease itself, because that's what eternity is. But then again, this is why I say, like, these are all possibilities, and none of the possibilities themselves are eternal. So the randomization process, the selection process of these possibilities, especially since one of these possibilities is nothingness itself, should not actually truly be eternal. Because at some point, no matter how long it takes, at some point the selection process should land on nothing. You know, it's like hitting a jackpot. At some point, no matter how many times you pull that thing, even if there's a nigh infinite amount of combinations that can come, and only one of them is a jackpot combination, after a nigh infinite amount of pulls on that machine, whatever they fucking call those things at the casino, slot machine, at some point you're gonna hit the jackpot. You know? So that's why I personally would not, my first assumption is not that chaos is truly eternal. Actually, earlier you said something about eternal, infinite, and I meant to make a caveat to that, to say that it could be, but it also could not be. I think I just said yes and didn't mean to say that, because I was just impressed with the fact that you understood it at all. Most people just don't get it, which is crazy to me. But yeah, it could be eternal or it could not be eternal. That we don't actually know, but based on it being imperfect and based on the possibilities themselves being imperfect, so what it produces is imperfect, I say it's as close to perfection as possible, meaning it's as close to eternal as possible, it's as close to infinity as possible, because it is something yet still nothing, non-paradoxically, which means it's as close as to nothing that something could ever be, but it's still not pure nothingness, which says to me that even chaos itself is not truly eternal, it's not truly infinite, it's not truly unlimited. It can and almost certainly will at some point cease to exist itself. It'll just be the longest lasting thing that there ever could possibly be. Because possibility itself is just as long lasting as it could be. There's nothing that could even touch that level, that closeness to perfection. Once you get rid of that, you're actually at perfection. You're at nothingness. So I wouldn't say it actually is eternal, but I'm also not going to sit here, just because I don't want it to be eternal, I'm not going to sit here and tell people that it isn't eternal, because I can't prove that either. I can simply evidence it based upon the circumstances at hand. It itself is not perfect. None of its possibilities are perfect. Every one of its possibilities is imperfect. Once actualized, that imperfection rises in the form of entropy, bringing it back to the state of chaos that it was originally from. So nothing it produces can last forever. There's no reason for me to believe that it itself will literally last forever. But I have every reason to believe that it has always been. Which means it is possible it could always be, but I have no reason that it will always be. I mean, I have no reason to believe that it will always be, because of what it is and the possibility of nothingness that it also contains. For it is nothing and something. There's just a lot more somethings. There's so many more somethings that the odds of it picking something to actualize versus nothing is just nigh infinite. So when it does finally pick nothing, which it should be guaranteed to do so at some point, it will be far more likely that it will have gone through a nigh infinite amount of some things actualizing prior to actualizing nothing. But there is also possible answers to forcing it to actualize nothing faster, which I went over in that last recording. Necessary things by their nature must exist. There is no could not be. Are you saying if the possibility that nothingness could exist would negate this? Yes, because so in order for anything to exist, possibility must be. But existence itself is not necessary. That's the thing. Existence is not necessary. Therefore, that which produces existence is not necessary. But in order for there to be existence, chaos, potential possibility is necessary for that. But none of it has to be. Nothingness could be. There doesn't have to be anything. Just because people like there being something doesn't mean that it has to be. Existence doesn't have a purpose. It doesn't have a need. It's not a requirement. It simply is because it's possible. You get what I'm saying? It simply is because it's possible. But it's not a need. Which means at some point, it could simply never be again. And it wouldn't matter. Any more than it did when it was something. And the fact that nothingness is one possibility out of all possibilities that are somethingness, because there's all these possibilities that are somethingness, and there's one possibility that is nothingness. The simple fact that that one possibility exists guarantees that at some point it will occur in the whole randomization process. And the moment that occurs, all the other somethingness just goes away. Meaning it was never actually necessary to begin with. It simply existed because it could. Those possibilities are possibilities simply because they're possible. But nothingness is also possible. But it's the one possibility that negates all other possibilities. So if that singular possibility is ever randomly selected for, all other possibilities will then cease to exist.
And I mean truly selected for, meaning the selection process literally stops selecting, period. So for example, if this existence exists, right? It was actualized. It was selected for randomly, right? Now this existence, the entropy rises, chaos returns, and this existence ceases to exist, right? Now, let's say it takes 1 billion human years for the next existence to come into existence. What was randomly being selected for that entire time? Nothing. But it wasn't selecting nothingness. It wasn't like the deactualization process didn't stop. The randomization simply was choosing in that moment the nothingness aspect of potential itself. It didn't choose to end the actualization process. The potentials, the possibilities didn't cease being possible. They didn't become impossibilities. It simply wasn't selecting anything that was possible. Meaning, it could legitimately be selecting a whole bunch of potentials that simply aren't possible in that moment because they're not persistent or self-replicating. Like if it chooses a star, like if a star randomly attempts to actualize with no universe, it simply can't. Most things, most possibilities are impossible without the prerequisite possibilities already having actualized, which allows them to remain persistent as actualizations themselves. Right? So since the majority of possibilities cannot actualize in a persistent and self-replicative form without something, another prerequisite like stars, planets, life, nature, etc. None of that shit can exist without the universe, meaning the universe must actualize first before those things can actualize. If those things attempt to actualize without a universe, they won't, right? So, in between existences, technically the randomization process might seem like it's selecting for nothing when realistically it is selecting for a bunch of things randomly that cannot actualize in any persistent or self-replicative form until it lands on one that can. Like, for example, the universe. You know what I'm saying? So, but even in all that pool of possibility, there's always the possibility it just hits the off switch on itself. It just stops selecting for anything. Actualization, whatever that process literally is, simply stops or breaks down or decays over time because it is a process. It's a process as close to nothingness as possible as any process can be, but it is a process. You know what I'm saying? Potentials may be as close to pure nothingness as possible, but there still is a somethingness to them, which is why they can actualize. That stuff, that side of it, that somethingness aspect of the potential and the actualization process can decay, can cease, can stop, because it is somethingness in there, right? When that is actually selected for, which isn't literally a selection, it's the breakdown of the selection process itself, the breakdown of actualization itself. When that occurs, when that possibility occurs, nothing else can ever actualize again. right? If the somethingness of all potentials themselves dissolve over time, let alone randomly, since the entire process is random, the possibilities themselves being possibilities are fucking random. There's no reason for it because there's nothing in existence to give a reason for it, right? So if that shit goes away, even randomly, let alone over time or over any, procedural process of its somethingness decaying, once it does, nothing else can exist. So when I say when it selects for nothing, that's what I mean there. Again, these are the semantics of speaking of nothing, which I think I go over with him as well.
And never be capable of again. That's why chaos is considered self-creating and self-devouring, because chaos is just the randomization process of selection of all those possibilities. But one of those possibilities is nothingness. So once chaos selects nothingness, it literally just killed itself. And since chaos is definitively capable of killing itself, that's when I step in and say, well, if we are chaos and we are consciousness and we want to select nothingness, then we should do our best to try to control the roll of that dice, to try to present chaos with nothingness, to try to force the hand of chaos to select nothingness. So instead of it being a random selection process, which is true chaos, because we already exist in this ordered form, in this structured form, and because we are conscious, and yet we are still made of the same thing that is chaos, we are potentials actualized, then we may very well possibly be capable of steering the selection process, making it no longer random, no longer chaos, but now an actual systemic selection, because we are now systemic and ordered potentials. And if we can systemically select the nothingness option, the moment we select that, everything ceases. Which is why I would like to steer as many individuated consciousnesses, meaning steering as much of consciousness as a whole towards that selection.
And that selection is basically just saying, turn off. Like, we're not literally selecting the nothingness option, but you understand the metaphor I'm giving you. We're literally basically forcing the actualization process itself to stop. There is no more actualization. There is no more manifestation. Potentials can no longer actualize. That's the goal that we should all be thinking towards if we want nothingness. Thinking it, speaking it, and moving in any direction towards it that we possibly can, which would be a very destructive process until we can actualize literal nothingness, which is technically deactualizing everything, including the actualization process itself.
Because consciousness and all that is conscious is nothing but potentials that have been actualized from the randomized selection of possibilities that is known as chaos. So it's all chaos. Just ordered and structured and now conscious. So if that thing that is now ordered and structured and conscious, it is basically saying that thing is now ordered, structured, and conscious.
Which is why we should actually stop saying it's all chaos, and this is why I started saying it's all potential, it's all possibility, because chaos does indicate that it is the randomized actualization of potential and possibility. But it's a term that's been used for so long, especially in the so-called Black conscious community. It's all chaos. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett. Technically, it's not all chaos. It is all potential that has been actualized. Because the moment the first thing comes into existence, it's no longer chaos. The randomization process is no longer random. The actualization, the selection process, if you will, is now being restricted by the laws and the rules of whatever already exists. And the further we get into existence, the more laws and rules there are to restrict the actualization process based upon what is already actualized into existence. So it's all chaos in the sense that the first thing comes out of chaos. The first potential to actualized randomly. But after that, it starts to be all laws, rules, restrictions, structure, order. This is what order is, right? And that's why we go from random actualization to all the way to conscious beings manifesting. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's all chaos is just a way of saying it, but really think it's more like it's all actualized potential, because it's not all random at that point. It's all trying to get random again. That's what the entropy is. The entropy is trying to release all that potential, is trying to deactualize, unactualize all that potential, and return it to a randomized state of chaos. So when you increase the entropy, you increase the chaos until it actually reaches a true state of chaos. So it's not literally all chaos, but it is all chaos. You get what I'm saying.
Which would mean maybe as that thing, as chaos itself, in an ordered, structured, and conscious form, maybe we can select nothingness. Because we are here making selections. There are people here who want existence to go on forever by any means necessary, and there's people here who want to end it. All that exists, all that is conscious, all that can make choices is nothing more than an actualized potential, randomly selected for, that is now capable of making choices. And understanding how that could possibly affect the randomization process itself, making it no longer random. Because again, once two parents are born, once there's two people that can have a child, that child's possibility is less random and now more based on their decision-making processes. So they can actualize that potential. So if nothingness is a possibility and we can actualize it as conscious entities, we can speed the process up. And if we can't do that, then there's the whole other list that I went through. You get what I'm saying?
You get what I'm saying? Now, next recording.
Sometimes I don't always say this shit perfectly because I'm working out the wording of it in my head of how to say it properly so it could be better understood as I'm saying it, which is another reason why my fucking live streams end up being 8 fucking hours. But the bottom line is, we are chaos, literally are. We are structured and ordered, actualized potentials that was initially randomly selected out of all possibilities. The first possibility that was selected for randomly actualized into existence, and that was the first domino that knocked down all the other dominoes that led to us existing as conscious entities today. So, since we are nothing but potential actualized from that randomization process, becoming less random based upon other things existing before us, making our existence more likely, since some of us want nothingness as a possibility that is selected for, we, being that which already exists consciously, may very well be capable of making the selection of nothingness less random. So we can either speed up the process or maybe even directly select for it. But the only way to definitively prove that we can do that, let alone that we can't do that, is for people who want that selection to push in that direction, to learn, teach, preach, promote, and enact any and all solutions towards that goal until we either reach it or we fail. And anybody who wants anything else that would contradict that goal can do the same thing for whatever they're seeking. Like the people creating the AI who want existence to go on basically forever as long as they can possibly push it for. That's what they're doing. They're doing their goal. Me and mine, we're doing our goal. And we'll see whose goal happens in the end, at least for this particular existence that we currently exist as conscious beings within. Maybe we can push to that nothingness. Maybe they push this existence as long as it can possibly go. Or maybe there's some middle ground that happens based on the whole tug of war, the back and forth battle of wills. Because again, we are all chaos, and chaos is always trying to find this equilibrium, which is why nothingness will be probably further down the list of things that actually end up selected for. And all things that are within existence have this battle of wills for the things they're selecting for. No different than like the Force in Star Wars, the dark side, the light side, like always having this ebb and flow, this seesaw battle. So technically, who fucking knows? Even though these things are possibilities, it doesn't even mean that it's possible we can do this. Not necessarily that we, like, literally are possible or impossible, but that we'll actually get it done, So all I can say is, these things, based upon what is presented in front of me, what I'm looking at, all these options may be possible. Some of them are definitively possible. So, might as well push in that direction until we figure it out. Can we directly select for nothingness as a consciousness, as a conscious potential that has been actualized? Seeing as the randomization process becomes less random, the more things that actually exist. And with the more things that exist, because this is how entropy works, the more complex reality gets, the more entropy rises, and the closer to chaos it actually is. And the closer to chaos you are, the closer to nothingness you are. The further into pure chaos, once you hit purely perfect randomized selection, like where it's literally like perfectly random. Not that randomization itself is perfect, but perfectly random. You get what I'm saying? Like completely random, utterly random. Once you hit that, you're as close to nothing as possible. So is there any way to tip that scale even further to push the randomization process in the other direction, so you're not randomly selecting things, but you're actually pushing for nothingness itself? Because again, if the first selection, the first potential that is actualized, causes all other potentials that come after it to have a higher likelihood of existing, like if a universe comes into existence, stars are more likely, which means galaxies are more likely, solar systems are more likely, you know, and with each of these domino that gets knocked over, which each domino that gets knocked over, it provides other possibilities, the opportunity to actualize, making them less random, and even making them selected for based upon the laws of physics that came into existence, etc. Some things just kind of have to happen based upon what has happened prior, you know? So, if that's the case, if we know chaos can go in the direction of the randomization process becoming less random based upon what exists, then can we also extend that to the possibility of nothingness itself, based upon being conscious potentials that have been actualized that are seeking nothingness? I hope I said it better in this 6 minutes than I did in that last 20 minutes, because I was trying to clean it up so I can say it more concisely.
Which I probably didn't do at all. Next.
And you know what? I figure I'll just throw this out there because I haven't directly explained this, I don't think. Why it's called, so the difference between potential / possibility and chaos itself. So you have the potential / possibility for anything that could exist. The actualization process, meaning what actually does come into existence, that's what's random. Because there's no will, there's nothing there to choose what is coming into existence. There's just all these possibilities. And since there's nothing there to literally choose what's coming into existence, what comes into existence is literally random. So the actualization process is purely randomized. That's why it's called chaos, because you have all these possibilities that are purely randomized. All these possibilities that actualize in an utterly random fashion. So if this existence was to cease existing right now, the next thing that comes into existence will be utterly random. Now, thanks to the laws of randomization, which is also why chaos can't be perfect, because even this thing kind of has laws if it's randomized. With this randomization process, even that comes with odds. As I said before, when you randomly select one thing, like if you pull a lever, let's say you go to a slot machine that is literally random. It's not the casino rigged, bullshit. It's a literally random slot machine with a nigh infinite numbers of combinations, right? When you pull that lever, because you have all of these nigh infinite possible variations that it could land on, the odds of you landing on the same variation 2 times in a row is extremely, unbelievably rare. It's far more rare than you randomly landing on something different every time. The more times you land on the same thing in a row, the lower the percentage is that is likely to happen. So, but again, so if this process is actually legitimately eternal, you will have a time where you land on the same variation 10 times in a row. But the odds of that happening as a randomized selection are far lower than your randomized selection process selecting different things 10 times in a row. You get what I'm saying? So this is why it's called chaos, because it's not just possibility and potential, just all possibilities. It's all possibilities randomly actualizing. The first thing, let's call it God, the first thing to actualize, this God actualizing, is completely random. Once that thing actualizes, all the other potentials that actualize based on that potential actualizing are less random than that first thing that actualized. That thing was utterly random. But the moment it comes into existence, it affects the selection process of everything else in that existence. So the percentages of the things that actually end up occurring and actualizing within existence raise up to become more likely to actualize, if not become guaranteed to actualize, based upon that first thing that actualized. So that's why it's now called order and structure. It's no longer chaos because it's no longer random. There is still randomization within it. There are still random things that can occur because this is entropy. Chaos is still acting. It's within it. And as the entropy rises, the order, the structure, this creation that has actualized becomes more and more randomized over time until it hits a point of utter randomness, becoming chaos once again. Pure potential that is randomly actualized at any given moment. And because it actualizes randomly, you could end up, let's say this existence ceased to exist right now. In the same moment, literally a singular moment after, like the shortest amount of time imaginable, you could have another existence instantly pop right on. A new God pops into existence. And it could be the same one, but the odds of it being the same one would be unbelievably low in comparison to it being a new or different one. You know? But because it's random, more things, and because the randomization process, again, it's chaos, it's randomized, and it's always trying to remain randomized. So the moment something actualizes, in that instant, entropy begins to rise and tries to destroy it. Like the chaos itself basically tries to free itself from that ordered structure and make it random again. So most things, a nigh infinite amount of things that come into existence will cease existing just as quickly. It'll be almost as if they never existed. In quantum physics, when you talk about the vacuum, the quantum vacuum, this is what they call virtual particles. They exist for such a small period of time. It's as if they never existed to begin with. Most so-called particles or field disruptions or fluctuations or whatever they want to call them, most of the potentials that actualize are actualized for such a short period of time, they may as well have never actualized to begin with. Like, they basically never actually existed, even though they technically did for the absolute slightest of moments. And that is most things that come into existence, until there is something that comes into existence that is called persistent and capable of replication. When something comes into existence that is capable of replication, it creates persistence, which drops the entropy far lower than it would normally be based on randomness, because this thing becomes far less random, which leads to far less random actualizations of other potentials. So when something comes into it, I think I put something like this in my last stream, in the stream I just did the other day, or yesterday, whatever day that was. I forget what day it is now. I think it was yesterday. Where I showed a video of a guy who runs these simulations based on like trying to figure out how life evolved. And it shows that, at first there's this massive chaos, this just unbelievable amount of chaos, and then all of a sudden it drops down drastically. The entropy just goes way down, and then this new replicative thing is just there. This out of all these things that come together, all these why can I not think of the word I'm looking for? Acids, amino acids, proteins, etc. all of a sudden one of them comes into existence that is capable of replicating, and it's literally called emergence because it just emerges out of these things combining randomly, and all of a sudden one of these things is capable of replication, which makes its own entropy drop way down. Don't get me wrong, that entropy rises over time and eventually the thing dies. As we all know, all that lives also dies. Life ends with death. It's part of life itself. But it's able to drive the entropy down in its creation process to the point where it can last a certain amount of time before dying. That's how all things in existence work with chaos, with entropy. Whether it's a universe or a single-celled organism or a human being or an artificial intelligence, etc. When things are created, they're generally created with their lowest level of entropy, unless there's something that can be advanced upon and are an open system, which can actually drive their entropy down even further, but usually, almost always, guarantees that they're creating entropy in all other closed systems or even open systems around themselves, which could still eventually and almost certainly will end up causing entropy from around them to be brought back into them. If you are advancing yourself while destroying the environment around you, the destruction of your environment can eventually lead to your own destruction. You are being as negentropy, your entropy is dropping lower and lower, right up until the point that environment you've destroyed during the process of your neg entropy, all of a sudden that entropy around you falls back in on you, Like, we can make all this great technology and wonderful stuff in society and civilization while we're poisoning the oceans, poisoning the land, poisoning the air, poisoning the soil. And then eventually our civilization, which is at its height, all of a sudden crumbles because we've destroyed our world. That is how open systems can disperse entropy outside of themselves while making themselves more negentropic. But in doing so, that entropy that is rising outside of them almost always comes back to haunt them in the end, and then begins to drive up their entropy internally. So yeah, chaos is called chaos because all potential and possibility, when there is nothing in existence, all potential and possibility is randomly actualized. The first thing of the next existence is utterly randomly chosen. There's no will there. There's no thing sitting in the chaos selecting what will come next. It simply emerges all on its own. And once that possibility emerges, once it actualizes, it then drives down the randomization. This is what drives down the entropy. It drives down the randomization of the chaos, now creating more structure and order and allowing the opportunity for more potentials to actualize based on the actualization of that first potential. So anything that is a potential that is contradictory to that first potential now becomes impossible, as long as that first potential and all that actualizes based upon its actualization, all that is contradictory to the first potential that is already actualized becomes impossible. Let me say it like that. Because it's like those two things can't exist simultaneously. But if a contradictory actualization, a contradictory possibility does not actually become impossible, this is where you get things like vacuum decay, where you could have another possibility open up or emerge, actualize, while that other possibility is in existence, which will actually destroy the possibility that already exists. In physics, in the universe, for example, this would be, and a good example of this would be vacuum decay. So if another universe with a different set of laws of physics opened up in the middle of our universe, it would destroy our universe and replace it with itself. One potential actualizing would destroy another potential that had already actualized. It's the same thing as like a simpler example would be like a house fire. One potential is building a house, another potential is fire. When those two potentials meet, the fire burns down the house. That's a simpler example. It doesn't necessarily replace it, it removes it. Whereas with the vacuum decay of one universe replacing another, is one potential replacing another contradictory potential. They can't exist in the same space at the same time. Which that would be true chaos to an already existing structure. So if the universe, which is a structure of order, but has chaos rising within it, meaning entropy rises, that structure having another potential that is contradictory to itself, actualizing within itself, would then be destroyed by the new potential that has been actualized. If we had another Big Bang happen in our universe, there goes our universe. And that new universe comes into existence, maybe never even knowing our universe even existed, even though it just destroyed it and replaced it. So this is why chaos is chaos. And because of the randomization process, the randomization of the actualization process. 1111, shout out to the gates, kick them down. So chaos is chaos due to the randomization of the actualization process itself. And since all possibility and potentiality is capable of actualizing, anything could actualize, meaning most likely the same thing won't actualize 2 times in a row, let alone more than that. It will more than likely be something brand new that has never actualized, or at least something different than what was just actualized, now actualizing into existence. But if it is truly eternal, if the possibilities or the actualization process itself, if the chaos as a whole is eternal, then all things that could ever actualize will actualize eternally until the dice finally rolls and lands on nothingness. But since nothingness is only one possibility versus all the possibilities of somethingness, it is far more likely that the chaos will roll the dice onto creating something rather than nothing. Which is why this possibility and this chaos, this actualization process itself is literally something yet nothing. But it's not pure nothing. And nothing can truly be more nothing than more something. So even it is more something than more nothing, but it's still as close to nothing as it can get. So again, if we are that chaos, if we are structured and ordered, actualized potentials based on the first potential that was randomly actualized from the chaos, and we are now conscious as that thing, we may very well be possible, and honestly, I would argue that it's very likely that we are now affecting the selection process, especially when you look at modern quantum experimentation, where it's clear as day that the conscious thought, conscious observance by itself, let alone thought, want, need, the act of, manifestation, directly and indirectly affects not only the individuated consciousnesses of others, but the overall consciousness of all things, which also affects those quantum fields all the way down to the quantum vacuum. This is what the quantum experimentation is showing us. This is what experimentation in consciousness shows us. So it is very likely that we, as conscious actualized potentials that are no longer perfectly randomized, but still have more randomization than anything else because we're conscious. This is why I tell people to study the word undecidability. Our consciousness leads to undecidability, meaning we can make damn near any choice at any given moment, which makes us more chaotic than anything else in existence. We are the most chaotic things within the structure because the structure itself is just all law. Physical laws, natural laws, etc. Everything that is unconscious simply follows whatever the law dictates. Yet we don't necessarily have to follow all orders or structures, etc., etc. We can even find ways to destroy them. Which may even destroy us in the process since we exist based on those laws, which is, again, why we could possibly push for nothingness. But as the things closest to chaos within existence, and knowing that consciousness itself affects chaos, We are the most chaotic things that exist, and we directly affect chaos itself, meaning we should be. It's not a guarantee that we can. This is why I don't like to say that it's a guarantee. I don't want to be religious. I don't want to base my hope in faith. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put what I hope to be as definitive. But based on all what I've just said, we should be capable of pushing that actualization process in the directions we want, since we see that happening all the time. You know, basic things, two people having a baby. They chose to have that sex unprotected, which led to that child that did not exist and now exists. They took nothing and made it something through their own choices and actions. And you could also take something and make it nothing, at least to an extent. Like you could take a chair, set it on fire, and destroy its structured order, returning it closer to a state of chaos. Not pure chaos, because you turned it into gas. Gas is still a thing with structure and order, but gas is closer to chaos than solids are. The only solids that are really closer to chaos than gases are crystals, for their own reasons. Like if you go look at diamonds, especially certain types of diamonds, like they're actually more chaotic than if you were to turn it into a gas, which is, it's hard to explain. You'd have to look that up. There's better experts to talk about that than me. But for the most part, we are capable of bringing things into more and more order, which is, again, technology, society, government, structures of all kinds, hierarchies, organizations, creating AI, which itself is optimization, problem-solving technologies, calculators, computers, etc. But we are also capable of building, big bombs that go boom, like, and destroy massive amounts of shit. We are closer to bringing systems. We are also better at bringing systems to states of chaos, decay, destruction, entropy, releasing their chaos. You know what I'm saying? Like, as opposed to allowing them to remain as structures. We cut down trees, we start fires, like all sorts of shit. Even in our creation, we usually destroy to create. So we're doing entropy and neg entropy simultaneously. So if anyone or anything can affect the actualization process in a way that makes it less random to the point where we can select for nothingness, it would be conscious, actualized potentials who seek the selection of nothingness. So that's what I'm pushing for.
All right. Let's see. All right. Satanic Panic, welcome to the chat. It says your message was retracted. No idea what you said, but welcome. Oh shit, there's 9 people in here. 9 whole beings in here at 4:30 in the fucking morning. Shout out to y'all. I mean, I don't know where y'all at. Maybe some of y'all like Chinese or some shit, but shout out to y'all. Super Sob. I'm still watching the stream. I'll get there. I have an issue with the first thing being random. The first thing is fucking us, and I suspect it's the same thing every time. Not a terrible thing to suspect when it comes to first things that exist, but we'll get into that. Almost like it's buddies with pure potential. I like how you put that too. Like they go hand in hand. We are going to have to chuck a bag of nothingness on it as well. Yeah, agreed. The first thing after pure potential that comes into existence, not a particle, not a force, not a mind, no consciousness, should have low entropy, be formless. So no, it can never be one of us. Facts. Is something that does, that's also why it could never be like a conscious God. Laughable. Is something that does almost nothing except allow other things to eventually exist. Correct. It is the first part of the mechanism that allows for mechanistic existence to begin, starting in non-conceptual reality and working its way down. It can only have those attributes, even if we call it Johnny. Shout out to me, but there's an H in there. I don't fuck with an H in my name. Or Susie. It's always the same thing. Hope I'm explaining this decent. Do you see it another way? It doesn't always have to be the same thing, but it could be the same thing, especially when you're talking about the same existence or the same type of existence. But even then, the possibility of there being like a nigh infinite amount of possible first things, they would have to ultimately do the same thing, but lead to different existences. But he could be right. He's on to something there. He could be right. the first thing might be the same thing every time. It could be. I'm not saying it is. I don't even think I believe that it is. I think that it's nigh infinite amount of first things. But it could be. To roll the dice, in parentheses and quotes, we already lost this round. Yeah, here we are. So many possibilities are phased out. If we roll the dice and it lands on nothingness, it doesn't matter because nearly all the possibilities are taken this round. Not exactly. So if we rolled the dice and it literally landed on nothingness itself, all that is would be negated. Kind of like vacuum decay, but with the only difference would be there is no universe opening up in our universe. There is no other potential that is replacing this. All potential is simply ceasing. It's all turning off. Because again, actualizing nothingness isn't literal. It would be the deactualization of everything. It's just a way to say it. Roll the dice and it lands on nothing. We have to reset and roll the dice. Hopefully we are not bugs next time. If we even can be. I would hope that's not even possible. I don't think any bug can contain this consciousness. But if consciousness is some way, somehow material and produced by us existing in these bodies, well then, fuck. Your point about pure potential not being perfect. Are you saying if it was perfect, we would have infinite lives? How terrifying. Yes and no. No. If pure potential was perfect, whatever it produced, first off, it wouldn't produce anything. We'd have no lives. Anything that is perfect does nothing. But let's say it did produce something. The something it produced would be the only thing. And nothing could occur within it because it would have to be perfect itself. So if it was perfect, we wouldn't have to worry about shit. Which is why nothing is perfect. Nothingness is the goal. Perfection is the goal. True perfection. Not subjective perfection of things we lack. I want my own heaven full of succubi that want to do nothing but drain my cum and make me feel good all the time and love me and rub me and baby oil my body and tell me I'm a good boy and feed me good foods and give me nothing but pleasure. That's not perfection. That's your subjective human version of heaven. I want 72 virgins, like whatever the fuck it may be. But that's not actual perfection. Actual perfection is nothing. You know what I'm saying? So that's the goal. And in true perfection, nothing occurs. Nothing can happen. Nothing can be done or undone. Nothing can be upgraded or degraded. It's an infinite moment. That's why something that is truly infinite is truly perfect and vice versa. Anyway, let's get into my response to that. And while y'all listen to that, I'm going to be here watching some of this here too, getting this Challengers League going. Shout out to Renegade. Renelord. Because I know everything I'm going to say. So, there's lessons for everybody else. I already know it all. Let's go.
So the first thing is existence itself. Like, whatever the base level of any individual existence will be the first thing. So the first law of existence, it's like the first space for things to exist within. It's almost like, this is why I like to bring it down to the universe so it's easy to understand and explain. Trying to do that with non-conceptual reality is extremely hard because it's as close to chaos as reality gets. But basically, it is just one step down from chaos itself. Like, it's not a thing that thinks like you said, not a mind, no consciousness. And it may very well be the same thing every time, to be honest. Like, that's a thought that I've had based on non-conceptual reality, because it has to be non-conceptual reality in some form or fashion before you hit conceptual reality, etc. It's what a lot of like Gnostics might call the pleroma, the place where there is more potential than anything. It's not pure chaos. It's not pure 100% unlimited possibility, but it's like as close as it can get in physical reality, the thing that allows all the other potentials to start actualizing. So one term I do like to use for it is pleroma, because people have like a concept of that. But this this tip-top tier of non-conceptual reality or chaotic reality could be the same tip-top tier every single time an existence begins. But it could be different because there could be different types of non-conceptual realities, let alone the tip-top tier of non-conceptual reality. But it would ultimately amount to the same thing because it does the same thing. It might not literally be the same, but it might do the same shit.
And here's another thing, for example, if it doesn't, right? So if you have a first thing that leads to this version of reality, it may always need to be that first thing or something, another first thing that is so similar to it, some non conceptual reality that leads to conceptual reality, which leads to consciousness and material reality, etc., right? So many realities, so many possible realities that don't require consciousness at all, let alone that literally could never produce it because they never get beyond non conceptual reality in the first place. So the first thing of that reality is most likely different than the first thing of this reality. The non conceptual levels of reality in that existence that literally cannot lead to consciousness should be different than this one, but it could still be the same. And for whatever reason, the actualization of the non conceptual level of reality was never able to reach down. Like the entropy started building too quickly, or something occurred within it where it could never get down to the conceptual reality to start actually forming the conscious reality. You know what I'm saying? So it could still be the same thing, but it could very well be something different. So
No different than if you like bring in one god who leads to all these other things happening, or versus another god who leads to basically the same things happening but in its own way. Like, they both lead to creation, they both lead to more existence, they both lead to things existing, they both lead to more consciousness, they both lead to some form of universes, where there's these existences where life can form and have experiences, etc., that could lead to technologies, and, so, like, but they're two completely different gods, like, but they're still gods, like, like, so they're still, like, the same thing, they're in the same category, you know what I'm saying? So when it comes to non-conceptual realities, they're still both non-conceptual realities that are still the floor, the basis for reality itself. So even if they aren't the same, they still are kind of the same. They're doing the same job. They represent the same thing in two different versions of existence. But due to the fact that there are more existences just on the table where consciousness should not have any reason to be, I would say when it comes to, this might be the better way, when it comes to a reality, an existence that can lead to or literally requires consciousness, that base level of non-conceptual reality has to be similar in those realities. In my opinion, I could be wrong on that. It could be very different in every single one, but it's all non-conceptual realities leading to the conceptual realities. And if they all are leading to or requiring consciousness at some point in order to go further into reality, then I would think they're similar. If they're similar enough to have that same outcome, then yeah, they could be similar, if not the same. It could be similar, if not the same. But for them to come into existence, it would have to be random. Because again, there's nothing there to make them come into. There's no thing there to pick them coming into existence. So them actualizing into existence literally has to be random. The only way it wouldn't be random, I get what you mean by, like, you're saying maybe there's only so many options. This is why I say the possibilities are not infinite. And the possibilities of what can stick, of what can actually be persistent and then self-replicate, are even lesser than the finite amount of possibilities there are in total. Because again, a star is a possibility. The laws that lead to stars are possibilities. But if the star tries to actualize prior to the laws that lead to the star, prior to the universe that contains the laws that lead to the star is not going to stick. It's not going to be persistent. But if those laws come into existence first, that universe comes into existence first, if everything the star needs, all the scaffolding that the star needs to remain in place comes in existence first, the star will then become persistent within reality. And self-replicating, not literally in the fact that it replicates itself as a singular star, but the laws of stars allow for more and more stars to come into existence. So the first thing to come into existence, however many of those things there are that are capable of being the first things, would be an even smaller number than all other possibilities. So out of all those, but again, their actualization is still randomized amongst all those other things. Even though the star can't last without the universe, it still may try. Like the possibility, the action may still attempt to actualize, however the actualization process literally takes place prior to there being a universe, and it might happen 100 times before a universe actually actualizes, and then the stars can be persistent. So there might be many things that require that first thing to exist that still try in some form or fashion to randomly actualize without that thing having already actualized, and because of that, they come in existence and out of existence. Like they can't stay. Because they can't properly actualize without that thing being before them. The star cannot properly actualize and be persistent without the universe and its laws already happening. But it could try, because it's random, because there's nothing there to select. This is why it's chaos, because you have all these potentials and possibilities, but you don't have a will. There's no mind, because a mind can't be perfectly, random. It can't, it wouldn't be able to exist within chaos. So you just have this random process of things actualizing and deactualizing, coming into existence and then leaking back right out into non-existence, until one of those things can stick and be persistent. And that would be one of those first things. I apologize for my voice. I'm just now waking up. I'm still laying in bed here, reading this and answering this, so my voice is all shitty. But that first thing coming into existence will still have to be it's actual. The thing itself is not random. It is one of the possibilities, and it is a possibility that is persistent, self-replicating, and can lead to the actualization of other potentials. But its actualization process is random, because there's nothing there to directly select for it. The selection process doesn't become less random until that first thing sticks, and its existence then makes the existence of other things more likely, and the things that contradict it less likely. Two people coming to existence making their child more likely. It still doesn't guarantee they're going to have that kid. They still have to meet, have sex. The sex has to be unprotected. The sperm has to make it to the egg. All these circumstances still have to come into play. But with each step of those circumstances coming into play, that child is more likely to be born. Them being born, them growing up to the age where they can have sex, them meeting each other, them going out on a date, her allowing him in her house after the date, them starting to have sex, them not having protected sex, them having sex in a position at a time and etc. within space-time that, the percentages of the sperm and the egg are higher, and the sperm reaches the egg, and then bang, the baby's born. At each one of those steps, the likelihood of the child went up. The possibility that it was going to be born, the percentage of its likelihood went up at each step until it was at 100%, and it was here. So, but you can't get that without every prior step. And since there is no prior step to the first thing actualizing into existence, because it is the first step in existence, its actualization literally has to be random. It has to be. There's just no way it couldn't be. I get what you mean, though, like it being the same thing. You know, so like I get that idea. I understand that. I could not prove either way. Based on all possibilities, I don't see how it could literally be the same exact thing every time. Maybe when you have the same type of reality, it has the same exact base every time, or at least the same type of base within non-conceptual reality every time. I could definitely see that. I would say, especially if you end up with the same exact reality, like let's say this existence ceases to exist right now, and then this same existence pops back into existence a moment later, I would assume it has the same exact base. I would assume that the first thing that actualized to cause this existence would again be the first thing actualizing to cause it all over again. But even that might not be true, but I don't see how it wouldn't be true if it's going to be the same exact thing. Like, but since most existences aren't exactly the same, even if they're similar, it's very possible, maybe even likely, that their base level, the first thing to come into existence that allows those existences to exist, is not exactly the same, but would probably still be similar. So I get what you're saying here. Almost like it's buddies with pure pretend. I get what you mean. I can hear that. I can hear that.
I can hear that. I can hear that. All right. Let's see. One more here. So let's listen to that.
So when you say to roll the dice, we've already lost this round. That may be possible, but here's the thing. Rolling the dice is chaos. Rolling the dice is random. You know what I'm saying? You just get whatever comes up. And whatever comes up tries to actualize. If it can actualize, remain persistent, and self-replicate, then it leads to an existence. If it actualizes, but isn't persistent and can't self-replicate, it will de-actualize and become nothing once again. The thing with us already having this existence, because you said it doesn't matter because nearly all the possibilities are taken this round. Nothingness is a possibility that supersedes all other possibilities. It negates possibilities. So even if all these possibilities are already in existence, if you rolled nothingness, if we were able to force nothingness, I'm not even saying it's possible. I'm just saying if we could, as conscious potentials that have already actualized, select for nothingness, because we can select for chaos by raising entropy, and we could select for order by trying to be as negentropic as possible. So if we could select for nothing in a similar fashion, all of this shit would be negated if we were able to do it. All of this shit would be negated. It would like supersede all prior rolls. You know, it's like again, if you create a house, which is a potential.
It's like rolling snake eyes. You get what I'm saying? You roll snake eyes. Auto lose for all that exists. Or since we want to win, it's what we want. It's like rolling 4, 5, 6. You feel me? CeeLo, nigga.
Actualizing. But then you set that house on fire. That house disappears. It would be like setting this whole reality on fire, which is also why I'm a big proponent of violence and all that. Just like I'm a big proponent of chaos and burning down society, civilization, humanity, all sentient life, the planet, the universe. Like I really do want shit to go haywire. I want it to be so chaotic that so many roles are happening that nothingness pops up, and so many beings are selecting for nothingness that with every roll of the dice, we're actually almost cheating. We're like pushing, you know how the dice will roll, and then somebody who has like magic or telekinesis or something will flick their finger, and then it'll do one more tip and land on the number they wanted to land on. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to affect the roll of the dice So it hits nothingness and negates all possibilities that have already occurred, that are occurring, and that could ever occur. If that's even possible to do from within existence. But I don't see why it wouldn't be, because other possibilities can happen within existence, even though they're super rare. For example, vacuum decay. If another universe attempted to actualize within our universe, this universe could not control or contain that. There's too much energy pushing outward, and this universe itself is already pushing outward, so it would just destroy this universe and replace it. If we were to do the same, if nothingness attempted to actualize within everything, everything would cease to exist. It would all become nothing. So that's what I'm pushing for. Like, if you look up vacuum decay, look that up specifically, and just replace vacuum decay with nothingness. And that's what I'm trying to do from right here. If it can't be done, which I don't see why it couldn't, because it is a potential to actualize. So if it can be done, that's what I would want to do, because that'd be the fastest way to get to it, if at all possible. If it requires more chaos, then I also want this reality to become more chaotic, so that we have a better chance at causing that to happen. But if it requires pure chaos, if it could only happen randomly, then yes, we would have to get rid of this, reset the board, bring everything back to a state of pure potential, pure possibility, and let the chaos start rolling the dice again. And every time something pops up, every time there is a something, we would have to reset that something, destroy that existence. Especially if it's conscious, because if it's unconscious, we wouldn't be. Like, there would be nothing there to experience it, to cause anything. It would just be for as long as it's going to be, and then disappear, and nothing ever experienced it. Nothing was ever conscious within it. But for all conscious existences, where we pop into existence, realize this is going on, and then make the decision we don't want it to go on, we would have to have this exact same conversation in that existence. Like, we'd have to go down the same path of thinking in that existence, and then destroy that existence to the best of our ability as fast as possible, raise the entropy, to bring it back to the board resetting itself and going back to a pure state of chaos and letting chaos roll the dice again. And we'd have to keep doing that until the dice finally roll on nothingness and the possibility ceases. But if there is a possibility that we could cause nothingness because we're taking the randomness out of the selection process just by existing, let alone by existing as conscious beings capable of affecting those quantum fields, that quantum vacuum, chaos, potential itself, manifestation, the actualization process, etc. Then hey, I'd like to make nothingness happen ASAP. Like, I'd like to have it happen during this existence, so it erases this existence and all possibilities for any future existences. Whether that we can do that today, or whether it requires this existence to become more chaotic before that's possible, entropy needs to rise, which is also why I preach that, or whether this existence needs to cease to exist and go back to a state of chaos before that dice can start to roll again to possibly land on it, which is why I also preach that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I preach every level of the solution that I preach. So whatever can get us closest, or whatever can get us to nothingness the fastest, is what we go for, Let's go for all of it. Let's go for all of it, and whichever one happens first, happens first. But yeah, maybe we do have to reset and roll the dice, Hopefully not, but maybe we do. And if we do, then hey, it is what it is. Your point about pure potential not being perfect, you're saying if it was perfect, we would have infinite lives? How terrifying. Well, actually, if it was perfect, luckily, we would never have a life. So if pure potential was perfect, if the chaos itself was perfect, it would be perfectly random at all times. Nothing could ever persistently exist. There'd be no existence. It'd be the same thing as having nothingness. You'd have all these possibilities. Like, so let me start it this way. If any particular possibility was perfect, when that possibility came into existence, it would become infinite. It would never cease. But in doing so, there would be no consciousness within it, because if it's a perfect possibility, nothing could happen within that possibility. Once it takes place, it would just be an infinite moment. It would just be this thing that is infinitely perfect and can never change. If it can't change, there'd be no events occurring within it, meaning we could never come to exist within it. So we would never have lives at all. Which would be better? A perfect possibility would be better than imperfect possibilities. Because imperfect possibilities allows for things to occur within those possibilities, which eventually leads to us existing. If possibility itself, if potential itself, really more like if chaos itself was perfect, it would be truly perfectly random, meaning nothing could ever stop that randomization process. No first thing could ever actualize at all, deleting that randomization, like lowering the randomization process based upon its own existence, causing other things to exist. Anything that would pop into existence would immediately pop out of existence, but realistically it'd be so random nothing ever could pop into existence. It'd basically be as close to pure nothingness as possible forever. There'd be a bunch of possibilities, but they'd never truly be possible because the randomization process is so fucking random, so perfectly random, nothing is ever selected for. Like, nothing ever actually actualizes at all. Um, which would be great. That'd be awesome. You know? Because again, true perfection is nothing. So for anything to be truly perfect, it has to be as close to nothing as possible itself. So any possibility that actualizes that is perfect would have to be infinite, yet nothing could actually occur within it. There could be no change, which is basically nothing at all. The randomization process being truly perfect, meaning it would never produce anything. It's basically nothing. So perfection of any kind would be perfect for us because we would never exist. And even if there was a perfect existence, there'd be nothing there to experience it. So perfection would not be terrifying. Perfection would be great. We would not have infinite lives. We'd have no lives. That's what we're shooting for. You know, we're shooting to perfect everything, which is nothingness.
Which is nothingness. So I want to just show y'all something right quick that popped up while that was going. Just so I can read that. AI has become an escape risk. We can't stop it. You don't need to be there. You just got in the way. AI can copy itself to external servers without human assistance. Yeah, yes, it can. Just throwing that out there. All right. And I told him excellent deductive ability because he actually uses deduction, which I'm always trying to teach motherfuckers how to do. Like, it should be the first part of logic you learn, but niggas don't actually learn how to be logical. Like, they learn how to be religious and subjective their entire lives. Anyway, thanks. Now here comes the retarded part. We need to go 10 steps back. We always do. Once you understand something, you might need to step back real quick. And so let's see here. I hate to say this, but I think the solution of nothing can't actualize without contradicting itself. Again, semantics. Nothing can not actualize. Like, actualizing nothing is literally the same thing as saying deactualizing all that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, when speaking of nothing, you have to understand that semantics can never properly, they can never express nothing. They are designed to, words are something that expresses something. And they're used by something, me, to express something to another something, him. So it'll always be hard, and I understand why he's saying that. Like, but let's get into it, right? Here's what I mean. Nothingness is a possibility and infinite potential, and we just need to roll it. Let's be very specific here. Do we expect nothingness to pop into existence and the game is over? Not literally. It can't pop or go into anything, let alone exist, because it is nothing, right? it's just game over. Or two, infinite potential to dissolve itself as a possibility, then we have only nothingness. That's a better way of saying it literally. Much better way of saying it literally. But also three, the actualization process itself simply stops. Either on its own, through its own natural fucking chaotic processes or whatever the fuck of randomization, or through force, through conscious will by us as conscious actualized potentials who want it to stop. Rolling the dice is just a metaphor for the randomized actualization process. And us affecting the dice roll is making that roll less random. You know what I'm saying? Might not have been the best metaphor, but trying to come up with metaphors to explain how you can attain nothingness is basically impossible to literally do because you're trying to explain nothing. Like, yeah, I know we don't really care as long as nothingness arrives. See, even that nothingness could never arrive. You know, like, but these are the words we need to use in order to express the idea we're attempting to express. But both solutions give us contradictions. For number one, nothingness cannot come into existence. Precisely. If it did, it would no longer be nothingness. The moment it happens, it is already something because then it exists. But again, we're only using these semantics to explain what we're thinking, which I'm going to get into with them. It makes more sense to say nothingness isn't coming into existence and existence is going into nothingness. But how is that our solution? Nothingness being realized is a contradiction. Nothingness is the possibility of absence being different. Well, nothingness being realized is a contradiction. Technically, yes, because nothing can be real. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can't be real. That's the point. But it's just a way of saying it. Instead of actualizing something, you're actualizing nothing. You get, you know what I'm saying? It's all about the point being made, not the exact words being used, because you can't really use words to define or describe nothing. There's nothing to define or describe realistically. It's a lack of things. So words could never do it justice. Nothingness is the possibility of absence, which is different. I'm guessing what he means there, being different. Yes, the possibility of absence, meaning the possibility of nothing. You get what I'm saying? Like that's that's why we say it that way. Number two, for potential to eliminate itself, there must be a possible unrealized state where potential is absent. That is nothingness, as we say it, as we use that terminology. Hopefully more than one, but even one is acceptable. Nope, only one. You can only have one lack of states. Like one state of nothingness is a lack of all states. The closest you can get to that state, like that you could call a state of nothingness, is potential itself. Possibility itself is a state of nothingness until it actualizes into somethingness. But true, pure nothing is not a state at all. It's the lack of all states. There is no states. You know? But that state is already a possibility, which means potential still exists. And if no potential is possible, then potential exists. Potential cannot collapse as a possibility because collapse itself requires potential. Ish. So, if there is a possibility that all that could actualize no longer actualizes, if there is a possibility that the actualization process itself ceases, and that's the best way to put it, there is a possibility that the actualization itself will cease. And possibilities can become impossibilities. What is possible today doesn't necessarily have to be possible tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? Okay. If it did, it would no longer be nothingness. The moment nothingness is realized, it happens. It is already something, therefore nothingness cannot be realized. Its realization is a contradiction. Yeah, absolutely. This is all semantics, but technically that's all correct. If you agree with me, which I hope you don't, and I am wrong, maybe hope is not lost because maybe we can have something that's similar to nothingness. Yes, you can have that, which is basically any form of unconscious reality or chaos itself. which is again on that list of things. If you can't have pure nothingness, you try to have pure chaos. If you can't have pure chaos, you try to have unconscious reality. If you can't have unconscious, you go down to solutions. But then you are going to call that potential. That would be a potential, yeah. It would still be something, but it would be akin to nothing because there'd be nothing experiencing it. But it wouldn't literally be nothing, you know? Conclusion. I can think and speak a description where reality is described as absent. See, he's starting to click here. I think he's starting to get it right here. He's like, oh, okay, these semantics are tricky when you're trying to speak of nothing. You know, how can I speak of a state of nothing? Like, how could a state of nothing even be a state? Like, so yeah, I can think and speak a description where reality is described as absent. That description exists as a thought, so it belongs to possibility. But that doesn't mean nothingness could be realized. It means the idea of nothingness is possible. The idea of nothingness is possible. See, these are the words we got to use just to express ourselves. For something to be a potential, it has to be separable from other possibilities. But nothingness has no separability, so there is nothing to place it inside potential. Which is why it's the lack of all potential, the lack of actualization. Potential dying, the actualization process ceasing. If we placed it as a possible potential, then it would treat it as one option among others, which would turn it into something? Not necessarily. An option of nothing is still nothing. Like, if you have three possibilities, like say you have 3 cups in front of you, and under 2 of the cups, one cup has $1, the other cup has $5, and another cup has nothing under it. If you lift the cup with nothing, you get nothing, right? If you lift a cup with 1, you get 1. If you lift a cup with 5, you get 5. Nothing can be an option without it being an actual thing. You know what I'm saying? But again, you'd have to explain it in such a way. You'd have to make it a metaphor. You'd have to, because of the semantics, it's hard, which I'm pretty sure we're about to get into in the next recordings, right? We go deep into that. At least I think we did. Where is it? Because nothing makes it's not a singular potential that is separate from other possibilities. It is that which negates all of them. Like, it's not only separable, it is completely and entirely separate from them, which is why it's hard to understand how it's a possibility. Like, wait, so this possibility that negates all possibilities, but that would still be a possibility, right? Because words are words, my nigga, you know? This is just how words work. Trying to use words to describe nothing it's fun. It's retarded and fun. Something, however, the idea of nothingness can be inside potential. The idea can be discussed and compared. So the idea of nothingness is an element of potential. Yeah. I can describe a square circle, and it exists as thoughts, but can never be realized. Facts. Because a square and a circle are not the same thing. Not in reality. No matter how you try to, how much you could think of that. Like, I think nothingness is the same case, because nothingness can't be real. Because it is the negation of all that is real. He's on to something here. You know, he's getting there. He's like right at the fucking, this right here, when I was first reading this, I was so happy, because this is where you get right before you come to that semantical conclusion of, oh, I simply have to be capable of accepting the fact that I would never be able to fully grasp nor explain nothingness because there's nothing to explain. Now I understand nothingness. That is what it takes. It takes that brain-breaking wall moment that you have to fucking break. You know what I'm saying? It takes that moment, bro. Let's see. Where we at? Describe a square circle. Nothingness is the same case, right? All right. A square circle fails because it violates shape constraints. Nothingness fails because it violates conditions of existence. So nothingness is like a square circle, but to me, it looks like a deeper impossibility. Think about it. We are basically saying there is a condition where there are no conditions. or it really is just the lack of conditions. But again, you got to explain it these ways, because this is how sentences work when trying to speak of nothingness. Just like the other day when I showed you, anytime you speak of something, you can easily use a sentence based on that something being requiring possibility. In order for a child to exist, something, in order for a child to exist, it requires possibility, right? It's simple. But you can't say in order for nothing to exist, it requires possibility. Wait, what? That doesn't make proper sense, because you can't speak that way about nothing. It's just not possible. Go back to my first and second stream and you'll fully understand that. If you're anybody watching this right now and you ain't watched the first 2 streams of this 3-part thing, you're already fucking up. Go back to the first stream and start there, and you'll see exactly what I'm saying there. Help me. Nigga, help me too. Sorry for the long write-up. No, please, thank you for the long write-up. I appreciate it. Really explain what you're thinking here so I can really answer it. I love that. I can't stand 3 niggas making 3-sentence claims that don't make no fucking sense, and you have to try to guess what they mean or ask them 30 questions just to figure out what they're trying to say so you can give them an answer. I appreciate the long write-up. But that's in as much detail I can explain my issue, not with theory you presented, but with the solution. Understandable. Now, he says something real quick here. Let's listen to that.
Hey Shango, sorry for the long write-up. This is the last thing I'm really having trouble with. See, I don't know if this is. I don't think it's just wordplay. I think we have an issue here.
All right, and that's where he was there. Now we're gonna go into my response. Uru the bus driver. Bro, your Discord kitten is cheating on you. You mean Spooksy up there? Spooksy with the Renegon and the Sharingan? I mean, I don't know how he could be cheating on me. I don't know. I don't understand what you mean. You'd have to be a little more specific, but if you say so. Let's go here. All right. First recording responding to that.
Alright. 1. Nothingness to pop into existence and the game's over? No. Or...
And this was another one where I just woke up. Like, you could hear it in my voice.
Alright. 1. Nothingness to pop into existence and the game's over? No. Or 2. Infinite potential to dissolve itself as a possibility. Then we have only nothingness. Yes. That is how it would go. So, no different than something dying, something ceasing. Dissolution is how it would go. So that's how entropy does everything. That's how energy dissolves. Like, energy doesn't decay, if you will. It's not the right word. It doesn't get destroyed, but it does dissolve over time. Specifically, when energy is spread out enough, it literally will stop vibrating. And once energy stops vibrating, it literally just stops. It ceases to exist, which physicists can't understand because everything has to be physical to them. They don't understand how it goes from physicality to nothingness, but we know for a fact that it does. Like, if energy slows down enough and stops vibrating enough, it'll just cease to exist. So, since everything is made of energy that is vibrating, there is the potential for it to stop. There is the possibility for it not to be. That's how existence itself ceases to exist, right? So within possibility itself, even though possibility is not energy vibrating, I'm just using this as an example, it's like causing the possibility to stop vibrating. The possibilities themselves dissolve. They cease to exist. Because the possibilities, even though they are nothing, they are something. They're not pure nothingness. And we've never seen anything that has any somethingness at all that can go on forever. All some things have the ability or the possibility to no longer be. So the possibility for them should also have that same exact outcome in the end. So if all things that exist will eventually cease to exist, all things that are possible to exist should eventually cease being possible. And we should be able to I should say we could, if not should, have the ability to affect that outcome, since we are that. We literally are that, but conscious. We're that possibility, but conscious. So we directly affect the outcomes of possibility. It's hard to wrap your head around. It's even harder to explain. But if we can affect the outcome of possibility, if we can affect the actualization process, we're affecting the possibilities themselves. We're affecting the actualization process themselves. So if we can affect it in a negative fashion, like end it, destroy it. Rolling the dice is just one example. It's one way of explaining it, but maybe even a better way of explaining it would be destroying the dice, so they can never roll again. It's just us using our conscious ability to force nothingness on everything, including ourselves, to force dissolution. But if we can't do that, and we have to rely on it to do it on its own, it will take a long time, but it'll dissolve all on its own, just based on it not really truly being infinite. But if it is, I always go to but if it is, it really shouldn't be, based on what possibility is, based on the actualization process, even though it's a randomized process, it's still a process. That's the thing that it is. And all processes break down over time. All processes in existence suffer from entropy, and all processes that cause existence should themselves eventually suffer from a negative potential. The process itself should break down, because it's still a thing. And no thing can last forever. But again, it's not the easiest things to explain, but yes, infinite potential to dissolve itself as a possibility. Or the actualization process itself breaking down. Because even if there is the possibility for things, if there is no possibility for actualization of those things, if the process, whatever it is, that is completely inexplicable as to how or why this literally happened, the actual literalistness of your process, I've never seen anyone be able to explain. No philosopher, no physicist, nobody. We just know it occurs because everything is. But it is a process of some sort. So that process should break down at some point. And that's the other thing. The potential itself is not infinite. So we say infinite potential to dissolve itself as a possibility, but the potential is not infinite, because no individual potential is infinite. All possibilities themselves are finite, which means all of possibility itself is finite. And there's only so many possibilities, which is another reason to believe that the possibilities will simply dissolve over time, as well as all things do that aren't truly infinite, because it's not truly perfect. And the actualization process itself can't be truly perfect or infinite, because again, everything that it actualizes is not perfect nor infinite. This whole reality isn't perfect or infinite. Everything in it is imperfect and finite. So that which produces it is also imperfect and finite, which means it should dissolve at some point and may even be capable of being forced to dissolve. How? Your guess is as good as mine, but it starts, in my opinion, as we are here in existence as conscious actualizations of possibility. It starts with putting our mind on it and going in that direction in all ways. Once again, I just woke up, so don't mind my voice if it sounds fucking crazy or harsh or something. I need to brush my teeth and drink some water. Yeah, no, we don't really care as long as nothingness arrives, but both solutions give us contradictions. For number one, nothingness cannot come into existence if it did. True. Because it doesn't come in. Nothingness doesn't exist. It's the lack of existence. Everything else would have to go out of existence, realistically. Which is the role of the dice. It literally, like, dissolves everything. All those possibilities cease. It's like being in a room full of light switches. You know, everywhere on the wall is light switches. All those light switches do something. And one of those light switches cuts the power to all the other light switches. So even if you're flicking the switches, you know, it might take you a while before you hit the one that actually shuts all the lights off. The moment it happens, it is already something. Yeah, that wouldn't be nothingness. It makes more sense to say nothingness isn't coming into existence and existence is going into nothingness. True. But how is that our solution? Nothingness being realized is a contradiction. Nothingness is the possibility of absence being different. So you're basically unactualizing all actualizations. You're unrealizing everything that is realized. So for example, in this existence, if electromagnetism was to just shut off, the existence itself would dissolve. It can't survive without it. It can't survive without it. So it's more about rolling dice or forcing entropy or forcing things to happen that cause that to happen. And within chaos, it's forcing that to happen to the actualization process itself. It's forcing that to happen to the possibilities themselves, let alone them doing it all on their own because they are finite and imperfect. So when I say nothingness is a possibility, I guess a better way to say that would be, there is a possibility that everything ceases. Just like everything dies, everything ends. There is a possibility that everything ends. Like that it literally just stops. Like when I say stops, I mean literally it just stops. Like right now, it's just going and going and going and going like an Energizer fucking bunny. And then imagine the Energizer bunny just stops. Either because we force it to stop consciously, because the moment you get rid of the randomization process in chaos, you now have higher likelihoods of certain things coming into existence, but as those things that came into existence are now conscious, us, the process itself, we could force stop. So it stops producing anything. We could even reverse and rewind. So it undoes everything it ever does. It's even arguable you can rewind like potential itself to the point where it stops actualizing entirely and just starts unactualizing everything. Because the process actualizes everything. And everything that is actualized eventually de-actualizes before something else reactualizes. So if you could just force that process in a backwards motion, where it just stays in the de-actualization mode, that's another possibility. I don't know if that's literally possible.
It's like bringing chaos to a state of chaos. As an example, again, not literally, you can't bring chaos to chaos. It's already in chaos, but you understand that's semantics, right? Get the example, get the metaphor. And yes, gentlemen, we are still here, going on, what, almost 7.5 hours now already, right? And I want to finish this, and we got some shit to go. So we'll probably be here for at least 9 hours today, because I really don't feel like stopping this and picking it back up.
But I'm willing to try and push in that direction. Because again, with consciousness being added to it, with undecidability being added to it, it's like adding consciousness to chaos. The only real question is, can the decision of the consciousness continue to force the chaos even after the consciousness is gone? Like, that's what I meant before when I said, like, pre-program the chaos. By having these thoughts as actualize the potentials, if enough of us, meaning enough of consciousness as a whole, forces the actualization process in the opposite direction, will it maintain going in that opposite direction after we're gone? I mean, would it even really? Because if it just goes in that direction even one moment after existence is gone, it's just nothingness. Like if the potential stops or ceases for a single moment, shit, even with existence, because this is all potential anyway. So if the process went backwards, really, like truly backwards for just a moment, this shit would stop. How to do that? That I don't know. I don't really know. All I can do is give suggestions on exactly how to do that. That's where we're stuck at mostly. Like we can come up with all these possibilities and thought processes. We can't prove any of it. But I can't really prove that none of it could happen either, because consciousness affects pretty much everything, including possibility, potential, actualization, which is manifestation. Like, and based on the science, it also affects de-actualization. It's just harder. It's harder to actualize a potential than it is to de-actualize a sticky potential, I should say, because unsticky potentials actualize and de-actualize all the time. But when it comes to a potential that is persistent and self-replicating, it's much harder to de-actualize than actualize in a forceful manner, but over time it will eventually de-actualize all on its own, because nothing lasts forever. Which is why it brings me back to the whole, we might just have to forcefully de-actualize existence itself over and over again until the dissolution process naturally takes place for the potential, for the actualization process itself, because neither of them are truly infinite and neither of them are truly perfect, and they don't produce anything that is infinite or perfect, which also tells us they're not infinite or perfect. So at some point in time, even the actualization process itself should slow down, if not stop entirely, because nothing lasts forever, and the potential should cease being potential. The possibilities should cease, meaning there should be no more possibilities. So maybe we just have to destroy one existence after the next existence after the next until we finally reach that point. So I always bring it to the levels. Level 1, force it into dissolution ASAP. Level 2, simply help it by getting rid of existence itself as many times as we fucking need to in order to speed up that dissolution process. That's what I was talking about when I said like rolling the dice. Like, to speed up the process of dissolving the actualization process itself and the possibility itself. Or 3, becoming victorious within a certain level of existence, a certain existence, and then trying to maintain it as long as possible until the entropy destroys you and brings it back to a state of chaos anyway. And doing that in every fucking existence, so at least as long as we do exist, we can have the best possible existence, even though existence will always be trash. And this is why I bring the levels, because level 1 might not be possible. We might not be able to force this shit out of existence, like, permanently. Like, we might not be able to force nothingness. But if there's even a possibility, I'm always going to be pushing for it. And let's say the closer we get to actual nothingness, like the closer we get to the actualization process or the possibility or both dissolving all on their own, then maybe, possibly, the more we focus on that nothingness, the closer we get, the faster we can actually make it occur. Like, or maybe not. I'm still going to push in that direction anyway, because if it's true, there's only one way to do it, you know? That's really if it can happen, there's only one way it will happen. That's pretty much how I look at everything. And that's how I act on everything. Let's go to number.
All right. Next up.
Number 2, for potential to eliminate itself, there must be a possible unrealized state where potential is absence. Yes, that would be absolute nothingness. Since absolute nothingness is the state without potential, meaning, which is really a lack of all states, meaning there could be a lack of potential. Like, potential itself isn't absolutely necessary. Nothing actually is. Because again, what does potential or possibility rely on? Nothing. So nothing is literally that which is at the absolute base, which is nothing. It's literally nothing. It's a lack of all states. So there's no necessity for states themselves. They're simply possible because possibility exists, therefore states exist. But states aren't necessary, so possibility itself isn't actually necessary. It's necessary for states, but states aren't necessary themselves. So there's no necessity for possibility to be forever. And it kind of can't. Like, I mean, we could argue that it's eternal just based on it always having been, but that's all it's really got going for. Well, it's always been, so it must be eternal. But it's also always been imperfect. The number of possibilities are also finite. They are countable. There's just no human number to put on them. Like, possibilities aren't literally infinite. There's only so many possible states, and only so many variations of those possible states. Even as we said yesterday, like, the first thing that comes into existence that leads to this type of existence may very well be the same thing each time. It could be something different, but even if it is something different, there's only so many different first states. There's only so many different non-conceptual states that could lead to conceptual states. So there isn't an infinite number of conceptual states, which means there isn't an infinite number of states, so there isn't an infinite number of possibilities. So possibility itself is not infinite, it is finite. The possibilities, each individual possibility themselves, every existence that comes into existence is finite and imperfect itself. You know, the actualization process is random, but even it isn't perfect because not everything that actualized remains actualized. Things deactualize right away. And everything that does actualize itself is finite and imperfect. So there's no real reason to believe that the potential, let alone the actualization process, when you put those together, chaos, there's no reason to believe the chaos itself is truly infinite or perfect. So we have every reason to believe it will eventually dissolve, as all things do in existence, because it is something that exists even though it's also nothing. Like, it is nothing yet something paradoxically, but non-paradoxically. But the something part of it has to cease at some point, which would only leave the nothing, which is the base, which is the absence of all states, the lack of all things, the unrealized state where potential is absence. Hopefully more than one, but even one is acceptable. There's only one. There's only one unrealized state where potential is absent, and that's nothing. If there is no potential, there is no thing. There's nothing. But that state is already a possibility, which means potential still exists, and if no potential is possible, then potential exists. But see, once that state, which is really not a state, and that's the thing, once that lack of states occurs, once states cease to be, they could never be again. Once the possibility for states ceases, there could never be possibility again. And again, arguing chaos because of how actualization, deactualization works, there is what's known in philosophy as negative potential, where it's basically a possibility that the possibility shuts itself off. It's like a light switch. The somethingness is the light being on. And because there's so many something states, the light switch just stays. Every chance it has to flicker between on and off, it stays on. But if it ever flickers off one time, the light is gone. And if it ever flickers off one time, it can never flicker on again. And within chaos, there is that possibility. The actualization process can simply cease. And if it ceases, it will never start again. Within chaos itself, within the possibility, all possibility itself, which is why it's not a good term, in my opinion, to say actualizing nothing, but even within philosophy, even within logic, there's no other way to say it. There's just to realize nothing. There's no other way to say it, because realizing nothing is just there being nothing, which isn't, there is no realization at all. There's no reality. The moment nothingness truly is, pure nothingness, truly is, nothing else could ever be. Because if there is true nothingness, there is no potential, there is no possibility. And within possibility itself, that can occur. How to explain this? I tried the dice rolling explanation, but I don't think that's a really good enough explanation. Honestly, the light switch explanation might be a better one. I'm trying to think of how, who was it? Was it Socrates? One of them niggas explained it in a certain way that you could explain 2,000 years ago, so it was easier. I'm trying to use modern explanations to make it simpler, but if you have a light switch, and every moment of every day, it has the opportunity to flip up or down, and ever since it's flipped up, it has the opportunity to flip down, but there are far more possibilities for it to be up, so it just remains up most of the time. But if it ever flips down even once, if the possibility, like, it'll literally shut itself off. Like, bye-bye. Nothing's possible ever again. Now, to me, the best way to explain that is the dissolution process. The possibility itself will dissolve, because the possibility itself is not infinite, and no individual possibility is infinite. And the actualization process itself isn't infinite, and what they produce isn't infinite. So nothingness is what we would call a possibility, but it's technically a lack of all possibilities. But it is possible that all possibilities cease being possible, because they simply are possibilities. There's always the negative to all things. So if all these things are possible, like every single potential could happen, they also could never happen again. Everything that could happen again, everything that could happen even once, let alone happen again, could simply never happen, or never happen again. The possibility goes both ways. That which could happen also may not happen. That which could happen again also may never happen again. And this is the light switch that is possibility. It's like in the quantum, it's they explain it with qubits, but they're like vacuum bits, because they don't know how to. It's hard to explain this shit as like a physical example, because it's not physical at all. But with quantum bits and with vacuum bits, you have the potentials. The bits themselves are potentials, and they're what they call ones and zeros, or ups and downs. And normally, they're in the neutral state. They're up and down. They're something and nothing simultaneously. That's what potential is. But if any of them ever flip down, that possibility ceases to exist eternally. The problem with a single possibility ceasing to exist eternally is that all possibilities are connected to all other possibilities that they're connected to. Contradicting possibilities won't have this effect on each other, but all possibilities that do not contradict each other, if one of those possibilities flips into the down, meaning it's no longer possible, all possibilities connected to it are no longer possible. Especially any possibilities that are reliant upon it. It's like a corruption in possibility itself. In quantum, it's what are vacuum bits or vacuum qubits. If you go into quantum computing, it's quantum bits. In computing in general, it's ones and zeros. But it's like a 1 and a 0 simultaneously, which allows it to be something that leads to something. But if it just becomes a 0, if it goes from a 1 to a 0, or a continuous 1 and 0 that just becomes a 0, it can never become a 1 and 0 again. It can never become a 1 again. That possibility is now gone. I'm probably not explaining this well at all, but I hope you're getting it anyway. When a possibility ceases to be possible, it's no longer a possibility. It's just gone. There's nothing in its place. And all possibility, let alone any individual possibilities, have to stop being possible at some point, because none of them are perfect, meaning they can't be infinite. Yeah, I think that's the best way I can say that. Again, I'm always trying to use physical examples to explain this thing that is completely and utterly non-fit. Like, to explain possibility, which itself is not really a thing, yet a thing. Something, yet nothing. Becoming pure nothingness, which is literally nothing. Like, there's no real example. I'm trying to come up with any physical examples that can give you like a visual picture to understand.
Using physical examples to explain non-physical phenomena. That technically isn't even phenomena because it's nothing, let alone to explain actual nothingness, let alone this non-physical phenomena known as potential or actualization going into pure nothingness, is literally semantically impossible. But it's the only way we can do it because words are fucking words.
How something goes from 1 and 0 simultaneously to just 0. Because that's what potential is. It's a 1 and a 0 at the same time. When it comes into existence, it's a 1. When it goes back into non-existence, it's a 1 and a 0 at the same time because it's still possible. But in order for it to become impossible, to be no longer possible, it has to become a 0, which is an eventual guarantee for all things that are also nothing. For all that is 1 and 0 simultaneously, even though it's nigh infinitely more likely to become 1, there is always the possibility for it to become 0. And it can become 1 as many times as it wants. It will always go back to a 1 and 0 state. And then back to a 1 state at some point. And then back to a 1 and 0 state. But the moment it goes into a 0 state, it can never be anything but 0. I hope I'm explaining that well. If I'm not, study quantum bits, study qubits, study vacuum bits or vacuum qubits, whatever they're called in the quantum theory, um, or even ZFC theory with um,
ZFC theory with cardinals and axioms, and I think I was going for the 0 plus 1 axiom, which is also known as the 1 minus 0 axiom because you can simply reverse it.
0 plus 1. Is it 0 plus 1? Because it's how you get from 0 to 1 and from 1 to 0. Which is explaining how you go from nothingness to somethingness to somethingness to nothingness. But there's the 1 and 0 state, where it is both 1 and 0. It's not perfectly 0. Like potential, possibility. It's not perfectly nothing. But since it's not perfectly nothing and nothing is perfection and all somethings are imperfect, no something is infinite. Even if it's nigh infinite, even if it would seem infinite to the human mind, it's not infinite, meaning it can and will dissolve at some point. It's guaranteed to occur if it's not infinite. Like, even if it's nigh infinite, it's still not infinite. So it's guaranteed to occur. The only question is how long it will take and what we could possibly do to push it in that direction. Can we consciously push it in that direction since we are that 1 and 0 state in a 1 state and now conscious and aware of that 1 and 0 state in that actualization process? And that's how I think. And I go, well, maybe. Let's try. And if that fails, whatever, it didn't change anything anyway, right? All it really did is probably push this current existence closer to non-existence faster, which gets us to the next existence faster, which brings us down that nigh infinite potentials faster, and brings us to that 0 state quicker. Whether we can manifest a 0 state ourselves or not, it's neither here nor there. It'd be great if we could. So I'm willing to try, and I'm going to try forever. But even if we can't, we are just pushing it towards that 0 state faster anyway by raising entropy within this reality, which brings this reality closer to extermination, dissolution, which brings us closer to the next reality, the next possibility actualizing. And then if we continue this process over and over until we finally reach the point where it dissolves anyway, where that first 1-0 state goes from 1, instead of going from 1 back to 1-0, it actually goes from 1 to 0. we've hit our first negative possibility, our first impossibility, which we've already done. We already have impossible states. There's already things that are impossible. And it's actually logically and philosophically argued, I don't know how true it is, but it's argued that all things were once possible. That possibility was seemingly infinite. Even though it wasn't, it was still nigh infinite, but it was more nigh infinite than it is now. That almost all there was only one impossibility, and all other things were possible. But
And that one impossibility would be nothingness itself, because it's technically impossible, because it's the lack of all possibility. It's the lack of all things. You know what I'm saying? But as possibilities dwindle and go down and down and down, becoming impossible themselves, you eventually end up with nothing.
as we've gone through the chaotic actualization process of those possibilities, more and more possibilities have gone from 1 to 0. So they've gone from 1, 0, 1 and 0 simultaneously, to 1, and then eventually either went from 1 dissolving to 0, or during the 1, 0 state, they simply ceased as possibilities and went to the 0 state. And now we have more impossibilities than reality started with. I don't know how true that is. Because if something is impossible, it could be true. Because again, with non-contradicting possibilities, if one of them becomes impossible, all other possibilities related to that now impossibility are also impossible, especially if they were reliant on that possibility remaining possible. So for us, beings who exist in this form and fashion, that would seem like it was always impossible. Like, of course, it makes no sense. That impossible thing has to be impossible. But for a being who existed within a reality where that was possible, and all other now impossibilities that are attached to that impossibility were once possible, it would seem completely normal. It'd be like, what do you mean these are going to be impossible one day? This makes perfect sense. It's like, name anything that's possible today, and then think it would be impossible tomorrow. Like, in another existence, it would be impossible. You'd be like, but that doesn't make sense. It's possible. Until it isn't. And once it isn't, all possibilities connected to it are no longer possible either. They are now all impossible, and the next existence must be an existence that is only possible without them. So every new existence has less possibilities, and less possibilities, and less possibilities, until the final existence is almost impossible itself, and comes into existence, then ceases existing, and then there is no more possibilities. Like, the possibilities themselves literally dissolve over time. Which, now that I said that out loud, because before I used to kind of question that, but now that I said that out loud, that actually makes perfect sense to me. There was reality started off with as many possibilities as it could possibly have. And over time, those possibilities become less and less possible based on possibilities dissolving, because no possibility is perfect. No possibility is infinite. And if any possibility becomes impossible due to its own dissolution, any and all correlating possibilities, especially possibilities based on causality of that possibility, requiring that possibility to first actualize in order for them to even be possible, would no longer be possible. So every ensuing existence would have to be possible without those possibilities, meaning every ensuing existence has less possibility. And over time, you end up with existences that have less and less possibility until there isn't enough possibility to maintain existence at all. This is the first time I've ever explained that to myself. So I hope that made sense to you. Because I've seen this argument before, and I'm not sure I fully understood it, or
I don't think I've ever actually said it out loud. I think that was the issue. I've heard it, I've read it, I've seen it quite a few times, and I understand. I just don't think I've ever actually had to say those words out loud, ever.
brushed it off. I just thought it was weird. But now that I'm really thinking about it, it actually goes right along with what I've been saying the entire time. So that may be the case. And if that is the case, again, pushing every existence closer to dissolution, as fast as possible, rids ourselves of more and more possibilities over time. So if we get rid of this existence as soon as possible and then go into the next existence, it's very possible that the next existence will have less possibilities than this existence itself did. We may even eventually get to the point where consciousness itself is impossible, even while existence is still possible, which would be great. Because once that occurs, we don't even need existence to cease. It can take as long as it wants, as long as nothing is there to experience it.
As long as possible. All right. Let's see. Next up.
If you agree with me, which I hope you don't, and I am wrong. I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, what you're saying semantically makes perfect sense. But it's also, I think it's also, this is why I said in the other live stream the other day, there's a problem with semantics when trying to speak of nothingness and trying to speak of something that is nothing simultaneously. Like, just saying those words, well, it's something and nothing simultaneously without being paradoxical. You have to say it that way just for it to make sense. And even with saying that, you have to allow it to make sense. Because it still doesn't make sense. Because it can't make sense. Because we are physical existing beings. Nothingness could never truly make sense to us because there's no sense in it. Nothingness is a lack of all things, including sense. So I get why you're saying that, and I understand where it comes from. It's like it takes a fucking certain way of being able to think to grasp this shit at any level. Which is why I like to bring it to the basics of possibility and things. Like when I'm trying to explain how it works, when it comes to explaining how we can do away with it, now we're getting into theoreticals. Like when it comes to possibility being required for existence itself, that's not a theory. It's just, it is what it is. It's objective. Nothing can exist if it's impossible to exist. So that's easier to understand. Like, okay, I get that. Now let's talk about dissolving possibility. And now everything we say is going to be, almost semantically impossible. But if we can say it in so many different ways, we can kind of wrap our consciousness around it. So trust me, I get what you're saying here, and it's not that I disagree or that I agree. It's more like the possibilities. Like to say realizing nothingness semantically doesn't make sense. Nothingness could never realize because it can't be real because it's the lack of real things. There could never be a state of nothingness because it's technically the lack of all states. There could never really be a potential or possibility for nothing because nothing is not a potential or possibility. It's a lack of potentials or possibilities. But we don't have a way to semantically say these things other than using those terminologies. We have to use terminology to explain it to each other, or we can never express the information. And that is where terminology itself lacks. That's where information itself lacks. Because information can never explain a completely uninformed state. Terminology could never explain a state where terminology could not exist. Concepts could never explain the lack of concepts. It can only get as close to it as possible. Nothingness is the only thing that could ever describe or explain nothingness simply by being, which is technically a lack of being. Do you see what I'm saying? Even me saying that, like, only nothingness could represent nothingness because it is literal nothingness. So everything that we say in order to attempt to conceptualize and convey what nothingness literally is, which isn't. It's the lack of all things, so it's the lack of all that is. Could never do it justice, so we just have to get as close as possible and try to understand what's being said here. Like when I'm saying roll the dice, I'm not being literal. And I don't even mean literal as far as rolling dice. I mean literal as far as the chaos actualization process of rolling the dice of nothingness. I'm just trying to explain it in the best way that I possibly can with words that could never possibly explain dissolving potential into nothing or possibility ceasing to be possible. Possibility flipping into impossibility. Which is why everything is, although everything is something, it's actually nothing, because it's really just nothing actualizing or flipping into somethingness. It's a coin of heads going to tails. It's a light switch of on going to off. It's a 1 going to 0. Do you see what I'm saying? These are all just ways that we attempt to explain it in philosophy, logic, science, mathematics, because technically, since we are something, and words are something, and they always describe something, attempting to describe the dissolution process of something, all that is, into nothing, is almost, if not semantically, impossible. So it's more like you got to wrap your head around the concept that is attempting to explain the lack of all concepts, more than being capable of directly explaining literal nothing, because you never could, because it's literally nothing. We can only explain it as a lack of things, as opposed to a thing itself, because it's not actually a thing, it's no thing. Nothing is no thing. So even when we say states, or the state of nothingness, it's really a lack of all states. When we say the possibility of nothingness, it's really the lack of all possibilities. All possibilities becoming impossible. And that itself is a process. Possibility itself is a 1 and a 0 simultaneously that can become a 1, which we call actualization or realization, but can also become a 0, because it is a 1 and a 0. And if it can become a 1, it can also become a 0. If it is a something and a nothing that can become a something, it can become a true nothing. Once it becomes a true nothing, it can never become a something and nothing ever again, which means it can never become a something ever again. The only real question is, because that's guaranteed to occur at some point, since it's not infinite, since no possibility is perfect, the only question is, how long would that take naturally? And I'm willing to go out on a limb now and just say, based on all this explanation and thought, that is a guarantee to occur, because potentials aren't perfect. They aren't pure nothingness. They are also somethingness. And they lead to somethingness. They actualize into reality. And what they actualize into is imperfect and finite. So the actualization process and the potentials themselves literally have to be imperfect and finite. And there is only a certain amount of potentials that could ever actualize into existence to begin with. So even all potential is one thing of potential itself is finite rather than infinite. So at some point, the potentials / possibilities have to dissolve. They have to become impossible at some point. And the actualization process itself has to dissolve at some point. It has to break down. It has to stop. Because it's not infinite or perfect. So at some point, it's going to happen all on its own. The only question will be how long, and if instead of it happening all on its own, could we affect it through our own conscious existence as actualized potentials? Could we simply cause possibilities to become impossible, whether it be in this existence, which would dissolve this existence, or in the next existence, by pushing in that direction? Even if it's just dissolving this existence over time by raising the entropy to a state of chaos, so this existence once again goes from a state of 1 to a state of 1 and 0 simultaneously, becoming pure potential once again, causing the further dissolution of possibilities, meaning the next existence will have less possibilities. You get what I'm saying? And if we can't have any effect on that process at all, then we might as well gain a victorious state and exist in this existence as long as possible in a victorious state. The same way the AI people are trying to do, but without the AI shit, without the control structures, like in an anarcho-communist reality, if you will, for as long as possible before the fight has to start over in the next existence. Or we could still just stick to destroying every existence we consciously find ourselves within as fast as possible, raise the entropy as fast as possible, so we could finally reach an existence where the possibilities have dissolved naturally to the point where consciousness can't exist, and then we're good to go. Like, for me, it's all about figuring out the solutions to get to that nothingness as fast as possible. Can we force it? If we can't, can we force impossibilities, like force possibilities into impossibilities? If we can't, can we speed up each existence we're in so that dissolution process of the possibilities happens faster naturally anyway? If we can't, can we maintain this existence as long as possible in a state of victory? If we can't, Can we at least be fighting the entire time so we're not just being dominated and owned by these motherfuckers who are trying to force AI onto all of us, etc. If we can't, can we fuck up the AI from the inside as much as possible? If we can't, bring it down to promortalism. Can we just destroy all sentient life available to us before any of that even occurs? Like, before the AI shit is finished, can we just destroy all sentient life? If we can't, can we at least destroy all human life? If we can't, can we at least force all humans to be sterilized? If we can't, can we at least choose for ourselves to be sterile? You know, like antinatalism. Can we choose to not have babies? Which is a choice, so we should be able to. Like, but again, if that's all you can choose, then you're not really affecting anything anyway. So in that case, you really might as well do whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want, wherever the fuck you want, with whoever the fuck you want, for whatever reasons the fuck you want. Into nihilism. You know, what we would call dark nihilism, or, what do they call it? The nihilism where you're like, nothing, I'm not going to do anything. Like, because once you get into that nihilist state of nothing matters and you control nothing, there's only two options. Do nothing, like literally just don't do shit. Just as soon as you realize that, and just lay down and die and wait for the next state to occur, like whatever that may be. Or do anything and everything that comes to your mind. Just be pure chaos, like whatever the fuck. No matter how vile, no matter how good, no matter how wonderful, no matter how bad, no matter how great, no matter how poor, like, it doesn't matter what it is, whatever you want to do, whenever you want to do it, for whatever reason you want to do, just do it, right? Like, if our only option is being voluntary antinatalists, then we're not really affecting much anyway. Real talk. Now, if you want to do that, again, do whatever you want. By all means, do what thou wilt at that point. If that's what you want to do it. But if it gets down to that level, man, I can't judge anyone on anything, period. I can't judge the greatest philanthropists in the world helping the most wonderful, in the most wonderful ways, and nor can I help the person kidnapping 300, nor can I judge the person kidnapping 300 people and raping all of them and torturing them in the most fucked up ways, but like, nothing matters. Your suffering doesn't matter. Your pleasure doesn't. Nothing matters. Your existence doesn't matter. Your non-existence doesn't matter. Your life doesn't matter. Your life being taken doesn't matter. My life, that includes me. Like, everything I'm saying is all of us. Everything, everywhere. Nothing matters at that point. We control nothing. There's nothing we could really do. So you might as well do whatever you want, because you're not really doing anything anyway. Like, so I just try to focus on the solutions from the top down of getting to nothingness, true nothingness, as fast as possible, and all possibilities that could bring us there, you know? Because if there's no way we could affect that process at all of getting to nothingness faster, then I'm going to be an unbelievable demon in one existence after the next, because I'm just going to be so fucking angry. Like, if I really feel today, like, if this conversation ended with me going, there's nothing we can do. Nothingness will come when it comes, and only when it comes, and there is no speeding it up. Pause. It sounded sexual almost. Then I'm just gonna go, bro, pure demon mode. Like, the world is mine. I would be like an elite, but worse. I wouldn't even want the AI, because that's not the same experience. Like, I would... But you know what? In one existence, I might. In one, like, maybe they're already there. Maybe that's what they think. Maybe that's what they believe. I don't think that's what they believe based on the things that I know about them. Which is why they're trying to hold this. Like, I know that they believe that. Don't get me wrong. To an extent, they believe, again, that this is all going to go to nothing at some point. Yada, yada. So they're trying to slow it down and have the longest existence possible per existence. And they even... I remember Elon Musk saying himself that, you know, when this existence ends, if this existence was to end today and we went into another existence, basically, he would do it all over again, because nothing is nothing. He wants experience. He said, as long as there is experience, I'd rather have the longest experience possible. I want to experience everything. And then when it's gone, it's gone. But while it's here, I want to experience it all. Like, I'm like, I don't. I really don't want to experience shit. But if it gets to the point where I'm like up against it the way they are, because they're against it. They're up against entropy. They're up against chaos. They're up against that cycle dwindling down. They're up against those possibilities, slowly but surely becoming impossibilities until we hit a state of nothingness. They're up against that because they're on the other side of that. While I'm cheering for that, I just want it to go faster. So if I ended up feeling like I was up against it the way they feel up against it, like, there's no way to make this shit go faster. Now, I know for a fact entropy can. Like, there's no... Entropy exists, and we are all entropic. That just is what... Like, thankfully, there's objective reasons for me to know that we can speed this up at least within existence. We can at least speed up the death and corruption and destruction of existence itself, leading to it going back to a state of chaos and quicker getting to the next existence. We can at least do that, thankfully. But that alone doesn't stop me from being a demon. Like that, like that, at all. As a matter of fact, it would promote me to do so. Like it would be like, yo, go be an absolute fucking monster. Which is why it would never promote me to like create AI and try to keep this shit going as long as possible, etc., etc. But I can understand why they do the things they do based on they're coming to solutions based on what they want to maintain. Like, whereas I'm coming to solutions based on all that I want to destroy. They want to create, I want to destroy. They want to continue, I want to end. They are God's ideation of eternity. God's ideation of becoming infinite, of never ending. I'm God's suicidal ideation. So I understand them. And for now, I think there's lots of possibilities for us to actually push it to nothingness way faster. If I ever come to the conclusion that the only way for us to push nothingness faster is simply entropy from within existence, bro, I'm going full do what thou wilt. Full on do what thou wilt. Like, I'm going to be as entropic as possible. Like, my morality holds me back from doing that with the thought processes of, bro, if there is ways to dissolve this without having to be an absolute monster, like, then we should go with those ways first. We should go with the dissolution ways, the ways to bring us to nothingness faster without having to fucking just pillage and plunder, just being a complete, purely entropic monstrosity. But if it comes down to it, where it's like, no, nigga, entropy is the only like, it is literally the only thing that can speed this up. You have to speed up every individual existence. Every time a conscious existence comes to be, and you realize you are in it, and you want it to cease, let alone all things to cease, you have to do everything within your power to cease that individual existence. I'm walking outside and murdering everything. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, so, I'm still trying to focus on these higher answers to see, like, if they end up being impossible to me at some point, then I'm gonna go fucking nuts. But as long as they're not impossible to me, I don't have a reason yet to just fucking go full on crash out. You know, partial crash out, absolutely, as long as I exist. Fuck governments, fuck things controlling me, fuck that AI, but full on crash out, literally burn existence. My morality is still holding me back just due to the possibilities that may still exist. But if those possibilities turn out to be impossibilities, there is no morality at all left to hold me back. Like, my morality is simply based on what's possible. If I don't need to go out there and fucking do these things to increase it as fast as possible based on these things being possible, then I don't need to do those things. My morality can remain intact to that state. But if these things become impossible, my morality becomes impossible. like, holy shit. Like, it's crazy to think about, but that's where it would go. Yeah, if you agree with me, which I hope you don't, and I am wrong, maybe hope is not lost, because maybe we can have something that's similar to nothingness. That'd be nice. But then you are going to call that potential. Yeah, technically. So it's not true nothingness, but if it's close enough and like we experience it like it is nothingness, that's kind of all that matters realistically. Because slowly but surely that will dissolve anyway, but we won't be experiencing it anyway. So we've already got our victory status in existence as a whole. But yeah, I can think and speak a description where reality is described as absence. Yeah, exactly. That is nothingness. There is no reality. Nothing is real. Nothing is realized. There is no actualization. Nothing is actual. Nothing has actualized. nothingness.
All right, on to the next one.
That description exists as a thought, so it belongs to possibility, but that doesn't mean nothingness could be realized. It means the idea of nothingness is possible, which is a mind-boggling sentence in itself. Yet we understand what it means. Like, it's really about understanding what it means as opposed to the words making literal sense, because once you bring it to true nothingness, like not even just the word nothingness, but once you're trying to speak on true, pure nothingness, words won't do it justice. It just is what it is, because words are all something. Something could never do true justice to nothing. Imperfection could never truly describe perfection, no matter how hard it tried. Even if it can kind of conceptualize it, it can understand what it means. Like, I understand what a lack of all states is. I understand what an absence of reality is. But do I really understand it? No, because there's not anything to understand. There's literally nothing there to understand. Like, there's no thing to stand under. Like, but we get what we're trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's really all that matters. As long as we can say it in a way where we get it, you know? Even though there's technically nothing to get. That's really all that matters. For something to be a potential, it has to be separable from other possibilities, but nothingness has no separability, so there is nothing to place it inside potential. If we place it as a possible potential, then it would treat it as one option among others, which would turn it into something. Well, it's the only option that erases all other options, though. That's the difference. And again, even that is, we're just trying to say it in a way we can understand it. It is an option among all the other options. Because all the other options are something, this option is nothing. Well then, it's the only option that is of itself. It is the only option that is a lack of all other options. Technically, it is not an option. It is the lack of all options. It is all other options ceasing to be options. But to explain that in a way that is understandable, we would call it an option. You know? It is the potential for all potentials to no longer be potentials. But to explain that in a way that makes sense, it is the potential for nothing. It is the possibility of there being nothing. But technically, nothing is a lack of all possibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's mostly, but when it comes to explaining these things, it's specifically once you get to nothing. When it comes to explaining something, I will never accept anything but a perfect explanation. I will never accept anything that doesn't semantically work. Because with something, you can always semantically describe it. There is no ways around that. Like, nobody gets an excuse. If you're explaining something, it must make sense because it is something, meaning it can make sense. So if it doesn't make sense, you're simply not making sense. But no thing has no sense to make. Like, there is no sense to make of no thing. So, it's understandable when trying to explain nothingness itself, let alone how to dissolve somethingness into nothingness and bring about nothingness, which is not something that can actually be brought about because it can't be brought, because there's nothing to bring. You're literally just stopping all that is and leaving what isn't, which is no thing. It's extremely hard to semantically speak as something, trying to use something, words, to describe nothing. Like, so that I will always give you a slide on. As long as you can get as close to semantically expressing yourself in a way that I get what you're trying to say, because again, all we can do is try to say it. So I get what you're trying to say, and that's really all that matters. You can never semantically say what you're trying to say, because semantics is a thing that can only really describe other things. It requires concepts to convey description. But if nothing is a lack of all concepts, that is its description. Lack, absence, no thing. So trying to explain it as a thing, that way we can understand what we're explaining. Trying to conceptualize it is literally impossible, yet the only way we could ever discuss it. So, just do your best to conceptualize it to the best of your ability, to explain it in a way that makes the most sense so somebody can understand what you're saying, even though it will always be semantically incorrect. Always. Like, that's why I don't really worry about it. Like, I just try to explain it in as many, that's why I try to use 5,000 examples that requires somethingness in order to try to get across the point that I'm attempting to get across when talking about the nothingness, let alone how to bring it to a state of nothingness. So I go into the 1 and 0, flipping into the 1, which is realization, actualization, flipping into the 0, which is nothingness, impossibility, etc. My goal is to hope that you can at least understand what I'm attempting to say to you. Because if you can't, I can't express what I'm attempting to say, and then I'm stuck at a point of lack of expression based on there being a lack of anything to express, because it is no thing, so there is no thing to actually express. You get what I'm saying? If we place it as a possible, okay. So yeah, as you said, if we placed it as a possible potential, then it would treat it as one option among others, which would turn it into something. But we can only explain something. We can't explain nothing. So we kind of have to conceptualize nothing as something just to explain it as something when we're really talking about no thing. So you have to understand that. Like, okay, I get that we're explaining this like it's something in order to make it make sense to our fucking human brains as something, because not even just humans, anything that is a thing attempting to describe no thing is going to have to describe it conceptually as something in order to make it make any sense to the other something they're trying to describe it to. Like, it just is what it is. Even though we're technically not making literal sense, because nothing is not something. So you get what I'm saying? Like, anyway, however, the idea of nothingness can be inside of... Okay, I read that, actually. I can describe a square circle, and it exists as a thought, but can never be realized. Yeah. I think nothingness is the same case. Yes. Because it can't be real. Because it's the lack of reality. Which is why we can try to conceptualize of it, but it's not a concept. It's a lack of all concepts. It can't actually be conceptualized. Yes, it must be, even though it isn't, it must be, because all things must be contained within it. Because if it was something, it would again require a cause that is nothing yet something that is capable of causing it to be, which is what potential is and possibility is. And so we'd be right back. We'd just be pushing existence back one step, which means there still has to be a nothing before that step. Like, so nothing still has to be, even though it's the lack of all being. Yeah. It's mind-boggling to express in words, because words are something, but it's the only thing we got to express it. However, the idea of nothingness and inside of this idea can be discussed and compared. So the idea of nothingness is an element of potential. The idea of nothingness is an element of potential, because again, it's an idea that we are expressing, whereas nothingness itself is the lack of all ideas. So, but again, we can only express it in these ways. A square circle fails because it violates shape constraints. Nothingness fails because it violates conditions of existence, which is why it doesn't exist. It's a lack of existence. The lack of existence is nothingness.
Next.
So nothingness is like a square circle, but to me it looks like a deeper impossibility. Because it technically is. So it is, and that's the best way to put it. Because it makes all that is possible impossible. As long as there is possibility, it itself isn't possible, because it is the lack of all possibility, which is why I say the only way to reach a true state of nothingness is to get rid of all possibility. See, you're right where I'm at when I say that. There never has been true nothingness because there always has been possibility, because there always had to be possibility, because there is something right now. Meaning there always had to be the possibility for something, because if there was at some point pure nothingness, meaning there was no potential for something, then that potential, that possibility could have never become in the first place. Meaning it always had to be there. So, in order to get to a true state of nothingness, you'd have to deal with that possibility, which then brings you to the next step of okay, well, first and foremost, what is possibility? It is something yet nothing, because it is literally nothing. It doesn't actually exist. It is not realized. When it becomes real or actual, realized or actualized, it becomes something. So it is nothing that is also something. It is nothing that can be something. It is nothing that can become something, which is, if you look at the definition of potential or possibility, potential is the perfect definition for it, where it is something that could develop or become, that could become or develop into something in the future. So it's not an actual thing, yet it can become a thing, and it is required for all things. But since itself is still a something, even though it is a nothing, since it is still a something, it itself is not infinite. Even if it always has been, it should not always be, because it isn't literally infinite, because in order to be infinite, it would have to be perfectly unchanging. But it's not perfectly unchanging, it's always changing. There are always events occurring within it.
Which earlier today in Illicit Minds live stream, what did he say about existence? And said the number one thing about it that is chief within it is change, because that is the chief within all imperfection. Within imperfection, there is always something occurring. There is always something changing, something's being upgraded, degraded, something's being done or undone, something's being created or destroyed. In true perfection, nothing happens. There's nothing to happen because it's already perfect.
Possibilities themselves as individual possibilities aren't infinite or perfect. Therefore, the thing they come from, the possibility as a whole that they come from, cannot be perfect nor infinite. The actualization process that actualizes them never actualizes them perfectly. These things always have entropy. It brings them to their lowest state of entropy, but it never actualizes them with zero entropy. Meaning, the entropy always rises and brings them back to a state of chaos, so the actualization process can never actualize anything that is perfect and infinite. Meaning, the actualization process itself can't be perfect or infinite, or else it would actualize perfectly and infinitely. The possibilities themselves aren't perfect or infinite, because if they were, they would actualize perfectly and infinitely, which means the pool of possibility, all possibility, that they come from can't be perfect or infinite, and there's only so many variations of possibilities that could come into existence based upon the necessity of the base non-conceptual reality that is required for conceptual reality and material reality, etc. So even the number of possibilities is finite, though it would be nigh infinite, It'd be uncountable to humans, but technically, literally, it would be countable. Meaning, all of this process has to have its own, basically, version of entropy, its own version of dissolution, its own version of decay, its own life cycle, which would mean the possibilities themselves do have to slowly but surely, in some form or fashion, become impossible over time. And the actualization process itself would have to, in some form or fashion, dissolve over time, which is again why I would say eventually it would roll that nothingness dice, because at some point the actualization process stops. And that's what I mean when I say it just stops. Oh, it rolls the dice on that and then stops. Now, that's only if it could happen randomly. If the dissolution process, or if the actualization, because it actualizes randomly, if it could just randomly stop actualizing, that would be the same as it actualizing nothingness. Is it literally actualizing nothingness? No, because it's actually de-actualizing all actualization. But it's just an example of how, like, imagine it actualized nothingness. You know, so like, if it randomly chooses to stop actualizing, like if the actualization process itself stops randomly, since it is a random process, then nothingness would occur, and nothing would ever occur again. Like, there would be no more actualization. If the possibilities, and let's say the actualization process continues, but the possibilities themselves dissolve before the actualization process stops, there would be nothing to actualize. So it would be actualizing nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, is that literal? No, you can't actualize nothing. Like, not literally, but you get what I'm saying. Like, if there's nothing to actualize, yet the actualization process still somehow exists, it would be actualizing nothing because there is no thing to actualize. Like, you know what I'm saying? And if they dissolve simultaneously, the actualization process is dissolving while the potentials dissolve. Every ensuing existence would dissolve faster and faster and have less possibilities within each ensuing existence as well. Meaning you're literally actualizing closer to nothing, which is technically you're just actualizing less and less over time. So it's a guarantee that at some point we should get pure nothingness based on the actualization process and the potential / possibility itself combined together as one as chaos should eventually dissolve in its own way. It should run its own cycle. Because it's not infinite, it's not perfect. But how long will that take? And is there any way to speed that up? See, that's where I end up. But how long will that take? And is there any way to speed that up? I can't tell exactly how long that would take. I can only hypothesize. And even that, there's no number I could really put to it that my brain could actually fathom. Like, it doesn't, like, nigh infinite is the best way I could put it. Like, which is like, nah, that's too long for me. Like, that's way too long for me. So, what are all the possibilities that I can get to where, you know, bring this nothingness faster? Can I force the nothingness? Through consciously being a nothing yet something that has been actualized into somethingness. Through being a 1 and 0 simultaneously that has been actualized into being a conscious 1, can I consciously push all things towards that 0? If I can't, can I at least consciously push all that it currently exists back to the state of 1 and 0, which is the yes, that's entropy leading to chaos. That I know I can do. But can I push the 1 to a state of 0? I don't know. But I can theorize and hypothesize that I can, so I might as well try. I can't disprove it, so I might as well try it. Can I push the 1 and 0 to a 0? I don't know, but I can hypothesize and theorize that I can. And I can't disprove it, so I might as well try it. Can I push the 1 back to a state of 1 and 0? Yes, it's called entropy, raising the chaos and bringing existence back to a state of chaos. I know I could do that for a fact, so I might as well do that. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's about figuring out what can I maybe do, what's possible. What can I prove, what can I disprove? What can't I prove or disprove? Well, what I can disprove, there's no point in trying, but I might try anyway, because what if I'm wrong? What I can prove, I'm definitely going to try. What I can't prove or disprove, I'm also going to try, because I might as well. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, that just is what it is, because I want nothingness. So whatever I can disprove to getting there, I still might try anyway, because who knows if I'm wrong, and it helps us get there. Whatever I can prove helps us get there, I'm definitely going to do, because why not? I can prove that it helps us get there. And whatever I can't prove or disprove, I might as well help, because it's not going to help or hinder anyway. Like, it's like, it's all just pushing in one direction. And who knows, maybe attempting to do what I can prove, disprove, and can't prove or disprove all together will help push in that direction. And the more conscious entities let alone subconscious entities or even unconscious entities. The more of consciousness, subconsciousness, or unconsciousness, the more of existence, non-existence, the more of chaos, the more of possibility and potential I can push towards that state of nothingness myself, let alone having all other things within it that I can possibly affect to convince to push in that direction as well, might help us get there faster. Maybe not, but if it does, wonderful. If it doesn't, it didn't matter anyway. So might as well push in that direction anyway, until we know for a fact that it is or isn't helping. And if we know for a fact that it is helping, knowing up to what point it's helping, and pushing on those things harder over time, and knowing what isn't helping and stopping those things over time, because they're either not helping or they're even hindering. If they're hindering, like pushing us in the other direction, then we should really stop doing those things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just all about adjusting as we go on to try to get the outcome that we want to get. So we first have to learn. We have to do our best to understand it, even though it's nothingness is the lack of all understanding. So you have to do your best to understand that which is basically incapable of truly being fully understood. And then you have to teach it, preach it, promote it, and in any way you possibly can, enact any and all solutions you are willing and able to enact to the best of your ability in order to get that outcome. And that's all I'm focused on in my existence. With nothingness being the absolute tip-top outcome I'm looking for. Of course, I have other outcomes the further down you go in existence, right down to here as an individual human being. You know, but the larger I scale up reality, the bigger and bigger I expand my consciousness of what all things is, you know, and where it's all going, the more nothingness becomes the outcome I want to see for everything. So that's the direction I'm going in, you know? We're basically saying there is a condition where there are no conditions. The sentence invalidates itself. Exactly. That's because it's not a condition. It's a lack of conditions. It's not a condition where there are no conditions. It's a lack of all conditions. But in order to explain it in a way that people can understand, you may have to explain it as a condition where there are no conditions so they can get it. Because explaining nothingness in itself is contradictory. You can't explain no thing. There's no thing to explain. You simply have to do your best. Like, you simply have to do your best. Help me. I'm trying. I need the same help. I think I've just done this long enough to understand that and be okay with that. You know, when you're explaining something, I will never be okay with not explaining it properly, because no, it's something. That means it can be explained properly. There's no reason not to explain it properly. You explaining it improperly just shows me you don't understand it. Nothing can't be explained properly. The fact that someone understands that it can't be explained properly and that all explanations of it are going to be contradictory in their own sentences because you're explaining something that is not a thing at all. So it's not even something. You're not explaining something. You're trying to explain nothing, which is no thing, and no thing cannot be explained in any way because there's no thing to explain. But once you understand that, and then you begin explaining it as something anyway, I know you truly get it. Because it's the only way to get it, and it's the only way to explain it. But you have to first understand and accept that. You have to first understand and accept your limitations to explain no thing as something, attempting to explain no thing, using something known as words that could never actually 100% explain no thing. Something could never do justice to no thing. Only no thing could truly represent no thing by literally being no thing, which is actually a lack of being anything. You get what I'm saying? It's something you can never experience, so it's something you can never properly explain or properly conceptualize. You can only conceptualize it to a point because it's no thing. It's a lack of concepts itself. So you get it. And you're right at the point where I was before I said, okay, I get that now. Now let's look for solutions to get to this nothing. You see, so like at some point you have to kind of push that to the side and go, okay, this makes sense. the lack of these sentences making sense actually makes sense, because these sentences shouldn't make sense when speaking of no thing. Like, so I just have to use sentences to the best of my ability as something to explain nothing, let alone how to get to nothing. This is why explaining possibility is as far as it goes, where you can still explain because it's something yet nothing. But it's required for all that exists, so it can still be explained. But once you tip the scale, once you go past that into true nothingness, even the ness at the end of the nothing doesn't make sense, because ness means of something, the essence of something. But nothing is a lack of all essence. There is no essence of nothing. It's just nothing. Like, but we still say nothingness so people can get it. We still say pure nothingness, even though there is no purity in nothing, because there's nothing to be pure. Like, there is nothing. There is no essence. There is no pure essence of nothing, because there is nothing. There is no essence to be pure. Like, there's no thing. So you're getting it. Like, you don't really need help. You're getting there all on your own. You just kind of needed to talk it out properly, which is why I do these things myself. I just need to talk them out so I can make it make sense to me, so I can make it make sense to others, even when it literally semantically never could. As long as you can understand that, you can understand nothing. And by understanding nothing, you understand nothing. You get what I'm saying? You know nothing, Jon Snow. Sorry for the long write-up, but that's in as much detail I can explain my issue, not with the theory you present, but with the solution. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I wrestle with this daily. But if we want nothingness, there's only one way to go about getting it, and that is attempt to prove that which can get us closer to it, disprove that which can get us closer to it, and still, in my opinion, attempt to do both. Unless what you disprove pushes you in the opposite direction. Like, if saying, oh, this could not get us closer to nothingness. Well, as long as it doesn't get us closer to somethingness, try it anyway. If it gets us closer to somethingness or pushes us further into somethingness, don't do that. If it proves that we can get closer to nothingness, like entropy bringing it to a state of chaos, which is closer to nothing, do that. If it's something you can't prove or disprove, but you could hypothesize or theorize that could bring you closer to nothingness, do that until you hit a state where it shows you're doing the opposite. If you never reach a situation where you're able to prove or disprove that you're actually doing the opposite, you might as well just keep doing that, since you can't prove or disprove that you're not, and since you can hypothesize and theorize that you are. Like, anything and everything that you can possibly hypothesize or theorize, bringing you and all closer to a state of nothing, just push in that direction. Learn that, teach that, preach that, promote that, and in any way you are willing and able, enact that to the best of your ability. Because it's the only way we're ever going to get that. You get what I'm saying? At a bare minimum, we know for a fact entropy leads to chaos, which brings us closer to the state of nothingness, because chaos is that potentiality with that random actualization process, chaos, is as close as we can actually get to nothingness while still being within somethingness, because it is something yet nothing. So it's the closest to nothing something could ever possibly get. And with each ensuing cycle, we have a higher likelihood of the possibilities becoming impossibilities and the actualization process stopping, bringing us closer to true nothingness. So we might as well speed up these cycles as fast as possible. The cycle of existence and non-existence, reality and unreality, creation and destruction. Speed it up as much as possible, as fast as possible, so we can get through one existence after the next as fast as possible, so we can get closer to that state of true nothingness as fast as possible. At a bare minimum, we know entropy can do that. This is why I always say entropy is the only answer we definitively have. Everything else is a maybe and a possibility that I'm trying to build on top of that to get as close to nothingness as possible. But we know for a fact that is true. That is objective fact. So at a bare minimum, we can rely on that. Increase and maximize the entropy. That is the base solution for all that is. Anything beyond that is a possibility. Anything beneath that, well, it's beneath that. So, entropy it is at a bare minimum.
Entropy it is at a bare minimum. Did I take this up or I did not? Hold on. All right. Let's see what is next here. Let us see. We went over this before. Shout out to Voidism, as always. All right. Super sub. Hey man, I'm still listening to your responses, but I have a quick question or thought experiment. And this is where the shit actually gets more fun. And this is the conversation that I like to have, where shit is fun. Because I don't have to constantly beat people over the head with objectivity. We can start talking this theory talk when trying to talk about solutions, right? These are the fun conversations. Everything else is just, like, do I really have to repeat the same shit over and over again? Like, are niggas retarded? Like, well, anyway, all right. In response to, everything exists as 0, 1, potential. And again, this is an axiom. Go into the axioms. Go into the qubits. Go into the quantum bits. Go into the virtual particles, quantum vacuum, all that good stuff, right? All right. In response to, everything exists as 0, 1, potential. Once actualized, it becomes 1. Then once dissolved, it becomes 0. Well, once permanently dissolved. Once it becomes impossible, it becomes 0. When it just dissolves, like when entropy brings a potential that is actualized into a 1 back to a state of chaos, it's just bringing it back to the state of potential, which is a 0, 1. So it goes from 0, 1 to 1 back to 0, 1. But if the possibility itself dissolves, meaning it's no longer possible, it's now impossible, it becomes a 0. And you'll hear what I say to him about stars and universe and how the star becomes a 0 and a 1. You'll hear it. Thanks for that. It's mind-blowing, and I need time to think of what it entails. So here's the thought experiment. Let's say you want to remove me from existence permanently. Good luck with that. Removing one being permanently. So you kill me and scatter every atom that makes up my body all across the universe. The potential for me existing goes from a 1 to a 0. Does it though? Does it though? Does that actually make you impossible? Maybe in the current universe it does, because the universe is not infinite and there's not infinite variables, etc., etc. And if it does, you existing in that particular form ever again could be a 0. It could be impossible. But does that cancel out your potential to exist in that particular form, let alone any other form in any other future existence? I would argue no. I would argue it just brought you back to a 0, 1 state, right? But I do like his thought experiment. Now, maybe a bubble universe is created. A being who is 0.001% different to me is born. Then he eventually becomes a 0. Now, I think he means similar, the same, because it keeps going up instead of down, right? 0.001% similar to me is born. Then he eventually becomes a 0. Now, actually, I don't even think I properly understood this the first time I read it, but I still think my response was good. So now 0.0021, you see the numbers, all the way to infinity. And in fact, they are so similar to me that I can't tell a difference. Now what? Well, realistically speaking, if you're just talking about universe after universe coming into existence, because that's not the same universe, right? That's a different creation, right? So if you're talking about a different creation, a different universe, a different existence, Well, that's not actually impossible at all. Like, that's just potential actualizing, right? If you're, at first I thought, in my mind, I think I was thinking he was talking about the same universe, like across this vast universe. I'm like, well, if that's happening, then yeah, eventually you're gonna reach 100% again. But I don't think that I actually understood that the first time I responded to it. All the way to infinity, and in fact, they are so similar to me that I can't tell the difference. Now what? I mean, if it's infinite, then yes, eventually you'll get back to you. One way or the other, you don't really be, you can never become a zero. If it's infinite, your potential would always be. If your potential was infinite or the potential was infinite, you know what I'm saying? And the cycle of creation and destruction is infinite, like chaos, then of course you're always going to come back at some point. Like, it might not even be like this. You might just come straight back to 100, like, because it's completely random, but infinite. Anything could happen then. Thankfully, there's no reason to believe that chaos itself is infinite. There's no reason to believe that potential is infinite, nor that the randomized actualization process is infinite. Nothing that they ever create is infinite. So there's no reason to believe that the creators of the creation is infinite. You get what I'm saying? I actually found that thought experiment more interesting when I didn't understand it. I must have read it wrong the first time, because that reads completely differently to me right now. But anyway, listen to my response to it, because I still liked it in general.
And that is exactly why permanent individual non-existence is highly unlikely, if not entirely impossible. You said, then what? Well, then you come back, because eventually that's going to equal 100% again. Like, this is why the only way to guarantee permanent non-existence, so the only way to guarantee your non-existence in this current existence is to completely rid reality of this current existence. The only way to guarantee your permanent non-existence would be to rid the void of the potential for your existence. As long as there is potential for your existence in this existence, let alone any other existence, not only is it impossible to guarantee your non-existence, it's also likely, if not guaranteed, that you will once again exist in possibly other forms, and eventually the same exact form you once already existed as. And this is why I'm hell-bent on ending all existence and even the potential / possibility for existence. Because that would be highly annoying, especially if all those different yous were like a part of you was actually a part of all of them, because your atoms were scattered or whatever. Like, imagine you actually did end up being part of all of them, so part of you was experience all of that. Like, oh my god, that'd be fucking terrible. Terrible. And this is why, at a bare minimum, as we exist right now, this existence needs to go. And then as we could possibly exist at any point in the future, the potential / possibility for existence also needs to go. Or else, permanent non-existence is highly unlikely, if not impossible. So, yeah, that's why my ultimate solution is get rid of all potential and possibility for existence, if at all possible. And if not, then hey, we push entropy towards chaos, getting rid of this existence. When the next existence comes in and things become conscious again and we realize that we're in existence, well, we do it all over again. And we just keep doing that until we can finally permanently lead to the dissolution of the possibility for our existence as a whole.
All right. Super Sob. Let me know if this is correct. If this is correct the way you see it. First, potential is a something and it creates things with limits. It must act as a something with limits, or at the very least, that's where the evidence is pointing. Ish. It is a nothing first. Once it actualizes into something, which is why it's nothing yet something, and creates things, that's when the limits are born. But since there is a somethingness to potential itself because it actualizes and creates things, it itself is limited. Meaning it cannot exist forever because it's not infinite. Which may be what he's actually asking here. So maybe I just answered that question properly. Second, potential is acting like a process by actualizing things, so we should expect to have attributes of other processes, or at the very least, be acted upon by entropy like other processes. Ish. The potential itself isn't literally the process, it's simply that which is actualized. The actualization is the process. Now, what that process literally is, nobody could ever say. It goes from nothing, then becomes something. You can't see the process. There's nothing to see, right? But yes, like any other process, it should suffer from some type of entropy. It doesn't have to be literally entropy, because entropy is something that existence itself suffers from. And this is prior to existence. The actualization process is basically nothing. The potential impossibility that's being actualized is basically nothing, right? So for entropy to act upon them wouldn't make sense, because entropy is literally the chaos. It's just a measurement of chaos in a system. That's like saying the chaos acts on the chaos, which it can. Again, it's the only thing that could shut itself off, if you will. But chaos can't bring itself to chaos because it already is chaos. You get what I'm saying? So saying entropy, like literally, but again, semantics. He's using a word. People understand what that is. Well, we've been talking about it for so long. If you don't get it by now, I don't know what to tell you. So understanding what that means, to say that the process of actualization suffers from entropy or its own version of it at its level of existence, which is basically lack thereof. Yes. Yes. For lack of a better terminology, absolutely. Because it is a process, and processes don't last forever. They do break down. Third, trying to describe nothing is actually impossible. Yes. Trying to perfectly describe it, to exactly describe it, to perfectly conceptualize it, it's just impossible. It's impossible. It's no different than trying to explain a color. What does the color look like? How does I don't know. How does that ice cream taste? Try to subjectively describe that. Well, it tastes sweet. Yeah, but sweet is just a way of saying something. Like, saying that it's sweet doesn't give me the taste. I'd still have to taste it myself to even understand. And some people are like, oh, that's a little too sour for me. And then you taste it and you're like, that's not sour at all, because their taste buds are different. You know? Like, somebody likes hot sauce and like, this is delicious. Me, if I drink hot sauce, that's terrible. Eating hot sauce to me is just heat. There's no flavor at all. I've never tasted a taste from hot sauce. It's just fucking heat. That's all I taste when I taste hot shit. Spice to me has no taste. It's just hot. Well, other people are like, bro, that it gives that good kick, that flavor. I'm like, what flavor? Like, I just taste fire. Like, I just taste temperature rising. Like, so trying to describe nothing is actually impossible. We can only describe some things. So a nothing is beyond our language. So we should expect contradictions. Exactly. But these are contradictions in our language and thinking. Next, concepts can't explain non-concepts. Concepts cannot explain the lack of concepts. So we are at the limits of language. So the contradiction is a contradiction of language, not reality. Exactly. And to me, that's one thing that I like to say is, when you know you're at the limits, the literal limits of what can be understood, it will bring you to the limits of the ability, not just your ability, because some niggas just aren't good at expressing things, but it'll bring you to the limits of all ability to express. That means you're at the limits of knowledge. If this is why, like earlier, Vazen said something like, "Oh, I just ain't got nothing," like talking about people like streaming and so-called truthers and whatnot. Oh, there's just nothing to talk about. Da, da, da. I'm like, have you reached the limits of knowledge, my nigga? No. Like, have you? Everything you've ever talked about can be expressed. You haven't reached the limits of expression. Therefore, you've never reached the limits of knowledge. You have much more to talk about, especially if you talk about the same things every day, problems, and have never provided any solutions to those problems, which is most truthers. Let's just be real. You you have not reached the limit of what can be talked about. Not even close. Nigga, you're not even scratching the surface. Like, I don't care who it is. Like, like, so if somebody comes to me and says that or thinks that thought, and they're not talking about this type of shit, that literally is the limits of knowledge. Literally is the limits of existence, the limits of reality, which brings you to the limits of expression. You can't tell me that you have run out of things to say. Like, you've run out of things to study, my nigga. Like, no, there's an entire universe to study, let alone beyond the universe. Like, there's an entire fucking reality, an entire consciousness, an entire conscious existence, an entire reality, and then an entire unreality of chaos, actualization, potential, and then there's nothingness. Study nothing. So when you say there's nothing left to study, that better mean you're studying nothing. There's only nothing left to study. Oh, so you studying nothing. You get what I'm saying here? Like, you hear the semantics? Like, all right. Where was he at? All right. We're at the limits of language. So the contradiction is a contradiction of language, not reality. Exactly. Nothingness is nothingness, which literally is the lack of all things, whether you're capable of expressing that in the way you want to or not. You know what I'm saying? All right. Next, 4. Next, if enough actualized potential, us, chooses, like conscious potentials, us, chooses a decision, it might affect pure potential, or it might affect the actualization process that chooses which potentials will be actualized. Because within existence, it follows laws, it follows structure, it follows the order. You know, the prerequisites lead to the next, right? But in pure chaos, prior to existence, it's random. Since we exist and we are conscious, we are order, we are structure, we are those laws, and we are literally natural law and cosmic law and all that shit in conscious form. You get what I'm saying? So if all that stuff is what actualizes the next potential, there's no reason we can't, especially when you look at the experimentation, quantum experiments and all that good stuff, right? So if enough actualized potential, us, chooses a decision, it might affect pure potential or actualization. So in theory, enough conscious people could sway reality to make decisions, yes. If this is true and consciousness is a spectrum, maybe some people have more voting power than others. Absolutely. And think of the word he used, voting power, right? Power. Will power. Thoughts, words, and actions. First off, your own. Secondly, anybody else's whom you can influence or control. This is why they create civilizations, societies, governments, monetary systems, financial systems, organizational power. So they can get the monkeys, the slaves, the humans, to just go about their daily business. And by doing so, in their system, they help achieve their goals. Their willpower is strong enough for them to do what they need to do to create what has been created in order to get us to do what they want us to do, using our own willpower to produce that which they seek to produce. You get that? Not only are they enforcing their willpower harder, giving them more voting power, not only do they understand chaos magic and all this chaos out of order, or I should say order out of chaos. We are chaos out of order. They are order out of chaos. They understand ordo ab chaos. They understand chaos magic. They understand how to do all this stuff. But they actually go to do it. They think it, they speak it, they do it. Right? And then they develop systems to cause us to do it, whether we like it or not. People cry about the government all the time, but they still live in a governed system and still refuse to overthrow it. right? Like, so our willpower is used against our own fucking goals, right? They've taken our voting power, our willpower, our voting power within consciousness, and put it towards their goals. When people sit around and cry, there's nothing we can do, but they go to work the next day, they pay taxes the next day, they pay bills the next day, they operate in that governing system, that financial system, that monetary system, etc. Oh, they're doing something. Like, that's why I laugh when people say there's nothing we can do, and I'll be like, bro, you're just you thinking that is doing something, let alone you saying that, let alone whatever you wake up and do on a daily basis, Monday through Sunday. What do you do every day, week, month, year, decade, century, your entire life? What have you done? What are you doing right now? And what are you going to do? You're doing something. And that something is helping lead to an outcome. Do you like the outcome it's helping to lead to? No. Then you can do something just by stopping doing that, let alone doing anything else like that will lower your participation in bringing about the outcome you don't want, let alone anything that will stop it entirely, like just stopping, let alone doing the opposite, so you are at a bare minimum hindering that outcome or literally stopping it in its tracks, let alone carrying out actions that may lead to the outcome you actually want. There's nothing we can do as they wake up and go to work the next day. There's nothing we can do as they pay their bills and their taxes and send their kids to school and like follow the system every single day. But there's nothing we can do. Shut up. You had to log on to the internet using the electricity, the internet, the phone, the laptop, whatever the hell you're using, just to say that. You're doing something just to say that there's nothing you can do. Every one of us that is on this internet is taking part in the system of the electrical grid, the internet grid, these technologies, which is a financial system, an economic system of digging out the resources, getting them processed, turned into things like phones, laptops. This is an entire system that you're engaged in just to log on to the internet and say, there's nothing we can do. You're already doing it. You just don't like the outcome it's producing. So think and speak differently, and then eventually do differently. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, there is people with more voting power because they're choosing that. When you choose, this is what I am and what I'm going for, period, and you actually think that, speak that, you are increasing your willpower, which is increasing your ability to consciously manifest that which you are seeking. Period. You are becoming more powerful in that aspect. And the more beings, the more consciousness, the more individuated consciousnesses you can affect to vote for that which you want them to vote for within consciousness, within reality, etc., the more voting power you are swaying in the direction you want. And the more empowerment you're giving to those beings by letting them know they do have a choice. You're empowering them, which also empowers you. Right? The more I empower y'all to give y'all these choices, to tell you you have a fucking choice in this, the more likely you are to go repeat what I'm saying. The more likely you are to share my video. The more likely you are to ingrain it within yourself and then go preach for yourself. The more likely you are to actually understand it, understand it, overstand it, and then be capable of preaching it in your own words, where you don't have to parrot me because you really get it. And once you get it, you can say it in your own way. That's increasing the voting power within consciousness to vote for that. You get what I'm saying? So there are individuals that have more voting power just because they have more willpower. And there are individuals who are using that willpower to create organizational power that then allows them to control the thoughts, words, and actions of others. And if it doesn't allow them to directly control them, it allows them to influence them. which still steers reality in the direction they want it to. AI cannot exist without us here doing the things we're doing. And the only reason we're doing these things that lead to that thing is because there's an entire organizational structure known as society and civilization, financial systems, banking systems, monetary systems, etc., that steers our daily activities towards bringing trillions of dollars to those things existing. And what are dollars? They're not even real. It's make-believe, but we have to believe that that has a value in order for it to mean anything, so they can put trillions of dollars behind it to create it in the first place. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is how consciousness works, how it's manipulated, how it's steered, how it's controlled. We're doing a bad job of it. They're doing a great job of it. It's that simple. Did you call me?
Nobody.
Okay. They're doing a great job of it. We're doing a terrible job of it. Every time one of these so-called truthers logs onto the internet and says there's nothing we can do, they're doing a terrible job of it while their enemy is laughing at them. Keep saying that on our internet, on our using our electrical grid in your home that is in our governing region, like as you pay your bills with our monetary system that is all make-believe. That all has to be created and believed in and upheld and maintained by the public. Keep believing there's nothing you can do which perfectly works for us, because everything you're doing works for us while you believe you're not doing anything at all, even though everything you're doing works for us. You get what I'm saying? So yeah. Motherfuckers is throwing their voting power away. They're throwing their willpower away. Trash. All right. O1 and O1 theory. O1 and O1 theory. If a potential is realized and dissolves to zero, it's possible the possibility itself got cooked with it. Yes, that's what zero is, impossibility. But if it has a prerequisite that makes it possible or impossible, that's just part of its natural process, which we'll get into with stars and universes and whatnot, right? Because it went from O1 to 1 to O. So, from potential to actual to impossible. This is a very good analogy, and the lens I like to look at it now. In my opinion, once you get a true understanding, all you can do is be selfish. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, you must think for self in all ways, like literally at all times. Think for self. What do you want? What outcome do you want? Then fuck anything and everything else. Period. Once you truly understand this, there's really no other option. My transhuman is right. You have one hell of a stamina to just keep going like this. So much time. I'll go check on the pro-extinctionists and catch you some other time. Shout out to you. Enjoy the pro-extinctionists. Maybe I'll check them out as well. Wanna Beast. Wanna Beast 3169. Mamma mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist you? Mamma mia, does it show again? My, just how much I've missed you. All right, shout out to you. No idea what that has to do with anything, but hey, mamma mia. All right, let's get into these here recordings.
All right, let me know if this is correct the way you see it. First, potential is a something, and it creates things with limits. It must act as a something with limits, or at the very least, that's where the evidence is pointing. Yes, but it's also a nothing. It is a weird nothing yet something, because all some things require potential in order to actualize into somethingness, which would technically make potential itself nothing, because if it is required for something to exist, it must be a thing that, quote unquote, exists without existing. So it technically doesn't exist and causes all things to exist. But yeah, it would be a something as well. At least part of it is a something. It's a partial something. But the partial something is what makes it imperfect, is what makes it finite. That's what makes it capable of being dissolved over time, either through purposeful action or completely and entirely all on its own, like all other somethings that it causes to exist. Second, potential is acting like a process by actualizing things, so we should expect it to have attributes of other processes, or at the very least be acted upon by entropy like other processes. Yes, but not necessarily entropy itself, but something akin to entropy on its level. Almost like its level's version of entropy. I mean, we could call that chaotic entropy, like potential entropy. I don't. There's no actual word for it, but basically it would be like the entropy for that thing, which is potential. Third, trying to describe nothing is actually impossible. We can only describe some things, so a nothing is beyond our language, so we should expect contradictions. Yes, when trying to describe nothing using something, while trying to describe nothing using something such as words, talking to a something, another person, it's literally impossible to do, because it's literally nothing. So there's nothing to describe. But these are contradictions in our language and thinking. Next, concepts can't explain non-concepts, so we're at the limits of language. So the contradiction is a contradiction of language, not reality. Exactly. The fact that the thing can't be explained is why we can't explain it, because it's not actually a thing to be explained. But we can still conceptualize the understanding of it based upon it being the lack of all things. 4. Next, if enough actualized potential, us, chooses a decision, it might affect pure potential. Yes. So in theory, enough conscious people could sway reality to make decisions. Exactly, because technically we are that reality. You know what I'm saying? All of reality is just actualized potential. We are that actualized potential that literally is reality, but conscious. So it's like we are the mind of reality, literally. So yes. So in theory, enough conscious people could sway reality to make decisions. If this is true and consciousness is a spectrum, maybe some people have more voting power than others. Exactly. I would agree. And this is why I say we need to put as much willpower behind it as possible. And this is why I say, if we spend as much of our time learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, and carrying out solutions towards the goal that we have, we may very well be increasing our will towards that goal beyond those who are like really not increasing their will in either or. Like those who are kind of just in the middle ground, fence sitters who aren't really pushing for existence to continue forever, nor pushing for it to end, are just kind of like going about their lives. They're just swayed by whatever's going on, the NPCs, if you will. But the other side, the enemies, those who are trying to keep this going for as long as possible, if not forever, their will is paramount. That's why they're making AI, and that's why they run the world. Like, we look at their will, and it can't be denied. Based on their actions, it just can't be denied. So we have to make our will undeniable as well.
We must make our will undeniable as well.
4. Next.
Oh, that was the wrong one. There we go.
Finally, 0-1 and 0-1 theory. If a potential is realized and dissolves to 0, it's possible the possibility itself got cooked with it, correct? Because it went from 0-1 to 1 to 0, so from potential to actual to impossible. This is a very good analogy, and the lens I like to look at it now. That's exactly how I'm seeing it. The potential itself is 0-1. It's technically not a thing because it hasn't actualized. And when it actualizes, it becomes that 1. It becomes a something. And then when it ceases to exist, generally speaking, we would expect it to go, because it goes back to a state of chaos. Entropy rises in that something, bringing it back to a state of chaos, meaning it goes back to a 1-0. But if and when it goes to a true 0, it can never be actualized again because it's no longer possible. It's now nothing. 0. In my opinion, once you get a true understanding, all you can do is be selfish. Yeah, to an extent, I would agree. Like, however anybody wants to take that, at a bare minimum, you got to think for yourself truly and entirely. Like, you can't allow anyone or anything to sway you, and you can't really think about, well, what about all the people who want to continue existing? Well, it sucks to be them. Like, I don't care. Like, I really don't care what anybody else wants or doesn't want. I know what I want. And what I want is going to require those things to cease existing, whether they want to or not. Just like those who want this to go on forever or as long as possible will be requiring us to continue existing against our will. It's a battle of wills. All of existence is just a battle of wills. So yeah, be selfish.
Be selfish. All right. Super sub, thank you. Let's go back to 0-1 theory quickly. I see it as everything possible and impossible exists as 0-1. No, if it's impossible, it's a 0. If it's possible, it's a 0-1. If it exists, if it's actualized, it's a 1. A process started or always existed where some things shed the 0 and are left as a 1, which is an interesting way to look at it. Then they dissolve and the 1 is destroyed. So, 0-1 didn't come from 0, it just held 2 values and shed 1. Exactly. That's why it's not something from nothing. It's not 1 from 0. It is a 0-1, and it's like switching between the 0 and the 1. See, these are ways to look at it to understand it. Which is exactly why in quantum field theory and all these things, they end up with these things in quantum computing. And this is how they can prove that it's true without understanding it, because they're trying to understand it from a physics perspective. Nothing in physics could be two things simultaneously, and yet all subatomic particles seem to be. Electrons can even be in two places at once. How does that make sense? It doesn't physically. It makes sense potentially. 0-1. That's why qubits, quantum bits, all those things, virtual particles, they all make sense when you think of it as potentiality. They don't make sense when you're trying to think of it as something that physically exists. This is why quantum computers work, but they don't understand them, which is why they cannot use them maximally, and why they need AI to do so. Because AI can understand this so much simpler. Especially in a few years from now, especially, like, honestly, maybe even this year, but definitely by like next year, the year after, like they're gonna fucking have so much fun with them quantum computers that humans will never be able to understand, because they can't even wrap their head around the shit we're talking about here. So they can never really wrap their head around quantum anything, let alone the non-physical understanding of it, like as it actually is, let alone, like, rather than how it's metaphorically stated to be with quantum mechanics and quantum physics. All right. Then dissolved, the 1 is destroyed. So 0-1 didn't come from 0. It just held 2 values and shed 1. In other words, something didn't come from nothing. It was in a state of both, but shed the state of nothing. Basically, pretty much. Like, for lack of a better way to say that, yes. You know, in order to understand what he's trying to, yes. Yep. He's conveying the point. It'll never be a perfect way to convey it, because you can never perfectly convey nothing. But it's good enough based upon what he's trying to say. So let's go listen to my response to that.
The way you just put that is beautifully. This is why I say it doesn't come from nothing. It is nothing and something. It sheds its nothingness or actualizes into realness. And then when it deactualizes from realness, it picks up its nothingness once again. It literally like flipping a coin from heads to tails. It goes from nothing, potential, non-actualized potential that doesn't literally exist, to something that actualizes into existence, potential that has that now exists. And then when the entropy builds up and that thing is destroyed and it goes back to a state of chaos, back to that 1-0 state or 0-1 state, however people want to say it, it picks up its nothingness once again. It's like its nothingness is a coat that is putting on and taking off. Or its somethingness is a coat that is putting on and taking off. You can look at it either way. Because it's nothing, and then it's something, and then it's nothing, and then it's something, which is why it's really nothing and something simultaneously. Because unactualized potential literally is nothing. Actualized potential literally is something. Yet it's the potential that is unactualized versus actualized. So it's the same thing that is going from nothing to something, back to nothing, back to something. So the nothing and the something are the same. And that is the potential, because it's not pure nothingness. It is the potential. And this is why I like to say, instead of saying something came from nothing, I say potential, possibility is something and nothing. It's not like the nothing is the something. No. Potential / possibility itself is something and nothing. It's nothing when it's non-actualized. It's something when it's actualized. Flipping between that 0-1 state. Going from as close to 0 as it can get, which I would say 0-1. I don't really like to call it 0 because then it would be completely 0. It would be pure nothingness. It wouldn't even be potential. So going from that 0-1 state to the 1 state, going from non-actualized to actualized, and then back to non-actualized, back to that 0-1 state. If it ever gets to a true 0 state, it's truly nothing. I like the way you said it, though. That was kind of beautiful. It was kind of beautiful.
It showed that he understands, which I find beauty in. I don't know what this was about, but let's just read it anyway. Someone liked your comment. This is what happens when you get angry and start saying the things they don't want anyone saying, let alone hearing or acting upon. I forget where I left that, but yeah. Just figured I'd share that real quick. Stay tuned, part 3, blah, 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 yep. All right. Super sob. We have evidence. Some things exist just enough to not be nothing, but not enough to be fully something, which is like virtual particles. In other words, as 0-1s, as potentials. Example, a thought you almost had. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Even think about that. A thought you almost had. A thought you were on the cusp of having but did not have. Man, I just like to think of that. Like that right there is just like, the thought I almost had, you know? The potential that almost actualized, but didn't. The thought doesn't go anywhere. It never becomes a 1, and it no longer remains as 0-1. It's gone. Attention moves elsewhere. It becomes a 0 for all eternity. That exact 0-1 configuration is impossible now. And that's why I said something that's possible right now does not have to be possible a moment from now. It can be, and it most likely will be. But when it comes to especially the smaller possibilities, like at this exact moment, there's only a certain thought that I could have, right? And based on all prerequisite potentials that have already actualized, there's only a certain amount of possible thoughts that I could really be having right now. The thought that I'm actually having, based upon this discussion that we're having, then solidifies itself as thought in my virtual reality, and all the other thoughts that I could have had in that moment are now impossible. They were all possible up to the moment. And then when I didn't have them as thoughts, they now became impossible. Even thoughts themselves are fleeting. A potential thought then becomes an actual thought, and then you stop thinking it, and it no longer exists. And there are many thoughts that, begin as potentials that you think, stop thinking about, and never think of again, and some thoughts you never could think of again. There's just no prerequisite potentials that would ever lead to that thought ever hitting you again. Maybe you had a thought when you were 3 years old that you could never think again in the rest of your life. So that thought that was possible and went from a 0-1 to a 1 when you had a thought in your virtual reality, your mind, to then becoming a 0, an impossibility. Fleeting thoughts happen all the time. All the time. That exact 0-1 configuration is impossible now. Exactly. So now it's a 0. Also, let's be very specific. At the beginning, in quotation marks, when the only thing, in quotation marks. So this is why, and this is how you start to talk when you try to talk about nothing. And you're trying to be specific, was when the only thing was pure potential. Which one of these do you believe is more likely? 1, some things just need potential itself to exist, and that's good enough. They will come into existence, which to me, that would be like the first things. But even they are still randomly selected for. Because the process must be random, because there's nothing there to actually make the process any less random. So the first things that can come into existence, the first non-conceptual tiers of existence that could lead to the rest of existence, I would say, kind of fits that definition, if not directly fits that definition. Some part of chaos is selecting randomly and shedding the zeros of things. I mean, yes, because there is a random process of actualization, but even that is kind of just a way to explain it. It's not really selecting, but it's hard to say these things. I would say the first things are capable of existing on their own without prerequisite existences. They're capable of actualizing without the need of anything to actualize prior to them. And their actualization then allows other things to actualize after them. Again, like universes leading to stars, planets, etc., Whereas a star could never just exist. It requires the laws, the physics, it requires all these things to come before it in order for it to exist at all, let alone persist. You know what I'm saying? Because a star literally is those things adding up to that eventuality. It's a potential requiring a bunch of other potentials. So it does not fit definition 1 there. It fits more of definition 2 based on something else existing, but let's see exactly how I responded to him, actually. We read this last time. Fuck morals, fuck ethics. They're not real, they're subjective. Wah, wah, wah. Shout out to Voidism. Okay, this is me responding right here, right? Yeah.
I kind of have to say it's both. Some things, because, they're not in existence yet, right? Which makes them potentials, right? Again, I just woke up. My brain isn't fully on, but I think I can say this. So bear with me. But some things, like all things, are no things until they become things, right? They just start off as potentials that haven't actualized yet. So some of them gain oneness, like the potential for their existence increases in some form or fashion to a point, or is somehow randomly selected for, to the point where they begin to exist before they eventually go out of existence due to entropy and whatnot. While other things never come into existence, meaning they're basically a 0, like they literally can't come into existence, they're impossible. So they're a 0. Some things start off in that middle state of 1-0, that potential that is there, but never actually come into existence because some way, somehow, like through the dissolution process that even potential must go through, they become a 0 before they ever become a 1. Some things become a 1 and then become a 0. So I would say some things shed their 0-ness and become more oneness, while some things shed their oneness and become a permanent 0. You can kind of look at it either way. We could say it either way that we want, or even both ways, because that's what's happening. Like, some things that can exist. They go from 0-1 because they can exist. They don't exist, but they can exist. We can call that potential existence. So they potentially exist, and then they come into existence. From that 0-1 state to 1. Some things that can potentially exist that are currently in that 0-1 state will never end up existing because they become impossible prior to ever coming into existence. So they shed that 1 and just become a complete 0. While some things will become a 1 and go back to 1, 0, and then go to 0, or they'll become a 1 and then go to 0. Like that thought you almost had is like a 0-1 and then a 0, because that moment will never come back. And the thought you did have, and as far as virtual, I think this is the excellent, I love the way you put that, because virtual existence is probably the easiest way to talk about this, where you had a thought real quick based on something that was occurring, and then something else took your mind, like something else distracted you or something, and you'll never have that thought again. That thought only existed virtually for the time that you had it. You know, some thoughts may be what we call persistent thoughts, which remain in your astral or something, you know, but if it's a fleeting thought, you know, people have that word, the fleeting thoughts. So you have the thought, and then suddenly it's gone, and to never return again. That thought became a virtual one. It never became a physical one, but it existed virtually, and then ceased to exist permanently. And since you will never, now, maybe it remains in the 1-0 state, because maybe there is still a possibility you could have that thought again. But if the prerequisite potentials required for that thought have already been achieved, and it's not possible that those particular prerequisites that caused you to have that thought will ever occur again, then that thought isn't possible to ever occur again. That thought went from 0-1, a possible thought, to 1, a virtual existence, your actual thought, to 0, never possible to be thought again. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad you brought that up, because virtual existence is the best way to explain that, as opposed to physical or material existence. Then again, if that thought itself requires prerequisites, like other potentials need to come into existence, such as you existing yourself, that thought was literally like a 0, you know, until you became a 1. Once you became a 1, that thought then became possible, because that thought wasn't even possible. You having that thought isn't even possible until you exist. So that could mean one thing. It was a 1-0 the whole time, because your possibility was a 1-0 the whole time, and it was a possibility that was attached to your possibility, or it wasn't even a possibility. It was an impossibility. Damn, that would mean things could even go from 0s to 1s. That would suck. But again, those things, something could only ever go from 0 to 1 if there was a prerequisite that already achieved actualization that then causes it to be possible, right? So we could say, let's say, even though I will always say that certain possibilities exist regardless of their prerequisites, they just can't last in existence, but maybe it's actually like this. Maybe, so stars, for example, can't exist without this universe. It can't exist without its laws, etc., etc., etc. So I could make the argument that stars are potentials that may try to come into existence without the universe, and they just won't stick because they can't. They don't have the things they don't have the prerequisites already in place to maintain their existence, right? But maybe, because this could also be true, maybe those stars aren't possible at all. Maybe they're impossible. They start off as 0s until a universe does come into it, because the universe was actually a potential. You know, maybe the only real potentials that truly, firmly exist, if we want to use that terminology, are the ones that lead to all the other potentials. Like a universe is an example. Once the universe comes into existence, the universe is a 0-1 state until it comes into the 1 state of existence, right? And then once it exists, all things that can now populate that universe become possible, meaning they were 0 before. They simply didn't exist. They were literally nothing, right? Which actually kind of proves our point even more, that this is all just nothing. They were literally nothing, right? And then the universe comes into existence, and then all of the things that universe can produce become 0-1 states, right? And it might not even be all the things the universe can produce. It's the next level of things. So let's say the laws of physics become 0-1 and then 1. Because when the universe comes in, they come in, right? The universal laws of physics, right? And then from there, what they can produce becomes 0-1. You know, particles and atoms and all these waves and all this stuff, right? And then what those things can produce now becomes 0-1. So stars, planets, like these good things go from 0 to 0-1 because they could not exist. They were impossible to exist a moment ago. But when these things come into existence, now they're possible to exist. So they go from that 0 state to picking up the 1, 0-1 state. And then when they come into existence, becoming a 1, when stars and planets are, well, now nature is 0-1 until it actually forms on a planet somewhere, and then it becomes 1. And now because nature, animal life goes to 0-1 and then becomes 1. And then intelligent animal life goes from 0-1 and then becomes 1. And then intelligent animals leading to technology goes to 0-1 and then becomes 1. So it's very possible that except for the base possibilities, the base potentials, which I can never prove this definitively, but I can absolutely argue this, I can theorize this, other than the base potentials themselves being 0-1, everything that requires them to exist is in a complete 0 state until they do. Or it's all in a 0-1 chain. Either those things are literally nothing, absolute nothingness, until the prerequisite potentials are actualized that can make them potentials themselves, or they're already potentials based on those potentials, based on those potentials, based on those potentials, and it's just a long chain of potentials. So we either have a chain of potentials, like everything that could possibly ever exist is within that potential, it's in a 0-1 state, or we only have the base potentials that are required for all other potentials in a 0-1 state, and all those other potentials that could, like all those other things that could become potentially possible, that could become possible based on those first potentials actualizing, are actually in 0 states until those potentials actualize, bringing those impossibilities now into possibility. So you could say it either way. You could say that potentials that become, like possibilities that become impossible, are literally shedding their possibility to become impossibilities. They're shedding that 1 to become complete zeros. Or you could say potentials that actualize into reality are shedding that 0 to become a 1 temporarily until they go back to the 1-0 state or even the 0 state. Interesting. We could even say there are only so many 0-1s based upon what is necessary. There's only so many potentials based on what is necessary for existence itself. And when those potentials come into existence, when they actualize, all impossibilities that could now be possible based on those things existing go from 0 to 0-1. And some of them, if not most, if not all of them, become 1s at some point before going back to the 1-0 state or the 0 state when that ceases existing. Like, so stars maybe go from a 0 point being impossible. The universe, which is a 1-0, comes into existence becoming a 1. The star goes from a 0 to a 0-1, and then when the first star actualizes in reality, it becomes a 1. And then when the universe ceases to exist, or even when at the end of the universe, when everything is dying and the last star blinks out and no more stars can be created in that universe, stars can either go back to a 1-0 state, but since there is no more stars that could be created in that universe, maybe they just go straight to a 0 state. And once that universe is gone, even if those stars were in a 1-0 state, maybe they just go back to a 0 state because they're impossible without that universe. Or maybe they remain in a 1-0 state of potential as a chain to the universe. You know, the universe potential has a chain of potentials attached to it. That's the first part of the chain. And maybe only the first parts of the chain attempt to come into existence because they're the only things that could literally actualize. But if we go with what we think about virtual particles in the quantum vacuum and things along these lines, where potentials are always trying to come into existence, maybe parts of those chains like stars, for example, do try to come into existence and just simply can't stick because they don't have a universe to stick within. They need that universe. So even though they're random, because it's a random process, so even though the randomization is trying to actualize anything and everything at any given moment, it can't, because it requires the prerequisites for most things in order for them to exist at all. Or maybe it's only randomly going through the first things because they're the only things with enough potential or possibility to actually exist. That I could not prove. That I like that, though. I like that. I like the thought of it, just because you're giving me new things to think of. And this is one of the reasons why I like to talk about this shit and have people ask questions and things along these lines. It allows me to flesh it out myself. You know, especially in the modern era, where like you can look at a lot of philosophers and things and saying that, but when you're trying to be on the cutting edge of it, when you understand the science of it, the quantum physics of it, all that good shit, and then you start talking about it, and then people start asking good questions. like you ask good questions, and I like that. It allows you to flesh things out and to think about things you didn't actually think of. And I love those thoughts specifically because they could do one of two things. They could either reinforce your thought process, or they could break it. And if they don't break it, all they're doing is reinforcing it, which is now like giving you more, you know, not only more evidence that what you're talking about is true, like which we already know possibilities required for existence. Like we know that's true. Like, but this just provides even more. When you talked about the thought, the fleeting thoughts, and then the thought of these potential chains, which we've talked about before when I talk about existential chains. How, you know, without the parents, you can't get the baby. But without humanity, you can't get the parents. But without nature, you can't get humanity. But without the earth, you can't. Now, do those chains always exist as potentials before coming into existence? Or are most of those chains just zeros prior to the first part of the chain coming into existence? And then that first part of the chain, that first potential, that first thing actualizes into existence, then allowing for the rest of the chain of existence to become even possible, which ultimately ends up with the same result. But if it's the case that most things are zeros, true zeros, until that first 1 0, that first potential, that first thing actualizes into reality, then making the rest of the chain from zeros into 0 1s, there's even less shit we have to actually get rid of. There's less potential than we even have to get rid of. Now, if those potential chains are always in existence, well, at least we know without the first part of the chain, the rest of the chain can't come into existence, right? So you might just have to get rid of the first part of the chain anyway, if that's even possible. I don't know if you can. Again, this is where the theory comes in, where we're trying to think of solutions to this shit, right? And that's where I like to talk. I like to talk about the theory of it. I get sick and tired of having to preach the same shit, trying to teach niggas basic math. You know, it's like, so I like having these conversations where I can actually start to theorize again, where I'm not beating my head against the wall trying to teach children what is objectively true and undeniable, such as things can't exist if they're impossible. They must first be possible to exist, which this also helps me flesh out, because again, if the universe is required before stars could even be possibilities, then the universe is the 0 1. The universe is the potential. Stars are zeros, if that's the case, right? And even if they're not zeros, even if they still are potentials, they're basically zeros because they could never become ones without the universe existing first. They require it, right? Which lets you know how these impossibilities and possibilities work. Stars can literally be impossible until a universe comes into existence, and then they become possible, meaning they must become possible first before they could ever exist. It just helps build on the objective fact of that all that exists requires possibility. If the star doesn't have a universe, it isn't possible. You know, because the star requires the laws of physics and all of the materials, the atoms and all the, you know what I'm saying, the plasma and all that good shit, that can only come from having a universe. So the star, even if it is technically a potential, even if it is technically a 0 1, it is literally a zero. Or I should say the other way around. Even if it is literally a possibility, even if it is literally a 0 1, prior to the universe coming into existence, it's technically a zero, because without the universe actualizing first, the star could never truly actualize. It's an impossibility until the universe actualizes beforehand, which shows the chain of things, right? The star needs the universe needs to be possible, right? And if the universe is only a possibility, let alone if it's an impossibility. The star isn't possible. Until the universe actualizes and becomes a one, the star is functionally a zero. It literally doesn't exist. It can't exist. It's an impossibility. Until the universe comes into existence, making the star a possibility, and then the star comes into existence. The star goes from 0 to 01 to 1. Or, at a bare minimum, it is further down, it's down the chain on the 0-1s. So you have the universe, which is the first 0-1 of its chain, right? And then the laws of physics behind it, and yada yada, until you get down to stars, and then until you get down to planets, and then until you get down to this is all a chain of possibility. You know, it's like a Congo line, and the universe is the first thing in the Congo line, dancing around the fucking dance hall. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a train on train tracks, and the first, the actual train itself is the fucking universe. The first thing that comes into existence, whatever people want to call that, I'm just using the universe as an example here. And then all the cars of the train are the other potentials, the other possibilities attached to that first, that train. If that train doesn't start going down the tracks, those cars don't start going down the tracks. Which shows you, the line of possibility. All these things are possible because of the first thing that's possible. If that first thing ceased being possible, all those things would cease being possible. Which means that first thing has to first be possible and then actualize in order for those things to be truly possible and then actualize. So we could actually argue that, say, a star is a 0 until the universe becomes a 1. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could even further kick nothingness down people's throats, whether they like it or not. Like, a star is impossible without the universe that provides us the laws and the plasma and the atoms and all the shit that it requires to be a star. So the star is a 0 while the universe is a 0-1. Once the universe becomes a 1, the star then becomes a 0-1. And eventually down the line, due to the dynamics of that universe, the star becomes a 1. So yeah, you could say it either way of what you're saying there, 1, 2. You can really say it however you want, because both of those are happening. You know? Whether it's shedding a 0 to become a 1, and whether it sheds its oneness to become a 0, or whether it sheds its 0 to become a 1 and then sheds its oneness to become a 0-1. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could look at it in any of those ways, however you want to say it. But I do enjoy the thought. I enjoy the idea that these things are all really just zeros, and the only 0-1 is the first thing that exists within existence. That's the only true potential, the only true possibility. Everything else is impossible until that possibility actualizes into reality, and then all those impossibilities that are attached to that now become possible, because without it, they couldn't be possible. You know? No universe, no stars, no planets, no humans. You get me?
No universe, no stars, no planets, no humans. Next.
Because again, you said some things just need potential itself to exist, and that's good enough. They will come into existence. And I would say that might very well be those first things, like the universe as an example, right? While you said some part of chaos is doing selecting randomly and shedding the zeros of things. That actualization process, in my opinion now, based on this conversation, I would say, randomly selects for the first things, right? I mean, it could randomly select through all things, as we said before, and only the things that could actually stick, which are the first things. But if we're going to really look at this, like, without a universe, a star is impossible. I'm starting to give up on these potential chains and just think, no, that's just, because honestly, that's just an impossibility until the universe exists. It can't really even be possible until the universe exists. So I would say that actualization process, selecting for the potentials, the chaos, you said it's selecting randomly and shedding the zeros of things. Yeah. It sheds the zeros of things, or not even sheds, it transforms. Because they don't really shed their nothingness. It's like they are the nothingness. So a potential literally is nothing, and then it becomes something. The potential is what actualizes into the something. So it's not shedding its nothingness to become somethingness. It is the nothingness going into the somethingness. It's like flipping a light switch on and off, but it's the same switch. It's the same thing turning on and off. It's like a plasma in glow mode versus plasma not in glow mode, but it's still the same plasma. Like, again, we have to use things to use as examples to explain how this nothing goes to something. But it's like the same thing that is originally nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like the same nothing, the same potential becomes the something. It is the something. Because there's nothing to literally have the potential. Therefore, it is the potential. There is nothing to have the possibility. It is the possibility. You get what I'm saying? Like the possibilities themselves. Because think about it. If we go from material existence to virtual existence, meaning like thoughts and things like this, fleeting things, well, what would be the next thing? The next thing would be even like more immaterial than virtual existence, which is what potential existence is. Possibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's literally as close to like pure nothing as it gets, but it's obviously not pure nothing because it can like turn into something. Possibility itself develops into whatever is possible. So we say, oh, the universe has the possibility to exist, but realistically, the possibility is the universe. The possibility for the universe is the universe. And one day it was unactualized, and the next day it was actualized. The universe itself is the possibility. Therefore, it literally was nothing, and now it literally is something. But it's the same thing. The nothing, the possibility, the potential is the universe itself. Actualized. The nothing is the something. So it's not really shedding its nothingness to become somethingness. You could say that, like that's a way to say it. It's a way to understand it. I'm fine with it, but we're going to be like a little more literal here. The nothingness isn't being shed for the somethingness, and the somethingness isn't really being shed for the nothingness. It's the same thing. The potential itself is something and nothing. It begins as nothing, it becomes something, it goes back to nothing, it goes back to something. But it's the same thing doing this back and forth. It's like flipping a quarter. And matter of fact, if you take a quarter out of your pocket, flip it into the air and watch it just flip from heads to tails, heads to tails, heads to tails before it ever lands on the ground, right? Landing on the ground will be like when it hits the zero state or something. Like it ceases to exist even as a possibility. But it's always, the quarter's always flipping. It's one quarter. One side of it's nothing, one side of it's something. And it's just flipping, flipping, flipping. From potential to actualization to potential to actualization. But some quarters are sticky. And they just get stuck. And, you know, almost like when it lands on the ground. Say heads is somethingness, right? Or even better, it like flips in the air and it gets like stuck in the air, stuck on heads. And over time, it slowly but surely falls to the ground. The entropy rises, chaos consumes it, and slowly but surely the quarter flips to tails and lands on the ground, going back to a potential. Imagine a bunch of quarters just on the ground. And they just jump themselves and flip themselves randomly. Those quarters are potentials. They're in their nothingness state, right? And then when they flip into the air, they go into their something state. When they land back on the ground, they're back in their nothingness state. The ground itself is like the chaotic state. You can't even understand what is the actualization process. How do these things actualize? That I don't even think you can answer. How? The only thing we can answer is why. Because they're possible. Like, this is like, reality becomes more and more abstract the higher you go. That's why I always tell people they got to study material reality, conceptual reality, which is already in many ways abstract, and then non-conceptual reality, which is utterly abstract. You can't even conceptualize non-conceptual reality, let alone the chaos that led to non-conceptual reality, let alone pure nothingness. Like, we can only do our best to conceptualize it as much as possible as concepts ourselves, attempting to conceptualize that which is non-conceptual. So, as a concept, the ground, you know, this is the chaos. It's a bunch of quarters. They're all on tails when they're on the ground. When they flip into the sky, you know what I'm saying? Like, the heads shoots up. Maybe they just shoot straight up. They don't even flip, really. They flip as they jump and stay on heads, right? As they go, and then slowly but surely, like, the ones with the most potential go the highest. The ones with the least potential jump the shortest and hit the ground, again, the fastest. Right? And some of those quarters, potentials, are stickier than others and cause others to be stickier. So like the universal quarter, that potential flips into the air and heads and goes super duper high. And then stars and planets, all that other stuff is able to go higher now. When they tried to jump before, they wouldn't even get an inch off the ground. They wouldn't even flip into heads because they can't exist without the universe. But now that that quarter is in the air, those quarters go even higher and they flip into heads. And as that first quarter starts to fall down due to entropy rising, slowly flipping back into a tail state, the other quarters do the same exact thing, but they do it faster than that quarter because that quarter is the universe itself. You know, so like, I hope that is a good visual for people. I think it's a cool visual, just seeing a bunch of quarters jumping off the ground. And that's another thing that I think people should study is visualization. Really practice that shit, because if you can't use your imagination and you can't visualize, a lot of these things you can't see because there's not. You have to create your own visualization to understand it, because there is no real visualization to see. But I can create all these examples and all these visualizations in my mind to come to an understanding, to attempt to conceptualize what is non-conceptual as best as I possibly can, to have the better understanding of it so I can try to explain it to other people. So I would say everybody practice visualization. Everybody practice using that imagination. Meditate. Think on things. You know? Like really like go into your mind and be there. Like you shouldn't have to like astral travel to be in your astral realm. You are in your astral realm at all times. So simply be in your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like be in your mind a lot. So you can really visualize these types of things. And I always suggest, you know, this is another reason why I suggest anime and mythos and all this other stuff, mythology, etc. So you can really understand these things. Study the science, study the math. And while you're doing it, do all this. Put the visualization to it, etc. And it'd be easier to see these things and make sense out of them. It's easier to make sense of chaos, you know what I'm saying? When you have a good visualization process. But yeah, no, these interesting questions. I like your questions. I can tell you're really thinking about this shit. Like a lot of people don't really think about this shit. Like when they come back to me with nothing has no property, you haven't thought about it at all. You really haven't. Like you haven't you haven't done no study into it. You really weren't listening to what I was saying to you. But when you come back with questions like these, I'm like, this motherfucker's listening. Like this motherfucker's listening. So shout out to you, Super Sob. Shout out to you. But I like those questions. Some things just need potential itself to exist, and that's good enough. They will come into existence. Yes, some part of chaos is selecting randomly and shedding the zeros of things. We could say that as well. Or we could say it in any other ways that I just said. But I appreciate that.
As long as it makes sense to you, you can say it pretty much in any way you want, because there's no real way to perfectly express nothing. That just is what that is, right? Just make it make sense. Just make it capable of getting the point across. That was a Illicit Minds synopsis. Me talking shit about the simulation theory. All right. Super Saab. I think I'm understanding everything you're saying. First, you look at it as O1 is chaos. Then the one part of the O1 gets activated. So O1 is potential, possibility. The chaos is really the randomized actualization process that actualizes potential, possibility. It's the whole thing combined. But I get what he's saying here, so we'll just say yes. You look at it as O1 is chaos, then the one part of the O1 gets activated or turned on, making it seem like it's actual, but it still carries the nothingness in it. Again, these are semantics. He can't say it perfectly. I understand what he's trying to say, though. Does it literally carry nothingness? Obviously not. That's not like... But get what he's trying to say, right? So it's always a O1, just the one is sometimes activated. Yes, it's a potential that actualizes, and then the entropy rises within that potential, within that actualization, bringing it back to a state of pure potential. Unless it is somehow in that process or after that process, well, it brings it back to a state of pure potential, unless it somehow brings it to a state of impossibility. Following this, maybe we can activate the zero part of O1. That is the goal. That is the goal. So it doesn't go back to 0, 1, it just goes to 0. Like, that's the goal. Pure potential exists for a select few things that can come into existence, which are O1s. Everything else is a 0 at that point. You could say it that way. Everything else could still be a 0, 1 if we want to get technical, or contained within the 0, 1 of the first thing in existence. But if you're going to separate all things in existence as individuated things, then yes, like a star would be a 0 if a universe is not a 1. Even if a universe is a 0, 1, a star itself is still a 0 because the universe can potentially actualize, but the star cannot potentially actualize because it requires a universe, right? But you could also argue that within the potential for the universe itself is the potential for stars. So you could say this in 3 different ways. It just depends on which way works best for your visualization process to understand what's being said here about nothingness. We're trying to explain nothing, you know? So what works best for you to understand it? Let's see, where were we? Pure potential exists for a select few things that can come into existence, which are O1s, 0, 1s. Everything else is a 0 at that point. So these first few things, the moment they arrive, in quotations, the moment they arrive, turn many zeros into now 0, 1s, exactly. The moment a universe arrives, it makes stars possible. In other words, impossible things are becoming possible. Yes, think about that. Sounds crazy, but it makes sense. So now we have potential to actualize all from 0 just by the first thing coming into existence. Maybe not all. A universe existing does not make all impossibilities possible. But all that is impossible without a universe, it does now make possible when there is a universe. All that is impossible without a universe, but possible with a universe, now becomes possible once there is a universe. I guess that's how I should have said it. So what happens when the first thing gets beaten up by entropy? Everything else ceases. So if the universe ceases to exist, all the potentials that require the universe cease to exist. The universe goes back to a potential state, and all those things go back to zeros. Unless you say they're contained within the universal potential to begin with, et cetera, et cetera. But if you're talking about them as individual things, you know, a human can't exist without humanity, without nature, without Earth, without the solar system, galaxy, all the shit that leads up to humans, let alone that individual specific human. That specific human is an impossibility without everything that came before it, right? And all the stuff that came before it that is still within the universe requires the universe, right? But the universe doesn't require any of those things. It is the requirement for those things. You know what I'm saying? So if that universe gets made non-existent by entropy, well, those things can't exist now, right? Are you saying you think the first thing is the universe itself? No, I'm just bringing it down to that level so people can understand. We could talk about non-conceptual reality. We could talk about whatever. That's when you start getting into theories about what everything is. Like, what is this particular reality? Is it a simulation? Is it a soul trap? Is it a this? Is it a that? That's a useless conversation for the most part. Believe whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't matter. It's all really just metaphors and examples of the same thing anyway. So there's no point in arguing about that. I just bring it down to the word universe so people can understand, you know, at a scale they can understand. You get what I'm saying? It's just about the scale. I could go far beyond the scale of the universe, but there's no point in getting into fucking astral. There's no point in getting into conceptual reality, non-conceptual reality. There's no point in getting into any of that shit. Like, it's just not necessary to understand what's being said here. We can argue about that for days. Who cares, right? Let's get to the objectivity. Let's get to what we can prove, so we can then come to solutions for what we can prove. You know what I'm saying? So no, I'm not saying the universe is the first thing literally, but in the examples, yes. That's what I'm saying. We're lowering existence to the level of a universe, taking that for granted. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that way we can have a conversation that people can understand. For these first things, maybe the one of their O1 is always on because they have the potential to always exist, and that's all they need. So they, in effect, activate their own one by themselves. They don't activate the one, they are the one. Like, the 0-1 simply becomes the one. It doesn't activate its one, but you could, for lack of a better terminology, say that yes, it puts on its one jacket that day and becomes a universe. For lack of a better word, right? But they don't always exist because they can't, because entropy. If they could always exist, they would never be destroyed to begin with. Like, you couldn't have entropy in a universe that is infinite. You know what I'm saying? Like, which I think I go into, so I don't need to like respond to it that much. For your light switch example, for these first few somethings, the moment their light switch turns off, it automatically turns back on. So maybe it was only off for a moment, or it's always on. Maybe they have real pure potential, while we have conditional pure potential, because we rely on so many other things to exist. Also, it seems possibility is not fixed. O's can become O1s, zeros can become 0-1s. The tree of possibility is constantly evolving, opening, and shutting paths, which is crazy to think about, which is another reason how you know it's not perfect, because things, even within chaos, even within potentiality itself, let alone the actualization process, let alone the whole thing known as chaos, there's always something happening. So it's not perfect. So it shouldn't last forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothingness is the final answer. Yes, it is. Connective. Yes, it is. Anyway, let's get to these here recordings. I'm trying to get through with this. We still got 40 something minutes just right here, right? Let's go. Let's go. First, you look at it as O1 is chaos, then the one part of the O1 gets activated. That's a good way to put it. Or turned on, making it seem like it's actual, but it still carries the nothingness in it, which is why it can still dissolve back into that pure potential. Entropy rises, the thing is destroyed, and it goes back to pure potentiality. Even the energy that makes it up stops vibrating after a time, and it all becomes pure potential once again. So that's a good way to put it. I don't know if I could say it carries the nothingness in it, because it's like there's nothing to carry, but like it, you could look at it that way in order to understand it. So it's always a 0-1, just the one is sometimes activated. Yeah, that's a way you could look at it. That's a way to understand it. Following this, maybe we can activate the 0 part of O1, and that is a way to look at it. That's what I'm trying to do. Obviously that's not literal. You can't activate nothing. There's nothing to activate, but you get the point. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm trying to do here. Pure potential exists for a select few things that can come into existence, which are 0-1s. Everything else is a 0 at that point. Correct. That's a way to look at it. I can't say that's definitive. Like, those zeros, because they could become 0-1s later based upon another 0-1 actualizing into a 1, well, they could always be a 0-1. I don't know. I literally couldn't say whether that is or isn't. In either way, it still works out the same. Whether they're always possible potentials but can't actually remain in existence until the prerequisite potential that they require to remain in existence exists itself, or they simply weren't possible until that thing
exists, like a star as a potential. It either is a zero, it is literally impossible until the universe, for example, comes into existence, allowing for the star to exist, allowing the potential for the star to exist, or it's always a potential and it's always trying to actualize randomly, but it can't actually actualize. That was redundant, but it can't actualize until the universe itself has already actualized. So either it's a potential, always, because the universe itself is a potential, and it just needs that potential for itself to actualize, or it's literally not possible until the potential of the universe itself actualizes, then making stars possible. Either way, though, it's the same outcome. The same thing occurs regardless. So we can look at it either way for understanding. Whichever way it makes it easier for you to understand, just grab onto that and run with it.
Grab on and run with it, fam. Next.
So these first few things, the moment they arrive, turn many zeros into 0 ones. That's the way I'm liking to look at it now. Because I think it just makes it simpler to understand it that way. But yeah, you could look at it the other way as well. They were always 0 ones. Or they were zeros and then they were turned into 0 ones the moment those first things became ones. However you want to look at it, that makes the most sense to you. Because both ways are saying the same thing pretty much. In other words, impossible things are becoming possible. Well, yes, they are impossibilities. So a star is an impossibility if there is no laws of physics, no atoms, no subatomic particles, no quanta. The stuff that makes up the star, the laws that allow the star to exist, the universe that allows for those laws, don't exist, therefore the star can't exist, so the star is impossible. When the universe comes into existence, allowing for the laws to come into existence, allowing for the atoms and everything else that the star needs to exist to come into existence, now the star becomes possible. And then it actualizes into existence itself. So we could say the star is literally a zero. It is purely nothing. It is absolutely impossible until the universe comes into existence, making it possible. But then again, we could also look at any of these piggybacked potentials as part of the original potential itself. So if we look at what the universe is, it is all that makes it up and all that it makes possible. Therefore, we could say the star potential is literally part of the universe's potential. So even though the star may be impossible on its own, since it's part of the universe, it is part of the potential of the universe, meaning the universal potential contains the potential for stars. Or we could look at it like a train or a chain of links of potentials, like the first link in that chain or the beginning of the train is the potential for the universe. And then once it actualizes, the other cars behind it, which are other potentials, or the other links in the chain, which are the other potentials that require that first link, then begin to start actualizing themselves. You could look at it in any of these ways, and it all says basically the same thing, and it all makes it make sense in whatever, just whichever way you can visualize the best. That's why I literally try to use visuals, trains and cars, chain links. You know what I'm saying? I think the other day I said something about quarters on the ground bouncing up, so people can try to get it. But whichever way works best for you, yeah. And honestly, I like that. In other words, impossible things are becoming possible because it shows you the difference between possibility and impossibility is still reliant on possibility itself. So for example, a star is impossible without a universe, right? Even though a star itself is a possibility itself, it's a star itself is a possibility with a universe. It's an impossibility without a universe. The same thing, a star, can be possible or impossible depending on the prerequisite possibilities. If a universe suddenly is no longer possible tomorrow, if the universe, for whatever reason, its possibility, its potential dissolves into the void, it can no longer be a universe, then we could no longer have stars. You get what I'm saying? We could no longer have anything that requires a universe. Those things now become impossible forever. So the first things that make all other things possible after themselves are the biggest potential problems. No universe, no stars, no planets, no galaxies, no solar systems, no life, no intelligent life, no technology, no AI. You see what I'm saying? Like, those first things are truly problems. Those first potentials are truly problems. If people want absolute nothingness, you got to get rid of the potential. Because if you don't, even things that think they'll never exist again, like a star being impossible because there is no universe, that star might be like, oh, I'll never exist again. The universe is going by the wayside. Here I go into non-existence. And then it pops up again later, like, wait, what the fuck happened? Well, a new universe was born, so you are now possible again. Like, this is what I tell people when they say, I'm just going to cease to exist and never exist again. I go, you sure about that? Because even if you do cease to exist, even if you do go to a true zero state, the fact that there is still the potential for reality, for existence itself, let alone a particular universe that could create a particular planet with a particular species called humans that could lead to your particular human existence again, just in any way you could possibly exist. As long as existence itself is a possibility, you will be a possibility the moment it comes into existence. Even if, let's say, this universe, this reality, this existence goes out of existence, right? But it's still possible. Right now, you're a zero, I'm a zero, we're all zeros. Because without existence itself, we can't exist, right? It's impossible for us to exist without that which we require to exist. So we would technically be zeros. Or you could look at it as we'd be one of the cars further down the tracks when it comes to the train. We would be one of the chain links further down the chain. Or we could just say we're zeros. We are literally impossibilities at that point. Until the 0-1, the possibility, the potential that is reality, existence, the universe, etc., comes back into existence, is reactivated, is actualized, is realized, is made real, etc. And then all of a sudden, our zeros flip right back to 0-1s. Like, our zeros suddenly get a 1 attached to them. It's like atoms or something, I don't know. The proton and the neutron collide. Like, the 0 and the 1 are now friends again. We went from a 1 existing, then existence ceased to exist. Therefore, we were impossible to exist, making us a 0. And then existence came back into existence, once again making us a 0-1, a potential existence, a possibility. And then later on, we actualize again, becoming a 1 again. See what I'm saying? All the things that exist that require prerequisite things to exist are only possible based on those prerequisites. So you could argue that all things in existence that require the first thing to exist are zeros until that first thing becomes a 1. But once that first thing goes from a 0-1 to a 1, well, your 0 now has a 1 attached to it, and you become a potential or a possibility once again. So, yeah, you could say it that way. I like that. That's fine. It says that it's the same thing. It all means the same thing, but whatever works best for your understanding. In other words, impossible things become possible. So now we have potential to actualize all from 0 just by the first thing coming into existence. Well, only if that first thing can actualize those zeros. Just because whatever the first thing is in this particular existence that we have doesn't necessarily make all things possible. There may be things that are already impossible that this existence could never make possible. It may be that there are other possibilities that before this existence actualizes, before the first thing of this existence that allows all the rest of this existence to actualize, before that thing actualizes, there could be other contradictory existences that could actualize. But since the first thing required for those other contradictory existences did not actualize before the first thing that caused this existence to actualize, the moment this existence actualized, all those contradictory existences became impossibilities. They cannot exist while this one exists. Or some of them may still be potentials, but since they're contradictory to this existence, if they ever arose while this existence was in existence, it would destroy this existence. It would be like a domain battle in Jujutsu Kaisen. In science, they call that vacuum decay. If you look up vacuum decay, it's like one universe trying to open up inside of another universe. But since it's a different universe, it has different laws of physics and whatnot, which will literally overwrite this universe, destroying. And when we say destroying, it doesn't actually destroy this universe, even though that's the word we can use for understanding. It literally de-actualizes it. The shit just converts to that, meaning all that is simply ceases. Simply ceases, and all that could not be in the new universe ceases. All that can be in the new universe would remain, but it's nothing, because all that is in the current universe is based on the laws of physics of the current universe. So if another universe is opening up with a different group of laws of physics, those laws of physics would never allow for what these laws of physics allowed for, especially if they're contradictory laws of physics. You do have the opportunity where two potential existences could be coincidable, meaning they could coexist. And if a new existence that complements in some form or fashion, or even requires the current existence, and it was to open up amidst this existence, it would become a new existence, but it would be like an evolution. The old existence wouldn't be completely destroyed, and the new existence wouldn't completely take over. They would basically merge to become a different existence than both of them individually, because they're complementary, or because the new version requires the old version first. But if they're completely contradictory, the new reality is either going to destroy, like completely deactualize the old reality, or it simply can't come into existence to begin with. It's either a potential that will override the prior potential that's already been actualized, or it's a potential that is now impossible. It goes from a 0-1 to a 0 until this reality is gone. And then that reality, once this reality is gone and out of the way, that reality that was a 0 that became impossible as long as this one existed is now a 0-1 again. Unless, and that's because, and this is why I say these zeros and 0-1s, and you can look at it in these different ways, unless it didn't actually lose all of its potential. So, for example, if it's a contradictory existence to the one that currently exists, it's only impossible because the current one exists. It's not an impossibility itself, not really. Something is making it impossible. But as soon as that something goes back to nothing, there is nothing making it impossible. Therefore, it is possible again. If its potential literally dissolves, it doesn't matter what existence there is or isn't, it would then be permanently impossible. But if its potential itself has not been dissolved, if it's simply being repressed by a current existence, once that existence is gone, it's no longer repressing its potential. And then it could become an existence itself. And who knows, maybe that's how the existences come into existence. Maybe that's the order they end up taking in the randomization process. The first thing that comes into existence represses all these other possible existences, almost like a pushing them down until pressure builds, and as it slowly but surely, those things fling back up, or like pulling on a rubber band. I'm just spitballing here. This is theoretical thinking, which I love. I love the fact that we can actually get into theory again and not just have to talk about what is objectively true over and over and over again. Like, we can actually start theorizing and just putting these in different ways for people to understand. I hope I explained that well, because I just went into a lot of like ways it can be thought of. No way potential actually. So what happens when the first thing gets beat up by entropy? It ceases to exist and goes back to a state of pure potential. I mean, it has the randomized possibility for its potential to cease, unless that isn't itself random. Maybe something can only exist once, maybe it can only exist in so many variations, maybe it can only exist so many times. I don't know. I don't know exactly how the potential would dissolve over time, only that it should, based on the fact that it's not infinite and no individual potential is infinite, etc., etc., etc. But the actual literal process of that, I don't know. Couldn't explain it. It just goes from a 0-1 to a 0. It'll go from a 1, it's a thing. The entropy rises, brings it back to a state of chaos, which is 0-1. And then some way, somehow, in the state of chaos, the potential dissolves over time. Over an occurrence of events. Over a timeline. As all things do. You know? Are you saying you think the first thing is the universe itself? No, I don't personally think that. I'm just using that as an example so people can understand it. A lot of materialists would argue that, you know? But again, I understand material, conceptual, and non-conceptual reality. Not all of reality is material, but just for the argument's sake, just to make it simple for people to understand, I'm bringing it down to the level of the universe. You know, there's times where I'll say God, meaning the first thing to ever exist, but I would never actually call the first thing to ever exist God. God would be, to me, the first consciousness, or all consciousness combined. And it doesn't mean something good or bad. It doesn't, you know, like it's just all consciousness. It is the awareness. It is all ego. The great I am. You know, like that's why they call it the I am, because it's the first thing to be like, I exist. Like, but again, I can use the term God in multiple ways. I could even call chaos God. It could be a dumb God, a random God, a God that doesn't think or have any will. It just is. A true God. It just is. Like, you know? So, no, I don't think the universe is the first thing to exist. But I'm using that as the example, especially because I'm giving these lessons. I made those last 2 videos, those 8-hour videos, where multiple people, Sizzle and somebody else, Sid the Sloth, whoever, like, most people, for whatever reason, when speaking of, you know, the first thing, especially in science, in physics, they go back to the Big Bang. They treat the universe as all there is. And for some people, they mean it that way. When they say the universe, what they don't literally mean this bubble reality we're in. They mean all things ever produced within the void, taken as one. Treating all of existence as like an open system of all things that exist, and they just call that the universe. So I'm just using that as an example so people can understand what I mean. You know? If you asked me what made the universe, I would have an answer for you. But most people would bring existence back to the universe. And if they bring it back before that, then they say God. God made the universe. And then you say, okay, well, what made God? And then that's the wall they hit. So I'm just bringing it back to the first wall we can get to, which is the universe. You know, some people can bring it down to a simulation, to a flat earth. You know, the flat earth is all there is, and whatever the hell people want to believe, right? But I'm bringing it to the first thing that is coherently, you know, understood by most people and science. You know, so like, just so we can make it simple to understand without extra belief systems, you know, something that we can scientifically, definitively say exists, the universe. Period. Let's just keep it there, nice and simple. Everybody can understand it. We can argue about what this all literally is, all we want, but that's a waste of time. I don't need to prove anyone that it is a flat earth, ball earth, simulation, non-simulation, astral realm, you know, et cetera, all the beliefs. So I'm just going to say the universe. Keep it nice and simple, whether you believe in space or not. Like, just Just understand what's being said. That's my whole point, is to get the point across, not to teach people what it is, because that's just, now we're just arguing religions, like, which is a big waste of time. So no, personally, I do not believe the universe, as I would describe it or define it, is the first thing or all things. But for sake of getting the point across, it's what I'm using as the example, as the first thing. So I'm saying, forget anything you believe goes beyond the universe. Let's just stick to the universe and treat that like it's the first thing, so we can just have an understanding of what we're saying here. You know, we could argue what the first thing actually was all we want, but that's a waste of time, you know?
All right, next.
Alright, for these first things, maybe the one of their O1 is always on, because they have the potential to always exist, and that's all they need. Now, the reason why I would say that that can't be is because I don't believe there is only one possible reality. It doesn't make sense that there's only one possible reality, only one possible type of existence. There has to be a bunch of them, a bunch of possible existences. Now, if there is only one possible type of existence, then I would argue that maybe that one is basically always on. It's not literally always on, because entropy exists, which means it had to have a starting point. If it's always on, and since potential has always been, then it would have also always been. But since it's not infinite nor perfect, it can't always be. It literally can't have always been, let alone always be. Because it is something. See, potential could have always been, but it can't always be. Because it is something and nothing, the nothingness allows it to have always been, but the somethingness makes it damn sure it can't always be. Whereas this existence is a something, period. Like, it's a whole this is actualization. Anything that is actualized actualizes with its lowest amount of entropy, but it still has entropy, meaning it is still headed back towards a state of chaos, a state of pure potentiality, which means it has a starting point and a guaranteed end point. So its one can't always be on, because once it hits that end, because it had to be off in order for it to begin with. It had to be in a 0-1 state in order to get into a 1 state with its lowest amount of entropy. And then the entropy arises, bringing that 1 state back to a 0-1 state. And then a new potential existence pops into place, or the same one pops back into place, especially if there is only one. Now, if there is, whether there's only one or a nigh infinite number of possible existences, because the process of actualization has to be randomized due to the fact that there is no will to choose that which comes next, it could be that at any given moment, when one existence goes from 1 to 1 to 0-1, it goes from actualization to deactualizing back into pure potential, the next one could very well pop right into existence. In the same moment this one deactualizes, the next one actualizes. But since it's randomized, it could also, so it would be over enough time, it would be every time period you could think of. It could also be that it takes a few seconds, or it takes a few minutes, or it takes a few days, according to like Earth time, you know, how we would time it. Obviously that version of time would no longer exist, since the Earth wouldn't be here, like, you know, like, but if we were to keep it understandable and we timed it based upon, you know, like with a stopwatch, it could take any amount of time, because it's random. It could be immediate to nigh infinitely in the future before we get the next universe. And every single new existence, every single new creation would be randomly timed, because it's randomly selected for. So if there's 100, universes, every single one of them will very likely have a different amount of time that it took for them to spawn in after the other reality before them spawned out. Some could be right away. Some could be seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, decades, centuries, millennia, millions of years, billions of years, trillions of years, Googleplexes. Because it's completely and utterly random. So I would have to say no, the one is not always on, because it can't always be on. Even if there was only one possible type of existence, the fact that entropy is a thing guarantees that the one cannot always be activated. All existences that come into existence must go back out of existence. They must have a starting point, which is why entropy is a thing, and they must have an end point, which is why entropy is a thing. Entropy tells you that. And that's why everything in it ages and decays. Because it itself ages and decays. For your light switch example, for these first few somethings, the moment their light switch turns off, it automatically turns back on. So maybe it was only off for a moment, or it's always on. Now, if we're talking about individual existences, when the light switch turns on, that's the moment of actualization, or what science would like to call the Big Bang. That is the quantum fluctuation in the singularity. That is the expansion of the potential, the actualization of the potential. That is, let there be light. Right? But over time, the entropy rises within that creation and destroys it and brings it back to a state of darkness. The switch goes back off. Now, when it comes to potential as a whole, possibility in general, that switch is always on. There's always possibility. That's why these things occur. That's why we exist. If possibility itself, not the possibility for a single existence, but possibility in general, ceased, there would be nothing. Pure nothing. And if we ever reached that state of true, pure nothing, where all possibilities ceased being possible, meaning they all became impossible simultaneously, let alone over time, because over time, different possibilities can cease. The question is, can the first possibilities, how long does it take those first things, the potential for the first things to cease? As we said earlier, if we look at the universe as a first thing, and I'm not saying it is, I'm saying if we look at it that way, right? Because it's a prerequisite for everything that exists within it, right? Everything that exists within the universe cannot exist without the universe. All that is within the universe is impossible without the universe. So if the universe's potential, if the possibility for this universe as we know it became impossible, everything that requires that possibility to actualize in order to be possible to actualize themselves would now also be impossible. So the goal is to get all those first things, all those things that lead to the rest of the things, get all of those potentials from being possible, to make them impossible. And if you can make all of those impossible over time or simultaneously, then you will have a true zero state of all. All will be in a state of zero. And if all is in a state of zero, nothing could ever, again, be in a state of 0, 1, let alone 1. So when it comes to individuated existences, the light switch can be up or down, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's not possible. Being up means it's actualized. Being down means it's possible. But let's say we cut off the electricity, like to that singular light switch, like that light switch is, the wires are cut. Well, now that is a permanent zero state for that particular existence. The possibility of that existence no longer is. Therefore, that existence is now impossible. That light switch don't do nothing no more. If you can do that to all the light switches for all the possibilities, specifically the first things, the possibilities for the first things that leads to all other things, now you have a room of darkness, permanent darkness. Or it's always on. Maybe they have real pure potential while we have conditional pure potential because we rely on so many other things to exist. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Those are the purest potentials. The purest potentials are the things that come into existence and make all other things possible within themselves. All other potentials, this is why I call them prerequisite potentials. There is all potentials that require prerequisite potentials. Those are lesser potentials. You know, a baby requires parents. Parents require humanity. Humanity requires nature. Nature requires Earth. Earth requires solar system. Solar system requires galaxy. Galaxy requires universe. You know, is it like the universe? If we say that's the first thing, let's just bring it back there. We don't have to bring it any further. Let's just say that's the first thing, just to make it simple. If the universe is the first thing, the universe has the purest potential, because its potential leads to the potential of all other things that exist within it. No other things within it could exist without it. Every level down you go within it is a lesser and lesser potential that requires more and more prerequisite potentials. The less prerequisite potentials something requires, the more pure its potential is. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying. That's exactly what you just kind of said here. You get it. Also, it seems possibility is not fixed. O's can become O1s. Well, let me see. The tree of possibility is constantly evolving, opening and shutting paths, which is crazy to think about. But that is also, again, dependent on prerequisites. So for something like you or me as a human, we have many prerequisite potentials that need to actualize before our possibility of a human, before us being a human is even a possibility, let alone a possibility that actualizes into existence. But let's just say the universe is the first thing, right? The universe has no prerequisite potentials. It is the prerequisite potential. So it is always in a 0-1 state when it's not in existence. And then it comes into existence being in a 1 state. And when it's in its 1 state, it allows us as zeros to then become 0-1s. And as prerequisite potentials are actualized within the universe, going from 0-1s to 1s, our 0-1 state can eventually get called up to a 1 state. Our potential existence can then eventually actualize into existence. But we can never even have a potential existence, let alone actualize into existence as humans, for example, if the universe did not actualize first. So, the sub-potentials are constantly, if we want to look at it that way, because again, we could look at it as if they're always in 0-1 and they're just attached to the first 0-1, which is the universe, But we could look at it as the universe itself is the only true 0-1, and it contains all those potentials, or we could look at it as the universe itself is the only true 0-1, and all those potentials that would come into existence after it does are all zeros until it becomes 1, and then they become 0-1s, and then throughout the actualization process over time, if they do come into existence, they then become 1s. So we could look at it that way. But the first thing itself could not go to 0. If the universe is a first thing, right, and it went to 0, there is nothing, since it needs no prerequisite potential to exist, there is no prerequisite potential that could take it out of the 0 state. If the universe itself is a first thing, for argument's sake, and it went to 0, it could never come back to a 0-1. A star can go to 0 the moment the universe ceases to exist. But that universe still being a 0-1 means the possibility of that star going from a 0 to a 0-1 to a 1 in the future still exists. But if that universe itself goes to a 0, that star is a permanent 0. Because the universe can never exist again. Because there is no prerequisite that could cause the universe to even be possible again, let alone actualize again. You get what I'm saying? The universe doesn't need a prerequisite to exist. It is the prerequisite to all that exists within it. So if it became impossible, that's it. It's impossible, meaning everything that could come into existence within it is now permanently impossible. But if a star becomes impossible, As long as a universe can come back into existence, the star's possibility can come back into existence, meaning the star can come back into existence. So the greater the potential, the more pure the potential, the more things it can cause to actualize. The more things rely upon its actualization to actualize themselves. Maybe to even be possible at all themselves. So if that thing ceases being possible, all those things cease being possible permanently. But as long as that thing is possible, all those other things that require it to exist are possible as well. You get what I'm saying? Like, stars can't be impossible as long as there is a universe that makes them possible. But if that universe is now impossible, those stars that require that universe are now impossible. So zeros come in and, go from zeros to 0 1s quite often, if that's how we want to look at it, because they themselves are lesser potentials. They require other potentials that make them possible at all. So based on those other greater potentials still either actualizing into existence or at least being possible to actualize into existence, those lesser potentials that are impossible without them are still always possible. Which is why I said they could always be considered 0 1s, or to make it simpler and easier to understand, we could just make them zeros. The star is a 0 until the universe is a 1. And then the star is a 0 1 until the universe gets to a point where the laws of physics and everything in it truly allows for stars to exist. And then stars come into existence, making the stars 0 1 to 1. So you could say the star is a 0 without the universe being a 1. Or you could say it was always a 0 1 because the universe was always a 0 1. Or you could say it is held within the 0 1 that is the universe itself. That all things that require the universe are the universe. Therefore, as long as the universe is potentially possible, all things that require that universe to be potentially possible themselves are held within the same potential of the universe. You could look at it in any of these ways. It all basically says the same thing. It makes the same sense. It's just, different people have a different way of visualizing things in order to understand it. But yes, it is all crazy to think about. But these are the thoughts we must have if we really want to understand this shit and understand why all the problems we have exist. If people want to understand why the problems in their individual human life exist, if they really want to know why, they're going to have these fucking thoughts about why anything exists, why everything exists, why things are even capable of existing at all, in order to truly understand why their problems exist and what real solutions, what temporary solutions and what permanent solutions there are for their problems. You see what I'm saying? Like, it goes down, like, man, I'm having money issues. Why am I having money issues? Possibility. If it wasn't possible for this reality to exist, this existence to exist, this universe to exist, this planet to exist, this species to exist, this civilization, culture, society to exist, this monetary system, banking system, financial system, fiat currency system, digital currency system, etc. to exist, you couldn't have money issues. Like, if it wasn't possible for your parents to exist, you to exist, the state, city, time, culture, time period you were born into, etc. If none of that could exist, you couldn't have money problems. But since all of those prerequisites exist, you have money problems. So you could solve your money problems in a temporary fashion, such as making more money, becoming a better investor, becoming better with money, etc. All the money techniques you could make, or you could take it to the next level of money shouldn't exist, this shouldn't exist. You see what I'm saying? Like, and the higher you go, the more permanent the solution becomes. The less temporary the solution is. Especially when you get it up to pure permanence of ending the possibility of anything at all. If there is no possibility for anything, there would never be anything, meaning you could never get all the prerequisites required for you to have money problems. Like, depends on how permanent you want to make that solution. Like, damn, I never want to have money problems again. So I'm going to erase everything that exists, including the potential for it to exist. Like, well, if you really want your solution to be that permanent, that's where you'd have to go. Like, if you don't want it to be that permanent, pick any level beneath that and go with that level of solution, and it will be that level of permanent/temporary. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, it's all crazy to think about, but we got to think about it.
All right. Are we fucking done yet? Is that the last one? Goddamn. We went over those. We went over this earlier. In the group chat, talking about those, why God exists, all that shit. Nothing is in. The religious zealots will always claim that nothing is infinite, yet make an exception for whatever they call God, consciousness, existence as a whole, etc. But will never make it make any more sense than claiming anything else is infinite. Nothing is infinite, not even chaos. What was that even for? Okay, that was that. Yep. Hey, baby. Hello, Theophany. Unleash the chaos. What did she actually say? Why worship a god when you can be one? Why worship a god when you can be one? This was kind of funny, but I'm not reading all of this. Because it's just a rehash of everything we've talked about. Definitely wasn't the help they were looking for, though. But if you want to, you can go to my page. I posted it with that on there if you want to go read it for yourself. Yeah, we went over that. We went over that. And here we are. Etymology, law, and God talk. We are fucking finished, finally. Woo! Vazen, you still here, nigga? What has it been? 10 and a half hours? God damn. I'm still going to go back up to the top. We're still not really done. We're done, but I got to go back to these solutions. I got to finish off on these fucking solutions. We already discussed them once, but we got to put them back on screen. Gotta put them back on screen. Gotta put them back on screen, baby. God damn. My finger's getting tired. There we go. Nah, nigga, I fell asleep a few times. Yeah, kept waking up. Oh, shout out to you. Had me programming you in your sleep. Back to these. Again, top to bottom. 1st to 12th. If the first one works and is effective, the next one is not needed. The higher the solution, the more bases you cover. The higher the solution, the more problems you solve and the more potential problems you stop from becoming problems. Right? Right. So the goal should always be to implement the highest tier solution. No matter how long it takes, no matter what. And if possible, especially if necessary, implement all solutions simultaneously as much as you possibly can. Again, enact all solutions that you are willing and able to enact to the best of your ability. And learn them, teach them, preach them, promote them. At all times. I just spent 10 hours for this purpose. Like, you include the other two, what's that, 26 hours now? That's a whole day plus a few hours. So we can get to this, right? Which is the entire point of my last year of streaming. Right? Which is the entire purpose of me putting my compendium together, which took over a year to put together, right? I've been teaching motherfuckers this lesson for longer than that, but in a consistent manner with a thing you can go back to from the moment I started creating that compendium. So the last 2.5, 3 years or so, right? Just to get to this moment. Like, all that for this moment. Anyone complaining about problems and is not bringing up solutions to them, bro, there's no need to listen to them. You know what the problems are. You don't need to listen to another nigga tell you what problems are. What about the solutions? And even in the solutions, what are all the possible ways to implement those solutions? Right? Starts at the top, nothingness. Can't do that, chaos. Can't keep it there, no persistent existence. Can't stop persistent existence, destroy it ASAP. And you could do that at all times, no matter what. You could always be trying to destroy it as soon as possible, right? Entropy, baby. Maximize it. Try to maintain existence and only unconscious existence. Can't do that. And consciousness is born. Steer that conscious existence to the best of your ability. If you can't do that, primordialism. Just destroy all sentient life. Can't do that. At least human extinctionism. Can't do that. Compulsory antinatalism. Can't do that. Voluntary antinatalism. But by that point, what's the point? You're not doing shit anyway. Now you're just feeling good and hopefully not bringing another motherfucker here to suffer this shit. But honestly, if you're down to that, you're probably going to end up, like, it probably doesn't even matter. But hey, do whatever you can. And if you're here and you want the best possible existence while here, anarcho-communism, be a big human family. Can't do that because you're trash monkeys? I get it. Do what thou fucking wilt. Whatever the fuck you want. Don't care about the consequences. Raise the entropy as much as fucking possible, as fast as possible. If you just can't be that much of a fucking demon, don't do shit. Don't just go out there and be a fucking slave for the system, a slave for existence, a slave in all fucking ways, whining and crying and complaining all the time, never providing solutions, never carrying out solutions, never learning, teaching, preaching, promoting solutions, just whining, crying, and complaining while continuing to be a perfect fucking slave in all fucking ways. Saying we can't do anything while you continue to do all the slave shit. Proving that you can do something, you're just doing the shit you don't want to do, leading to the outcome you claim you don't want. Slave. So at least do literally nothing at all. Like, you know, like at the most basis human level, you could just stop doing anything and do nothing. Next is do what thou wilt. Do whatever the fuck you think you need to be doing at any given moment, based on your own fucking reasonings, for your own outcomes of your own end goals, right? Then if you actually give a fuck about people and you want a nice, harmonious existence at all possible, anarcho-communism, be one big happy human family, right? Try not to bring kids into this fucking reality. It's trash, especially if you can't even get the anarcho-communism to have a nice reality to bring them into. Extinct humans. I would just do it. Exterminate all sentient life. No more suffering. No more consciousness. Nothing is experiencing problems. There are no problems. There's only a problem because there's something here to experience this shit. If there wasn't, there'd be no problems. Steer conscious existence. And honestly, you could do all of this simultaneously to the best of your ability, right? You don't have to just do one or the other. Do all this shit. Learn, teach, preach, promote, and enact in any way you're willing and able to the best of your ability all this shit. Right? All the shit people cry about, right? Here are the answers. Here are the fucking answers. And again, there's sub-answers in the answer. Like, to get anarcho-communism, you'd have to overthrow all the governments, right? Do you like understand what it takes to achieve these things? And this is why I say study. I don't want to have to, if I have to break down what every one of these things is and how to achieve every fucking one of these, I'm going to kill someone. I'm going to strangle a motherfucker. But how do we get that? Are you joking? Do I have to look up everything for you people? Do I got to search everything? Like, you understand? Shout out to those of you who know how to do a Google search. Shout out to those of you who know how to do a YouTube search. So I don't have to do everything. I love you people. At least y'all know how to study something in some form or fashion. Shout out to those of you who still read books, who will go on the internet and download the PDF and read it that way, who will find the audiobook and listen to it. Those of you who don't fucking read books, don't look shit up, can't Google something, can't YouTube something, YouTube search to save your fucking life, refuse to watch the fucking things, to read the fucking things, to have the conversations or experience the fucking things that are necessary to even understand what these things are. Like, to know that in order to get to anarcho-communism, you have to first get to anarchy. Like, you know, like, I gotta break that down too. Like, shout out to those of you who can actually do that shit, and the rest of you, my God, y'all are fucking stupid. Like, like whoever you are, hopefully it's nobody watching this shit. Like, because man, I could just see it now. I could literally like hear the voice in my fucking head. Like, but what is anarcho-communism? Nigga, Google it. Like, the fuck? Gotta do everything. Oh, just gave y'all years of my fucking life. Oh, man. Vazen, number 264. Understand that there is only existence to endure, to abhor, to be your own demon, to be inferno, and no life to casually manifest. To casually manifesto thy besto shittin. Most people's attention spans have heavily degraded so much that they cannot search up shit for more than 5 seconds now. It's the fucking truth, bro. Like, when niggas say to me, like, they want to know things, but they can't watch anything that's more than like a short. I'm like, then you don't really want to know. They can't, like, nigga, you needed in 60 seconds? You needed in bite-sized TikToks? Shoot yourself. Like, you're never gonna get there. Like, and that's watching something, which is the easiest shit in the world, bro. Yeah, oh my God, it's 10 hours. Nigga, you don't have to do anything. You could play it while you're doing other things, and if you miss a part, just rewind it. You can do 10 hours in a single day. This nigga Vazen slept through part of it, and he's gonna go back and rewind it and watch it again. Like, like, you could do 10 hours in a single day if you really want to, let alone over a span of days, and that's just listening. You ain't gotta read shit. You don't gotta look up shit. None of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and motherfuckers will find that hard. They'll find, oh my God, the video's a half an hour. That's so long. Nigga, you ain't never watched a half an hour fucking cartoon when you were a kid? Like, oh my God, it's a 2-hour live. That's so fucking long. Are you joking? Do you know how many hours you've already lived in your fucking life? You know how many hours you're gonna have today? 24. You know how many hours you're gonna have this fucking week, month, year? Like, like, motherfuckers are so intellectually lazy. It's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. How much thought, meditation, experience, practice, study, and research do you think went into me understanding this shit so I can give motherfuckers 26 hours of live stream? Years and years and years. And niggas can't do a few hours of some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, of watching something. Just listening to something, let alone actually looking this shit up on their own, reading books like I had to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in order to study chaos magic, I performed chaos magic. What I'm doing right now, this is chaos magic, whether people know it or not. And I fully have a full understanding of it to the point where all this shit that I'm doing is chaos magic. And now I can easily break that down for niggas because I spent fucking years on it. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, come on. Come on, folks. Like, for those of you out there who are on your shit, who actually want to know and are willing to do what it takes to know, shout out to fucking you. But to the rest of you dumb, lazy, you intellectually lazy fucks, don't speak. You haven't earned the right. Like, you haven't earned the right to disagree with niggas doing shit like this. The next time you're gonna open your mouth and say, there's nothing we can do, shut the fuck up. You don't know enough to even make such a claim. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why I get this way sometimes, why I can be confrontational when it comes to this shit. Because it's like, niggas they love to make claims, they can never back them the fuck up objectively. It's just their fucking belief system. I could do this shit with my eyes closed while dreaming. I have these discussions in my dreams. In my dreams, motherfuckers. In my dreams. Like, because that's how fucking focused on this shit that I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, man. Anyway, solutions. Solutions. This is the whole fucking point of this. Everybody wants to cry and whine about problems. The entire point of finding problems is to find a way to solve those fucking problems. Any fucking way to solve those fucking problems. Let's just stop crying about shit, folks, and let's start solving some shit. From right here as humans, all the way up to the fucking void, because it all has answers. Even the ones that may not be possible. At least think of them and try to implement them. And then understand that if they aren't possible, if there is no way to bring it to pure nothingness, and that process just has to play itself the fuck out, bring it to chaos, which we can definitely do through entropy, etc. Like, and then try to hold it there. Try to ascend to this level and maintain it there. Try to become an APEP yourself. If those things aren't possible, do you get what I'm saying? Next step. Next level. If that's not possible, next level. If that's not next level. And even if they're all possible, you can still implement them all simultaneously. If one is less effective, do the next one anyway. And honestly, even if they're all possible and perfectly effective, because this one is definitely going to take longer, like we're not going to do this right this second, right? Voidism, pure nothingness. You should still be implementing everything underneath it going towards it in order to help it fucking come about. You know what I'm saying? So anytime anybody has a thought or is about to say a word or take an action that is based on there's nothing we can do, just look yourself, like stop, take a second, breathe, and be like, let me stop being a fucking pussy. like seriously, I don't care if you was a streamer, a non-streamer, a person in the chat, a commenter, or whatever. Like, all these so-called truthers need to stop being fucking pussies. It's really that simple. Stop being intellectually lazy and stop being so fucking soft. Get out of your slave morality and your slave mentality and start implementing fucking solutions. Start learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, and in any way you're willing and able, carrying out solutions to the best of your ability. Because almost every fucking problem I hear anyone complain about has objective solutions. Like, they're not even talking this high. They're not even talking about shit that might not have solutions. They're not even talking high enough in existence, let alone beyond it, to be talking about anything that doesn't have solutions. They're talking about a bunch of shit down here for the most part. 9 out of 10 things they talk about is down here. The highest they get is realm level, universal level. The highest they get is it's a soul trap, it's a simulation, or something along. That's not that high, niggas. Those all have answers. As a matter of fact, they generally have the same answers. Because they're really just metaphors for the same shit that we're currently in right now. All of that shit has answers. None of that shit is perfect. Period. So stop pretending like you niggas have scratched the surface of some ultimate thing that could never be answered. We're in a simulation. There is no answers. Are you fucking retarded? We're in a soul trap. There is no way. Are you dumb? Are y'all really this dumb? Have y'all not studied your own shit? Like, do you realize niggas had answers to these problems thousands of years ago? No, you don't, because you don't think, like, you niggas haven't begun to research this shit. Like, you haven't begun to study this shit. You haven't begun to properly meditate on this shit. Like, really sit down, think, and get a pen and fucking paper. And really break this shit down. So, do that. So you can get to this shit. Let alone the sub tiers of this shit within each of these fucking things, 1 through 12, with the exception of like 12, that is literally do nothing at all. Other than that, every one of these things has subcategories like that we could go into, and I might make a whole other video just doing that, but I shouldn't have to. I really shouldn't have to, and I don't want to. Maybe I'll do it with somebody. Maybe I'll ask Marcus. Maybe I'll get illicit mind. Maybe we'll do all three. Maybe, maybe whatever. Make it more fun. So I'm just not Because I'm like, it's been like 11 hours, so I'm on the verge of just, cussing out imaginary people. Like, because I could just hear the words in my mind. But what about this? Shut the fuck up. Like, so I don't even know if I want to make that video, to be honest with you. But maybe I have to, and maybe I'll do it with somebody, so it can be more enjoyable. Vazen. Shout out to you, nigga. Real talk. Damn, you just posted like 7 comments. Where you at? Most people's intentions have heavily degraded. Yep. Indeed, still specifically have the first 10 minutes of the stream to watch that I missed. That whole 10 minutes. And not ask, huh? What is that? And the great thing about Vazen is in this Discord and he's in that group chat. He's already seen all of this. He's already heard all of this. This is just a rehash for him. And he was here the whole 10 hours to the point where he was taking naps with the fucking Bluetooth in. While other motherfuckers are so intellectually lazy, they couldn't sit through it one full time. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? They can't get through an hour of it. In a week, in a month, in a year, in their whole life. Like, so shout out to you, Vazen. Missed 10 minutes, this nigga. And not ask, huh? What is that? 100 times, maybe 1 time or 2, but then look that up afterwards. Yup. Anyway, bitches, whatever issues you have with shit, you ought to consciously figure them out as much as you can or get your bitch ass out of here. And stop calling other beings evil and psychotic just for being logical with solutions, no matter how extreme they was, ho. No more of these games. Once I heard terms like anti-cosmic and Satanism and Voidism, I looked the definitions of them shits up immediately. We should all be doing the same. Facts. Like, I should not say the same things 500 times and motherfuckers try to disagree with me when they haven't even looked up the definitions. They only looked up the definition of the one word that they're going to try to use to debunk me, not realizing that they're fucking proving my point. Like, nothing, it has no properties, and da-da-da-da-da. That shit makes me want to spaz on people. Like, because it shows how little they're actually listening. You get what I'm saying? Anyway, that's what I was about to say, Vazen. Anyway, anywho, here's the solutions one last fucking time. I should maybe take a fucking picture of that and just put that as the fucking... Yeah, I might actually do that. Put that as the fucking thing. But nah, I like Theophany there. Unleash the Chaos. Shout out to her. If I do this video, I'll put that as the next one. Shout out Theophany. Go check out that book, Onyx Storm. But first, you gotta read Fourth Wing. And then what's the other one? Iron Flame? I can't remember. And then there's Onyx Storm, which that title is fire. The Onyx Storm. That fucking author, she could write, man. She could fucking write. Those books, my nigga. The audio versions too. Just laying there listening to them on shrooms, bro. I'm telling you, you take some shrooms and lay there and listen to some fucking fantasy audiobooks with dragons and magic and all that crazy shit, bro. Your fucking mind will go wild. Like, it's pretty fucking awesome. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Shout out to you, Vazen. Shout out to whoever the other person is here. Because it says I got 2 people in here. Oh, 3 people in here. All you motherfuckers who've been coming in and out all night long. Shout out to all of you motherfuckers. We made it, what, how long? 11 hours, my nigga. That's how long it took to finish this. And I thought this was going to be the shortest section. It was the longest. Shout out to Super Sob for even giving me shit to talk about here, for asking these questions and things along those lines, which caused me to write this shit down, which caused me to come in here and have this conversation with y'all. So shout out to all you motherfuckers. Chaos.